Konoha 44 years, today, the sun is shining. In the courtyard of Hineda's house, many young children are sweating and practicing hard under the scorching sun. Hineda looked at this group of energetic young people, nodded with satisfaction, and turned around and entered the practice room. But in the next second, he was so angry that his muscles were bruised, and his face was full of gloom. Is this still a sect practice room? But why don't you see the exercise equipment? But it is full of peanuts, melon seeds, ham sausages, beer, drinks, mineral water, and even a few dice. Which play is it? Which turtle son is so bold and dares to engage in extravagance and corruption in my hyuuga family? Take a closer look at the lump of garbage slumped next to this pile of snacks. Oh, it's my own son Hyuuga, which makes sense. Reasonable fart. Hineda silently rolled up her sleeves. Hineda was unaware of the danger that was quietly coming. Still fascinated by the novel in his hand, and wiping his saliva from time to time, he let out a strange hey funny laugh. That's right, what Hineda is reading is the famous Intimacy Paradise. This is a restricted reading material, and it took Hineda a lot of effort to get it. Wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth with his cuffs, and was about to grab 2 peanuts and stuff them into his mouth, but for no reason, he felt a monstrous killing intent rushing straight to his back. When I turned around, I saw that my father's originally crystal clear white eyes had a faint red light. Dad, did you take the wrong medicine? Hineda exclaimed. Don't talk nonsense, the rebel son will take his life. Hineda raised his hand as a gossip empty palm. It was a fast, accurate and steady one, for fear of not killing people. Seeing that it was too late to dodge, Hineda directly rotated in place and used a move to return to the sky to save his life. As a traverser, although our hyuuga is not accompanied by a system, the benefits of the traverser are in place. Like what Bagwapalm Huashin, 128 palms, empty palms and the like of the hyuuga family, we were born with a full level of proficiency. Therefore, it is impossible to practice the exercises, and it is impossible to practice the exercises in this life. Touching fish is a beautiful thing. Then again, the hyuuga family is powerful. For example, this gossip trick just now returns to the sky, and it has the spirit of tornado destroys the parking lot. The only fly in the ointment is that he was caught by the cheap dad on the back of the neck of fate just after spinning, like carrying a little chick. Tisk, daddy is getting more and more proficient. Ahem, daddy. For a gifted and handsome and cute biological son who is just a little naughty, you would use love to influence him, not violence, right? Hineda blinked vigorously, trying to wake up his father's last fatherly love and get through with cuteness. It's just that watching dad wipe the beer foam on his face with his other hand, thrown back to the sky, the red eye effect became more and more rampant, and Hineda had already guessed the answer. How do you say that sentence? Father's love is like a landslide, since you can't resist it, you must learn to enjoy it. Hineda resolutely closed his eyes, stretched his neck, and put on a look of please ravage me as much as you want. The more he plays the cheap father, the more reluctant he is to start. This is the truth that hyuuga has obtained in the long-term struggle. Hineda also saw through it at a glance, and saw that this unlucky child was not afraid at all. However, as an old father, he naturally has a way to cure him, and if it is hard, then it will be soft. You said I told my mom about your lazy drinking and reading pornography, what would happen? Hineda smiled and asked rhetorically. Hearing this, Hineda broke free from the shackles around his neck. Then he hugged the old father's thighs tightly, with tears in his eyes, and looked distressed. Father, your image in my heart is more majestic than the towering mountains, and every word of your teaching is deeply engraved in my heart. So, you don't have to tell your mother about this little thing, right? He's really cowardly. He's pretty good at fighting wits with his father. But Mom, Hineda really can't handle it. Don't say. It's not impossible. But you've got to do something for me. Before 12 o'clock in the afternoon, just send this scroll to the 3rd training ground. Remember, don't peek. Hineda raised the corners of his mouth and took out a scroll from his arms and stuffed it into Hineda's hand. Then, without waiting for the latter to ask more, he threw the out-of-sight and mindless thing into the yard with one kick. After taking that scroll, the good days of this unlucky boy are over. Boom! Hineda slammed his butt and kicked up a cloud of dust in the yard. Looking at the stares of the young children looking at each other, Hineda thought for 0.1 seconds, then quickly got up, bowed deeply in the direction of the practice room, and shouted, "Thank you, Father, for your advice. The child will definitely redouble his efforts in the future and challenge again another day. Get out!" There was a roar of rage in the practice room. Hineda calmly bowed again, turned around and left in a dashing manner, leaving a group of unknown hyuuga people to discuss. Young master is less than 5 years old this year, right? Dared to challenge the head of the family, what a genius. Humph. You must know that the young master graduated from the ninja school with the first place. Let this bastard pretend to be another wave. Hineda listened to the noise in the courtyard and became even more angry. As for Hineda, he had already slipped out of the house and found a corner where no one was there and rubbed his buttocks. Tisk, it hurts. Daddy can't deal with this person, he can kick hard when he gets the opportunity. It almost caused me to lose face in front of everyone. Fortunately, I reacted quickly just now, otherwise wouldn't the image of the genius I worked so hard to manage be ruined? If you don't force it, how can you fool the group of little guys in the clan? I'm still waiting to be the head of the house. Muttering a few words of complaining, Hinata Moto-shun stuffed the scroll into his arms, remembering his father's ill-intentioned smile, and always had a feeling of being deceived. Tisk, no matter. If Dad dares to dig a pit, let's go to the Great Elder and cry a 1,000-word-long article. Seeing that the time is still early, there is no need to rush to send the scroll, not to mention that the stomach is still deflated. So Xiang Yuan trotted all the way to Kanaha's famous check-in place, Yul Ramen, ordered a ramen and sat down to dry rice. Looking at the busy uncle in the house, Hinata Yuan sighed in his heart. Have you ever heard of the rumors of Ichiraku Atsuki? I think that when I first mastered the white eye, I stared at the uncle for a long time with interest, and I didn't find anything abnormal. Therefore, he was beaten by his father. After all, it is not polite to stare at others. Tisk, the past is unbearable. Also after that day, in order to escape from his father's clutches, Hinata Yuan had to find an opportunity to show off a few hands in front of the family elders. The 128 palms of Bagua that were full of proficiency were naturally shocking, and the great elder decided on the spot to cultivate himself personally. Since then, Hinata has lost the discipline of his son, and he has lived a salted fish life as he wished, and his daily routine is to eat, sleep, and be angry with his father. Then occasionally go to the great elders pretended to stretch his arms and legs, and show his hand casually, and it's over. What? You ask you, as a traverser, why didn't Hyuuga Yuan pretend to slap his face and dominate the situation, but he was keen to eat and wait for death? Isn't this the biggest plug-in that hasn't arrived yet? Others don't know how deep the water is in the ninja world, but don't I know Hinata Yuan yet? Although Hinata's mastery is good, it is still too conventional. Hinata Yuan does not have the demonic fighting talent of Bofeng Shuman, and if he wants to reach the top of the ninja world, he has to rely on plugins. For example, the big killer that is comparable to the Eye of Reincarnation, the Reincarnation Eye. Feeling the faint fetal movement in his eyes, Hinata Yuan can vaguely reach it, and the progress bar of the plugin account has only reached 80%. Therefore, Hinata Yuan is called sharpen the knife and do not cut the wood, and then pretend to force the plugin to the account. Besides, fishing at home can also supervise the cheap dad by the way to quickly give birth to the two cute sisters Hinata and Hanabi, and when the time comes, one on his left hand and one on his right hand, he holds the two pink little Lori and shouts Ernie sauce in unison. Isn't that wonderful? But these words are something that can't be said to daddy, especially the last few sentences, because they will really be killed. While Hinata Yuan was fantasizing about a bright future, he happened to catch a glimpse of a tall and thin old man standing at the corner of the street not far away, who seemed to be blocked by the bustling crowd, and his lonely back was particularly eye-catching in the lively crowd. Thinking of the elementary school composition in his previous life, Hinata Yuan felt a sense of weakness for no reason. Let's go and help it, and it will be regarded as paying off the debt. Grandma, I'll help you cross the street. Walking to the old man's side in 3 or 2 steps, Hinata Yuan grabbed the old man's thin arm, and because of the long gray and white hair, he didn't see the old man's face clearly for a while. Hinata Yuan hummed a small tune in his mouth, and his hands were ready to lead people across the road, but the old man didn't move. So strong? Hinata looked up suspiciously. At the same time, the old man's voice came. Boy, do you want to dance too? This sentence made Hinata Yuan feel his scalp tingle, and he pretended to look at the old man. But the next moment, the old man's thin face broke the last trace of luck. Madara, Hinata Moto blurted out. Old man, Madara? Hinata Yuan shouted in his heart that it was not good, and hurriedly hummed, Madara. Horses, zebras, you sleep, sleep, I'm going to sell my house and wander the world. The old man. Speechless, what kind of strange song is this? It's so good to sing, don't sing it again next time. At this moment, Hinata wanted to cry without tears, and it seemed that there were 10,000 alpacas galloping in the form of nicknames in his heart. Wouldn't it? There won't really be any unlucky guys who will meet the ultimate bosses in the novice village, right? Wouldn't this unlucky guy be me? Madara Uchiha, you retired old man, don't enjoy your old age under the outer Deo Golem. What are you doing here? Ahem, old man, I suddenly remembered that I still have homework to write in a hurry, so I'll help you and say goodbye. Hinata Yuan withdrew his hand as he spoke, turned his head and wanted to run, but found that he couldn't move his legs. The boy of the Hyuuga clan, do you give up like this halfway? Madara Uchiha also looked at Hyuuga Moto, with a disapproving tone and unkind eyes. Hiss, how do I hear a sense of deja vu that this child is useless and a waste of air to live? Should I just extinguish it? A big word danger flashed in Hinata's heart, and he instantly changed into a righteous and awe-inspiring expression. I suddenly feel that it is important to promote the virtue of respecting the old and loving the young and doing homework. I'll help you over, old man. As he spoke, he picked it up again. Who said I was going to go? Then I'll help you stand. Senile snorted coldly, non-committal, but his expression eased slightly. Turning his head away from Hinata Moto, he quietly watched the people of Konoha come and go. Hinata Yuen had to honestly support on the side, not daring to speak, and panicked. This old guy won't come to Konoha to reminisce about the past, right? Or come and see if there is a guy with good talent who can be caught and helped him complete the Eye of the Moon plan? Hey, wouldn't that guy with soil be targeted by Uncle Madara when he helped the old grandfather and grandmother cross the street, right? Didn't he bear the calamity for Obito? Thinking about it like this, Hyuga's whole person is not good. I'm not from the Uchiha clan, so don't mess with me. Thinking about the time when he just crossed over, Hinata Yuen regretted for a while that he didn't wear it to the Uchiha house. After all, the handsome red contact lenses that are pure natural and pollution-free and support hot plugging, who doesn't want it? But then Hinata was relieved. If you think about it carefully, the Uchiha is a real high-risk surname. If you really wear it into this family, let alone whether you can live to the time of extinction, this situation is enough to kill you today. Where are you? There is an old man here who needs you. Madara Uchiha's gaze shuttled through the crowd, not knowing what he was thinking. But he definitely didn't expect that the bear kid at hand actually guessed his intentions. That's right, Madara Uchiha really came to Konoha to look for a candidate. Despite the help of the outer Deo Golem, this body is still aging inexorably. He had a hunch that time was running out for him. Before being reawakened by the reincarnation innate, Madara Uchiha needs someone to carry out his plan. For this reason, Madara Uchiha has infiltrated Konoha many times to find candidates. I really found a few little ones worth paying attention to. Among them, the little Uchiha guy who wears windproof glasses all day and has a simple heart is the most suitable to be his pawn. If his ability is not enough, he will arrange a few more genius ninjas to help. For example, the little guy of the Hyuuga clan on his side, and for example, the child of the Kimo family not far away. At the same time, Hinata Yuen also saw the handsome young man with silver broken hair, wearing a mask, and indifferent eyes not far away. Kakashi? Don't come, don't come. I don't believe you can talk to him right now. Hinata Yuen shouted wildly in his heart. But it backfired, and Kakashi's eyes lit up when he saw Hinata Moto go, and he walked straight over. Hyuga Moto? Is it really you? How did you give up your home? Kakashi quipped familiarly, why do you like to help the old lady cross the street as much as Obito? Don't die, hey, people are pure masters. Although I just admitted that I was wrong, ahem. Hinata said hello to Kakashi as usual, but there was a roar in his heart. In the past 5 years, Hinata Motosu has tried his best to be familiar with the influential figures in various future Konoha villages and form a good relationship. But today, if it's because of himself, Uncle Madara thinks that he will cut down the 6 generations of Hokage in the future, and he will be guilty too much. So Hinata Moto frantically glanced at Kakashi and motioned for him to leave quickly. Kakashi was mistaken, and then showed a "I understand" expression, and whispered to Hinata Moto, don't worry, I'm not here to urge you to return the book. You can read that intimate paradise slowly, just don't lose it for me. That's it, I still have a mission, bye-bye, book friend. Kakashi patted Hinata Moto's shoulder, raised an eyebrow and smiled, and walked away. Naoru Hinata was embarrassed in the wind on the spot. He. I knew that I wouldn't have borrowed intimacy paradise from this muffled pervert. Hinata Moto quietly raised his head and looked at Madara Uchiha, only to find that Madara Uchiha was also staring at him playfully, and the two of them happened to look at each other. Because the atmosphere was too embarrassing, Hinata Moto's Y jumped out faster than his brain. What are you looking at? Fortunately, Madara is not from the northeast, and he doesn't understand the provocation in these 3 words, but the red light flashed in one eye that was not covered by long hair. Hinata lost his mind instantly, but then he felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and while regaining his clarity, his body was drained of a small amount of strength, and he couldn't stop wheezing. This is magic? Caused the resistance of the incomplete reincarnated eye? This old demon actually deceived and attacked me, a 5-year-old comrade? It's too much to talk about martial arts. Hinata Yuen immediately wanted to escape, but before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and he lost consciousness again. It's interesting to be able to resist my random illusions. Reaching out to hold Hinata Yuen, who was about to fall, Madara Uchiha looked at the little guy who was physically hypnotized by himself, and rarely raised a trace of interest. On the other side, Kakashi Hakiki lifted the curtain of Ichiraku ramen and shouted into the hand holding his wrist, Uncle, come to a bowl of ramen. I'll have a task later, so I'll be quicker. Alas. Then I'll give you this bowl of noodles first, it won't taste good when it's cold. Uncle Tita put the noodles in his hand in front of Kakashi, poked his head out and said, I don't know where Hinata ran to, forget it, I'll make him another one when he comes back. Hyuga Moto, you say? Isn't either Kakashi, who was sucking ramen, turned sideways and pointed to the corner of the street, only to find that there was no Hinata Moto. Ha! What about people? I don't know how long it has been. Hinata Yuen woke up from the cold ground, opened his eyes and looked at it, and then continued to fake a coma, crying out in his heart. Unlucky! 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 This gloomy cave. Madara Uchiha, a bad old man, is this taking me back to the secret base? Longevity. However, Hinata Yuen is also a traverser, wailing and wailing, but he quickly forced himself to calm down and lie on the ground to carefully analyze the current situation. After all, he is the eldest son of the head of the Hyuuga family, and suddenly disappeared, and the village and family will definitely not give up searching for him easily. It's just that. Not to mention whether the Konoha ninja can find himself. Even if he finds himself, I am afraid that no one will be able to save himself from Madara Uchiha at this time, even if he is the strongest person in Konoha village at the moment, the third generation who is still in the prime of life. Oh roar, it's so cold. No, in fact, I still have a chance to live. The premise is to clarify two questions first. Thinking of this, Hinata Yuen stopped pretending, opened his eyes and stood up. Oh, don't pretend to be asleep anymore? Madara Uchiha under the outer path golem held his cheek with one hand and said with a playful look in his eyes, "Tisk, I really can't hide this old demon." Hinata didn't respond to him, and after looking around briefly, he looked into Madara Uchiha's eyes and asked, "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" He. Who am I? Madara Uchiha laughed, but then his eyes lit up. "I'm the god of this world. You can call me 6 Immortals." As the voice fell, the age spots immediately opened the eye of reincarnation. The white chakra robe swayed in the wind, and 6 black seeking jades hovered behind him, with the posture of a proper immortal. The corners of Hinata's mouth twitched, but he still knelt down very spinelessly, saying things like immortals are invited to bow down, but he scolded in his heart. The shameless bad old man actually came to pull the tiger skin of the 6 immortals to deceive me, a little friend. Madara Uchiha also froze. He didn't expect this guy to kneel so simply. However, thinking that Hinata Yuen in the information was a child with a high sense of middle and second, he no longer doubted it. Maybe a kid at this age is just a deception. Come here. Senile Spot guided Hinata Yuen to his side, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding scene kept changing, and the two seemed to have traveled through time and space to the ancient era. The 6 Dao Immortals, divided the 10 tails who wanted to destroy the world into 9, created the Ninja Dao, and saved all mankind. But you, as the juniors of the ninja world, don't know how to cherish peace and keep going to war. I'm very disappointed in you. The surrounding scenes continued to change with Madara Uchiha's words, and Hinata Gen saw the scene of the 6 immortals defeating the 10 tails and spreading civilization as if they were there. But then the scene changed to a tragic scene of people fighting each other and corpses everywhere. That scene is much more shocking than a 3D movie. If you change to an ordinary 6-year-old child, you will definitely be bluffed into losing the ability to think. But it's not a coincidence, our Hinata Yuen is a traverser, so I just don't eat this set. However, in order to actively cooperate with the performance of the old man Madara, Hinata Yuen still pretended to be shocked on the surface. Madara Uchiha was pleased with this reaction, and with a wave of his hand, he continued, "The ninja world needs to change. I will bring lasting stability and peace to the world. Before I can do that, I need some help, and you are the one I have chosen. This immortal wants to take you as an apprentice, are you willing?" Madara Uchiha asked. But on the surface, it was an inquiry, but Madara's unruly tone and sharp eyes were completely saying, "If you dare to refuse, you will die." "Hey, I'm willing to become an apprentice of an immortal, and I will go to the soup in order to unify the ninja world, and I will not give up." Hinata showed an excited and incredulous look, and hurriedly agreed. The face that was flushed with excitement was like a hot-blooded boy on top. "Ahem, in order to save my life and become an actor, I don't shudder." "Humph, that's good." G.E. Spot showed a smile of "count you as acquaintances" and said, "This is my immortal space. I have been practicing here for a year, and the time in the outside world has only passed for 1 day. As a teacher, here is a set of yin and yang retreat technique cultivation scrolls, and you should study them carefully." "Thank you, master." Hinata took the scroll with a smile and pretended to look at it, but there were many thoughts in his heart. So this old guy is trying to pull me on the thief ship. Take me as an apprentice? It's true that you can use me as a tool and throw it away when you run out. Think about the miserable appearance of being soiled and spotted. Daba must be reached. However, this yin-yang escape technique is a good thing. You can learn it. After all, this is also a wool from Madara's head. Of course, that only if the scroll is the real thing. Upon closer study, Hinata found the descriptions on the scroll to be obscure and extremely esoteric. Even if he is a traverser, he has seen a lot of the Hyuuga clan's peerless scrolls, but it is still difficult to understand. It's not like it's fake, because there's no need to be so cumbersome and real. Could it be that Madara Uchiha really wants to take me as an apprentice to help him with his career? This is very interesting. There is no such plot in the original world. The butterfly effect. Oops, don't worry about it for now. It's important to save your life. 2 problems have been solved. Hinata muttered in his heart. First of all, it is necessary to figure out why Madara Uchiha kidnapped him. The second is to figure out where you are. If the old guy kidnaps himself just to fool himself into helping him with infinite monthly reading, this is the best situation. As long as he cooperates enough, his life will not be in danger for the time being. As long as you can drag it until the eye of reincarnation is fully opened, you may not have no chance to escape. The next step is to figure out where you are so you know where to run. Having said that, the old guy's 6-way mode is quite similar. Fool me about what immortal space, I'm afraid it's an illusion similar to the moon reading. It's just that it's hard to judge your true location in the illusion, which makes it difficult. Sure enough, not to mention challenging the boss, even escaping for your life is hellish difficulty. Shilpo meets the moon worship master, this is still a hammer. Hinata Yuen sighed in his heart. But you have to run, there is no option to break away from Konoha and join Madara Uchiha, this old thing. It's already hard-hearted. Hinata Moto clearly remembers that in order to control Obito, old man Madara not only single-handedly cast Rin's tragedy, but also planted a spell in Obito's heart. This is still a measure against an Uchiha person. If you deal with yourself, the Hyuuga family. Hinata had no doubt that old man Madara's methods would be even more cruel. Let's hope it's still too late. Hinata Yuen rubbed his eyes, and immediately calmed down and continued to study the scroll of the yin-yang escape technique. I can't put all my hopes of escape on the reincarnation eye, and I urgently need to become stronger. Maybe the yin and yang escape technique in your hand will also be a valuable bargaining chip for your escape. But what is written on this scroll? Why do you know me every word, and I can't understand what it means to read it together? And the Uchiha thief, since you said that you want to accept apprentices, why didn't you come over to guide the apprentices? Hinata Moto, holding the scroll, looked up at Madara Uchiha not far away, and was about to ask for advice. But before Hinata Yuen could leave, Madara Uchiha cast a domineering look, and the meaning was easy to understand. What's the use of keeping garbage that can't learn such a simple thing, might as well be destroyed. Hinata Yuen immediately felt a chill in his back and shrank back stupidly. Hee, your old man's teaching is really distinctive. The real world outside the fantasy. In the dark underground space, Kuro's head slowly seeped out of the ground, and he looked at Madara Uchiha, who was using all his might to perform illusions with one hand on top of the boy's head, and wondered, Madara-sama, for this child, is it necessary to do this to this extent? Are you doubting my decision? Madara Uchiha's voice under the outer path golem was cold. Don't dare, Heiju hurriedly lowered his head, I just don't understand. Senile Spot snorted coldly, stretched one of Hinata's eyes with his fingers, and looked at it for a long time before saying, his eyes. It's very peculiar, and it seems to be pregnant with an unusual force. Maybe this pupil power can be used as a boost to the Eye of the Moon project, we need this power. I can't wait that long. So you plan to meddle in this process, first teach him in the illusion space, let him have a certain adaptation to the chakra of the yin and yang attributes, and then use the yin and yang escape technique to accelerate the birth of his eyes. Heiju suddenly realized and hurriedly said. Senile Spot didn't care about the offense of half of his body, but waved his hand tiredly, it's just a chess piece. If this kid is useless, let Fei devour him. Having said this, Madara Uchiha felt more and more sleepy, and waved his hand to signal Kuro to carry Hinata Yuen to the bed, and leaned against the outer golem to doze off. Kuro-jo obediently picked up Hinatamoto, but at an angle that Madara Uchiha couldn't detect, the corners of his mouth hooked up a mocking smile. This is the yellow sparrow's mockery of the praying mantis. After carrying Hinata Yuen, who was sleeping in the illusion, through the tunnel, the smile on Heiju's face became more and more undisguised. It's interesting, this era is getting more and more interesting. Not only is the reincarnation eye of the feather robe awakened in the body of Indra's reincarnation, but even the reincarnation eye of the feather village is showing signs of recovery. Mess up. Use all kinds of powerful forces to make the world chaotic. Only when this world is chaotic enough can my mother have a chance to be resurrected. Gently placing Hinata Yuen on the bed, Kuroju ran his fingers over the boy's eyelids, feeling the temperature from his fingers and muttered, Hee, you can't let Madara Uchiha ruin these eyes. I've got to find a way to get you out. At this moment, Kurika noticed that the clothes on Hinata Moto's chest were bulging, obviously stuffed with something. Reaching out and pulling out a scroll, he opened it, and Heiju's eyes suddenly lit up. The scroll reads, the mandate hereby appoints Uzumaki Kushina, Hinata Moto, Uchiha Shisui, and Maidkai to form the 9th Konoha combat team, with Uzumaki Kushina as the leader. Please complete the assembly at the number 3 exercise ground before 12 noon on the day of receiving the commission. After reading the words on the scroll, the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Sun slashing order, Heiju was puzzled for a moment. Uzumaki Kushina, isn't this the name of the 9 Tails Pillar Force? It's strange how the Hokage would be willing to let her form a combat team. But if it's the 9 Tails Pillar Force, it's not impossible to find a chance to save this kid. The premise is, I've got you covered. With that in mind, Kuro stuffed the scroll back into Hinata Moto's clothes, pulled a strand of hair from him, and then seeped into the ground again, rushing in the direction of Konoha. What the? You say I'm betraying Madara Uchiha? He. I'm black, but I've never been anyone's half. When the Black Jedi was carrying the Uchiha Madara behind his back to make small moves, Hinata Yuen didn't know about running away, and he somehow had an extra Black Jedi as a teammate. Soon, 5 days passed in reality. And for Hinata Yuen in the illusion, it is a full 5 years of practice. Every time he recalled this period of practice, Hinata Yuen gritted his teeth in anger. 5 years. Do you know how I've been here for the past 5 years? During this period of time, Madara Uchiha simply practiced Hinata Yuen as an animal. Oh, no, the animals still have time to eat, drink, and sleep, and I, too, have nothing. Because in the final analysis, it is a spiritual body and illusion, so theoretically, people here cannot eat, drink or sleep. And in fact, Madara Uchiha really asked Hinata for that. Let Hinata Yuen keep studying, practicing, and fighting. For example, once after teaching a series of combat skills, Madara Uchiha immediately simulated a scene where 100 shinobi of different styles chased and killed Hinata, and asked Hyuga to kill without injury. After Hinata finally completed the request after Hinata died 1001 times, Madara Uchiha immediately threw 50 scrolls and asked Hyuga to finish memorizing it, and he made a mistake and whipped it. Now, after reciting the contents of the last scroll fluently, Hinata Motomoto glanced apprehensively at the volley sitting in the air Uchiha Madara, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the latter had no intention of throwing a whip. It seems that I escaped today, but I don't know when this hard day will be ahead. Your cultivation is coming to an end. Madara Uchiha, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Next, it's your final test. Hinata was taken aback. The old guy wouldn't be able to see what was going on in my mind, would he? After peeking at Madara Uchiha's expression, he asked weakly that, what is the last trial? Use the method I taught you to run the chakra and successfully condense the seeking Dao Jade. Between the words, Madara Uchiha's face that was always unfazed actually had a trace of imperceptible excitement, and Hinata's heart sank. The Seeking Jade, which is an energy ball made by high-density chakra based on the yin and yang escape technique and adding 7 attributes at the same time, has extremely demanding manufacturing requirements. Hinata Yuen remembers that the only person who can create the Seeking Dao Jade in the plot is the owner of the Reincarnation Eye and the Reincarnation Eye. Even if the protagonist Naruto opens the hanging, he only opens an experience card, and the Seeking Dao Jade uses 1 + 1. It can be seen how difficult it is to condense the Dao Seeking Jade. Not long after being brought into this fantasy space, Madara Uchiha taught Hinata Yuen how to make the Seeking Dao Jade, but Hyuga Yuen failed to condense the Seeking Dao Jade once. Could it be that Madara Uchiha taught me combat techniques or something to improve my chakra control ability, and the ultimate goal was for me to condense the Seeking Jade? Hinata Yuen was puzzled, but he didn't dare to say more, and began to try to condense the Dao Jade. The first step in making the Seeking Dao Jade is to refine a large number of yin and yang attribute chakras in the body. Fortunately, Hinata Yuen has mastered the yin and yang escape technique very proficiently, and he quickly completed this step. And just as Hinata Yuen was about to take the next step, Madara Uchiha on the side suddenly said, "Apprentice, what do you think of being a teacher for you? I'm busy, don't interrupt. If you fail, who's to blame? Besides, dare I say you're bad." Hinata Yuen complained frantically in his heart, but he coped, "Master, you are the best for me. I know that you are strict with me to help me become stronger." "Is this true?" "Of course. Heart-wrenching truth. He. Madara Uchiha suddenly laughed, his eyes narrowing slightly, and his voice suddenly cold. "Then let the teacher help you again." After that, Madara Uchiha immediately turned his right hand into a palm, and a slap pierced Hinata Moto's chest. And Hinata Moto didn't expect Madara Uchiha to suddenly turn his face at this time, and could only watch as a hole was made in his chest. A sharp pain struck, and at the same time, a large number of yin and yang attribute chakras began to get out of control and rampage through their bodies, making Hinata Yuen even more miserable. Pain, incomprehension, doubts, and all kinds of thoughts were mixed in his mind, and in the end, Hinata Yuen only popped out one sentence, "Are you really digging out my heart?" Before he could finish speaking, Hinata felt another sharp pain in his chest. Madara Uchiha was trying to withdraw the palm that had been inserted into his chest. Hinata looked up in shock, only to see that everything in front of him began to crack until it turned into a cold and dark cave. Not far away, a long pipe stretched out from under an ugly and grotesque golem, connecting to Madara Uchiha's body. Hinata instantly understood that he had returned to the real world, but his heart was even heavier, because it means that you are not only being plucked out of your heart in the illusion, but also in reality. The pain in his chest didn't break with the illusion, but it hurt more realistically. Madara Uchiha didn't know when he opened the Eye of Reincarnation, and his brows were furrowed, as if the simple act of pulling out his palm was quite a lot for him. With each point drawn, Madara Uchiha's fatigue became more and more apparent. When his palm was fully withdrawn, he gasped for breath regardless of the image. At this time, Hinata Yuen barely regained his mobility. He subconsciously took a step back, clasping his hands on his chest. Strangely, no blood gushed from the wound. Looking down, Hinata Yuen found that a chakra ball glowing with black glow had replaced his heart, floating in the missing part of his chest, escaping powerful but strange energy to stop the bleeding and maintain his vitality. Hinata Yuen guessed that it was the existence of this chakra energy ball that was paradoxical to the Dao Jade, that he did not have the feeling of life passing, and Madara Uchiha showed fatigue precisely to create this chakra energy ball. Just like in the original world, Naruto Uzumaki used the Yang escape energy ball to save Matekai, who opened the door of death. It's just that the difference is that in addition to maintaining vitality, the chakra ball on his chest also uses the strange energy in it to guide the chaotic yin and yang attribute chakra in his body, and begins to impact towards his eyes. And with the impact of this energy, Hyuga's eyes that had not yet been conceived were also violently fetal movements and grew wildly. It's just that under the impact and fusion of the external force of the yin and yang escape technique, the uncontrollable changes of these eyes, and the direction of growth has become weird. This is a situation that even Madara Uchiha did not expect. But soon there was no movement, and even his breathing gradually became weaker until he stopped completely. Seeing this scene, the gasping Uchiha Madara frowned. Without the blessing of the nine-tailed beasts, forcibly condensing an energy ball so close to the Dao-seeking Jade would have to pay a lot of price for him, who was now aging. But it turned out to failed like that? Unwillingly, Madara Uchiha couldn't help but want to step forward to confirm if the boy had really lost his breath. At this time, Kuro Jedi emerged from the ground and appeared between Madara Uchiha and Hinata Moto. Oops, Madara-sama, this kid can't withstand your power and is dead. After looking down for a moment, Kuro poked the motionless Hinata Moto, turning his head to Madara Uchiha behind him. Out of trust in his half-body, the exhausted Madara Uchiha did not go any further, and he immediately returned to the outer path golem after he was in dire need of rest. Do you need to leave the whites of your eyes behind? After all, it is rare to have white eyes that are not protected by caged birds. Heiju asked again. After a lot of effort, he thought that the white eyes could bring him a little surprise, but he didn't expect it to be a bamboo basket. Rai Uchiha Madara's heart also felt a little unhappy, and now the more he looked at Hinatamoto's corpse, the more annoyed he became, so he snorted coldly, "Humph. Supercilious? Worthless garbage. You go dispose of his body, I'm going to take a break." The Black Absolute Order, the Uchiha Madara with his back to the fake sleep, picked up Hinata Yuen and quickly sank into the ground, and after a while, he appeared in a dense forest. Ugh, I'm not good at handling corpses. What to do? Chop it up and bury it. Kuroju complained, casually throwing Hinatamoto's corpse on the ground and kicking it in disgust. Alas, it's too troublesome, and it's easy to get dirty. Forget it, anyway, if you throw it directly in it, it will be eaten by wild dogs or something, no matter what. Stretching, Black yawned to the ground. But until he disappeared completely, he had a smile on his face that was completely different from his voice, and his eyes were playful. Calm returned to the forest, save for the occasional howl of unknown beasts, telling of the dangers of the forest until nightfall. A small grizzly bear emerges from the woods, rusty in search of food, and this is the first time it has gone out to hunt. Just as it was worried that it would not be able to catch its prey, it found a lump of immovable meat lying on the grass not far away. The grizzly pounced happily. Then he took a big backhand. Hinata Motoichi slapped the guy who was going to take himself for dinner, got up instantly, and observed the surrounding situation with a blurred vision. Fortunately, everything was normal except for an aggrieved grizzly bear around. That's what got me out. Hinata Motodian couldn't believe it. Although pretending to be dead and finding another chance to escape, this is indeed the only way that Hinata Yuen thought of in a hurry. But that's too smooth, isn't it? Madara Uchiha didn't check it in person, but he actually decided that he was really dead, and the Black Jedi who was in charge of dealing with himself didn't do anything to save trouble. How can I escape? I'm just sent out. However, looking at the large hole in his chest, Hinata knew that he didn't have time to delve into these issues. Half a day has passed since he was taken out of his heart, but the wound on his chest shows no signs of healing. It seems that this black chakra energy ball can only sustain his own life, but it has no healing effect. In other words, once the energy of this chakra ball stuffed in Madara is exhausted, even the heart of himself will definitely die. Tsunade-sama is in the village, but can she heal such an injury? Tut tut, I'm afraid it's enough. Hinata Yuen took off his torn shirt and tied it to his body, tried his best to cover the scary wound on his chest, and comforted himself, go back first. There are so many capable people in the village, there will always be a way. Now the awakening of the reincarnation eye is still one step away, and seeing things is like being highly myopic. How can this forest come out? Hiss, it's cold. Because the clothes were torn and the wounds had to be covered, Hinata's stomach was inevitably exposed. As soon as the evening breeze blows, it is inevitable that it will be a little colder. In addition, he has not eaten a drop of water in the illusion for the past few days, so he is cold and hungry now. So, Hyuga's gaze naturally turned to the little grizzly bear who was still sobbing on the side. Bearskin coats, should they be warm, right? Can you eat bear meat? Grizzly bear? Sensing that the human in front of him was looking more and more strange, the little grizzly bear didn't care to wipe his tears, turned around and ran into the dense forest. Hyuuga, isn't this a beast? Why are you so clever? Hey, don't run. Actually, I can keep you warm if I hold you. Hinata shouted and hurriedly chased after him. Not to mention, this little grizzly bear is quite fast. It was already a dense forest night, and with blurred vision, Hinata really didn't keep up. But this little grizzly bear is stupid enough to crash into a tree in the process of escaping. Hinata saw the opportunity and went up with a sliding shovel to bring down the little grizzly bear with a golden star, and then firmly controlled it with a standard grappling technique. Then, Hinata put his face on it and slammed it hard. The little grizzly bear shivered and screamed in fright. Hey, 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 scream, scream, even if you cut your throat, no one will come to save you. Feeling the warm and supple fur of the little grizzly bear, Hinata simply stuck his whole body on, releasing the pressure accumulated in the past few days while keeping warm. As for the appetite or something, it's not too late to solve it later. I heard that people instinctively call their mother when they are afraid, and I don't know if this little bear is also calling their mother when they are afraid? Don't be afraid, little grizzly bear, I won't hurt you. Well, what poked me in the back of the neck? Feeling the continuous cold touch from the back of his neck, Hinata looked back suspiciously. Then he was frightened and shouted, Mom! I saw a huge figure standing behind Hinata at some point. And that cold touch was caused by this 5 or 6 meter tall unknown creature poking the back of Hyuuga's neck with its own claws. With a blurred vision, Hinata rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. Yo, scare me. This big unidentified creature turned out to be a grizzly bear too. Except that the size is a little unscientific, the rest are quite similar to this small one. Hinata suddenly had a bad premonition. At the same time, the little grizzly bear also broke free from Hinata's restraint with wet eyes, and got into the arms of the big grizzly bear like a small mountain, and cried profusely. Mom, I'm really calling Mom. Hinata's bad feelings are even worse. Sister Xiong, don't do it, your own people. Ahem, that one. Your baby is lost, I won't send it back to you. Ahem. It wasn't too early that day, and my mom should call me home for dinner and say goodbye. Hinata quietly moved his body as he spoke, and finally folded his hands and ran away. Roar! The terrifying huge grizzly bear opened its bloody mouth and roared at Hyuuga. With the momentum of a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests, Hinata was yelled at so much that his eyes were full of stars, and he immediately weakened his legs and stomach and fell down. This is not because Hinata is cowardly, but somehow, this roar actually seduced the tiredness, hunger, thirst, fatigue and other bad states that have accumulated in Hinata's body in the past few days, making Hinata's eyes black and losing his ability to resist on the spot. So, Hinata was picked up by the huge grizzly bear with 2 fingers. Well, how can there be a familiar rush? Hinata's groggy head was puzzled. Seeing that the enemy was in trouble, the little grizzly bear didn't wipe his tears anymore, and ran to Hinata in 2 or 3 steps, jumping and grimacing. That look, not to mention how spirited. Then the grizzly bear took another big beating. Don't get me wrong, Hinata, who was caught out of the back of his neck, doesn't have the ability to do this. This slap was made by the grizzly mother herself. Looking at the little grizzly bear's aggrieved and unclear eyes, Hinata couldn't help but sigh and explained, Don't be wronged, your mother thinks you're ashamed. No, it's supposed to be a bear. If you can't beat yourself, you will rely on Laozi's ability to fake the tiger. Can you not be beaten? Don't ask me how I know. The first time I went out to play the majesty of the eldest young master of the Hyuuga family, I was beaten by my father like this. Anyway, he understood, and it was really possible that the giant bear co-authored was his own person. This action, this temper, if you want to say that this Plus Pro Max version of the grizzly bear has nothing to do with his cheap dad, Hinata doesn't believe it if he is killed. Could it be that Daddy secretly learned the art of transformation? Hinata rubbed his eyes and wanted to open his eyes to find out, but unfortunately as soon as he called chakra to his eyes, there was a tingling pain, and he had to give up trying. Roar! The grizzly bear roared again, and with the same claws grabbed the bear's neck, and walked forward with the 2 gadgets. It didn't take long to reach a small stream. Poof! Poof! The 2 gadgets were thrown into a stream by a grizzly bear. Grunt! After pouring 2 mouthfuls of cold stream water, I instantly sobered up a lot. He stood up and wiped the water on his face, but he saw that the giant bear in the distance was skillfully fishing, and the giant bear standing by the stream was holding one by one, and in a short time there were 7 or 8 more fat fish on the shore. And beside him, the little grizzly bear was still lying in the water struggling, looking drowning. Hinata looked at the water that only reached his chest, and then looked at the little grizzly bear who was about to suffocate to death as he was about to die, hesitated for a moment, and still started to scoop up the little bear. It's just that this little stupid bear is quite heavy. When Hinata was trying to pick up the little stupid bear, there was a sharp pain in his chest, but it quickly disappeared. Hinata knew that something was wrong, and hurriedly untied the clothes tied to his body to check the wound on his chest. I don't know if it's an illusion, but that black chakra energy ball seems to have become a little smaller. Roar! Without waiting for Hinata to confirm carefully, the giant bear screamed and waved its front paws, as if beckoning a person and a bear to come over. Thinking that it would be good to hurry back to the village anyway, Hinata no longer bothered about the changes in his chest, retied his clothes and ran with the little grizzly bear. Holding the fresh fish, Hinata followed the giant bear mother all the way back. On the way, the giant bear also picked a beehive by the way, and after blowing the homeless bees away in one go, he took the honey inside as a trophy. Eventually, Hinata was led back to the bear's den by the giant bear. It was originally a dirt slope, but it was forced out of a hole and covered with hay. It looks like it can not only shelter from the wind and rain, but also warm in winter and cool in summer. What's even more amazing is that after arriving at the bear's den, the giant bear actually sparked with 2 stones at random, and after lighting a dry firewood, he threw the honeycomb to Hinatamoto. Hyuuga? Under the expectant gaze of the giant bear, Hinatamoto, with a confused and reasonable expression, made the honey grilled fish. Well, it doesn't matter how much the process is worth complaining about, but at least the honey grilled fish tastes good. God TMD tastes good. Is this really a serious wild bear living in the mountains and forests? Not only is the size outrageous, but the degree of humanity is also outrageous. Hinatamoto, who finished eating a grilled fish, had just reached 6 or 7 minutes full. Looking at the giant bear who showed off 7 grilled fish again, he couldn't help but hate it. What about the share, you ask the grizzly bear? Oh, it doesn't have its share at all, it's gnawing fruit with a face full of resentment. Looking at the pitiful appearance of the little grizzly bear, Hinata suddenly felt relieved that he had not eaten enough. Thinking about it, I haven't eaten for a few days anyway, and it's not good to eat too much at once. After extinguishing the fire and cleaning up the mess, Hinata rubbed his half-full stomach, lay on the soft hay, hugged the warm little grizzly bear, and couldn't help but doze off. In a drowsy mood, Hinata caught a glimpse of the giant bear moving its huge body out. Probably going to fight the autumn breeze, Hinata thought to himself. After all, the bit of grilled fish is a snack for this big guy at best, and the giant bear must still be hungry, so go find the staple food. Hey, if you're hungry and don't eat me, this giant bear won't really be daddy's contract ninja beast. Thinking about it, Hinata became even more sleepy. Just when he was about to fall asleep, roar! The giant bear came from not far away. Help! At the same time, a slightly familiar cry for help sounded. Damn, the giant bear's staple food tonight won't be people, right? Hinata woke up suddenly, got up, and rushed to the place where the sound came from. Following the sound, Hinata quickly arrived at the location of the incident. It's just that due to the blurred vision, Hinata can only vaguely see that the giant bear seems to be fighting a thin figure. And that person was obviously not the opponent of a fierce beast like the giant bear, and he was slapped to the ground by the giant bear in 3 or 2 clicks. Seeing that the giant bear raised its huge bear claws and was about to complete the harvest, Hinata could barely see that the thin figure was actually a reddish-brown-haired girl. Sister Xiong is in charge of keeping people, Hinata shouted anxiously. But there is no turning back arrow when the bow is opened, and the bear's claws with the palm wind have already whistled down. Looking at this majesty, let alone a person, even a stone may have to be smashed to pieces. Can't catch up, Hinata sighed in his heart. But at this moment, the girl who was slapped down seemed to hear Hinata's cry and turned her head to look. Obviously, the vision is still so blurry, but Hinata just unreasonably saw the girl's emerald green eyes. The look in his eyes was saying, "Help me. A certain string in my heart seems to be plucked. Damn it. Those eyes that survive can see so clearly, if they can't save it, they will feel guilty for a long time." Hinata roared, only to feel his heart burn, and a force rushed from his chest to his eyes, and at the same time, a faint silver light emanated from his body. Damn, if you can't catch up, you have to catch up with me. In an instant, Hinata's figure appeared between the giant bear and the girl, and he caught the mighty and terrifying palm of the giant bear with only one arm, stirring up a cloud of dust. Okay, Sister Xiong, leave her alone, and you change to a staple again. Hinata spoke. Roar! The giant bear roared, seemingly reluctantly. I said, let her go. Do you have an opinion? Hinata said, domineering again. When the last word fell, the silver light that flashed all over his body surged, with an indescribable majesty. The giant bear looked at the glint in Hinata's eyes, and there were some inexplicable palpitations. Roar! The bear took a step back, pointed to the burnt hair on his thigh, stamped his foot aggrievedly, and left without looking back. The arrogant appearance is inexplicable to Hinata. Thank you for saving me. The girl's voice rang out from behind her. After calming the chuckle that was surging all around, Hinata looked back at the red-brown-haired girl he had just saved. But after the outburst just now, Hinata seems to have become worse eyesight, and he can see the girl's eyes clearly just now. Now that it's so close, I can't see what the girl looks like. Seems to be a beauty? I didn't see it clearly, so I read it again. In this way, his eyesight is getting closer and closer to hyuuga, who is no different from high myopia, and finally his face is about to go up. Well, this time I saw it clearly, and it looks really good. But how does this face feel familiar? Well, benefactor, you're getting too close. Feeling the breath of the other party on her cheeks, the red brown-haired girl couldn't help but blush. Shouldn't my benefactor want me to make a personal promise? No, I'm not a random girl. But, the girl glanced at Hinata and hurriedly withdrew her gaze. But the benefactor is so handsome, or I'm going to be embarrassed. Just as the girl's fawn was colliding, Hinata pounced on the girl. Ah, benefactor, you can't do that. Benefactor? Benefactor, what's wrong with you? The girl panicked for a moment, only to find out that Hinata had fainted. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and tried to help Hinata to her feet. But she just went through a vicious fight and now has no strength, and she has tried several times without success. What's worse is that it seems that because the boy fainted, the huge grizzly bear actually turned back. Benefactor, wake up. If you don't wake up, we'll both become grizzly bear's rations. The girl shook Hinata vigorously, but the latter did not react. She could only watch in despair as the giant bear approached, and stretched out a huge bear paw to the two of them. By the time Hinata woke up, it was already noon the next day. Shaking his head, Hinata remembered that he had just seen the girl's face last night, and he lost consciousness with a pain in his chest. Although it was a little embarrassing, it was worth it to make up for a good night's sleep. Now I feel refreshed and even my eyesight seems to be better. Oh no, when did you go back to the bear's den? Benefactor, are you awake? The girl's voice sounded from behind her. Hinata looked back and saw that the girl was tied up by vines, with a vigilant expression, and said with bloodshot eyes, Benefactor, the two of us were caught here by that monster bear. Fortunately, it didn't kill us, presumably to use us as a store of food for the winter. Quick, help me untie the vines, and let's run while the monster bear hasn't come back yet. Storing grain for the winter? Hinata looked up at the big sun outside. This girl's brain circuit is really strange, it's still summer. However, Hinata still came behind the girl and asked as he explained, Isn't this a bear's den? Who tied you up? It's a little monster bear. That little monster bear seems to be still nearby, but its combat power is not high, and we should be able to escape. After untying herself, the girl reached out and grabbed Hinata, and immediately ran away with Hinata. Oops, listen to me, it's actually a mistake. Hinata was dragged by the girl, and just wanted to explain, but the girl pressed her lip with a finger. Shhhh, be quiet, the big monster bear hasn't gone far yet, we must leave quietly. I know you've beaten a big monster bear, but what if you faint again after the fight? Are you referring to the big monster bear behind you? Hinata asked as he pointed to the giant bear who had come to the entrance of the cave at some point. Ah, benefactor, on. Fix it. The girl lost the aura she had just now, and instantly shrank behind Hinata, grabbed Hinata's clothes and shouted with only one head exposed. The corners of Hinata's mouth twitched. I said it was a misunderstanding. Roar! The giant bear yelled at the two of them, interrupting Hinata's explanation, and by the way, he threw over 10 more fish and a honeycomb full of honey. It happened that Hinata was also hungry, so he took the ingredients and set up a fire to make the signature honey grilled fish. Girl? Half an hour later, the girl said in disbelief while flaunting the honey-glazed grilled fish, So, this big monster bear won't eat us? Attacking me also just for self-defense? After a lot of words, Hinata, who finally explained clearly, wiped his sweat and said, Ahem. Logically so, yes. After all, as you just said, you attacked it first. Roar! The giant bear roared, pointing to his charred hair, aggrieved. Okay, don't be wronged. Here, this is your 8th honey-glazed grilled fish. Hinata hurriedly stuffed the grilled fish over, and only then did he appease the grumpy bear. What the hell is this? Wrong. So why did it tie me up? The girl was still a little incredulous. What if you don't tie it up? Why don't you tie me up? Hinata gave her a blank look. The girl was completely speechless. Thinking about the thrilling encounter in the past 2 days, it turned out to be self-inflicted, and the girl was a little difficult to accept for a while, and she couldn't help but feel a sour feeling in her heart. In addition, the little grizzly bear who didn't eat the grilled fish, one person and one bear wiped tears in the bear den, and the atmosphere instantly became weird. It was Hinata who took the lead in breaking this embarrassment. Ahem. By the way, I don't know your name yet. My name is Hinata. What about you? Where are you from? The land of water, shine on the beauty. The girl replied with a choked voice. Well, shine on the beauty? Hyuuga Motoichi patted his head. I'll go. I said how to listen to the sound is a little familiar. With these turquoise eyes and long reddish-brown hair, could it be that this person in front of her is the future first royal sister of the water country, Terumi? But, Hinata glanced at the other party's unwavering chest with his blurred vision. I'm a picked up a promising future? Who would have thought that the 5 generations of Mizukage-sama, who will be royal and sassy in the future, will also have such a young and cute period? But what is the most interesting thing to cultivate, especially when you know that the object of cultivation will definitely grow into a sexy royal sister? Hinata Yuen looked at Terumi Ming, and the more he looked at it, the more interesting it became, and he couldn't help laughing. But the little girl would be mistaken, and took a step back vigilantly and hugged herself. What do you see? Don't look at it. You're trying to play hooligan again. I warn you, if you try to do anything wrong to me, you will die. As he spoke, he waved his pink little fist, and a vicious look made Hinata Yuen smile again. It was then that he noticed that Mei Xiaming's clothes were as tattered as his. Although it is not said that the clothes are not covered, it is inevitable that there will be occasional spring. It's a pity that Hinata's vision at this time is highly blurred, as if he has played a mosaic, and he is forced to be a gentleman of Bachengrand. What else are you looking at? I see you're covered in mud and sweat, and your mouth is full of grease and dirt. Let's go, little flower cat, take you to wash it off. With that, Hinata Yuen scratched against Terumi and pulled the blushing girl to the giant bare stream before letting go of her hand. Terumi glanced at Hinata Yuen and didn't speak, squatted down and picked up the water in both hands and just washed his face, when an annoying voice came from beside him. Why do you just wash your face? You smell so much sweat that you actually take a shower? Tut tut. Hinata Mototo shook his head as he spoke, his expression exaggerated, and he looked like, you're so sloppy, I'm so disgusted. You! Terumi suddenly stood up, ashamed and angry. You must be trying to peek while I'm taking a shower, right? No way. Slander. You know that this is slander. Master, I'm a decent man. Hinata retorted with a righteous face. Although he is forced to be a decent gentleman, cough cough, as if afraid that it would not be convincing enough, Hinata Yuen pointed to his eyes again and said to Mei Ming, actually, my eyesight is very poor, and I can't see anything clearly. I really believe this sentence. Looking at Hinatamoto's eyes that were obviously different from ordinary people, Terumi hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, is it cataracts? I've heard that people with cataracts have impaired eyesight, and your eyes are so white. Don't worry, as long as the character is good, I won't mind. Master, these eyes will soon be the first-class plug-in in the ninja world. Also, what's the tone of your picker? You're still a little girl. Hinata was so angry that his muscles burst out, and he forcibly held back his anger and jumped out of his teeth word by word. This is called white eyes. It is the unique blood inheritance boundary of my hyuuga family, not cataracts. I'm not eyesight now because I'm injured, understand? I'm sorry. I thought. Yes. Gurgling. Terumi realized that she had misunderstood, and hurriedly bowed and apologized, but was pressed by Hinata Yuen on the spot, and her center of gravity was unstable and fell into the stream. Go down, say so much. Hinata Yuen looked at the embarrassed girl in the stream, turned his head happily and ran. It's just right, you can even wash your clothes well, and I'll also find a place to wash them. Hayagata Moto. When Terumi stood firm from the current, she saw that Hinata had already run a long way away. The girl subconsciously nodded the seal, and her cheeks were bulging, but looking at the boy's cheerful back, this water chaos was reluctant to send it out. And Hinata didn't know that he had escaped a wave of attacks by chance, but he just found a section of the river that was a little far away from Terumi and jumped into the water with a pop. Hey, we're serious people and we're serious people with white eyes. Hinata muttered, but his head honestly turned to the direction where Terumi was, trying to open his eyes. It's a pity that a familiar pain hit, and the pain was so painful that Hinata Yuen had to close his eyes. Shhh, it hurts. How could it be? I remember it was turned on last night. Reincarnated eye? Hinata was a little confused. He rightfully thought that the special power that his pupils burst out of last night under the urgency of the situation was the power of the reincarnated eye. But now that I think about it carefully, it seems that the light silver light emanating from my body is very different from the reincarnation eye pattern in my memory. Could it be that the reincarnation eye mode is also the same as the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye Susanoo, one person and one color without the same? Moreover, does opening the reincarnated eye lose the ability to use normal white eyes? Hinata said he was confused. Hinata Yuen thought as he washed his body and clothes, and his heart became heavier and heavier. Things are not optimistic. One is that my eyesight has not recovered. The second is that he has lost the ability to open his eyes. My eyes. What strange changes have happened? After thinking for a while but not coming to any conclusion, Hinata Yuen slapped the water in frustration, and couldn't help but be a little irritable. Until I heard Terumi's voice come from the shore. Yo, who is this? How can you take the water to vent your anger? Turning her head, she saw that the girl was squatting on the shore with one hand on her chin, looking at herself with a smile in her eyes, and she looked like she had succeeded in mischief. Hinata Yuen was suddenly full of black lines. When did this goods come? Is it appropriate to slander others for peeking at you, only to come and peek at others yourself? Phew, who rarely looks at you. I'm just here to avenge you for pushing me this revenge just now. It's no fun to take revenge, why don't you come down and wash together? Phew, you think beautifully, stinky rascal. Humph, sample. Hinata Yuen looked at Terumi Ming, who was blushing with dodging eyes and being said by himself in just a few words, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although this future Mizukage-sama's provocative nature has been exposed, he is still just a little spicy chicken who loves to eat and play. Help me get my clothes dry, thanks. Hinata Yuen took his clothes to the shore. Terumi grimaced, using the chakra to control the water droplets on her clothes and slowly peel them off. But halfway through, she suddenly reacted, no, how does this guy know that I will escape? Mei Xiaoming raised her own questions. How do I know you're going to get away with it? I know a lot, such a great opportunity to pretend to be forced. Of course Hinata Yuen will not let it go, and said with a mysterious face, not only do I know that you will be able to escape, but I also know that you will master advanced ninjutsu such as dissolving and boiling in the future. And I also know that you will be the hero who changed the Mist Ninja Village, and maybe you will become the first female Mizukage-sama in the Mist Ninja Village. Hinata Moto looked directly into Terumi Ming's eyes with his handsome eyes, and walked to the shore as he spoke. Sure enough, I loaded this wave. Looking at Terumi, who was speechless with wide eyes and mouth wide open, Hinata couldn't help but feel proud. It wasn't until Terumi came to her senses, showed her little tiger teeth, raised her pink fist and threatened, although, what you said did surprise me, but, can you put on your clothes and look handsome again? If you dare me to wipe the water droplets on your body with water, I will dare to kill you. Hearing this, Hinata Yuen instantly went from blushing to his neck, raw as two worlds of people, he couldn't hold his cheeks, and he sank directly to the bottom of the water without seeing anyone. What should I do if I lose my face and lose my money? Waiting on the line, I'm in a hurry. Embarrassing is embarrassing, and the clothes still have to be worn. Terumi promised to avoid it and let Hinata go ashore and get dressed. Although Terumi repeatedly promised not to peek, she couldn't help but sneak a peek. However, due to the haste of aiming, Terumi did not see the situation on Hinatamoto's chest clearly, and only vaguely saw a large black spot. Hinata Yuen was keenly aware of this gaze. This little girl is not honest? Thinking that he didn't make any money and was teased by Zaome, Hinata was angry from his heart, and he was angry with him, and he tiptoed to Zaome and hugged her waist. Then he turned around and was about to throw Terumi into the water, but he didn't think that Terumi subconsciously grabbed his arm when he lost his balance. So the two of them fell into the creek together. Toward UN. This is the second time. Water escape, water waves. Hey, are you coming really? For a moment, the two men were fighting on the water. The water escape near the water source is even more powerful, and Terumi is so powerful. Hinata, who can't even use his white eyes, can only fight back with difficulty. By the time the farce was over, both men climbed ashore out of breath. Hinata asked again, but Terumi refused to help him dry his clothes. Even Terumi herself was wet. The reason is simple, she doesn't have chakra anymore. Lying lazily on the ground, Hinata Yuen looked at the blue sky and white clouds, touched Terumi next to him with his shoulder and asked, by the way, Terumi Ming, do you know how to go from the country of water to the country of fire? You know, why are you asking this? I'm from the land of fire, of course I want to go back to the land of fire. Are you stupid? This is the land of fire. What? Hinata sat up in shock. Are you sure that this forest we are in is in the realm of the fire country? Of course, it's not far from the east coast of the fire country. I had worked so hard to smuggle myself from the land of water, so how could I be unsure? Terumi also sat up and looked at Hinata Yuen with an idiotic look. Are you really from the land of fire? I don't even know where I am. Well, that's complicated. Only then did Hinata realize that he had guessed wrong. After meeting Terumi, Hinata took it for granted that he was in the land of water. After all, the land of water is an island country, and it has always been relatively closed, so it makes perfect sense for Madara Uchiha to hide here temporarily. Who would have thought that Terumi would actually go to the land of fire during this period? But, there are thousands of mountains and rivers along the way, why are you running all the way to the country of fire? Hinata was puzzled by this. You have to take care of it. Terumi turned her face sideways and avoided answering. But in fact, Hinata Yuen knows that at this time, the fog-hidden village is probably going through an extremely bloody and dark period. Although the title of Blood Mist was only worn on the head of the fog-hidden village during the reign of the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura, the Fog Shadow Village had already begun to develop in a brutal and strange direction even earlier. And after Obito officially took control of Yakura, this anomaly became even more undisguised. Hinata had reason to believe that before Obito took over, Madara Uchiha had already attacked the fog-hidden village. Mamakai must kill his companions to graduate from the ninja school if he doesn't cut it again, and Shiro was bullied because he had a blood inheritance limit. Thinking of the experience of these two, the reason why Terumi fled to the land of fire is not difficult to guess. Hinata Yuen looked at it again, and Terumi Ming, who was sitting on the side, hugged her legs at some point, curled up with her chin on her knees, and said, although I don't understand how you know, I do have the blood inheritance limit of boiling and dissolving, but you say that I will become the Mizukage, and I will become the hero who will change the fog-hidden village, but I don't believe it at all. That village, it's hopelessly rotten. With that, Terumi seemed to recall something, her eyes were filled with fear, and she hugged herself harder. Seeing this scene, the hyuuga UN ghost envoy stepped forward and held Terumi's hands, looked into the girl's eyes and said solemnly, if you don't want to go back, forget it. Come with me to Konoha, I'll raise you. The people there are talented, friendly, and nicely spoken, and you're going to love it. Don't look at my embarrassed appearance now, in fact, I am also the heir of a big family, I will take care of you. Terumi Ming, who had just escaped from the terrifying ninja village of Misty Hidden Village, was actually not interested in any ninja village. Originally, she just wanted to find a quiet countryside and live a quiet and peaceful life from then on. But the serious look on Hinata's face in front of him made Terumi blush from the root of her ears all of a sudden. The two hands tried for a long time, but they couldn't get out of the boy's palm. Okay, the girl replied in a thin voice like a mosquito, but it was undoubtedly an affirmative expression. Yay! Target Konoha village, let's go! Hinata UN cheered. Roar! The giant bear also came out of the woods and affirmed Hyuuga. Roar the little grizzly bear also emerged from the forest with a head and snorted twice. Only Terumi looked confused, and always felt that something was wrong. Anyway, there was no luggage to pack, so Hinata UN pulled Terumi to climb onto the back of the giant bear, and after simply identifying the direction, he set off to the west. It is worth mentioning that in fact, this world is vast and sparsely populated, with large areas of uninhabited land, and there are not too many primeval forests. Therefore, it is understandable that Hinata did not find out which country he was in. Fortunately, he was still in the territory of the Fire Country, and Hinata didn't need to go to the village by himself at all. As long as he can find the outpost on the edge of Konoha village or the stronghold in the city, he will be able to contact his own people. Moreover, the speed of the giant bear is really not slow. If there is no accident, Hinata UN estimates that he will be able to return to the village in 2 or 3 days at most. Thinking about it carefully, I have learned a lot of yin and yang escape techniques, although the reincarnation eye is a little weird, but it can barely be regarded as awakening, plus turning a promising future to go home. Thinking about it this way, although the process is difficult and exciting, it can be regarded as a full harvest. Wealth and danger are sought. Thinking about it this way, as long as the hidden danger in the chest can be solved, I will earn this wave of blood. Hinatamoto, who was comfortably sitting on the back of a bear, looked up at the clouds of different shapes in the sky, and couldn't help but laugh. You said we would definitely be able to reach Konoha without any problems, right? Humph. Terumi looked at Hinata, who was happy beside her, and didn't bother to take care of him. This will be relieved. How to think about it, how to think that she is on the thief ship. It's boring, and Hinata UN is not annoyed. I'm going to kidnap people back, and don't let them play a little temper, right? With his hands under his head, Hinata continued to enjoy the unpredictable cloud scenery. It's just that over time. Well, why are the clouds getting denser? In response to the old saying, the weather in midsummer is like a girl's face, and it changes when you say it. After a while, there was a torrential rain in the forest. Is that what you said was going well, Hinatamoto? Terumi yelled at Hyuugamoto's ear. I didn't know it was going to rain. Hinatamoto looked innocent. The torrential rain continued for 2 days without stopping at all. From trekking in the rain to being forced to stop and recuperate, the long-term damp and cold invaded the immature bodies of the two, and Hinata UN could barely hold on, but Terumi was inevitably sick, and it was getting worse and worse. At first, Terumi could still hang a snot bubble to teach Hinata UN to make fun of her, but later, Terumi could only roll her eyes, and she didn't even have the strength to speak. Hinata UN hugged Terumi, who was curled up, felt the girl's body trembling uncontrollably, and hurriedly reached out and touched the girl's forehead. It was very hot, this was a high fever. Feeling Hinata's worry, Terumi squeezed out a stiff smile on her pale face. I'm fine, it's just a little cold. You have a fever, you can't hold on like this. Hinata UN frowned and stuffed Terumi into the arms of the giant bear, looked at the groggy girl and ordered, Giant bear, help me take care of her, I'll go to the neighborhood to find out if there is anyone. Roar! Bear replied. Hinata turned away from the improvised canopy made of tree branches and went straight into the rain. I found the thickest tree, jumped to the top of the tree in 3 or 2 times, and looked around. However, Hinatamoto's eyesight was already impaired, and the clouds made the sky and the earth gray, and the bean-sized raindrops hit his face and hurt, and it was difficult to open his eyes. Although according to estimates, he should be in a position that is close to the border of the forest. But in this case, it is almost impossible to find someone in this dense forest. Unless, use the pupil technique. Boom! A thunderclap rang out from afar, and the rain was getting heavier. But Hinata, who was on the top of the tree, forcibly pressed down the restlessness and irritability, remembering the feeling when he rescued Terumi in a hurry, and tried to open the pupil technique. And with Hinata's continuous efforts, the sound of the wind, the rain, and all the noisy sounds in the heavens and the earth seemed to be leaving him, and only on his chest, the black chakra energy ball was like a heart thumping. With the beating of this heart, Hinata felt that his body was involuntarily refining the chakra of the yin and yang attributes, and rushed towards his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Hinata's eyes were already filled with a galaxy-like light, and the silver chakra coat was like a streamer, covering Hinata's entire body. The reincarnation eye is on. But why do you always have a weird feeling? Hinata shook his head, temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart, and used the long-range vision ability that even ordinary white eyes possessed. Soon, Hinata found a village about 50 kilometers away. Just the moment he saw this village, it seemed that a sense of blood surged into Hinata's heart. Something doesn't seem quite right in this village, it seems. Hinata didn't know where this feeling came about, but his cautious habit made him decide to check it out himself before bringing Terumi over. Flying is one of the most basic abilities of the reincarnated eye, even the strange reincarnated eyes of Hyuuga. Seeing a silver light streak across the rainy night, Hinata quickly rushed to the edge of the village. And after approaching this village, Hinata confirmed the doubts in his heart even more. There was a strong smell of blood in the whole village, and even the pouring rain could not completely cover it up. There is really something wrong with this village. Hinata, hiding behind a big tree at the edge of the village, carefully observed. The more you look at the tragic situation in this village, the more shocking it becomes. There is not a single intact door or window in this small village, and every one of them bears signs of being broken by someone who forced their way into. Looking into the house, there were mottled bloodstains everywhere. Wait a minute. Hinata lowered the silver light of Chakra's coat and secretly looked towards a certain wooden house. I saw a big man with a scar on his face carrying a long knife that was still dripping blood, and walked out with another thin man in his arms. Ha ha ha. I didn't see it, although you look thin and weak, but you are so quick to kill people, you actually kill one more than me. Yes, I recognize you as a brother. Scarface laughed maniacally and patted the tall and thin man beside him. The tall and thin man responded while wiping the blood stains on his face. Hee hee. What is this? Boss Quay said that I have the level of ordinary forbearance, and it is not easy to kill a few ordinary people. Is still Boss Quay, there are more than 10 men in this village, and he kills half of them every minute. That's not it. Boss Quay fought with Kanaha's upper ninja and retreated. In our entire wandering ninja circle, they are considered to be among the best existences. Scarface patted the tall and thin man again and said, my ability to be comparable to the middle ninja is with Quay Lao University. You're smart, maybe Boss Quay can teach you a few tricks. That's nature. It's just that I still can't figure out what Boss Quay is doing for us to attack this Orion village, and there is no money to rob, and it smells of blood. The tall and thin man asked. The smell of blood, the smell of blood. Scarface slashed his knife horizontally. We killed people this time just to practice our hands and get used to the smell of blood. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Let's go, Boss Quay is waiting for the two of us. The two bloody men walked through the rain curtain and smirked into the only intact house in the entire village. Hinata listened to the words of the two, and a wave of anger surged uncontrollably into his heart. Wandering ninjas, brutes, or, staring at the room where the three wandering ninjas were, Hinata's eyes flickered. However, opening the reincarnation eye would put a huge load on this chakra heart. Just by flying such a distance, the chakra energy ball on Hyuuga's chest had already visibly shrunk with the naked eye. If there is a battle, it will definitely cost more. Once this chakra energy ball that he relied on to sustain his life was consumed, he would probably have to return to the west on the spot. And it's embarrassing that Hinata doesn't have real combat experience in the real sense. Although in the illusion of Madara Uchiha, Hinata had a record of killing 100 shinobi again, but after all, it was an illusion, and Hinata had countless opportunities for trial and error. As long as you explore a few more times, you can always find the flaws of the other party. In reality, there aren't that many opportunities to try. Often, one mistake leads to death. If you think that you can wreak havoc on those battle-hardened Shangnin, then sooner or later there will be a day when the gutter will capsize. Loot development, don't wave. Hinata used his reason to soothe the anger surging in his chest. When I go back, report this to the village. Kanaha will not ignore the massacre in the Land of Fire. Terumi is still waiting for me to go back. I can't take any chances. Thinking of this, Hinata closed the pupil technique and slowly groped his way into a room far away from those wandering ninjas. What about medicine? There won't be no common medicine for colds and fevers, right? Because of the guilt of suppressing righteousness, Hinata seemed a little impatient, and after rummaging through the cabinets for a long time, he didn't find the medicine he needed. When he turned his head, he happened to meet a pair of eyes poking out of the water tank in the corner of the room. This little boy is. Survivors? I won't report to the police. I also have a sister in the town who needs my care. Please don't kill me." The little boy's voice trembled, and after speaking, he retracted his head back into the water tank, obviously thinking of Hinata as an accomplice of the wandering ninja. And this scene broke the string that was tense in Hinata's heart. Grass. They robbed me of money and I grabbed medicine, they all took it and ran. What is the difference between me and those bastard wandering ninjas? Hinata Yuen smiled self-deprecatingly, and instead of walking towards the cabinet that the boy was pointing to, he turned to look in the direction where the three wandering ninjas were, and the bright light flashed from his eyes again. Lao Tzu crossed over, not to be a turtle with a shrunken head. It is indeed unwise to act rashly. But, what's wrong with being unwise? People don't take young people lightly, aren't they just little wandering ninjas? Hinata Yuen has to deal with him. Hinata Yuen lit up his eyes again, and the silver chakra floated around his body, quickly condensing the chakra of yin and yang attributes. The so-called strategy is short, and 100 battles are won. Since your weakness is your lack of actual combat experience, then try not to fight with the enemy and solve the problem quickly. It's best to take advantage of the reincarnated eye plug-in to take out the enemy in one fell swoop before the battle even starts. In this way, what Hinata has to do is very simple. The black chakra heart was beating violently, and Hinata Yuen ignored the intense consumption of his body and ran the chakra of the yin and yang attributes in the way he remembered. Soon, a black ball the size of an egg was created, floating in Hinatamoto's palm. Although it is a little smaller, there is no doubt that this is a real Dao-seeking jade. Success! Looking at the mini version of the Dao-seeking jade in his palm, Hinata Yuen couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. After all, this is the first time that Hinata Yuen has independently condensed the Dao-seeking jade, and he doesn't even know the bottom in his own heart. But as long as the seeking Dao jade is successfully produced, then, the end of these three executioners has come. Hinatamoto aimed at the wooden house where the wandering ninja was, and threw the mini seeker jade in the palm of his hand. "The silver wheel is reincarnated," muttered Hyuga. With Hinata's whisper, the Dao jade that flew towards the wooden house also turned into a ring, creating a violent tornado and rushing forward. Sensing the abnormal movement of chakra energy outside, Scarface and the tall and thin man looked outside the wooden house, only to see a terrible storm sweeping in the cold and dark rain curtain. What is this? Boom! Another explosion sounded, and with the instantaneous light of lightning, Hinata could clearly see that the wooden house where the wandering ninja had been hiding before had disappeared, leaving only a deep ravine. The two wandering ninjas have been crushed to pieces, paying for the blood debt they committed with their lives. But there are only two. Cut! Isn't it that easy to deal with? Sure enough, a head-on battle is still inevitable. Hinata snorted coldly, staring directly at the relatively intact tree next to the ravine, and shouted to come out. "If you really fought with the ninjas of Konoha, you should have heard of the prestige of my Hyuuga clan, right? Humph. I'm so lucky to be able to meet a Konoha ninja in such a remote place." Behind the tree, a tall figure slowly stood up with his bleeding arm. He's Quay. As a person who has fought against Konoha elite shinobi and can get out of the way, he is not as stupid as those two rookies. The moment he sensed an unknown chakra reaction, he subconsciously used the teleportation technique. But despite this, he was swept away by the powerful chakra storm and lost his left arm. Quay looked at the ravine in front of him, secretly frightened. To be able to use such a powerful ninjutsu, the other party must be a very powerful ninja. But when he poked his head out and took a look, he realized that the other party was just a big child. Ha ha ha, I thought it was a powerful person, but it turned out to be just a little kid. Quay looked at the child in front of him, who was only a few years old, and his mood instantly flew from hell to heaven. The original fear of imminent death turned into a mockery of Hyuga. Although the thunderous method just now is indeed weird, but a kid is a kid, how many chakras can he have? Maybe now the chakra is empty, just holding on. Hinata's family? I heard that silver is quite valuable on the black market, and I might even be able to make some money. The huge psychological contrast mixed with all kinds of thoughts hit Quay's mind, making him lose his mind. From the eyes of this wandering ninja, Hinata Yuen saw only the madness of the trapped beast. It's not good. I originally wanted to take advantage of his timidity to solve him in one fell swoop, but it actually aroused the fighting spirit of the other party. Hinata Yuen couldn't help frowning. He knew that he had suffered another inexperienced loss. But, isn't it just a head-on confrontation? I'm afraid you won't be able to? The two of them, one big and one small, looked at each other, and collided with each other at the same time. Quinny, one of his arms was ruined and he couldn't seal it, so he simply pulled a kunai from his leggings and didn't plan to fight in close combat. Hyuga Yuen also didn't know how to do conventional ninjutsu and couldn't afford to use a big move like the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion, so he could only use the Hyuga clan's soft fist method and chose to be close. So the battle between the two ninjas turned into a fist-to-flesh fight. One relied on his tall man and strong physical fitness to exchange injuries for injuries, while the other relied on the full proficiency of the Bagua 64 palms to attack the enemy's acupuncture points while dexterously dodging. For a while, the battle situation was actually scorching, and the two were inseparable. But as time passed, Hinata was keenly aware that Kuei's expression was getting more and more impatient, and his body was getting weaker and weaker because of the incessant bleeding from his left arm. Finally, Hinata Yuan seized the opportunity to slap out a palm and firmly pressed it on Kuei's heart. And this fluttering palm is the end of the 64 palms of the gossip. Although the strength of the palm is not heavy, it is enough to break the enemy's heart. Victory! Seeing that victory is coming, Hinata Yuan exhales slightly, and his spirit inevitably shows a trace of relaxation. At this moment, Kuei actually leaned forward desperately and used his chest to meet Hinata's fatal palm, in order to pierce the kunao in his hand into Hinatamoto's heart at the same time. Can it still be like this? The silver light around Hinatamoto's body, which had been pierced in the chest, instantly dimmed and extinguished, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his face was full of disbelief. In the face of his fatal palm, he thought that the other party would hide and block, but he just didn't expect that the other party would come up and send him to death. You're still too young. It's not ruthless enough. Kuei was smiling with blood pouring from the corners of his mouth, and he died contentedly. Shhh, it hurts. You're really going to find a place to tie it. This bitter unbiased piercing the black chakra energy ball in Hinata's heart. Fortunately, the quality of Madara is excellent, and there is nothing going on. Hinata Yuan gritted his teeth and pulled out the kunao that had been stuck in his chest. Looking at the obviously shrunken energy ball in his chest, he couldn't help but feel a little big. The cost of this wave is a bit big. The vision is even more blurry. You saw that little kid behind the door. Hinata didn't look back, shouting behind him. The boy in the water tank had been hiding behind him for a long time, and he didn't know it. The boy's eyes flickered at the back of the door, and after thinking for a moment, he chose to walk out. The boy nodded in reply. No, remember, you didn't see anything, understand? Ah, understood. Got it, come and help me in, my legs are a little weak. The boy didn't hesitate when he heard this, and ran over to help Hinata back into the house. Seeing that Hinata Yuan was wet, the boy was very clever enough to light the stove to warm up Hinata Yuan, and then went into the house and turned out a few clean clothes for Hinata Yuan to change. You have a conscience even if you're a little brat. Hinata Yuan watched the boy who was older than himself busy going around, screaming at a little child, but he admired him very much in his heart. After all, he hasn't been scared by this kind of tragedy, and the boy's performance is already very good. Hey, what's your name? Asked Hinata Moto. Yoshi Take. The boy replied as he added wood to the stove. Master, I'm not in the same league as the scum who slaughtered your village, understand? They are bad people, you are good people, you are benefactors. Good guys? Hinata Yuan couldn't help but pay attention to Ji Wuiying in front of him, but saw that the latter's eyes were disguised to be extremely calm, and he didn't look like he had just experienced a tragedy. But Tian Chai's hand was still trembling slightly, and the look of disgust that he tried to hide revealed the turmoil in the boy's heart. Hate all the ninjas. Hinata took a sip of the freshly boiled hot water on the stove and remained silent. What about your parents? Hinata asked next. My mother died of an early illness. Father, just killed. Ji Wuiying glanced somewhere outside the house and replied. Although it was not clear to see, the strong smell of blood told Hinata that there was a corpse lying there. Hinata Yuan sighed. Do you have any relatives to turn to? The eldest uncle and the second uncle were also taken together just now. I also have a younger sister who works in the town and didn't come along. The boy replied calmly, as if it were not his own business. Part-time job. Hinata Yuan looked at Yoshitake suspiciously. This boy is only a year or two older than himself. How old can his sister be, and then he will start working? Ji Wuiying hurriedly explained, this is not our real village. We usually live in a small town over there, and we don't take girls with us for hunting. My sister washes dishes at a restaurant in town, and the owner takes care of the food. Now Hinata Yuan understood. No wonder this village was so abrupt in the forest, and there was no female dependent. It turned out to be just a place for the hunters to temporarily rest. And the men here have been slaughtered, and I don't know how many families will be broken by this. Do you have fever reducers? I need this. Hinata Yuan sighed and asked. Yes. The common medicines are available here, so I'll get them for you. Ji Wuiying took the medicine and put it in front of Hinatamoto. His eyes returned to a hollow state, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Hinata Yuan sighed again. He couldn't see this the most. Ji Wuiying, are you afraid of corpses? Asked Hinata Yuan suddenly. Ji Wuiying was a little unresponsive. If you're not afraid, go and collect the bones. Hinata Yuan stood up, patted Ji Wuiying on the shoulder and said, the rain has stopped, let's not rest. This exposing the corpse wilderness is not a thing. I dig a pit, you fill the soil, let's send them on their last journey. With that, Hinata Yuan took a shovel from the house and walked out first. After a long work, there were about 178 corpses in a village, all of which were placed in a pit about 1 meter deep. Ji Wuiying looked at the familiar faces, couldn't hold back his emotions anymore, and knelt down and cried. Just cry, just cry. I've been enduring it to go insane, Hinata muttered. Hinata Yuen didn't disturb the grieving Yoshitake, patted the black chakra heart that had shrunk in a circle for digging a pit, and left with the medicine first. After a long trek, he returned to the location of Terumi Aki. After taking the drug, Zaome fell asleep again. The bear carried the two men, and after a short time returned to Orion's village. It's just that when he came here, the giant bear refused to go any further. You don't want to go to the human village. Hyuga flipped off the giant bear, picked up Terumi on his back, looked at the two grizzly bears in front of him, one big and one small, and asked with some regret, really don't go. Hyuga can still afford to raise two bears, and I still want to sign a psychic contract with you. The giant bear roared, and shook his head. The little grizzly bear was excited to go with Hyuga, but was slapped back by the grizzly mother. Can only hold his head aggrievedly and reluctantly say goodbye to Hinata. Hinata thought about it, turned around and ran into the village to put Terumi down, and asked Yoshitake for 2 jars of honey and stuffed them into the arms of the little grizzly bear. Now the little grizzly bear was not sad, and happily said goodbye to Hinata. I've heard of this big grizzly bear, and the adults say it's very spiritual and doesn't hurt anyone. We call it the protector of the forest, but we didn't expect you to be able to drive it. As Hinata Motomasa saw the 2 grizzly bears leave, Yoshitake's voice sounded from behind him. It's not a drive, it's just a friend to help. Hinata shook his head and turned to look at Yoshitake behind him. I saw that the 7 or 8-year-old boy had red eyes and a somewhat haggard expression, but it added to his anger. Well, it's much better than the living dead just now. I'll pay you for those 2 jars of honey, medicine, and clothes. Hinata Yuen smiled and returned to the wooden house with Ji Wuiying, and asked while taking care of Terumi Ming, how is it, do you have any plans for the future? I want to learn from you, I want to protect my sister, I don't want to be in danger anymore and I have to hide in a water tank to survive. I want to be like you, and take revenge on my own skills. Yoshitake Ying pressed his head to the ground and pleaded with Hinata Yuen with a crying voice. Hinata was in trouble. In fact, Ji Wuiying's temperament is also good. If you have a little bit of ninja talent, it's not bad to train to be a retainer, and the Hyuga family is not short of this bite to eat. It's just that, maybe Yoshitake felt that he was hiding it well, but in fact, the disgust for ninjas that he tried his best to hide in his expression couldn't escape Hinata's eyes after all. Extremely disgusted with ninjas but still taking refuge in ninjas, I'm afraid that Yoshitake's purpose is not pure, and it will be a trouble to accept it. After all, it was a poor person who was slaughtered by a wandering ninja, and Hinata was not unable to understand this kind of hatred that was generalized. But I'm afraid that this extremism will make a big mistake at a critical moment. While hesitating, Hinata suddenly noticed someone approaching the village. Hinata's guard rushed to the door to look, only to find a tall man with clogs on his feet, long white hair, and the word oil written on his forehead guard walking towards the village. Hinata was overjoyed. Jiraiya-sama. Hinata raised his hand and waved, shouting, I'm here, Jiraiya-sama. Kid from the Hyuga family, why are you here? Jiraiya came to Hinata's side with a teleportation technique, squatted down to observe for a while, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised to make sure that the boy's eyebrows were really white. In order to eliminate a few wandering ninjas who were running around to commit crimes, he traced the clues to this village. Smelling the strong smell of blood here, Jiraiya thought that there would be a fierce battle, but he didn't expect to observe it for a while but only found a few children, one of whom was still from Hinata's family. What kind of play is this? Jiraiya-sama, I feel relieved to see you. You don't know what kind of worrying days I've been living these days, woo. Hinata I didn't care so much, hugged Jiraiya's thigh and cried. A handful of snot and tears, so not miserable. You wait a minute. I heard that the Hyuga family sent a reward to find the little master of their clan, can't it be you? Jiraiya shook his legs, but Hinata Yuen hugged his thighs so tightly that he didn't shake them off for a while. It's me. Hinata Yuen nodded, crying with tears in her eyes. I was kidnapped by a group of strange people, and they actually wanted to gouge out my eyes. I escaped after a lot of hardships, and I couldn't eat enough or were warm in the forest, and finally found this populated village, only to meet a wandering ninja again. Why am I so unlucky, woo? Hinata Yuen was crying and trembling, looking like he had been wronged, and he was also big when he saw it. But thinking about a boy a few years old who had just experienced so many life and death tribulations, Jiraiya's eyes couldn't help but soften. Okay, manly man, what are you crying about? You can escape by yourself, it's also very powerful. Jiraiya rubbed Hinata Yuen's head and asked, tell me in detail about what you've been through in the past few days. Hearing Jiraiya's inquiry, Hinata, who was still wiping his tears, suddenly stopped sobbing and raised his head to stare at Jiraiya's eyes. That kind of thoughtful look is uncomfortable to see. Why, don't trust me? Asked Jiraiya. Hinata was thinking about whether he could tell Jiraiya the truth. As a veteran fan of Naruto before the crossing, Hinata Yuen also has quite deep feelings for the great heroes. And this feeling affects Hinata, making him completely believe in Jiraiya. But Is telling the truth really the right choice? After pondering for a long time, in the end, Hinata still shook his head. I trust you, but I can't say right now. Hinata looked into Jiraiya's eyes and replied, maybe. No, definitely, I will tell you in the future. I swear I'll do whatever it takes to change your fate, even with my life. But now, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. All I can say is that I am very badly injured and in urgent need of medical treatment. I need your help. Ask me for help without telling me anything, little one, you're not doing this fairly. What is this? What is this? At first, he only thought that Hinata Yuen was in a mood. After all, it was normal for a little boy to be a second sick man, so he also rubbed Hinata Yuen's head fiercely. But when Hinata Yuen untied the clothes tied to his upper body and showed the injury on his chest, Jiraiya's expression became serious, and his heart was overwhelmed. I also saw that Hinata Yuen's heart had a bull-sized penetrating wound, and this kind of injury was absolutely fatal to ordinary people. But not a single drop of blood came out. Because there is a black chakra energy ball at the wound that exudes a strange energy, like a heart, it keeps pulsing. Faced with Jiraiya's inquiry, Hinata Yuen shook his head and lied, I don't know what this is. When I woke up, my chest was already like this. But I know this thing is keeping me alive. But it's running out of energy. Jiraiya-sama, can you send me back to Konoha? Jiraiya looked at the vision on the boy's chest and fell into deep thought. The strange energy escaping from Hyuga's chest made him feel a little dangerous for no reason. You really don't want to say it? Maybe it's a big deal, and it's going to affect the entire Hyuga family or even the entire village. Jiraiya stood up and said in a condescending and stern tone, only when I know the truth can I judge whether to help you or not. And you know, what I have is the means to get people who don't cooperate. I'm sorry. In my judgment, it's better not to say it than to say it. Hinata Moto's eyes on Jiraiya were uncompromising. The two just looked at each other, their eyes collided, and no one let anyone. But slowly, the seriousness on Jiraiya's face turned into a smile. You're a kid from the Hyuga family, that's really interesting. This immortal looks at you quite pleased. But, stupid little brat, do you think that if you don't say it, this immortal won't be able to find out? I'm a toad immortal of Miyama Mountain, there's nothing I can't do. Jiraiya suddenly put his hands on his waist, laughed, and mocked Hinata Moto's series of pretending to be mature just now. Hinata had expected this scene a long time ago, and covered his forehead and sighed, yes, yes, yes. You're an immortal, but you're a lustful immortal. How do you know I'm? Jiraiya's laughter came to an abrupt end, his face a little unnatural. Of course I know, I've been reading Intimacy Paradise lately, Hinata replied solemnly. That's restricted reading, you don't allow a little kid like you to read it, you know. Rylan narrowed his eyes. I'm sorry. This time it was Hyuga Moto's turn to be embarrassed. The two looked at each other for a moment. But this time, the atmosphere is no longer tense, but there is a tacit understanding between men. I can trust you, Hinata's boy. Suddenly, Jiraiya clenched his right hand into a fist and stretched it out in front of Hinata Moto. Well, of course, Hinata replied earnestly as he touched Jiraiya's fist with his fist. Alright then, now that you have trust, I'll leave the matter of sending you back to the village. Jiraiya withdrew his fist and patted his chest and said, You, trust me like that? Don't ask any more. Looking at the bold Jiraiya, Hinata Yuen couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Although I really wanted to keep it secret, I didn't expect Zilla to be so cooperative. Just let go of yourself who is suspicious. Of course. Since they are all part of Konoha, the most basic trust still needs to be there. No more questions. Good ninjas have always relied on themselves to get the truth, haven't they? I'll keep you under my eye until your anomaly is gone. Jiraiya turned around, leaving only a side face. On that smiling face, Hinata Yuen saw the trust and doting of an elder for children, and a sense of confidence that I'm not afraid of you making trouble. The personality charm of this mature man directly stunned Hyuga Moto, a Naruto fan. I don't have time to take you back to the village, I still have something to do. Also, I'm not the type of ninja who is good at speed. Still, I'll find a fast and reliable ninja to escort you. Jiraiya made a seal with his hands, and finally pressed his palm to the ground, only to see a puff of smoke rise, and a green toad surrounded by a cloak appeared on the ground out of thin air. This is toad spiritism. Hinata Yuen, who had seen this trick for the first time, had his eyes lit up. Shenzuo Immortal, please reverse the channeling of the water gate, I will ask that kid for something. Jiraiya commanded the toad. The Fukazaku Immortal didn't ask much, and immediately performed the anti-psychic technique. Another puff of smoke dissipated, and a handsome man with yellow hair appeared in front of Hinata Moto. Coming, that handsome and flirtatious man, he's here. Hinata's face was full of excitement, and his eyes were as bright as 500-watt light bulbs. It's a pity that he still can't see clearly because of his impaired eyesight, damn it. Hey, don't delay me chasing stars. Do you have a mission? I need your help. Zille also greeted Bo Feng Shuman familiarly, and said straight to the point. It turned out that Mr. Jiraiya was looking for me, and I said how could I suddenly be rebellious. The village didn't send me a task, but I promised Kushina and the head of the hyuuga family to help him find his son who had been missing for a long time. Teacher, if you have something, you can tell me, and I won't delay in finding someone while I do it. Watergate responded with his signature warm male smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Watergate noticed that there was a nymphomaniac little boy standing behind him. Ha, are you? Finding that the boy actually had a pair of white eyes, Watergate couldn't help but be a little surprised. Ha ha ha, it's a coincidence. What I'm going to trouble you is to take this little guy from the hyuuga family. Jiraiya pointed to Hinata Yuen on the side, but found that the boy had tears in his eyes at some point, and he looked like he had been greatly wronged. Yangdae's sister. No, Lord Watergate, I can count on seeing you, Lord Watergate, woo woo woo. Hinata Yuen hugged Mizuman's long legs and activated the necessary skill of a child, crying, Uncle Mizuman, those vicious gangsters actually wanted to gouge out my white eyes and try to experiment with me. If it weren't for Lord Jiraiya who saved me, I would have died. I'm only 5 years old, and I just want to live at home and thrive. What is my sin? Hinata Yuen cried while wiping his nose on the leg of his Watergate trousers, looking like he was overly frightened. But in fact, Hinata Yuen was happy in his heart at this time, and he only hated that he didn't bring a system when he crossed over. Otherwise, no matter what now, I have to complete the historic achievement of hugging the thighs of the 4 generations of Hokage. Shuman looked at the thigh pendant that was crying, and he was also a little confused. However, Shuman deserves to be a warm man and a handsome guy, so he quickly lowered his body, stroked Hinata Yuen's head and comforted, Don't be afraid, you will be safe with us. I'll send you home right away, your parents are still waiting for you, Hinatamoto, who gave full play to the advantages of the little boy, took the opportunity to get into the arms of the Watergate, sobbing and rubbing his eyes, and at the same time sneaking a glance at Jiraiya. It's the same touching of the head. Why are the handsome guys in Shuman so gentle? Why are you just making a mess of my handsome hairstyle? Zilla is also watching from the sidelines with a crooked mouth. I saved you? Why don't I know? Good guy, I still have to take the blame for you? Zilla also wants to beat a child so much for the first time. Teacher Jiraiya, if there is nothing else, I will send this child back first. Send it back early, the child's family can also feel at ease as soon as possible, and Jusinai can also dissipate his anger. Watergate hugged the baby and said to Zilla, let's go, out of sight, out of mind. By the way, go back to the village and send him to the hospital first, don't look at him alive now, maybe he will die in a while. Jiraiya covered his forehead. After thinking about it, he added, go find Tsunade, and, Orochimaru, just say that I asked them to treat this child. This little guy has a lot of secrets on him. Listening to Jiraiya's advice, Watergate's expression became serious. What kind of secret is not secret? Isn't it just to let the Watergate watch me closer? Hinata Yuen complained silently in his heart. Hey, wait, those 2 guys, can you bring them with you? Seeing that Mizuto was about to leave, Hinata Yuen hurriedly stopped and pointed to Terumi and Yoshitake in the house. Watergate looked at the 2 children in the room, and then at Jiraiya. After getting Jiraiya's approval, Watergate nodded and agreed. As a result, the scene became Mizuman carrying a groggy Terumi on his back, and Hinatamoto and Yoshitake were sandwiched between Hinatamoto and Yoshitake on one side of the left and right armpits. There are 3 children hanging on the body of Watergate, which is not strong, and this scene, how funny it is. Seeing the departure of the funny foursome, Zille also breathed a sigh of relief, and his skull was faintly swollen and painful. But business still has to be done. After a few people left, Jilla also surveyed the village that had been murdered by himself. It was clear that Hinatamoto and Yoshitake Hideke were not so kind to clean up the corpses of the enemy, so he soon found the only exposed corpse in the entire village, compared the appearance of the wandering ninja on the mission scroll, and checked the cause of the other party's death. After some checking, I couldn't figure it out. The deceased is confirmed to be the wandering ninja Nikatsukue. This fatal wound. It's the Hyuuga family's gossip palm, which is good. But didn't the intelligence say that he had the strength of the upper ninja? Could it be that little guy from the Hyuuga family has the ability to defeat the upper ninja? Jiraiya shook his head. It was hard to believe that the truth was so outrageous. But if you don't think in this direction, it's hard to explain the traces on the enemy's body that obviously belong to the Hyuuga clan. Taking a step back, let's assume that this shinobi was killed by Hinata's little brat, but how do you explain this big pit here? Looking at the deep ravine not far from the battlefield, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Previous Next 15, Chapter 15. If it is said that a 5-year-old lower ninja killed a senior upper ninja, he can barely accept it. After all, there are always some people with outstanding talents in this world who can't judge with common sense, not to mention that they don't know the state of the 2 sides at the time of the war. Perhaps, the Hyuuga child picked up a leak, and in the case of the enemy's extremely poor state, it is not impossible to win by luck. However, it would be outrageous for a soft boxer to cut out such a deep ditch, right? Really, I'm suspicious? Really, what I don't like the most is this kind of brain-burning problem. Sitting on the edge of the ravine, his legs were spread out, and his skull hurt more and more. Intuition and experience allow a seemingly impossible answer to hover in Jireya's mind. It's hard for a 5-year-old child to hide a secret in front of a ninja as good as Jireya. Just from the demeanor, the gaze, the small movements of the body that is tense or relaxed, a lot of useful information can be revealed. And these difficult to conceal information are often more authentic than what a person says. And the information that Jireya read from Hinata Yuen all pointed in an outrageous direction. The little ones are so capable of tossing now. Left and right didn't come up with a clue. Jireya stood up, patted the dirt on his body, and asked behind him, Fukazaku, do you have a familiar feeling of the chakra residue here? This chakra is too natural. Fukazaku Toad jumped onto Jireya's shoulder, confirming his guess. But this chakra is neither our Toad immortal sect, nor is it like the immortal art of the wet bone forest and the dragon earth cave. Fukazaku Toad didn't finish his second sentence before he slammed away. Jireya just felt a lightness on his shoulders, and before he could see what was happening, he saw a flower in front of him and found that the scenery around him had changed. It turned out that he was reversed to Miyama Mountain, and the Fukazaku Toad that had just disappeared was next to him. Shima Toad, also wearing a black cloak, jumped out. Little Zilla, the Big Toad Immortal has something important to look for you. As soon as he heard that the Big Toad Immortal had a call, he didn't dare to slack off, and immediately followed the Toad couple to the Big Toad Immortal seat. Who is coming? Asked the Giant Toad Immortal on the throne. Isn't it fun to play this set every time? Shima Toad jumped up, hurry up and get down to business. He. It turned out to be Jireya. Little Jireya, I dreamed of fragments of the future. I dreamed of a person with very bright eyes, who saved a lot of people. This man's eyes reminds me of an old man. After hearing the words of the Big Toad Immortal, Zilla also subconsciously thought that the Immortal was talking about the Child of Prophecy. But, isn't the Child of Prophecy Bo Feng Shuman? Why does this description of eyes are very bright and bright make me think of the hyuuga family bear child at once? This guy may also be the Child of Prophecy? Thinking of this, I can't help but feel a chill. Shaking his head and throwing this terrifying thought out of his mind, Jireya hurriedly asked, Immortal, is this person you said of with very bright and bright eyes the Child of Prophecy? However, the great Toad Immortal on the throne did not respond to Jireya's question. I actually closed my eyes and snored. Jireya. Well, it's impossible to get a definite answer from the Immortals, and you still have to rely on yourself to find it after all. However, could it be possible for a Child of Prophecy to be a Child of Prophecy? When I think of this, I feel a pain in my head for no reason. But think about it, Bo Feng Shuman, who is very good in all aspects. Children of Prophecy. That bear kid who can only whine and cry nonstop shouldn't be worthy. Jireya's mood suddenly improved a lot. Hinata Yuen, who was still at the bottom of the armpit of the Watergate, suddenly sneezed, but he was enjoying the speed and passion, and he couldn't imagine that he was stepping on one by one. At this moment, Hinata Motomasa sighed with emotion. He deserved to be the fastest man in all Konoha. Even if he didn't use the Flying Thunder God, he could give people a galloping experience. Once, Hinata Moto, who had traveled to the Hokage world, thought that he would never experience the pain of motion sickness again, until he met a man named Bo Feng Shuman. We're in town, do you need a break? Asked the two boys under his armpits, stopping at the edge of town. But all he answered was the vomiting of the two boys in unison. Terumi is still groggy, but it is unknown whether she is dizzy or sick. I bet that this was definitely not the kind of experience that Uzumaki Kushina had in the arms of the Watergate. I protest, you treat the Watergate differently. Hinata Yuen complained while holding on to the tree and vomiting, but when he looked up, he saw that Yongdaime didn't even have a messy hairstyle. The cow is still your cow. Hinata Yuen gave a thumbs up to the wave of Feng Shuman. Shuman only praised him for his speed, but smiled and didn't speak. After resting for a while, the group entered the city. Ji Wuing led the way, and the group soon arrived in front of a simple brick house. I'm home. Ji Wuing looked back at everyone, to be precise, at Hinata Yuen, hesitated for a moment, and spoke again. Young Master Hinata, can't I, my sister, and I really follow you. We will definitely be loyal to you. Otherwise, you can just take my sister as a subordinate. Without adults, the two of us can't survive. Yoshiteking said it with emotion, and knelt down for Hinata Yuen on the spot. The body shook and couldn't stop sobbing, and the tears of the bean kept hitting the ground. How pitiful and pitiful it is. Zaome, who had just woken up on the back of the Watergate, saw that her eyes were red. She bit her lip and couldn't help but want to help him intercede. But Hinata was unmoved. Okay, then I'll take your sister in as a maid. Take care of food and housing, and pay back wages. This money is for you first. In the future, if your sister behaves well, I will give you a sum of money as a thank you gift, okay? Hinata Moto, who had borrowed money from Mizuman in advance, stuffed it into the hands of the bewildered Yoshitake, and asked him to call out his sister and let him take it away. Master Hinata, this. Hinata Moto looked serious, as if he really wanted to take his sister away, and Yoshitake's expression gradually changed from dazed to angry. No, you can't take my sister away. Yoshitake stood in front of the door like a fried cat with his arms outstretched, stopping Hinata. At this time, Ji Wuing's bloodshot eyes stared at Hinata. His eyes were full of resentment, and there was still a little humility just now. Hinata didn't care about Ji Wuing's hatred, but just sighed gloomily. What's the matter? What are you talking about? Ji Wuing was visibly flustered. I didn't understand what you meant. Nothing. It's just that although I understand your feelings, those cautions that can't be put on the table are troublesome to put away. Hinata shrugged his shoulders indifferently, took a step back and said, I'm a very good person, just be sincere, don't play me if it's okay. If you play me, please don't let me see it. I feel very uncomfortable with your clumsy duplicity. Ji Wuing's eyes dodged, and he explained hesitantly, Hi, young Master Hinata, what are you talking about? I mean it. Shut up. Hinata directly interrupted Ji Wuing, rushed to him and grabbed his collar and scolded angrily, Are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Since you don't want to make it clear, then I'll come. I ask you, do you hate me? Ji Wuing was even more flustered, and as soon as his legs were weak, he was about to kneel down again. But Hinata grabbed his collar and forcibly lifted him up. Have you ever resented me? As long as I arrived earlier, everyone wouldn't have to die? Then have you ever thought that in fact, I am not your benefactor at all, after all, you are hiding well, there is no danger? Have you ever thought that I have avenged you at all, and I am just trying to protect myself by dealing with those wandering ninjas? Is there any? Answer me. Hinata roared even louder. That momentum completely crushed Ji Wuing, and he could only shake his head with his teeth chattering, but he never came up with an answer. Rubbish. Hinata scolded angrily and threw Yoshitake to the steps. Chirping. With the sound of wood rubbing, the dilapidated wooden door of the brick house was opened. A girl, about 4 or 5 years old, ran out. What are you doing? Don't bully my brother. Seeing herself trembling and falling in front of the door, the girl hurriedly blocked in front of Ji Wuing and opened her arms to protect her brother. Go away. Bad guy. The girl picked up a stone and threw it at Hinata. Hinata, on the other hand, didn't dodge at all and let the stone fall on his face. This frightened Ji Wuing. Xiaoyu, stop. Ji Wuing took his sister in his arms and protected his sister to apologize to Hinata. Master Hinata, my sister is still young and doesn't understand anything, don't be angry. Hinata waved her hand, she's right. Wiping his face, Hinata spoke again, Yoshitake, I'll give you another chance to answer me, did you think like that? Hinata looked into Yoshitake's eyes, looking forward to the boy's transformation. Ji Wuing still dodged his eyes, not daring to look at Hinata. After a long time, Yoshitake spit out a few words, I don't know. Hinata couldn't help but feel a little regretful in his heart. But looking at the brother and sister who were clinging to each other in front of him, Hinata knew that he couldn't force it anymore. It's useless to put pressure on him, and it's not good to scare the little sister. Perhaps, he needed some time to smooth his wounds. Hinata sighed again, turned his back and stopped looking at the two brothers and sisters, and said as he walked towards the water gate, Ji Wuing, do you know that you don't even dare to look directly at your own heart? You hate your enemy, you hate me who is a ninja like your enemy, and you hate why I couldn't have arrived earlier and saved everyone. But your intellect tells you that you ought not to hate me, and your cowardice does not dare to hate me. Ji Wuing, you are not as good as your sister. At least she hates me and dares to pick up a stone and shoot me. Unlike you, the snake and the rat, who dare not hate me and are unwilling to thank me. I didn't. Hinata's words made Yoshitake annoyed and afraid. He stood up, rushed to Hinata's front and grabbed the latter's shoulder and explained, You misunderstood me, I didn't do what you said. Yoshitake was stunned, and the hand that grabbed Hinata's shoulder hung down weakly, and he didn't know how to refute it for a while. Don't be discouraged, at least you deserve to be a good brother. Hinata patted the blank Yoshitake and let him collapse to the ground. Brother, what's wrong with you? Ji Wuing's sister hurriedly ran over and hugged her brother. And Ji Wuing also seemed to gradually face himself in the shouts of his sister, hugged his sister tightly and cried, isn't he too ruthless? This guy is not hopeless. So, Hinata thought for a moment and then spoke, Yoshitake. In fact, I have also questioned myself about the questions I just asked you. All I can say is, I'm sorry I couldn't save your family. Yes, it's a pity, not an apology. You can take that money with peace of mind, and it will be my money to buy your things. If one day you figure it out, come to Kanaha village to find me Hinata. Whether it's gratitude or hatred, I'm welcome. After saying that, Hinata didn't care about Yoshitake's reaction, and pulled the water gate and left the town directly. Along the way, Hinata was silent. It wasn't until he left the town that he breathed a sigh of relief and blew away the gloom in his heart. Seeing that Hinata's mood was improving, Mizuto laughed out loud. From the perspective of Watergate, see what has just happened. Isn't that just a little kid pretending to be 13, and another kid being bluffed? How to put it, it's kind of funny. Ha ha. Xiao Hinata Yuan is very interested in that person named Ji Wuying. Why, do you really want to take in a little brother? Mizuman quipped. Maybe, it's good for him to make it clear. Hinata touched the tip of his nose, a little embarrassed to be easily seen through his thoughts. I didn't expect this to be seen. Indeed, with Hinata-one's unprofitable character who can't afford to be early, he has taken great pains to untie a person's heart knot, and it can't be said that he has no selfishness. Although Ji Wuying has a crooked mind, in this world of hot-blooded stupid people, he is much stronger than a stupid person who has no mind to move, and his size is a malleable talent. There's one thing I disagree with you, though. With that kind of signature sunny smile on the face of Watergate, he looked at Hinata Yuan and said, even if I am not at fault, as long as there are people I can't save, I will feel sorry. That's not true, you're the future fourth generation of Hokage-sama, who is compassionate and cares for all beings. Hinata Yuan complained in his heart. However, he also understood what Watergate meant, probably like an elder wants to instruct a junior. Although it is not certain whether it can be done, at least hyuuga Yuan ostensibly responds to the expectations of Bofeng Shuman. Well, I'll work hard to develop a lot of energy like you. I think Hinata Yuan did a little too much just now, and you have to make people cry. Terumi on the back of the Watergate also interjected. For an anti-human element who is trying to morally kidnap me and has the potential to be 2 or 5 boys, I can be considered restrained. If he had really sold my sister to me at that time, I would have been completely disappointed in him. Saying that, Hinata Yuan also made a scumbag gesture with an exaggerated expression. Moral kidnapping? Ryuze, anti-human elements, Hyuga, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Terumi was full of question marks. Hinata didn't explain to Terumi Ming, and your ugly face of I know but I won't tell made the girl angry. Hey, I'm very happy with my skin. Without much delay, the 3 of them set out on their way home again. This time, at the strong request of Hyuga, Mizuman was forced to become a strange posture with Hinata Yuan on his back and the princess in front holding Terumi Ming. Although Watergate repeatedly explained that this would affect speed, it would not be able to react in time when encountering danger. But Hinata Yuan has a resolute attitude, and he is reluctant to go on the ticket. After another half a day's trek, Hinata finally saw the tall walls of Konoha village. Thinking about the mess he had encountered in the past few days, Hinata Yuan couldn't help but burst into tears. I'm only 5 years old, and I just want to touch a fish at home. What is my sin? Ignoring Hyuga, who was intermittently mentally abnormal, Mizuto took the lead in walking to the gate to negotiate with the ninja on duty. Lord Watergate, you're back. The ninja guarding the gate greeted him warmly when he saw Bofeng Shuman coming. I have to say that although the Watergate at this time did not have such a resounding name as Yellow Flash, with the prestige of the 3 ninjas and a hard power, coupled with the sunny and gentle temperament, he already had a good popularity among ninjas. Entrusted by the teacher, the little young master who had disappeared from the Hyuga family was brought back. Watergate responded to the guard with a smile, but found that the guard's face was a little abnormal after he finished speaking, and he couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Lord Watergate, come here. The guard's face became solemn, and he pulled Watergate to the side, looked sideways at a man, a woman and 2 children not far away, and lowered his voice, my lord, this morning, Lord Uzumaki Kushina and Hinata have already brought back the missing young master Hinata. With Hinata's insight ability, I'm afraid it's hard for someone to pretend to be his own son in front of Hinata. But if it was the lord that they brought back, then, could it be that the one I brought back came out of nowhere? But, this was entrusted to him by Mr. Jiraiya. Watergate couldn't get it for a while. After thinking for a moment, Mizuto patted the guard ninja, signaled that he had understood the situation, and then walked towards Hinata Yuan and Terumi Ming. And Hinata Yuan didn't know that someone was pretending to be him, and he was playing treasure to make Terumi Ming, who was getting better, laugh and pout. Can I enter the village? Hinata asked when he saw Mizuman coming, but he soon noticed that Watergate's face was not right. Is something wrong? Asked Hinata Motoya, too, and asked again. They said that this morning the head of the Hyuga family had brought back his missing son. While observing Hinata's demeanor, Mizuto said slowly, who are you? Hinata Yuan's expression suddenly became solemn. Many people don't know that although the vast majority of people in the Hyuga clan can open their white eyes to observe, in fact, there is a gap in the pupil power of the white eyes. There is no doubt that as long as there is no foreign monster, Hinata's cheap daddy Hinata is undoubtedly the top existence of white eye pupil power. I'm afraid, the only disguise that can fool Hinata is that, only Baiju's almost cloned camouflage ability can deceive his father's white eyes. Whether it was Baiju's surprise attack on his own family, or pretending to be himself to commit a crime in the village, it was the result that Hinata Yuan could not bear. Hinata Yuan couldn't care about it, and immediately said to Watergate seriously, the group of people who kidnapped me have a camouflage ability that they can't see through with their eyes, and they must have a plan for pretending to be me. Lord Mizuman, we must hurry back and control the imposter. Hinata pulling Terumi and going to the village, but Mizuman stood where he was, unmoved. Seeing the ninjas guarding the entrance of the village blocking it, Hinata Yuen knew that he was under suspicion. At this point, it is useless to justify, and the most difficult explanation in the world to prove is you. So Hinata Yuen simply said, Lord Mizuman, you can believe what I said or not. Let me confront that person is the most effective way to determine who is an imposter, isn't it? However, Mizuman also bluntly said that he would look at Hinata Yuen before clearing his suspicions. Hinata naturally agreed. Soon, the group arrived at Hinata's house. Hinata was worried that Hakuju would attack his family, so he rushed into the house first, shouting loudly, Dad, Mom, I'm back, where are you? But the first to appear in front of Hinata was his uncle, Hinata Hisa. What's wrong? Hinata walked out of the house and asked, Is there something wrong with calling out to my brother and sister-in-law so anxiously? Uncle, where are my parents? Hinata walked over to Hinata and looked into the house as he explained. I'm afraid that my clan will be attacked by a sneak attack, and someone will pretend to be me and infiltrate Hinata's house. I know. Hinata looked at Hinata Yuen with an anxious expression, and quietly moved his body behind Hinata Yuen, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. Because I'm the imposter. As the words fell, Hinata Hisa fiercely pierced his right palm through Hinata's chest from behind. Be careful. Bo Feng Shuman was quick and punched Hinata in the head, knocking the enemy out. But it was still too late, and Hinata Yuen had already clutched his chest and fell down with a painful expression. Hinata Moto. Terumi exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly ran over to check on Hinata Moto's injuries. Looking at the boy's pierced chest, his face instantly turned pale. At the same time, the clansmen of the Hyuuga family also walked out of their respective rooms one after another because of Hinata Yuen's shouts or wanting to check the movement outside. And as soon as these people came out, they found that their young master was wearing a coarse cloth coat outside, and he fell to the ground with a painful face. And the siblings of the head of the family were pressed to the ground and rubbed by Konoha's well-known ninja Storm Watergate. Hinata and his wife were stunned when they saw this scene. Hisa, what are you doing? Hinata motioned for his wife to check on his son, and rushed to the battlefield with his eyes open. As the head of the family, he has to stop the turmoil and the fight between Shuman and his brother. But he hadn't taken 2 steps before his brother's voice sounded behind him. Big brother, I'm here. That's a fake, said Hitsuku's voice with grievance. In other words, these two have any habits, how can they all love to poke people's hearts? Hinata Yuen clutched his chest, grinning in pain. At this moment, what he hopes most is that Mizuman can catch the enemy, and Hinata Moto will definitely take a small leather whip and beat it well to avenge this heart-wrenching revenge. It's a pity that the enemy did not give Mizuman a chance to capture him. Hinata, don't die. If you die, the efforts of the adults will be in vain. The fake Hinata saw that he was no match for the yellow-haired ninja in front of him, and smiled and faded his disguise. There was not a trace of blood on his body, and his skin was horribly pale, but only the hand that pierced Hyuga's chest was as black as ink. This black color is the source of the chakra energy ball that is used to sustain life on Hyugamoto's chest. Black chakras spread from his arm, quickly covering Baiju's entire body. There was even a moment when Hinata Yuen almost thought that what was in front of him was Kuroju, but before Hinata Yuen had time to think about it, the black-white absolute, unmistakable, was scorched by the yin and yang attribute chakra that wrapped around his body, and it was burned out in just a few seconds, and there was not even a trace of dust left. Hinata suddenly had a bad premonition. Looking down, sure enough, the black chakra energy ball on his chest had been stabbed to pieces by Baiju, and only a little chakra residue was still emitting faint energy, barely maintaining Hinata's life. Why? Why did the last wandering ninja attack do no harm to the chakra ball left behind by Madara, but Hakuju was able to destroy it so easily? Could it be? Huge doubts came to Hyuga's mind, and he didn't have time to think. The wound on his chest had begun to seep blood, and the energy of the black chakra residue was intermittent, threatening to be exhausted at any time. Help me! Hinata Moto looked up at the water gate and passed out on the spot. Hinata Moto. In the exclamation of Terumi and Yen's mother and the rest of the Hyuga family, Mizuto came to Hinata's side in an instant and picked up the boy. Feeling that Hinata Yuen was already angry and dying, Mizuto frowned and said to the group, I'll send Hinata Yuen to the hospital first, and then I'll ask Tsunade-sama to help. You just go to the hospital. As soon as the words fell, Mizuman disappeared from everyone's eyes with Hinata Yuen in his arms. At the speed of Watergate, it was only a matter of moments to get to the hospital. Hyugamoto was first handed over to the doctor at the hospital for first aid, and Mizuto did not delay, and immediately rushed to Tsunade's residence and knocked on the door. It's Watergate. What's the matter? Why do you look like you're in a hurry? Tsunade opened the door and saw Mizuto with a serious expression, and couldn't help asking, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sensei asked me to ask you to treat Hyugamoto, the son of the head of the Hyuga family. He was taken captive and then assaulted, and now he is dying. Hinatamoto, is that the kid who was called my big sister after I pulled his ear 800 times and didn't change his mind to call me big sister? Tsunade, who wanted to refuse this request, remembered the image of the mischievous boy lying weakly on the hospital bed, and hesitated for a moment but agreed. Where is he? I'll go. Tsunade was about to leave as soon as the gate closed. He's in the hospital, you go first, and Mr. Jiraiya also asked me to go to Lord Orochimaru to treat him together. Mizuto said to Tsunade. Orochimaru, what are you doing to find that guy? Does he know medical skills? Tsunade frowned, and was about to say something, but found a member of the dark department running over. Tsunade-sama, Mizuto-sama, you're here too, great. The masked member of the Shadow Division came to the two of them and knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, Uzumaki-sama Kushina-sama has started a battle with an unknown enemy outside the village. Hokage-sama also said that if he couldn't find you, he would go to Tsunade-sama for support, but I didn't expect you to be here. What? Kushina is in a fight. As the container of the nine-tailed demon fox, Jusainai has a special identity, and the village rarely issues tasks to her, and even deliberately lets Uzumaki Jusainai hide. Now that Jusainai is suddenly in battle, maybe the other party is coming for the nine tails. Mizuto and Tsunade looked at each other, both realizing the seriousness of the problem. You go and support Kushina, you can't help the hospital anyway. Tsunade decisively ordered, I'll go to the hospital to rescue Hinedamoto. Watergate also knew that this was the best arrangement, so he nodded in agreement. It's just that before leaving, Mizuto didn't forget to tell the Dark Ninja to go to Orochimaru's to convey Jiraiya's request for help on his behalf. As soon as he finished explaining, Watergate's figure disappeared on the spot, and he hurried to support Jusainai. Before Tsunade left for the hospital, he stopped the Dark Ninja who got up and was about to go to Orochimaru's message. You, wait for half an hour and then go to Orochimaru's to deliver a message, understand? Really, why do you have to call that guy to save people? Tsunade finished instructing the Shadow Ninja in a tough tone that did not accept rebuttal, and then rushed to the hospital with a mutter. Soon, Tsunade arrived at the hospital. I saw a group of doctors surrounding Hinetawan, all shaking their heads. Except for two assistants who were doing the work of stopping the bleeding, none of the other doctors did anything. What are you doing? Why don't you rescue them? Tsunade rushed into the operating room in a fit of rage. And the group of doctors looked at the angry Tsunade, and they all showed a bitter look of powerlessness. Tsunade-sama, it's not that we don't want to rescue, it's, alas, you'd better come and see for yourself. The doctors reluctantly made way for Tsunade. And Tsunade, who walked to the front of the operating table, couldn't help but dilate his pupils after seeing Hinedamoto's injury, and he felt at a loss for a while. Hyuga's chest has been completely penetrated. The place where the heart used to be is now empty, and the blood can't stop flowing out. Faintly, there was some black residue sticking to the wound. But even these black shards, which I thought were dirt if I didn't look closely, were still emitting a faint energy to prevent Hineda's death. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that the already small black residue is about to be exhausted. I can't save him, a desperate and cold conclusion rose in Tsunade's mind. At the beginning, Kato lost his internal organs in the battle, and Tsunade tried his best but could not save his lover, so he could only watch his beloved die. And now, in the face of Hineda, who lost his heart, the feeling of powerlessness once again swept through every skin and pore of Tsunade's body. Tsunade, who had been forcibly suppressing hemophobia and barely standing firmly, couldn't hold on any longer, and collapsed to the ground on the spot. On the other hand, how could Shuman, who loved his wife deeply, not leave the logo of Flying Thunder God on Jusainai's body? So in an instant, Watergate came to Kushina's side. Kushina, are you alright? Asked Mizuto as he pulled out the three-pointed kunai with the Flying Thunder God mark and asked his wife. Seeing her husband's arrival, the red-haired Kushina waved her hand and said, Why are you here? A very weak enemy, just a little difficult. I used a bit of it power to subdue the enemy on the spot. Kushina pointed at the enemy who was under control, looking rather helpless. I see. It's the village that asked you to come to support again, right? Really, the old Hokage loves to make a fuss. Watergate smiled gently. The village is also good for you, after all, you have a special identity. He. Another difficult guy. It seems that my mission is coming to an end. Not far from the Watergate couple, the ninja who was controlled by Kushina with a sealing technique by Kushina smirked and gradually faded his disguise. His whole body gradually turned black, and unbelievably turned into a puddle of slime and seeped into the ground. The violent explosion sent up a puff of smoke. Watergate immediately ran over to check, but found nothing. Watergate's expression became more and more solemn. What's wrong? Asked Kushina, as he came to Watergate's side. The way this man looked before he blew himself up, it's exactly the same as the one who attacked Hineda. Mizuto explained. Hineda was attacked, wasn't he taken back to Hineda's house by me? How could he be attacked? The one you brought back is an imposter. The real Hineda UN was brought back to the village by me not long ago, and as soon as he entered the house, he was attacked by an imposter, and now his life and death are unknown. Watergate explained again. How could it be? Jusainai was a little incredulous, but her face immediately changed, and she smashed her lower abdomen lightly. Damn! Kushina scolded angrily. Looking at the concerned eyes of the Watergate, Kushina explained, this guy of the Nine Tails actually said that it had already discovered the imposter full of malice, but it deliberately didn't tell me. Let's go to Hineda's house. Jusainai was in a hurry, pulled up the Watergate and was about to leave. My ninth group hasn't been officially established yet, can't just lose one team member like this. Hearing this, Shuman smiled slightly, pulled Jusainai into his arms with his backhand, and hugged her before she could react. Hineda is not at Hineda's house now, but in the hospital. Moreover, I'm much faster than you, Watergate explained in one fell swoop, and with a blushing Kushina in his arms, he hurried to the village. When Watergate and Jusainai arrived at the hospital, they saw a scene that was not optimistic. Tsunade shuddered and sat blankly on the chair at the door of the ward. Hyuuga Hineda, the head of the Hyuuga family, is anxiously inquiring about the situation. Tsunade-sama, how is my son? Hineda asked eagerly. Tsunade, on the other hand, dodged his eyes and didn't dare to face Hineda directly. After hesitating for a moment, Tsunade told the truth. I'm sorry, he's hurt so badly that I can't save him. How can this be? Hineda's mother, Hineda Emi, immediately fainted with a wail after hearing Tsunade's reply. Terumi also collapsed to the ground, looking incredulous. Hineda also had black eyes, and it seemed that he had been drained of all his strength, and he could only barely hold his wife with trembling hands. Seeing this, the Watergate couple hurriedly stepped forward to help. Hineda shook her head in motion for help to hold her wife. And he himself, one more step towards Tsunade. This man, who has always been unsmiling, always restraining himself with the strict requirements of the head of the clan, knelt in front of Tsunade with a bang. Tsunade-sama, please save my child no matter what. My Hyuuga family has some savings, and we can accept it no matter what the cost is. I've heard that there is a forbidden technique that can exchange lives for lives, Tsunade-sama, and I'm willing to trade my own life for my child's life. The punishment for using forbidden jutsu is also borne by our Hyuuga family. Please, Tsunade-sama, please save my child. Please. Hineda pressed her forehead against the ground and sobbed uncontrollably. Although, Hineda Yuen is a little naughty, rebellious, lazy, and unruly, but, after all, it was his child. In order to save his child's life, an old father is willing to pay any price, even Hineda who has always been strict to the point of almost indifference. However, tears can't drive away death, and if you can't save it, you can't save it. Tsunade looked at the painful people, her heart was extremely tormented, but there was nothing she could do. There is no such forbidden technique. At the very least, Konoha didn't. Hineda-sama, I'm sorry, Tsunade replied disappointedly. And at this time, Terumi, who had been in a trance, broke out emotionally. She rushed up, grabbed Tsunade's collar with both hands, and roared with tears in her eyes, I'm sorry, you're going to say I'm sorry. I don't want to listen to you say I'm sorry, I want you to save him. Along the way, he told me countless times that if you returned to Konoha you would be able to save him. Terumi tapped Tsunade's chest and burst into tears. At this moment, Terumi didn't care what Tsunade's identity was, she only knew that the boy who would make her laugh and deliberately begged her to beg for a beating, might never be seen again. Compared with the restraint of the Hyuuga couple, it was Terumi Ming, who ignored Tsunade's identity, that was able to vent his emotions without reservation and cry loudly. And Tsunade looked at Terumi with tears on her face, as if she saw herself with Kato broken and Rope Tree dead. She stopped the people around her from scolding Mei Ming and hugged the girl tightly. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. Sick man, he's awake. He seems. There is something to explain. The nurse said to the people outside the room, please clean up your emotions. Perhaps, this is the patient's last words. Suddenly, everyone outside the ward suppressed their emotions and quieted down. And in the ward, Hineda Yuen on the hospital bed didn't know when he woke up, and he felt that he was in a strange state. It seemed that at the moment of falling into a coma, something surged into his mind. But at that time his consciousness was too heavy to see what it was. When he regained consciousness again, Hineda found that although he could not open his eyes, he could see everything around him clearly as if he had opened his eyes. Not only can you see, but you can also hear. Hineda heard it clearly, and Tsunade said that she couldn't save herself. It's time to say your last words, Hineda thought silently. After some struggle, he finally regained control of part of his body. Call them in, I have something to say, Hineda said with difficulty. I heard that when people are dying, they will flash a marquee in their minds, recalling their life's experiences. But Hyuuga has only been in this world for 5 years, and half of them are too young to move. Therefore, Hyuuga Yuen at this time does not have much to recall. If I had to make a summary, probably, it's just grievance. Because the ideas of a modern person are so out of place in the Hokage's world, because of the fear that the butterfly wings he flapped will destroy the future that should be fulfilled, because of the fear of attracting the attention of the villain. Since the crossing, Hineda Yuen has been too cautious and restrained, always thinking about opening the reincarnation eye and then going to live a happy life. But, Life is not arranged, you never know which accident or tomorrow will come first. If there is still a chance, he will definitely break free from the rules and regulations of this world, go to the one in Rome, go to the ninja world to escape, and turn him upside down. Thinking of this, Hinata Yuen suddenly felt a lot more relaxed, as if he understood the meaning of God giving him to travel here. On the hospital bed, Hinata, who was pale, said to everyone, "Mom, don't cry, your body is important. My number is wasted, let's practice the trumpet while I'm young. Dad, be gentle with my future sister, not all children are as honest as me, they can't beat badly, scold or cry. Sister Tsunade, you don't have to blame yourself too much about my business. You can wait and see that your child will be saved in the future. Staika, don't cry so sadly, come and laugh and show me. Don't be so high-minded in picking a man in the future, otherwise it will be easy to be single for a lifetime." Ahem. Hinata Motogang wanted to tell the Mizuman couple something about the future, but suddenly felt his chest even more dull, and blood gushed from his throat to the corners of his mouth. Hinata Yuen coughed a few times, but he couldn't speak. Was it an accident? Was it a coincidence? Or did the will of the world not allow me to reveal such critical information? Hyuuga lost the ability to see his surroundings in pain, and his consciousness became heavier and heavier. Hinata Yuen, who lost his perception of his surroundings, didn't know that the sudden aggravation of his injuries this time was artificial. Orochimaru, a scientist who was constantly fanatical out of the pursuit of life, appeared in the hospital room where Hinata Yuen was at some point, and Hinata's injury worsened because Orochimaru pinched a large black chakra residue left on Hinatamoto's chest with his hand. Taking the black fragment in front of his eyes and observing it carefully, Orochimaru felt the strange energy emitted by this residue, and was amazed. This is made of chakra of yin and yang attributes? But Orochimaru, who knew the horror of Tsunade's strange power, didn't dodge, just looked at the growing fist with his narrow eyes, and said lightly, "If you want this little boy to die, just smash this punch down." Hearing this, Tsunade's whole body was stunned, and the fist he swung out suddenly stopped. "Can you save him?" asked Tsunade incredulously. Orochimaru didn't answer, just smiled contemptuously, and asked behind him, "Are you sure that when you met this boy, he was kept alive and alive by this?" "That's right, he didn't have a heart at that time, but he could be like an ordinary person with the help of that black chakra ball." Jiraiya replied. "That's a lot easier." Orochimaru squeezed the black shards in his palm, and closed his eyes as he rubbed them. That kind of light and breezy appearance made Tsunade even more anxious. "Orochimaru, what the hell are you going to do to save him?" Tsunade couldn't help but ask. "Even I can't reshape the internal organs." "Actually, I can't." Orochimaru opened his eyes and glanced at Tsunade playfully, until Tsunade raised his fist again, and he continued unhurriedly, "But we don't need to reshape his heart, do we? Since this kind of thing can replace his heart, then, we can just make one for him." Orochimaru looked at Hinata Yuen on the hospital bed, and the smile on his face became more and more intense, as if he had found some interesting toy. After a long time, he spoke. "Jiraiya, I need you to use the enchantment to create a chakra very pure realm. Tsunade, you used medical ninjutsu to keep him alive first. I have to pick a few more samples to make a qualified fake. Everyone else who gets in the way goes out. A new operation is about to begin." As the others left, Jiraiya nodded to Tsunade, signaling to follow Orochimaru's arrangement first. Then Jiraiya took the lead in using the shadow clone technique to create 3 clones, and stood at the 4 corners of the hospital bed together with the main body, unfolding the enchantment. Although Tsunade doesn't trust Orochimaru very much, he can only obey the arrangement first, and forcibly suppress the fear of blood to use medical ninjutsu on the wound in Hinatamoto's chest. But Tsunade knew that she was doing it like she was using her hands to block a faucet that couldn't be turned off, and it was better than nothing. Hyuuga's life is still passing by fast. Orochimaru, on the other hand, picked out a few of the few black chakra residues left on Hinatamoto's chest, grasped them in the palm of his hand and carefully sensed them, outlining this special structure of chakra in his mind. Soon, an hour passed, and everyone outside the ward was anxiously waiting. In the ward, Tsunade had beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, and he looked tired. "Orochimaru, are you alright?" "Hinatamoto, I can't hold on anymore." Looking at Orochimaru, who had not moved for an hour, Tsunade anxiously opened his mouth and urged. Although she had done her best to use medical ninjutsu without counting Chuck at all, Hinata's body was still gradually deteriorating and was on the verge of collapse. "Oh, isn't that going to work? It's too early to make a perfect replica of this black thing," Orochimaru began. There was also a hint of fatigue in his expression, but his eyes were full of excitement. "But, if you just make an inferior imitation and use it reluctantly, it will be enough." Orochimaru licked his tongue, palms facing each other, and frantically refined the chakra of the yin and yang attributes. Soon, a black chakra energy ball condensed from Orochimaru's palm. "Although it looks similar, I'm not sure if it's good or not." Orochimaru walked up to Hinata Yuen with the chakra energy ball he had made, and smiled evilly at the boy who was bloodless and his breath was imperceptible. "Good luck, Hinatamoto." Orochimaru aimed at the hole in Hyuuga's chest, and stuffed the chakra energy ball in his hand into it. "To be exact, I shoehorned it in." "Oh no, It seems that I accidentally rubbed the ball bigger. Orochimaru looked at the angry Tsunade beside him, and took a step back with a sneer. Probably patronizing the structure to mimic that black substance, Orochimaru forgot to observe the size of Hinedamoto's chest wound for a while. As a rigorous scientist actually made such a low-level mistake, Orochimaru couldn't help but blush, and his evil temperament was suddenly lost most of it. Fortunately, there was also Tsunade who was persistently performing medical ninjutsu, and although Orochimaru's reckless actions caused a certain amount of wound tearing, this minor problem was quickly dealt with by Tsunade. Everything that needs to be done has been done, and the next thing is to see the creation of Hyuga. Jiraiya created another clone to maintain the enchantment, and the main body and Tsunade Orochimaru stood together, and the servants watched the changes in Hyugamoto's chest together. I saw that after the black chakra energy ball imitated by Orochimaru entered Hinata-Yuen's body, it also began to slowly release life energy for Hinata-Yuen to absorb, and Hyuga's body, along with the influx of energy, began to gradually regain its blood color, and his breathing gradually became smooth, and it seemed that everything was developing for the better. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, the three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "How's it going? My skills are good." Orochimaru licked his tongue and glanced at Tsunade defiantly. "Someone still doesn't want me to come, he. Orochimaru, believe it or not, I pulled off your snake tail and drank it in wine." Tsunade was poked in the sore spot and raised his fist in annoyance. "If you have a drink, please share a glass with me." Jiraiya laughed and joined in the fun. Uncle Snake, who was sandwiched in the middle, saw that the left and right were in cahoots, but he couldn't stand it alone, so he hugged his chest with his hands and snorted and said no more. I have to say that before Orochimaru indulged in cruel human body research and defected from the village, although there were some contradictions between the three ninjas, they got along quite well on the whole. But this harmony was shattered with the awakening of Hyugamoto. Ahem. Hinata-Yuen woke up again. The smell of blood in his throat made him cough violently instinctively, and it took a while to regain the ability to speak. I'm still alive, Sister Tsunade, did you save me?" Looking at the three people beside the bed, Hinata-Yuen naturally thought that it was Tsunade, who was the most familiar with him and the best in medical skills, who saved him. But Orochimaru was not happy anymore, and shouted again and again, "It's me. Obviously, I saved you. Bastard boy, I knew that I shouldn't have bothered so much to save you, and I dissected you directly." Although all three of us participated, Orochimaru was the main contributor to both the treatment plan and the final implementation. Seeing Hinata's dazed face, Jiraiya explained. "All right." Hinata-Yuen thanked Orochimaru head-on. To be honest, Hinata didn't want to have too much contact with Orochimaru. After all, with this scientific madman's pursuit of life and power, if Orochimaru discovers his abnormality, it is really possible that he will be caught and dissected. Even if he took a step back, Orochimaru had no ill intentions towards him, and Hyuga-Yuen didn't want to have anything to do with it. After all, there is a high probability that this product will defect from Konoha in the future, and he doesn't want to be labeled as the Great Snake Pill faction. After some inquiry, Hinata-Yuen figured out how the three shinobi used fake and shoddy products to bring themselves back from the Ghost Gate, and had to sigh Uncle Snake Cowhide. Compared with Tsunade's thinking of where there is a disease and where to cure, Orochimaru's brain circuit is much wider. It is not necessary to patch the tire if it is punctured, and it is also an effect to find a screw to tighten it. You just see if it's still leaking or not. This effect is good, but why is his chest a little swollen and painful? Hinata-Yuen looked down at the wound on his chest, and something seemed to flash in his mind. If the black chakra energy ball is broken, create another black ball, create another one. Hinata-Yuen suddenly remembered that the information that Baiju had stuffed into his mind when he attacked him before was clearly the manufacturing method of the chakra heart, and it was not a reverse research and development knockoff like Orochimaru, but an exclusive Uchiha Madara process that really had core technology. Hinata-Yuen couldn't help but be a little surprised. This Baiju, it's not here to help yourself, is it? But then again, although he was given the method to create the chakra heart with the yin-yang escape technique, he did not have the opportunity to verify this technique. In addition, I have no practical experience. Therefore, although Orochimaru is a copycat, Hinata-Yuen does not plan to toss it again, as long as it can run stably. But the next moment, Hinata-Yuen felt the malice from the world. What is a good spirit that is not a bad spirit? On Hinata's chest, the chakra heart copycat version suddenly contracted abnormally, and the dark glow kept flickering, as if it was in danger of collapsing at any moment. Uncle Snake, you're not very good at this skill. Hinata-Yuen wailed in pain and fell down again. Hinata-Yuen gasped, and with a ruthless heart, he directly took out the chakra heart that Orochimaru had imitated, and put it to his mouth before the chakra heart copycat version collapsed and dissipated, and sucked it into his stomach. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru? In the midst of the confusion of the three faces, Hinata-Moto sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Hyuga wants to reconstruct a genuine chakra heart, and the weak chakra only relies on the chakra of the yin and yang attributes that he can refine, and the amount is far from enough. And Orochimaru's chakra heart copycat version is a good energy supplement. At this moment, Hinata Motoki replenished a little life energy and began to pass rapidly, and he had to complete the creation of the chakra heart before the life energy dried up. It's a race of life and death. There was an eerie silence in the room. Although Hinata didn't have time to inform Sunin of his intentions, the three of them were genius ninjas with vicious eyes, so they naturally knew that Hinata Yuen was trying to save himself, so they all deliberately kept quiet so as not to disturb him. For a long time, Hinata Yuen, who closed his eyes tightly, frowned, and in order to obtain blessings, he had quietly opened the reincarnation eye just to save chakra, and he did not have a silver light coat around him. As time passed, Hinata's body had begun to shake, his breathing was weak, and his body was bloodless. Finally, under the nervous gaze of San Shinobi, a black chakra energy ball the size of a quail egg was condensed by Hinata Yuen and stuffed into his chest. Hinata Yuen broke out in a cold sweat, and his body kept shaking. Seeing this, Tsunade hurriedly sat on the edge of the hospital bed, letting Hinata Yuen lean against him. Although it perfectly reproduces the structure of Madara's chakra heart, the amount of chakra that is the yin and yang attribute of the raw material is far from enough, and hyuuga Yuen can only make such a small black ball. A chakra heart of this size is about the same as sustaining the life of a kitten and a puppy, but for Hinatamoto, it is far from enough. Energy, hyuuga Yuen urgently needs gentle and easy to control energy to be poured into this miniature version of the chakra heart, otherwise, what awaits him is still death. Hinata's eyes were nearly blind under the high load, but he was still looking around. In a trance, Hinata Yuen really sensed that there was a large and gentle chakra energy around him. Like a drowning person grabbing at everything around him, Hinata reached out and grabbed the life-saving straw almost unconsciously. And the place where his fingers stretched out was coincidentally the ravine between Tsunade's proud twin peaks. That location. It was the original necklace that Tsunade was wearing. This jade-like pendant is said to be a relic of the original Hokage's Thousand Hands pillar, and contains a large number of chakras with the nature of a wooden escape. In the original book, the necklace was given to Naruto by Tsunade, but was destroyed during Naruto's battle with Pain due to the power of the Nine Tails. And now, this pendant is held in Hinata's hand. Maybe the desire to survive is too strong, or maybe it's unconsciously clenching too rudely. In short, as the sound of glass shattering came from Hinatamoto's fingers, a large number of emerald green chakras rushed out. This chakra left over from the first generation flowed like a clear spring in mid-air, and finally, it was absorbed by hyuuga Yuen. With the blessing of this power, the small black ball on Hinatamoto's chest quickly grew to the size of a fist like a seed moistened by rain and dew, and it rhythmized strongly and powerfully, like a real heart. Not only that, but this energy not only provided enough energy for the chakra heart, but also healed Hinatamoto's injuries. The boy's complexion was visibly recovering with the naked eye, and the wound on his chest that had been penetrated was completely healed, and there was no trace of the wound visible. That's not all. The residual green energy was still moistening Hinata's body, making his body more robust, his muscles more symmetrical, and even taller and taller. It wasn't until the last trace of energy poured into Hinata's eyes that these magical changes came to an end. Is the necklace left to you by the first generation? Is the energy contained in it actually having such a miraculous effect? Orochimaru exclaimed. Just being swept away by the aftermath of the emerald green chakra torrent, Orochimaru felt the tiredness on his body be swept away. And looking at the changes in Hinata's body, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a living dead life. This made Orochimaru not be surprised. Seeing that Tsunade didn't answer, Orochimaru just wanted to say something more, but was pulled by Jiraiya. When he turned his head, he found that Jiraiya was signaling himself with his eyes not to say more. At this time, Orochimaru realized that Tsunade's state was not right at the signal of Jiraiya. This chain, is it effective in saving people? Then why didn't it work in the first place when the life of the rope tree and Kato was in danger? Tsunade was puzzled, and the memories of the two beloved also came to his heart. Tsunade's expression became more and more painful, and tears inadvertently wet his eyes. But what Tsunade didn't know was that although the power left by the first generation did have a certain healing effect, it was far from the point of living the dead. Even if it was triggered, it was difficult to save the lives of her two beloved. As for being able to have such a significant effect on Hyuga's body, in fact, it is mostly due to Hyuga's own reasons. In addition, the necklace must be broken in order to stimulate the energy in it, and the two of them, Rope Tree and Kato Tsudo, who regarded the original necklace as a valuable gift, obviously did not deliberately destroy it. As the energy fluctuations calmed down, Hinata's expression also changed from pain to peace. The experience of jumping left and right in front of the ghost gate drained Hinata Yuen's energy, and he couldn't hold on any longer. His body shrank back to Tsunade's body, and he fell asleep leaning on the two lumps. Tsunade subconsciously reached out and stroked the boy's hair, looking at the boy who was sleeping sweetly on his chest. The sadness on his face gradually turned into a strong smile. At least, not this time it's not lost. Jiraiya tugged on the corner of Orochimaru's clothes, and Orochimaru understood in seconds, and the two of them silently exited the ward together. After informing everyone that Hinata was out of danger of his life, everyone was at ease. The Watergate couple took the lead in saying goodbye and leaving, and according to the regulations, Uzumaki Kushina, who had used the power of the nine tails, had to go to the Hokage in person to make a battle report. After all, it's about tailed beasts, and you can't be sloppy. On the other hand, because Hinata's mother, Emi Hinata, is not in good health, and today's fright is even more exhausting. So although she repeatedly asked to stay and take care of Hinata, she still went into the ward to see the child a few times, and then was taken home by Hinata to rest. However, Terumi politely refused the invitation of the hyuuga couple and stubbornly wanted to stay in the hospital and wait for Hyuga Yuen to wake up. The hyuuga couple hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement to the request. In this way, Terumi also sat in the ward and looked at Hinata Yuen quietly. In this way, only Jiraiya and Orochimaru were left outside the ward. Jiraiya sat on a bench outside the ward, taking a nap with his eyes closed, and Orochimaru stood at the door of the ward, his eyes flashing, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, Jiraiya spoke. Orochimaru, you can feel that chakra fluctuation, right? Well, it's obvious fluctuation. Orochimaru replied. After that, he entered a special state, and the way the whole person's chakra flow changed throughout. It's like my immortal mode, Jiraiya continued. Obviously, the changes caused by Hinata's opening of the reincarnation eye mode can't hide from the eyes of these two. Zille also covered his face, puzzled. In just a few days, what has this boy experienced? It has changed so much. Jiraiya thought to himself. But I heard Orochimaru speak. I don't know how many secrets there are in this boy. But it's a lot of fun to unravel unknown secrets, isn't it? Orochimaru licked his tongue and smiled his cold and evil smile again. I'm very interested in this kid, he's mine. Don't even think about it. Jiraiya interrupted. I rescued him. From today on, I'm going to teach him personally. Thinking of the prophecy of the great toad immortal, Jiraiya must not let Hinata Yuen fall into Orochimaru's hands. So the two of them went toe-to-toe, glaring at each other, and neither of them let anyone. At this time, Tsunade walked out of the hospital room, looked at the two of them who were making eye contact, and announced, from today onwards, Hinata Yuen is my personal disciple. Since he broke my necklace, he will have to pay it back for the rest of his life. Impossible. No way. Jiraiya and Orochimaru voted against it. Isn't it a joke to let a strange woman teach the children of the Hyuuga family who are proficient in meat boxing? So, the battle between two people turned into a war of three people, and no one would give in. Almost at the same time, the three of them thought of a good way to get Hinata to return to themselves. Almost at the same time, all three of them suddenly disappeared from the door of the ward and hurried towards the Hokage building. As long as the Hokage orders and makes Hinata Yuen his subordinate, won't anyone be able to snatch it away? I have to say that as the teacher of the three ninjas, the three generations of Hokage apes who are still in the prime of life are still very prestigious at this time. It's a pity that the three people who hurried to the Hokage building didn't know that Uzumaki Kushina had already taken the lead. The next evening, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on Hinata Moto's cheeks, waking the boy up warmly. Myself, did Hinata Yuen not remember what happened after he successfully stuffed the condensed chakra heart into his chest, but only had a vague feeling? It's hard to describe. If I had to use an analogy, it was like a drowning person who was about to suffocate when the water around him turned into warm and fresh air, and he was saved in an instant. It's wonderful, but the feeling of being on the verge of death isn't something to be missed. Now Hinata Yuen can clearly perceive that in his chest, there is a pitch-black chakra heart pulsating strongly and powerfully. Moreover, this special heart seems to have undergone some unknown change, and it is actually able to maintain its operation with the chakra supplied by Hyuuga. For example, if Hinatamoto's chakra heart is compared to a battery, the one that Madara stuffed in Hinatamoto's chest is a disposable battery. Although the amount of energy in it is amazing, as long as the power is exhausted, Hinata Yuen will have to replace the battery. And now the one in Hyuga's chest is a rechargeable battery. Although the energy that can be stored is pitifully small compared to Madara's, but fortunately, as long as Hinata Yuen charges it, it can continue to operate. Even if there is a way to expand it, it is not certain that this heart can feed itself in the future. It's like a tailed beast. Hinata opened his eyes lazily, only to see that beside him, Terumi was lying on the side of the hospital bed, sleeping soundly with her arms on her pillow. Looking at the saliva on the girl's lips, Hinata Motowainer smiled. It's a pity that there is no mobile phone in this world, otherwise Hinata Yuen would have to film this scene like that, and wait until Terumi canonized the water shadow and then take it out to make fun of her. Getting out of bed lightly, Hinata didn't want to disturb Terumi's rest. Walking to the window, looking at the sunset in the distance, the scattered crowds on the street corner, my heart is extremely quiet. Counting this experience, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is reborn for the third time. Since God confiscated his rotten life, Hyuuga Yuen is not polite. From today on, I, Hinata, want to live happily, to live freely, and to live as I like. Thinking of this, Hinata Yuen can't help but feel a sense of pride and ambition in his heart. since even if he defeated Kagaya Atsuki in the original plot, the ninja world is still fragmented and loose. So, why can't you dominate the ninja world by yourself? Achieving great unification is a man's most vulgar and at the same time the highest standard dream. Thinking of this, Hinata Yuen couldn't help but open the reincarnation eye, and his eyes galloped around Konoha village. He could see it clearly, everyone's expressions, demeanor, and even the decorative stripes on the earrings, he could see it clearly. It's not just these superficials, Hyuuga Gen seems to be able to see people's. For some reason, from the perspective of the reincarnation eye, Hinata seems to be able to see some connections that exist in fact but are almost imperceptible to ordinary people. For example, people don't show their emotions outwardly. For example, 2 of the seats in a row at Ichiraku Ramen are made from wood from the same tree. In Hyuuga's field of vision, this existence with association exudes the same color. Why is that? Does the reincarnated eye still have this ability? Hinata himself was stunned, and he carefully observed his eyes through the reflection on the window glass. But just by looking at it, he knew that the eyes in his sockets were by no means ordinary reincarnation eyes, because those eyes are as bright as a galaxy. If you look at it for a long time, it seems that it can give people a sense of nothingness that the mind yearns for. On top of that, these eyes don't have obvious eyes, which is very different from the reincarnation eye, but rather a little like ordinary white eyes. Really, under the combined effect of various unexpected factors, his reincarnated eye still mutated. Even Hinata was a little skeptical about whether he really had the eye of reincarnation. I am afraid that before the reincarnation eye matured, the embryo of the reincarnated eye went to a strange evolutionary route under the tough indoctrination of Madara Yin and Yang attribute chakra. But fortunately, the various abilities of the reincarnated eye seem to have been perfectly inherited by these eyes. Since it's a brand new eye, it should also have a new name, and it's also strange to call you reincarnated eye all the time. Let's call you void eyes. Hinata was particularly pleased with the name. Looking at his own reflection in the glass, Hinata Yuen couldn't help but think stinkily, with this handsome face and these bright and charming eyes, he is not much different from the handsome guy Gojo Satoru in the comics next door. Well, at least someone is 80% handsome. 80% of Gojo Satoru. It's decided, and in the future, I'll be called Shijo Satoru. Thinking of this, Hinata Yuen himself was amused by himself. Maybe it was because he laughed too loudly, and Hinata Yuen accidentally woke up Terumi, who was asleep. The girl who had just woken up was a little surprised to find the hospital bed empty. When I turned around, I saw Hinata Yuen with a perverted smile on his face next to the bed. Ah, Terumi, you're awake. Noticing Terumi's gaze, Hinata immediately withdrew his narcissistic expression and greeted the girl. Terumi covered her mouth in surprise, and couldn't say a complete word for a while. Hinata Moto, your eyes. So, seeing Terumi looking at her eyes like a nymphomaniac, Hinata couldn't help but flick her hair stinkfully, and put on a self-righteous look against the wall with one hand for Terumi to appreciate. No way, it's my fault that I'm too handsome. I decided, and changed my name to Satoru Shi.5 again. However, before Hinata Gen finished stinking and beautiful, he noticed that Terumi's eyes were gradually losing focus. Oh no, I forgot that these eyes can't look straight for a long time. Hinata Yuen hurriedly turned his head and tried to close the void eye. However, perhaps not familiar enough with the power contained in these eyes, after Hinata Yuen tried to close the void eyes, although the eyes returned to the appearance of ordinary white eyes from the outside, the ability to spy on the connection of things was not reversed, and for a while, all kinds of mixed information rushed to the face, impacting Hinata Yuen's eyes. Hinata Moto, what's wrong with you? Hinata Moto's cry of pain brought Terumi to her senses, and she hurriedly ran over to check on Hinata Moto's condition. It's okay, it's just that my eyes are a little sore. You bring me some bandages. Closing your eyes really stops the influx of information. But Hinata still can't take the initiative to turn off this ability. As long as his eyes open a little slit, a lot of information will pour in. Therefore, Hinata had no choice but to choose physical barriers. Fortunately, the ability to have an all-round perspective with the eyes closed is still there. Even if the eyes are tied, it still does not affect Hinata's eyesight. Thinking like this, Hinata Moto, sitting on the chair and letting Terumi help to wrap his eyes, couldn't help but stretch out his right hand across his index finger and thumb, and put it close to the tip of his nose and shouted, "The field opens." However, nothing happened in the ward except for a gust of evening breeze blowing. Ahem, Hinata Yuen coughed lightly twice and straightened his sitting posture to hide his embarrassment. Hinata carried 2 boxes of carefully prepared bento boxes and slowly walked into the hospital. Since Hinata was admitted to the hospital, she would bring 2 meals to visit her children every meal. Although every time the share left to Hinata Yuen had to be brought back untouched, she still insisted. In order to be able to let their children wake up and eat their mother's food as soon as possible. This time, Hinata, who had just walked to the door of the ward, heard the happy and harmonious conversation of the 2 children coming from the room. "Hakamai-chan, haven't you taken a shower in the past 2 days since I've been in a coma? It stink?" Nowadays, children communicate like this. Is it kind? Hinata Emmy, stroking her chest, calmed down before pushing the door in. Aunt Emmy, you're here. The thin-skinned Terumi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Oh, Mommy is here. Hinata also turned his head in the direction of the door. But Emmy Hinata stood there and didn't respond. There was a bang, and even the lunch in his hand fell to the ground. Because the first time she entered the door, what Hinata Megami saw was Terumi wrapping a bandage around Hinatamoto's eyes. Is my son blind? The thought of Emmy Hinata was like a thunderbolt from the sky, and she was so frightened that she didn't even hold the lunchbox in her hand. Son, my poor son. Emmy Hinata walked briskly and hugged Hinata Yuen in her arms. Don't be afraid, even if you are blind and become a waste, you are still a good son of your mother. Don't worry, your mother will raise you for the rest of your life. Blind? Waste? Who is it? Am I? Hinata Yuen suddenly had a black line. Stop. Hinata pushed his mother away with difficulty. Who is blind? I'm not blind, Mom, you can't spread rumors about me. I tied my eyes just because my pupil power was too strong to control for a while. But Emmy Hinata just stroked her son's cheek with her hand, her tearful eyes were full of love, and she looked at Hinata Yuen quietly. That look, a picture of a kind mother, looking at the devastated child who was unwilling to accept the facts, deceiving herself, but still tolerating him. The black line on Hyuuga's head is even denser. That's right, Hinata's mother, Emmy Hinata, is such a brain-making maniac, and she still cries at every turn, but she is not in good health and can't indulge in sadness. Therefore, although Hinata Yuen can fight with his father Hinata for 300 rounds, he has never been able to cope with his mother. Seeing that he couldn't understand, Hinata Yuen chose to speak with facts. Over there are 2 servings of the bento you dropped. The top portion has tamago yake, grilled fish, and fish plates. The one below is rice balls, sashimi, and ham. That's right. Farsightedness and perspective are the 2 most basic abilities of the white eye. Hinata Yuen reported the food in the bento to prove that his eyes were normal, so he didn't go blind. Emmy Hinata shook her head. Both of these bento boxes are your favorite food, and they are also made by me, so it's not unusual to guess them. Unless. Emmy Hinata held her chin with one hand and thought for a moment, as if looking for something. Suddenly, she looked at Terumi behind her, and her eyes lit up. Unless you can tell me what color Terumi Nene is, I'll believe your eyes are fine. Hearing this, Hinata Yuen pretended to glance back calmly, gave a thumbs up and smiled at his mother, blue and white. Classic color, praise. Hinata Yuen. Terumi was so ashamed that her face was flushed, and she grabbed the pillow on the hospital bed and covered Hinata Yuen's head, looking like she would not give up if she didn't suffocate the boy to death. Hinata Yuen knew that he was at a loss and apologized again and again. Oops, it hurts, I know it's wrong, I suffocate to death. I'm just a 15-year-old boy, we sleep in a room and everyone praises us as childhood sweethearts. 2 little guesses, take a look at what's wrong. Oops, why do you want to suffocate to death? Terumi became more and more ashamed the more she thought about it, and hammered the latter's head viciously through the pillow. Hinata Yuen waved his hand again and again, and there was an exaggerated wail. Poof. You guys have such a good relationship. Emmy Hinata couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the 2 of them who were fighting. Aunt Emmy, you're making fun of me too. Terumi felt her cheeks burn, and she sat on the edge of the bed with her pillow out of breath, turning her head away from Hinatamoto. Hinata Jen knows the truth of accepting it when it is good. Hurriedly picked up the 2 boxes of bento at the door. Fortunately, the boxes were fully packaged. Both boxes of meals were opened and handed to the girl to choose. Terumi didn't want to deal with Hinata Yuen at first, but in view of his sincere attitude of admitting his mistakes, and Emmy was really embarrassed to be present, so she reluctantly accepted Hinata's apology, and picked a lunchbox at random and ate it. As for Hyuuga, just eat the rest of the portion. Emmy Hinata on the side watched this scene and smiled at her aunt again. Perhaps, you should listen to your son and open 2 more trumpets? Preferably a female number. There is such a naughty and mischievous son. Hinata's family is already a chicken flying and a dog jumping. If there are 2 more, the Hyuuga family must not be demolished. Just when Emmy Hinata was distracted, Hinata Yuen, who was pulling the rice, suddenly remembered something and asked, Mom, nothing happened in the family in the past few days when I was away, right? That is, your father is about to be skinned by the great elders, and it is not a big problem. Hearing this, Hinata Yuen almost squirted out the rice grains in the rice ball, lowered his head and did not dare to speak, and mourned for his father for a second. After eating, Hinata Yuen, who felt that his body had recovered, applied to go home, and Hinata Emmy, who was eager to look forward to it, naturally did not object. So, after a series of tedious and complicated health examinations, the doctor finally agreed to discharge Hinata Yuen. By the time the 3 of them walked out of the hospital and started to go home, it was already starry night. Mom, why didn't he come, Dad? Didn't you come to see your son when he was hospitalized? On the way home, Hinata Yuen held his mother with one hand and Terumi with the other, and couldn't help asking. Hinata Emi, brushing the broken hair on her sideburns, looked at her child tenderly and replied, "Since your accident, your second grandfather has not trained him less. He can't come even if he wants to, and he's kneeling in the family ancestral hall now." Rao is not very good at dealing with his father, and Hinata Yuen can't help but feel unfair for his father in his heart. This natural disaster and man-made disaster, unlucky, really don't complain about dad. Uchiha Madara wants to take people away, which daddy can stop. But I'm still a little inexplicably dark in my heart. What's going on? However, Hinata Yuen also came out. Although he didn't say it, the meaning was already obvious, and my mother mentioned my father's miserable status over and over again, just because she wanted to let herself go to the great elder to ask for mercy. It's really husband and wife love, sprinkling dog food invisible. Hinata, two single dogs. Yuen couldn't help but raise his head and look deeply at his mother. Hinata Emi glanced at Terumi with a glance. "Terumi Mingchan, are you still used to living at Hinata's house in the past 2 days?" Terumi raised her head with some confusion. In fact, in the past 2 days, she has mainly stayed in the hospital to take care of Hinata, and she has not spent much time at Hinata's house, which is a very abrupt question. But after all, she accepted the care of Hinata's family, and of course Terumi would not lose face to the hostess, so she politely replied, "It's good. Thank you Aunt Emi for taking care of you." "Well, that's good," Hinata Emi said with a smile. "Anyway, the legal procedures for your life in Konoha village have also been completed, and it just so happens that Hinata Yuen has also been discharged from the hospital, so let him accompany you to visit the village more." "Okay, thank you, Aunt Emi." Terumi politely thanked her again. It's confusing to talk about beauty this day, but Hinata Yuen is like a mirror in his heart. When he was unconscious, his mother helped him place Zayome, so isn't it natural to help him do something after he wakes up? Soon, the group returned to the residence of the Hyuuga clan. Although Hinata Moto was repeatedly invited, Terumi was still taken to the guest room by Hinata Emi. Hinata had no choice but to walk alone towards the bedroom in the backyard, but he never thought that he would meet his cheap dad on the way. "Daddy, I'm back." Hinata said hello. "Well, it's good to come back. What's wrong with your eyes?" Hinata asked with a frown as he looked at the bandages wrapped around Hinata's eyes. Because of the blessing of misfortune, the pupil power has increased a little, and it is difficult to control it for a while, so it is more comfortable. "How many bugs are there on the third leaf of the tree in the middle from bottom to top?" "The one underneath has a notch." Hinata Moto looked at the tree in his yard and replied like a stream. "Well, it's okay to be fine. Say hello to the people tomorrow morning, so that everyone will not worry." "Okay." Hinata replied with a smile. "Tomorrow I will go to the great elder to intercede for you." Humph, yes. Thank you so much." Hinata, who was poked in the sore spot, suddenly looked a little ugly, and snorted coldly and stopped speaking, quickened his pace and staggered past Hyuugamoto. When Hinata approached Hinata, a small kunao appeared in the other party's hand, turning into a cold light and stabbing the back of Hyuga's head. In the face of the sudden attack, Hinata Yuen slapped his palm on the opponent's wrist as expected, and then, he turned around sharply and slapped the opponent's heart with his palm. After 2 crisp sounds, the other party's bitterness was not released, and the whole person was shot several meters away by Hinata Yuen. His chest was sunken, and blood could not stop oozing from the corners of his mouth. But even lying on the ground, the other party still stared at Hinatamoto. In the unbelievable surprise, there is also a strange excitement. "Sure enough, my lord is right, my disguise may not be able to hide from your eyes." In a deep groan, Hinata foot slowly faded from his disguise and turned into a white appearance. "How did you find me?" "Daddy, that guy won't say thank you to me. I dare to taunt him, he dares to wave his gossip palm and slap me." Hinata Yuen complained in his heart, but he didn't say it, but picked up the kunao on the ground, pointed at Baiju and asked, "Who are you? What is the purpose of sneaking into Hinata's house?" "Purpose?" Baiju laughed miserably. "The purpose is to use my life to test whether you, the guy who let the Black Ju-sama take a great risk, are not a waste that even I can't beat. Is it easy to construct the chakra heart that I gave my life to send you? Indeed, if the Black Absolute is against the water, then whether he escaped death from the hands of Madara Uchiha, or accidentally was poured key information into his mind, he has a reasonable explanation." Of course, Hinata Gen knew that Kuroji Ki was not the half-body of Madara Uchiha, but the product of Kagaya's will. In order to resurrect Kagaya, the mother of Atsuki, it is inevitable that this careerist will have 2 hearts. It's just that, why did Kuroji take the risk to save me? Isn't he afraid of being discovered by Madara Uchiha? In fact, what Hinata didn't know was that while he was unconscious, Kuroji deliberately fought with Uzumaki Kushina. Contaminated with the 9 Tails chakra, he used the 9 Tails pillar force to save Hinata, but he couldn't beat it and had to escape. In this way, he cleared his suspicions. After all, Heiju's own strength is weak, and it is natural that he will not be able to defeat the pillar force. In order not to expose more clues and escape in time, he will not be blamed by Madara Uchiha. Kuroji-sama asked me to bring you a message. If you want to understand the mystery of your eyes, go find him. Because Hinata Yuen killed when he fought back, Hakuju's life will soon come to an end. So after leaving the last sentence, Baiju simply sealed, cast a spell on self-immolation, and turned into a piece of powder, not giving Hinata Yuen a chance to ask more. Hinata couldn't help but frown. Black Jedi wants to use his strength to bewitch himself like Orikimura did when he bewitched Suzuki. But Suzuki was bewitched because his family was ruined and his heart was filled with hatred, and he was in dire need of strength. And now I have parents alive and a happy family. In other words, just like being targeted by Madara Uchiha, being targeted by the Black Jedi, the Hyuuga family has the word danger on their heads. He had no doubt that if he didn't take countermeasures in time, it would not be difficult to bring down the Hyuuga family with the 1,000-year-old coin of black G's. It's like bringing down the Uchiha clan, just out of the wolf's den, and into the tiger's den. Sure enough, it's so hard to lie down. Hinata Yuen yawned, hugged the back of his head with both hands, and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Regarding the co-optation of the Black Absolute and the crisis that the Hyuuga clan is about to face, Hyuuga Yuen does not have much sense of oppression. After all, even without this hammer-breaking matter, Hinata Yuen already had the determination to stir up the entire ninja world. Heiju wants to win over and use himself, so looking at it the other way, isn't this an opportunity for him to take advantage of him? In the corridor, Hinata Yuen hadn't taken a few steps after thinking about the cause and effect, when he noticed a tall figure walking towards him. When I looked closely, it was my father Hinata. Hinata Yuen sighed in his heart, pointed to the tall figure not far away, and said, "Yo, isn't this the patriarch of the Hyuuga clan? I heard that he was punished again? Don't worry, I'll help you intercede early tomorrow morning, no need to thank you." Hinata. Dare to mock your father-in-law? Hinata's feet stepped on the floating clouds and gossip steps, and his hands made gravel to open the mountain, and he came towards Hinata Yuen. Feeling the familiar touch on the back of his neck and the smooth technique of spanking, Hinata Yuen was sure that this was the real father and didn't run away. After being forced to enjoy a massage of Hinata's gossip palm according to the custom, Hinata Yuen finally won the opportunity to quibble. "Please, I just came out of the hospital, and you want to beat me back again?" Hinata Yuen rubbed his buttocks. "I just wanted to confirm if you were impersonated, and I didn't mean to tease you." Hinata frowned and asked, "Your white eyes?" Hinata replied first. Hinata nodded. Then he slapped his son in the ass with a backhand. "I'm not blind, I don't know how to open my eyes and take a look, I need to taunt my father to confirm." Although his eyes were covered and no one could look at his eyes, Hinata Yuen couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You're so wide-eyed, didn't you still bring an imposter back? It hurt me to be taken out of my heart." Hinata was stunned when he heard this, pondered for a moment, and felt that what his son said was reasonable. The enemy I encountered this time really had a superb disguise that even a white eye could not distinguish. But who stipulated that his son should not beat his son if he was supposed to be Lao Tzu? Hinata Foot, who had already confirmed with the white of his eyes that Hyuuga's body had almost healed, felt his faintly aching knees, and slapped Hinata Yuen's ass twice. "Hey, it's much more comfortable now." Hinata protested against his father's shameless behavior, and decided to go to the clan elders early tomorrow morning. "But this time it's not for my dad to intercede, but to sue." Although, when his life was dying, his father's kneeling was really beyond Hinata's expectations, and it also moved him, but also looked up to this cheap father who had a straight face all day long. "But 1 yard to 1 yard, it's not right for you to spank me for no reason. Don't I want to lose face? Which family of traversers still have to be pierced? Next time, don't see anyone to test it." "I'm shocked, how can so many people get into my Hinata's house?" Hinata, who was in a good mood, threw Hinata Yuen down, and was satisfied with his son. Hinata Moto rubbed his hot ass while pointing to the shadows behind him. "Where else did you come from?" Hinagi found that layer of ashes. "I walked briskly and looked at it for a moment, but found nothing. This is the ashes left by the enemy's self-immolation, and he pretended to be you to attack me just now. Like the guy who impersonated me, this guy's disguise can't even be seen through with a white eye. Don't look at it, it's burned clean and nothing is left of dust, and nothing of value is left." Hinata Yuen looked at his father's solemn expression and couldn't help but explain. Hinata still carefully collected all the dust and prepared to hand it over to the village. The world is so big that there are no surprises. Although Hinata's wide-eyed observation ability is strong, it is not omnipotent. Therefore, although Hinata failed to see through the disguise of the enemy who attacked Hinata Yuen last time, he only felt the subtlety of the other party's disguise, and only hated that he cared about it and didn't confirm it seriously, so he carelessly let the other party succeed for a while. But this time, another enemy has infiltrated and no one in the family has found out. Hinata had to pay attention to it. "Don't worry, Daddy." Hinata Yuen comforted. "Although these people have a little more sophisticated camouflage ability, their combat ability is low, and even I can easily deal with it. And it's not necessarily how many of them have the ability to disguise themselves." Hinata Yuen yawned, not too worried about Hakuju's invasion. Even if Madara Uchiha has the heart to plant eyeliner in Konoha and other ninja villages, he can't go too far. The first is that Baiju can only copy other people's appearances, but cannot copy other people's abilities and memories, and it is difficult to deceive experienced ninjas. Second, from the point of view of time, at this time, whether it is Madara Uchiha or Kuroju, there should not be the ability to mass-produce Hakuju. Therefore, Hinata Yuen is not afraid that Konoha will be infiltrated into a sieve. Listening to the relief of his own son, Hinata not only did not mean to relax, but became more serious. In other words, do you know the details of these people? Hinata stared at Hinata Yuen and said sternly, I wanted to ask you about your experience of these days slowly, but now it seems. Don't look at it now, it's good to ask again slowly. Ouch, my head hurts so much, and my chest is so stuffy. I can't do it, I need to rest. Seeing that his father was going to study it seriously, Hinata Yuen immediately pretended to be weak, and moved to his room as he spoke, looking like if you dare to ask me to carry this. Don't pretend, go back to the house and rest. Hinata snorted, get up early tomorrow, I have something to ask you. However, when he got into the bed, he couldn't sleep for a while. Even if you don't plan to truthfully confess about Madara Uchiha and Kuroju, you have to make up a convincing statement, not just to fool daddy, but also to deal with the village. Originally, the disappearance of a shinobi would not attract the attention of the top management of Konoha, even if this shinobi was the young master of the Hyuuga clan. However, Hinata Motoko remembers clearly, in order to save his own little life, the 3 shinobi of Konoha have all arrived, and the recognized Star of Tomorrow in the village, the Feng Shui Gate, and the 9-tailed human pillar Force Vortex Kushina, who is the focus of the high-level attention, are also present. If it is said that the high-level leaders of Konoha can turn a blind eye to this battle, Hinata Yuen will not believe it if he is killed. But don't worry too much. Maybe he can take this opportunity to reveal some information to these mainstays of Konoha in order to gain some benefits for himself, and also make some preparations for future events in advance. The key is that you can reveal that information, and to what extent you plan to leak it. Sleepless nights. Hinata Yuen looked at the moon outside the window and thought about it for a long time. The next morning, it wasn't until Terumi knocked on the door that Hinata Yuen left the bed and began to wash. At this time, he had already made up his mind. I had breakfast with my parents as usual, and the only thing that surprised Hinata was that Terumi was actually at the same table as herself. Admiring the restrained Terumi on the other side of the dining table, Hinata couldn't help but sigh that his mother had taken great pains to win herself over. Otherwise, in the Hyuuga's family, which had many rules, it would be impossible for Terumi to enjoy this kind of treatment that even ordinary clans could not enjoy. It's a pity, in view of your husband's behavior last night, I have already decided, plead for mercy, don't sue the complaint, do it big. I'm sorry for my mother, it was his father who did it first. Hinata Yuen silently apologized to his mother in his heart. As soon as he finished eating, Hinata pulled a stinky face and wanted to ask Hinata about his experience in the past few days of disappearance, but was stopped by his wife Emi Hinata. Hinata, who has always been obedient to her husband, has a rare tough attitude, and persuades her husband not to ask about her son's disappearance with an irrefutable attitude, while urging Hinata Yuen to take Terumi to the family for a turnaround, and by the way, report safety to everyone. Mom's reaction. It's kind of interesting. Looking at his mother who was trying to help solve the siege, Hinata Yuen was embarrassed to complain to the elder again, and he was a little hesitant for a moment to laugh at his father. However, Hinata's smiling face was exchanged for his father's stinky and black face, which made people feel so unhappy. Sue. This must be sued. You can't indulge your father to act recklessly just because he has his mother's protection. Hinata Yuen once again strengthened his heart. Hinata Moto pulled Terumi and ran out of the house as soon as he slipped through the smoke. First of all, I have to show my face in front of the clansmen. After all, many people saw it on the day of the attack on my house, and many people are worried about themselves. Moreover, the clansmen are the root of their own revolution. Without the support of the clansmen, how could he overthrow his father's brutal rule and turn over and become the patriarch himself? So, Hinata Yuen took the lead in arriving at the courtyard where the clansmen usually practiced, and suddenly jumped in front of the clansmen who were practicing. Shurima, your emperor is back. Hinata Yuen clasped his hands around his waist and shouted to his people. However, the Hyuuga clansmen, who were practicing and sparring, were stunned when they looked at the boy who suddenly jumped out. They all looked at each other, but no one spoke. There seemed to be an awkward atmosphere in the air. Alas, no one in the Manchu dynasty can understand my stalk. This is the loneliness of the traverser. Hinata Yuen changed his posture and coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Before he spoke up again, why, I've only disappeared for a few days, and you don't recognize me as a young patriarch. Young master. A well-behaved girl was the first to react from her sluggishness and threw herself into Hinata Yuen's arms. Young master, you're back. I'm worried to death. The patriarch won't let me go to the hospital to see you. Ah woo woo. Hinata Yuen gently stroked the girl's head, and comforted the girl who was sobbing softly. Okay, didn't I come back safely? Fortunately, I am physically strong, otherwise I would have to be hit by you. Hinata Motohaha laughed, and the girl who was teased could only stomp her feet in protest. At the same time, the other clansmen finally recovered from the shock and gathered around. Little master, have you been discharged from the hospital? Great, everyone is worried about you. Young master, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are you blindfolded? Young master, I want to make a report. Ahu said that you are dead, and he wants us to exchange money to buy sacrifices. Young master, I didn't, Ryasuk, he slandered me. He also said that if you are not in him, you are the boss. Seeing that everyone hugged him, the girl blushed and hid behind Hinatamoto. Everyone, you, and I say a word, expressing concern for Hyuga. One of them, a fat and a thin boy, quarreled while squeezing in the past, and they almost fought. Hinata responded one by one with a grin. The body has healed, and everyone is worried. My eyes are fine, I can see through the white cloth. Ahu, Ryasuk, you two and so on, which one wants to seek power and usurp the throne? After making a fuss, Hinata pulled Terumi who was hiding on the side over and introduced her. Hato-chan, let me introduce you, this crying nose is my cousin Hinata Kaori, I call her Shizuka. This chubby is Hyuga, I call him Fat Tiger. This thinner one is called Toshio Hinata, and I call him Zyofu. Oh, yes. My cat's name is Dora. Forget it, I guess you don't understand this stock. Hinata patted his head, hated this world of no one understands me, no one complains again, and then introduces the other clansmen to Terumi. In the end, Hinata, who pulled Terumi in front of him and wanted to introduce Terumi to everyone, made a difficulty. If you report your real name, will it have a negative impact on the process of developing into a water shadow in contrast to the beauty of the shadow? There is no difference between fleeing and betraying in a sense. It is inevitable that there will be people with ill intentions, and when Terumi is about to succeed to the throne of Mizukage in the future, she will question and attack Terumi on the grounds that she has lived in a ninja village in another country for a long time. So, Hinata stopped Terumi who wanted to introduce herself, and instead opened her mouth and said for her, this is Tsukino Ming, I call her Staika. She's me, said it was picked up? It's a friend, it's too ordinary and unfamiliar. Well, if you dare to say this, I'm afraid it won't be a double beating by my father and mother, but I have to add Zhao miming, a triple beating. It's mine. Dependence. That's right, it's dependence. You have to get along well with Stygian, and you can't exclude her, you know. Hinata looked at the people who nodded and agreed, and his heart was quite proud. Dependence, a word that bursts with the middle and second senses, makes Hinata quite satisfied. Think about Tivat next door, which awesome god boss doesn't have a dependent? But Terumi who was introduced was confused and full of doubts. Who is Tsukino Aki? Also, what the hell is a dependent? But although she was full of doubts, Terumi still agreed, planning to ask Hinata about it later. In fact, Hinata originally wanted to leave everyone behind and then explain to Mei Ming, whoever thought that the plan would always fail to catch up with the changes, and before he could visit a few clan elders, he was called out. Young Master Hyuga, a ninja from the shadows, was led in by a Hyuga clansman. Hokage-sama summoned, let me inform you and Hinata to go to the Hokage building immediately. Hinata looked at his father, who had already come out of the house, so he had to hand over Terumi to his cousin Kaori Hinata to take care of first. Hinata took Terumi Ming's hand and handed it to Hinata Kaori. Shizuka, help me entertain the Stygian sauce, I'll go back as soon as I go. Okay cousin, go and come back quickly, let's eat together at noon. Hinata Kaori stood on tiptoe and waved goodbye to Hinata. Hinata didn't look back, and in order to catch up with his father, who obviously didn't plan to wait for him, he just waved his hand in response. The reason why Terumi was handed over to Hinata Kaori for hospitality was because Hinata subconsciously felt the two girls who were about the same age should be easy to get along with, and maybe when they came back, the two would become good girlfriends or something. But what Hinata didn't know was that he had just left, and the atmosphere between the two girls became delicate. The young master came here with the guest's hand just now, right? I didn't know it was the young master at first, so I didn't see it clearly. Yes, the two of them came hand in hand, I thought it wasn't the young master. By the way, the young master said that this Tsukino Ming is his dependent. What is a dependent? I don't know about my dependents, I guess it's about the same as my family. But in fact, Terumi and Hinata Kaori both heard it clearly. Looking at Terumi who was gradually dyed with blush, Hinata Kaori's enthusiasm turned into vigilance on the spot. Soon, Hinata followed his father Hinata to the door of the Hokage's office. Hinata who had been walking in front suddenly stopped his hand about to knock on the door, turned back to Hinata and said, after you go in, you can say whatever they ask you, don't lie and don't say much, understand? It was supposed to be this morning. Alas, forget it. Hinata stared at Hinata, and her stern expression revealed concern. Hinata suddenly understood why his father had a stinky face all the way, and he ignored his love. It turned out that he was angry about this. If there is no mother to help you break through this morning, your father will be able to know what to do after interrogation. If you really break into any basket in the past few days when you are missing, it is estimated that your father will also come forward to help him find an excuse and help him carry it. Daddy, this person, is obviously a knife-mouthed tofu heart. Hinata Yuen's heart warmed, and he replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Dad, it's okay, I know it." It's a pity that his reply didn't soothe Daddy's frowning brows, and Hinata didn't say anything more when he saw this, and pushed open the door of the Hokage's office first. After entering, Hinata Yuen, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. This lineup is too luxurious. In the Hokage's office, the three generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Slash were in the middle, sitting behind the desk. On the left are Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Konoha Sanshinobi are lined up, and on the right are the Bofang Shuman and the Uzumaki Kushina couple. When Hinata walked into the office, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Among them, Uzumaki Kushina clasped her hands on her chest, looking puffed out, and Mizuto was half-hugging Kushina, showing a helpless smile to Hinata Yuen while persuading her. Hinata was confused. As for it? Such a big battle? Could it be that he has been exposed? Following Hinata Yuen into the office, Hinata also froze for a moment when he saw this lineup, and the content of his mind instantly changed from "if my son gets into trouble, how can I help to show my father's majesty" to "is it too late to sever the relationship between father and son now?" Fortunately, Ape Fei Ri saw the solemnity in the air and took the lead in speaking to break the embarrassment. Here you are, sit down, and you've got a seat over there. I called your father and son over today, mainly because I want to ask Hinata Yuen's opinion on something." Hinata Mototo sat down at the direction of Sarutobi Hizuri, only to find that the Hokage-sama was looking at him with a curious look, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. In a trance, Hinata Yuen seemed to see the ape flying behind him, confess leniently, resist strictly, repent seriously and be a new person. 18 big characters. Even Hinata patted Hinata Yuen's shoulder with tears in her eyes. A picture of a lifetime of father-son love can only do this. Fortunately, Ape Fei Hiza explained in time, saving Hinata and his son's cheap flesh and blood relationship. Ahem. Here's the thing. Sarutobi Hizashi didn't see the reason, retracted his gaze, and said to Hinata Yuen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, the three of them all want to accept you as a disciple, and they all quarrel with me. And you're a subordinate of Uzumaki Kushina, and she's offered to teach you herself. I am not quick to make decisions, so I have called your father and son to hear your opinions. By the way, what kind of good ninja can make them quarrel? With a smile on his face, Sarutobi explained the ins and outs to the two of them kindly. His eyes looked at Hinata Yuen again, full of curiosity. As a student who graduated from the ninja school with the first place, Sarutobi Hizaki really has a little impression of Hyuga. But this alone is far from enough for the three ninjas to compete for apprentices. Looking at Hinata, who was wrapped in a bandage around his eyes, Sarutobi became more and more curious. But don't say that Sarutobi can't figure it out, even Hinata Yuen himself can't figure it out. Am I so good that I even rush to be my master? Also, when did I become a subordinate of Uzumaki Kushina? Therefore, Hinata Yuen still doesn't know that the scroll that his father stuffed himself at the beginning was a letter of appointment. Hinata Yuen scratched his head and replied without thinking, I think, I'm squatting pretty well at home, and I don't need a teacher or anything. Just kidding. Once you recognize the teacher, you have to practice hard. How can I still fish? Besides, our vein plugins have all arrived, and it's better to go home and study the Golden Will reincarnation explosion and the like than anything else, okay? Hinata Moto's head shook like a rattle, and decisively refused. In fact, if one of the three ninjas proposed to accept him as an apprentice, Hinata Yuen would happily respond. After all, the combat experience and combat wisdom of a 3 ninja level boss, including the status and connections of becoming a disciple of the 3 ninjas, are all very desired by Hinata Yuen. But the three of them wanted to accept themselves at the same time, and Hinata Yuen could only refuse them all with tears. Because no matter which one he chooses, he is offending the other two. It's all big guys, and Hinata Yuen can't only hide if he doesn't want to offend. No, Tsunade was the first to stand up and object. Hinata Yuen must become my disciple. Our family treasure, the necklace from the first generation, chose Hinata Yuen, which shows that he has the will to fire and has a bond with me. It must be taught by me. Therefore, Tsunade has to personally witness the growth of Hyuga. In Hinata's body, she saw the shadows of Rope Tree and Kato Duen. When Hinata Yuen realized that he was dying, the gentle chakra turned out to be the power of the 1,000 hand pillars in the original necklace. Although Tsunade obviously wanted to be crooked, Hyuga, who understood the significance of that necklace to Tsunade, was very willing to take this responsibility. Hinata Yuen nodded slightly, and said, then I'll choose Tsunade-sama as my own. No. Before Hinata Yuen finished speaking, Jiraiya stood up and objected. He is very likely to be the child of prophecy, the Toad Great Immortal said. I must guide him to grow. The existence of the child of prophecy is not a secret to Sarutobi Hisashi or Tsunade Orochimaru, or even the Mizuman couple. Therefore, this reason still carries a lot of weight. Moreover, for Hinata, a traverser, the fact that he is also a teacher has infinite attraction. Before he crossed over, he fantasized that he could have a charismatic teacher like Naruto. Hinata Yuen nodded almost subconsciously, and wanted to agree. But Orochimaru objected. No. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and looked at Hinata Yuen, his expression gradually becoming fanatical. This kid, it must be taught by me. His heart is not perfect, once he forgets to recharge, it is a dead end. Only I have the ability to analyze and perfect this unknown technology and help him build a perfect heart, otherwise, he would be half a wasted person. Hinata Yuen, who was stared at by Orochimaru, didn't dare to shake his head in refuse. Although Orochimaru wants to study himself, this is a very dangerous thing. But if he becomes Orochimaru's apprentice under the witness of the 3 generations and others, then Orochimaru still has to take into account that he will not be killed on the surface, and his own little life is somewhat guaranteed. If you dare to refuse, Hinata didn't think that Orochimaru would obediently give up his curiosity about himself like this. On the contrary, since you can't start on the countertop, you can only do it behind your back. On the contrary, it will be more dangerous. How to choose? Looking at the 3 shinobi who were arguing endlessly in the Hokage's office, Hinata Yuen couldn't help but make a difficulty. The 3 bigwigs of Konoha village here haven't come up with a reason yet, and the puffing Uzumaki Kushina over there also wants to roll up his sleeves and join the battlefield. Fortunately, Feng Shuman on the side was quick to move, and pressed Sinai back to his seat, and it was another wave of good talk to persuade people to come down, so that the scene did not become more chaotic. Hinata Yuen also made a fuss with a few people, and only then did he ask his father why Uzumaki Kushina was also involved. The relationship his cheap dad watched himself fish all day long and didn't do business. It just so happened that the whirlpool Sinai was hot and her husband Feng Shuman's combat team was mixed up, and she was unwilling to be compared to Shuman, and she also wanted to form a combat team on a whim. One is eager to push his own son out of the house quickly, and the other is anxious to find high-quality players. So, the two hit it off, and Hyuuga Yuen, who was not bad on the surface, was secretly traded. After understanding the cause and effect, Hinata Yuen couldn't wait to tear off the blindfold on the spot and roll his eyes for the cheap father. It's just that he doesn't have time to mess with his family now, and Hinata Yuen looked at the Hokage's office that was making a pot of porridge, and became a bitter gourd face. To tell the truth, Hinata Yuen, who knows the development trend of the Hokage world in the future, doesn't want to offend any of the bigwigs present. On the contrary, Hinata is eager to get in touch with them. These are all golden thighs. Hinata has to think carefully about how to hold it steadily. His eyes rolled twice, and he suddenly had an idea, but he had to wait, and he couldn't let himself speak first. Half an hour passed, and the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Fury saw that he had finished smoking a bucket of cigarettes, and several people did not fight for a result. As for the little guy Hinata, who sat there and didn't speak or express his position, he was blindfolded, making people unpredictable about his thoughts, like a cunning little fox. This doll is really interesting. Ape Fury rubbed his mustache and couldn't help but take some interest in the child. Ahem, okay, you guys. What does it look like to be noisy? Sarutobi slammed his pipe on the table, interrupting Sanshinobi's argument. Since you all have reasons why you must accept Hinata Yuen as a disciple, then it's up to Hinata Yuen to choose who to worship as his teacher. What do you say, little Hinata Moto? Sarutobi squinted his eyes and smiled, and threw the question to Hinata Yuen again. And this is what Hinata Moto is waiting for. I think. Hinata Yuen stood up, pinched his waist and looked around at everyone, and replied in the childish tone that is unique to children. Apprentice, you have to worship the most powerful person, so that I will become the most powerful person in the future. So, Mayome Hokage-sama, why don't you come and be my teacher? Hinata Motoya was not shocked, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he shocked everyone present. Hinata was the first to react, grabbed Hinata Yuen and reprimanded, nonsense. Hokage-sama is busy with work every day. Where do you have time to guide you little brat? Hokage-sama, Hinata is still young, ignorant, and always whimsical, please don't blame. Pulling Hinata Yuen behind him, Hinata bowed deeply to Ape Flying High to apologize. Ape Fury/smiled. Ha ha ha. Interesting. You little guy is so interesting. Patriarch Hyuuga, don't be so nervous, this little guy has a lot of appetite for me. Sarutobi smiled and invited Hinata back to his seat, looked at Hinata Yuen and said, however, I really don't have much time to teach my disciples. Moreover, I am also old and less energetic than before, so it is difficult to take care of an apprentice. So I'm sorry, I can't take you as an apprentice. You might as well choose one of my 3 disciples, they are all very good ninjas. Seeing Sarutobi Hinata shirking his words, Hinata Yuen shook his head and replied, I know that the three ninjas are all extremely good ninjas, and no matter which one of them is a teacher, it is a great blessing for me. As he spoke, Hinata Yuen also glanced at Sunan to make sure that his ass didn't hit the horse's leg, and then continued, the three of them are my idols. But my greatest idol is you, the one who can cultivate the three ninjas of the Megatron ninja realm and is known as the ninjutsu professor. You. Yes. God. So, please accept me as your disciple. If you don't allow it, I'd rather never apprentice for the rest of my life, said him, and hyuuga Yuen knelt down with a sincere face towards the ape flying sun, and was reluctant to get up. That sincere attitude moved everyone present. Even Hinata was a little surprised. When did his son have such an idol? The reason why Hyuuga, who fell to his knees, was reluctant to get up was to show his attitude. What are these two combings? It's because he slapped the sycophants a little hard just now, and even his face in these two lives was almost not tightened, and he couldn't hide it. Ape Fei Ri slash was also flushed by Hinata Yuen's troublesome old face, and he was a little overwhelmed. Look around again, whether it's Sanrin or the Watergate couple, it's you look at me and I look at you, and none of them make a sound. There's no way, other children worship their own teachers, and there's no way to refute them. How can you start this? You can't rob students with your own teacher, right? Therefore, the three ninjas opened their mouths, but they couldn't say anything to argue. In the same way, the Watergate couple, as students of the Ape Flying Sun / students, are even more unable to speak out. The old man really has no plans to accept apprentices recently, and he is busy with affairs as a Hokage. Seeing that the Ape Fei Ri fell into the pit he dug, Hinata Yuen immediately hit the snake with a stick, raised his head and rushed to say, it's okay, you only need to spare a little time to teach me. Most of the time, can you entrust me to your three students, so that the three adults can also guide me justifiably and fulfill their wishes to teach me? Therefore, as soon as these words came out, Sanshinobi's eyes lit up instantly, and he looked at his teacher with an expectant expression. The three generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sunday. The ape flew to the sun and instantly had a feeling of being forced into the palace. Ahem. That one. You allow me to consider the matter of accepting disciples, and I will talk about it later. Seeing that the situation was gradually getting weird, Sarutobi hurriedly called Hinata and changed the topic and said, I called you over today, in fact, there is another thing I want to ask you. Sarutobi knocked his pipe and stuffed the tobacco leaves into it again, trying to make himself look as serious as possible, and asked Hinata Yuen while lighting the fire. The main drama is coming. Hyuga's heart tightened. Sure enough, I still can't escape this level. Hinata, who had already anticipated it, returned to his seat in accordance with Sarutobi's instructions, and quickly repeated the words he had prepared in his mind, confirming that there was no problem before speaking. I was kidnapped. That day, my father ordered me to bring a scroll to the third training ground, and when I saw that it was still early, I went to a Chiraku Ramen and ordered a bowl of ramen. While waiting, I saw a white-haired old man at the intersection who wanted to cross the road, so I went to help him. In the process, I also met Kakashi Hakiki. Until now, what Hinata Yuen said was a verifiable fact for everyone in Konoha to verify, and a good lie should be mixed with the facts. He took advantage of the blindfold and secretly observed the expressions of the crowd. Seeing that everyone's expressions were the same, Hinata Motoki continued, I didn't expect that old man to be a powerful ninja. He just glared at me, and I lost consciousness. Now that I think about it, he must have taken me out of the village. For the next few days, I was mostly under the control of illusions, with only a little waking time. That old man wants to take me as an apprentice, and say that I should follow him to dominate the ninja world. I righteously refused. Speaking of this, Hinata Yuen's righteous and awe-inspiring appearance made the corners of Ape Fury's mouth twitch as he held his pipe. Why does anyone want to accept you as an apprentice? Hinata Yuen seemed to be a playful spirit, clutched his chest and continued, but that bad old man still doesn't give up, forces me to learn something from him every day, and threatens to kill me if I don't obey. But how can I, Hinata Yuen, succumb to the enemy's obscenity? The will of fire is burning in my chest, and even if they beat me and abuse me, I will never join them. As he spoke, Hinata Yuen was still half lying on the ground, covering his chest with one hand, pointing to the sky with one hand, tilting his head and sobbing softly, as if he would rather die than give in, and be heroic and righteous. Not to mention, with this exaggerated performance, I also saw the two ladies present with tears in their eyes. In particular, the phrase, the will of fire is burning in my chest, suddenly stabbed Tsunade in the heart and touched her. Ahem. Well, I know your noble will, but, and then, what's going on in your chest, and how did you escape? The three generations of old men, who were not too old, looked at this child who did not play according to the routine, and couldn't help but feel that his head was big, and he opened his mouth to stop Hinata's one-man show. Don't worry, I'm about to act. Ah no, I was about to talk about this part. Hinata Yuen smashed his mouth and got up. Since the three generations don't eat this set, he can only say it. Actually, I feel that they don't want to take me as an apprentice at all. They just want me to cooperate with them in experiments. They seem to have some kind of technology that enhances the ability to white eye, and they kidnapped me to test on me. They poured a huge amount of energy into my chest, and that's how my injuries came about. It was so painful that I fainted. They seemed to think that the experiment had failed, so they threw away my corpse. Hinata Yuen spread his hands and pretended to be lucky. When I woke up, I found myself in the forest. After that, he walked with the wandering Tsukino Ming. On the way back to the village, he met Jiraiya-sama, and then he was taken back to the village. With that, Hinata Yuen sat back, looking like I'm done, and Sarutobi frowned, obviously not satisfied with this flawed statement. Did you just say they are a gang? How many people are there? Are there any characteristics? Asked Sarutobi. And Hyuuga is waiting for this question. It looks like it's supposed to be a well-organized gang. I only saw 3 people, but there should have been other accomplices. As for the features, they should all be ninjas. By the way, the old man who kidnapped me said that he used to be a member of Konoha too. He said his name was Madara Uchiha. As the words Madara Uchiha came out of Hinata mouth, the face of the 3 generations of Hokage Hitobi immediately changed drastically, and he immediately pressed a certain button under the desktop, and then several chakra rays of light lit up from the various walls of the Hokage's office, isolating the entire office. This is the enchantment. Although Madara Uchiha, the name of the legendary ninja who founded Konoha along with the original Hokage Senju pillar, was deliberately hidden by Konoha and was not known to ordinary ninjas. But at this time, everyone in the Hokage's office is not an ordinary ninja. Especially the Hokage, Sarutobi Hizup, knows very well what this name represents. That's the existence of the god of ninja. After doing all this, Sarutobi took a deep breath to calm down, and then retorted with great certainty, impossible. You don't know what this name means. That real Uchiha Madara must still be alive. Hinata, have you seen that Uchiha Madara used the Sharingan? Sarutobi Hinata asked as he stared at Hinata Yuen with a serious expression. At this moment, he desperately hoped that Hinata Yuen would give a negative answer. But Hinata nodded affirmatively. See, although it was only for a moment, I am sure that when he took me away from the village, he used the writing wheel. Moreover, it's not the Sangatama writing wheel the pattern in his eyes is even more complicated. This time, even Tsunade couldn't sit still, and stood up and retorted, impossible. Madara Uchiha? Do you know who that is? The real Madara Uchiha is my grandfather's old enemy, and people from that era can't live until now. And, anyway, I'm pretty sure he's dead. Facing Tsunade's rebuttal, Hinata's mind surged, and he said that the Senju clan had indeed recorded this matter. Are you sure, too? Senju Tsuruma did think that Madara Uchiha was dead, and the ninja god was deceived by the forbidden artisan Aga that could rewrite reality. However, everyone's resolute attitude also went along with Hyuga's intentions. In today's lie, he didn't intend to let Madara Uchiha live. Once it is necessary to explain why Madara Uchiha is still alive, it will inevitably involve the Outer Path Golem. It will also involve intercolumnar cells, the Eye of the Moon project, and so on. This material is too fierce, and Hinata Yuen is afraid that Konoha will be a little unbearable. After all, he only planned to give Konoha a preventive shot, so that Konoha could prepare for the upcoming crises and not be too tragic, instead of trying to tell the whole story and tell everything about the future. What's more, if someone believes it, Hinata didn't think about how to explain how he learned all this. The name Madara Uchiha is just a shot of vaccine, and since it is a vaccine, it must be inactivated, so that its harm is enough to wake up everyone in Konoha, and it will not be too violent, so that everyone in Konoha will be terrified. And a dead Uchiha Madara, the toxicity is just right. After listening to Tsunade's speech, Hinata Yuen suddenly stood up, causing everyone's eyes to focus on him again. He clutched his head, as if trying to remember something. After a moment, he clapped his hands and said loudly, I remember. When you say that, I don't think the old man who calls himself Madara Uchiha is a normal person. Moreover, he barely had a body temperature, and there were cracks on his face. Also, in the conversation between the other two, I seem to hear a technique called filthy turning something. Filthy Earth Reincarnation, an S-class otherworldly psychic forbidden technique invented by the second-generation Hokage Senju. It is a forbidden technique that summons the souls of the dead back to the human world, resurrects them in the form of entities, and manipulates them at will. During his lifetime, Thousand Hands performed the dirt reincarnation technique many times, and became famous in the ninja world for it. Therefore, there are not many people who know that this technique exists. It's just that as an evil ninjutsu that plays with the deceased, the Filthy Earth Reincarnation technique has been banned for many years, leaving only a copy of the rubbing book hidden deep in Konoha's most secret library. But nothing is absolute. As long as this technique exists in the world, there is a possibility that it can be used by people with ulterior motives. For example, the future Orochimaru. Therefore, Hyuga's lie is logically valid. But for Konoha, the corpse of a legendary ninja who has been used by an evil organization is much easier to accept than the one who is still alive. After all, in terms of current technology, the strength of the reincarnated filthy earth is more than a cut worse than when he was alive. Have you ever heard of this technique? Asked Hinata Moto, pretending to be innocent, to the third generation. Ape Theory sighed, his brows furrowed, and his face was full of sadness. This is an evil forbidden technique that uses and manipulates the dead. If it's a filthy earth reincarnation, it's not impossible. Little Hyuuga Moto, do you know what their purpose is? Asked Sarutobi Hizuri. War. Hinata replied firmly, their purpose is to cause the Third Ninja World War. At this point, Hinata Moto finally revealed his minions. He wants Konoha to prepare for the battle in advance. Calculate the time, the Third Ninja World War will start in less than 2 years. In the original plot, Konoha was caught off guard and passively responded, and even failed to get an ally in this war, and was forced to fight with the other 4 ninja villages at the same time. Although Konoha still won this war in the face of such adversity, the price paid was also huge. If you can prepare in advance, you may be able to change the direction of the future. Not only can many people be saved, maybe Lin's tragedy can be avoided, and Obito doesn't have to fall into the abyss. What's more, maybe it can change the future direction of the whole world. Even if he is extremely selfish, even Hinata Yuen can't change anything. At least, he can get some political capital from this war to help him blend into the Konoha high level in the future. Hyuga, who knew the cause and effect of Uchiha's destruction, clearly realized that he had to be mixed into a middle to high level Konoha to be able to match up with the old coin of Danzang. Thinking of this, Hinata Moto's expression became even more determined. Moreover, what they are seeking is not a war in any one country, but a war that affects all shinobi villages, concluded Hinata Moto. After Hinata finished speaking, there was silence in the Hokage's office again. Originally, it was just a routine inquiry, but no one would have thought that Hinata Yuen would break so much news. It's the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara again, and it's the Third Ninja War, and the fierce words hit the minds of everyone present, making people feel a little unreal. There was even a moment when Sarutobi wanted to rush up and pull Hinata Yuen's ear and ask if this kid was idle and had nothing to do here, but his intuition told him that this kid wasn't joking. I habitually rubbed my beard, but I accidentally rubbed off a few of them. Ape Theory suddenly felt that he seemed to be really old. He shouldn't have come this morning. What did he do with his apprentice's own affairs? It's okay now, it's all big news. Sarutobi took a hard puff of his cigarette, let go of his beard, rubbed his eyebrows and asked Hinata Yuen, how did you know what you just said? As a captive, you know too much, right? Sarutobi slashed his question, which made several people in shock come to their senses, and the same confusion poured out in their hearts. That's right. How did you, a captive, know so clearly? Are the people who kidnapped you stupid? Can you know anything? Facing everyone's puzzled eyes, Hinata Yuen knew that he was in a bit of a hurry. Fortunately, he had already prepared a way to deal with his doubts. Hinata Yuen did not answer in a hurry, but untied the white gauze used to cover his eyes first. And under the gauze, Hinata's eyes were still closed. Hokage-sama, if you don't mind, can you write a few words on a piece of paper? Instead of answering Sarutobi's question, Hinata Motomo made a request to the other party. And Ape Theory is worthy of being a good-tempered elder, although he doesn't quite understand Hinata's intentions, he still cooperates with finding a piece of paper and writing a few words. As soon as he put down his pen, Hinata Yuen closed his eyes and read, where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. You're writing those words, aren't you? Ape Theory raised his eyebrows, as if he realized something. He stood up, picked up a book and put it under the paper, so that the paper was level with Hinata's eyes, and wrote down something, 857, you're writing these 3 numbers, right? Hinata said with a smile. And he still answered with his eyes closed. How did you do that? Asked Sarutobi, puzzled. As the Konoha Hokage, he naturally has a certain understanding of the abilities of a big family like Hinata. Originally, Hinata Yuen seemed to be able to see things clearly even though he was blindfolded, and it didn't make him feel abnormal, because the white eye already has the ability to see. However, by looking at the corners of his eyes, Sarutobi determined that Hinata did not have the ability to use white eyes. He couldn't even open his eyes. And, even with the ability to use the white eye, he shouldn't be able to see the words on the paper that is parallel to his line of sight. The enlarged perspective is not God's perspective, and the white eye does not have such an ability. Could it be? Actually, I lied just now. Hinata didn't let everyone's conjecture ferment for too long, opened his eyes directly, and began to tell his lie while looking around at everyone with blank eyes. Actually, the guy's experiment didn't fail, and my eyes did get some kind of evolution. As you can see, my eyes are not the same as normal white eyes. At that time, in order to survive, I tentatively agreed to join them and cooperate with their experiments. That's why I learned so much. They weren't afraid that I would betray me, because they thought that I would surely die if I left the supply of their black balls. Instead of letting Konoha look at himself with suspicion, it is better to simply tell the other party that he has something to hide. Pretending to be a mystery has always been an excellent way to get someone's attention. Hinata UN faced everyone and talked eloquently. There are not many people in this organization, but there are many strong people with shadow-level strength. Hinata UN threw another bombshell. Jiraiya's jaw dropped suddenly, and he hurriedly asked, Shadow-level powerhouse, why is it that the more you talk about it, the more you don't know it? Are you sure of the authenticity of the information? Hinata UN spread his hands and replied childishly, how do I know? I'm just a child. This is what they call themselves, and I don't know if it's bragging. With that, Hinata UN was about to return to his seat, but he was pinned down by Zille on the way. You're a kid, you're right, however, you're also a Konoha ninja. Jiraiya rubbed Hinata's head vigorously, as if to vent his dissatisfaction with being shocked just now, and at the same time solemnly lectured, as a piece of information that Shinobi reported to the chief, do you want to make sure that it is true? This is not something that can be forgiven as a prank. Got it. Hinata, who accepted it and did not refute it. He could feel that this was Zilla also stepping forward to protect himself. After all, whether it was Madara Uchiha being reincarnated in the dirt, or a mysterious organization with a shadow-class ninja trying to start a war, it was too appalling. If someone has a heart to pass false information to Hinata UN because of this, or even the crime of being a spy, it will be a very serious stain on his entire ninja career. To put it bluntly, Jiraiya doesn't believe that what Hinata UN said is the truth, and thinks that there are many elements of bragging. Pick up a wooden stick and dare to say that the peerless sword, being picked up by a dog, can blow it into a tiger's mouth to escape. Aren't all boys like this? Seeing Hinata UN nodding obediently, Jiraiya's hanging heart was also put down. After all, no matter how kind the Hokage is, he is also the Hokage, and it is inappropriate to brag in front of this one. But on the contrary, Hinata UN nodded and continued, although there is no way to confirm it, this is indeed valuable information. If Konoha does not encounter a war in 2 years, I am willing to take all responsibility for providing wrong information. But, if I'm willing to take responsibility, will you believe me? You. Jiraiya looked at the boy with his head held high under his palm, smiling like a flower, and he was so angry that he was speechless for a while. At this moment, a silver light burst out from under his palm in Jiraiya's surprised eyes, making him take half a step back. This barrier in the office should be able to isolate outsiders from prying eyes, right? Everyone present is also someone who can be trusted in Konoha. Although Orochimaru is a bit troublesome, as long as you manage your relationship with him carefully, it shouldn't be a big problem. So, let's use this power to convince you. Hinata lowered his head and stared at the silver light flickering on his body, and thoughts surged in his heart. If your eyes hadn't changed, this state should be called reincarnated eye mode, right? However, the mutated state, matching the eyes, I decided to call it the void armament. Raising his head, Hinata looked around at everyone present again. This time, although through the blindfolded gauze, the strong pupil power still made Sunan look sideways slightly, instinctively not wanting to look directly at him. As strong as the 3 generations of Hokage, Ape-Face Sun Slash couldn't help but squint his eyes. Hinata spoke. I don't think a bunch of idle people can give me such power in just a few days, and the enemy's methods are far beyond common sense. In order to convince you to face it, I am willing to reveal my secret. 3 generations of adults, I suddenly got a powerful force, but I don't know how to harness it. I'm glad that I've become strong, but I don't want this power to be a hidden danger to Konoha. So, Lord Mio, would you like to teach me? After speaking, Hinata UN removed the silver chakra cloak that was wrapped around his body, and stood quietly in place, staring at the strongest Konoha on the main seat with his eyes through gauze, waiting for the other party's response. It's not that he deliberately stood there in a posture, but the void armament in just a few seconds actually almost emptied Hinata's body, and the chakra heart in his chest shrank rapidly, and he could only barely function. Speaking of human words, it is that Hinata UN is already empty and unable to move at this time. If it weren't for the forced character that was just so hard to lift, he would have collapsed into a lump. The ape flew and slashed, and the pipe was brought to his mouth, but he didn't smoke, not knowing what he was thinking. To tell the truth, after being a Hokage for so many years and having experienced 2 ninja wars, he doesn't feel that the next ninja war is far away. But those who have experienced war are more greedy for precious peace. Therefore, with a keen sense of smell, he already vaguely smelled the smell of war, but he still had a trace of luck in his heart. In case of, how could Ape-Face never expect that the prophecy of war would come out of the mouth of a 5-year-old child, mercilessly striking his head buried in the sand? Originally, it was just out of curiosity to see how the little guy who could make his 3 students fight over it made this scene. At this moment, Ape-Face suddenly felt so tired. Am I old? The cigarette holder has already touched my lips, but the Ape-Face has no desire to take 2 sips, and allows the tobacco to burn in the pipe. Alas, said Ape Flying Sun with a long sigh. No matter how tired you are, you have to stand still and bear it all. Because, I'm the Hokage. Sarutobi's eyes became firm, and he stood up and said to everyone, I ordered in the name of the Hokage that the pair in this office today be sealed as a S-class secret, and no one is allowed to disclose it to others without my order. Violators will be punished for defection. Today, I am responsible for judging the authenticity of all the information that Hinata Yuen said. Hinata Yuen is only providing clues, and does not take responsibility. Okay, you all go back. Jiraiya, tell the shadows outside that the enchantment was just activated because you had a confidential intelligence report. After arranging everything, 8Fei returned to his usual kind expression, and smiled apologetically at everyone present. Sorry, I'm a little tired, so let's stop here for today. 8Fei's words were not polite, and the tiredness in his eyes was so obvious that everyone could see it. Hinata Yuen felt a sense of loss in his heart. Did his words still fail to impress him? But feeling that the state of the three generations was wrong, Hinata Yuen didn't try again, and after bowing his head to greet him, he dragged his body towards the door of the office. But he hadn't taken a few steps before things took a turn. Sarutobi slammed his pipe on the table, stopped everyone, and said in a deep voice, Hinata Moto, I'll take you as a student. Go home and rest for a few days, and report to me when your body is well. Hearing this, everyone present was surprised, only Hinata Yuen was overjoyed. I wanted to say a few polite words, but I saw that 8Fei had withdrawn the enchantment on one side, waved his hand impatiently on the other side, turned to look out the window and stopped talking. Hinata had no choice but to bow deeply and leave with his father, and Tsunade followed. Jilaf followed closely behind, dealing with the shadows who rushed to support due to the triggering of the emergency barrier. Jusainai, who was robbed of the student, wanted to say something, but was stopped by Watergate and hugged out of the office. At this point, only the Hokage and Orochimaru, who did not want to leave, were left in the office. Aren't you leaving? Asked Ape Fury, puffing off his tasteless cigarette. I'm curious. Orochimaru licked his tongue with an interested expression. What do you think? He obviously hid a lot of secrets, and you actually accepted this student. No matter how much he hides, he is also a member of Konoha village. His secret will eventually become the nourishment for Konoha to flourish. Ape Face Sun muttered and smiled. Suddenly, he felt less tired again. On the way home, Hinata Yuen's face was full of excitement that could not be concealed. Although it is hidden and developed secretly, it is indeed relatively safe to avoid attracting the attention of some malicious forces. But the reality is that even the biggest bosses of Shippuden, Madara Uchiha and Black Jedi, have already paid attention to themselves, so it's not interesting to hide anymore. It's better to stand in front of the stage and use this talent to get enough capital for yourself. After all, there are so many legendary ninjas in Konoha, wouldn't it be stupid not to find a way to use them? And successfully becoming the Hokage means that Hyuga grand goal has finally taken a crucial step. Compared with Hinata's sunny face, Hinata's Hinata, who is the head of the Hyuga family, is full of clouds. Along the way, Hinata didn't speak, like a silent volcano. Until the two stepped into the house, the excited Hinata Motojang wanted to go to Terumi and her cousin Hinata Kaori to tell the good news, but was stopped by his father. Hinata Moto, come here. Hinata had a gloomy face, dropped a sentence and took the lead in the house, seeing Hinata Moto's heart sink. Dad, who has always been conservative in his work, is probably very dissatisfied with his actions today, right? Because Hinata Yuen knows that his father will not approve of his decision 100%. So whether it was the mutation of his eyes or his plan to become the Hokage, he didn't discuss it with his father in advance. But no matter what, as a son of man, I really don't have much respect for my father this time. Even relatively tolerant parents may find it offensive, let alone stubborn like their own father. Thinking of this, Hinata Moto, who felt a little guilty, obediently lowered his head and followed, ready to be scolded honestly. Anyway, it's done, so it's good to let Daddy extinguish the fire. But what Hinata didn't expect was that his father's attitude was even tougher than he imagined. You're going to do the Naruto's apprenticeship, I don't agree. After entering the house, this was the first thing Hinata Hayazu said. From this day on, you will stay in this courtyard and will not be able to go anywhere. I'll explain it to Hokage-sama. This is the second sentence. In two sentences, not only did he reject the opportunity that Hyuga won so hard, but also gave Hyuga Yuen a grounding order. That tough attitude made the guilt in Hinata's heart instantly drowned out by incomprehension and anger. Why? Is it wrong for me to want to be stronger? Asked Hinata rhetorically. Why? Do you dare to ask why? Hinata's disobedience caused Hinata's long-suppressed volcano to completely erupt, and he slapped the table and shouted, just because I'm your father, just because I'm the head of the Hyuga family. Why was Emi so abnormal in the morning? Are you so bold and fat, and dare to let your mother cover for you? Your eyes have changed, why didn't you tell me first? If you want to climb into the Hokage relationship, why don't you discuss it with me first? Do you still have me as a father in your eyes? Do you still have me as a patriarch? Do you know that your actions may implicate the entire Hyuga family? Hinata's face turned red with anger, and he reprimanded his son mercilessly. In his opinion, this son of his own was born stubborn and disobedient to discipline, but for the sake of his good talent, he didn't demand too much from him. And now, this indulgence has finally led to a catastrophe. He can no longer indulge his children in mischief. As a patriarch, as a father, it is his responsibility to put an end to this mistake. And Hinetawan, who was scolded with a hooded face, had aggrieved eyes red, and looked at his father in this life with tears in the corners of his eyes. How could Hinata not know what Hinata was talking about? To be honest, after crossing over, Hyuuga Gen really realized the survival wisdom of the Hyuuga clan. There was a time when the Land of Water regarded those who possessed the blood inheritance limit as ominous, and this seemingly ignorant phenomenon actually contained a bloody reality: jealousy. The blood inheritance limit is often powerful, and this strength often causes the envy of ordinary ninjas. When all ninjas unite to repel the blood limiter, even the most powerful ninja clan will perish. Therefore, the Uzumaki clan was almost wiped out, the Uchiha clan was ostracized for various reasons, and the Senju clan chose to hide from everyone. And the Hyuuga clan, instead of being ostracized by other ninjas, is still respected by people. The wisdom of this huge family that can continue to this day is to hide clumsily and not show its edge. Hinata has seen it, and a few times my father's friends jokingly said, if the clansmen of the Hyuuga clan also master all kinds of ninjutsu and have the blessing of white eyes, they will definitely be much stronger than ordinary ninjas. But every time, Dad shook his head with a smile, and repeatedly emphasized that the Hyuuga clan only used soft fist techniques and did not learn other ninjutsu. Why? Because the more shiny it is, the more dazzling it becomes. Therefore, Daddy will never allow himself to become this up-and-coming bird. Daddy, I'm sorry. I'm not disrespecting you, I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing. But, Hinata's heart was very confused, because it was difficult for him to say that his father's set was wrong. Forbearance and clumsiness are indeed aggrieved, but they do bring stability to the family. But, what is the difference between a person who pretends to be a fool all his life and a real fool? Don't you have to pay the price? Hinata suddenly thought of a question, and the answer to this question might be able to solve the mess of thoughts in his heart. Daddy, if a certain country covets the white eyes of the Hyuuga clan, it requires that our family must contribute a pair of white eyes before we will give up, otherwise we will go to war. Will you lead the family to face the battle, or will you ask the clan to give a pair of eyes? The softening of his son's tone made Hinata gradually control his emotions, but after hearing this question, he couldn't help frowning. What is your problem? I stopped you just to avoid the Hyuuga clan from being targeted and avoid this from happening. Daddy! Hinata shook his head to stop Hinata from talking about it, looked into his father's eyes and asked again, what will you do? Hinata's brow furrowed even tighter. But after thinking for a moment, he replied, if this is inevitable, I will not let any of my people die, I will give my eyes. Hinata Mototo laughed and asked, dedicate your eyes, hee. What if the enemy asks for more than one pair of eyes? Who else are you going to give? Mine, mother's or uncle? Human beings are not omniscient and omnipotent. Therefore, human ability is limited, and cognition is also limited. Therefore, a person's perception of himself is often biased, and it is difficult to see himself clearly. It's just that the man in front of him didn't expect that one day in the future, he would let his own brother dedicate his life in exchange for peace. Therefore, Hinata did not doubt the authenticity of his father's anger at the moment. But I disagree. Is it cowardly? Hinata is not good to evaluate. After all, this sacrifice can be regarded as great, and it was exchanged for the hard-won peace of Konoha after the Great War. But grievances are certain, and Hinata crossed over, not to be humiliated as a grandson. Ha 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 ha. Hinata suddenly laughed. He understood that although his father was determined to sacrifice for the family, at the same time, as the patriarch, he had to consider all kinds of worries, which forced him to be cowardly. And this kind of cowardice is what Hinata is ashamed of. What a laugh. Hinata didn't understand his son's brain circuit, but he clearly sensed the humiliation from this laughter. He wanted to get angry, but he held back, stood up, and brushed his sleeves away. Humph. You're grounded. You must not leave the family's control until you reach adulthood. Whether you understand it or not, I'm all for your good. For my good, so let me shrink under the protection of the family? No way. Hinata also stood up and said to Hinata without humility or arrogance, Father, I cannot accept this arrangement. Hinata was resolute. If you don't accept it, you have to accept it, this is an order. Hinata smiled crookedly, heh, I'm going to launch a patriarch challenge. What? Hinata was already at the door, pausing for a moment, wondering if he had heard it wrong. I said, I'm going to launch a patriarch challenge. Hinata repeated. This time, even Hinata laughed angrily, stared at his son and said, okay, good. The little cub who doesn't know the height of the sky and the height of the earth, now he dares to challenge me. Hinata didn't care much and left leisurely. The Patriarch Challenge is a right that is unique to the heirs of the Hyuuga clan. The existence of this family rule was originally intended to spur the successor of the clan. Although the victory or defeat of the challenge does not directly determine the position of the head of the family, the successor can show his progress through the challenge again and again, and gain the approval of the clan and elders. It can be said that each generation of the head of the Hyuuga family has launched several patriarchal challenges when they are not on the throne. As a rule, even if the challenge fails, the challenger will be rewarded for his performance. And the reward that Hinata wants is just not restricted. Although he didn't want to be so stiff with his father, he couldn't accept being confined to his home in comparison. Ugh. One thing to say, although Dad is a bit stubborn, he still has strength. Unless you hang up, you won't have a chance of winning. Hinata Yuen patted his chest and couldn't help but feel melancholy. He found that he now had a great disadvantage, that is, the lack of chakra. Although Hyugamoto's chakra was far more than that of his peers, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the huge consumption of opening the void armament. This time is different, and now in his chest, there is no huge chakra from that old demon Madara Uchiha. Based on Hyuga Yuen's own chakra alone, it is optimistically estimated that it is only enough to maintain the state of void armament for 3 minutes, and as for the Dao-seeking jade, it can't even condense a single one. Without the Dao-seeking jade, there would be no way to talk about powerful ninjutsu such as the Silver Wheel reincarnation explosion. Hinata Moto scratched his head worriedly as he walked in the courtyard. I really want a nine-tailed brand power bank. Hey, I don't have a power bank, but I can borrow it. Think about the original book. At the end of the Fourth Ninja War, Naruto Uzumaki shared the chakra of the Nine Tails with many ninja alliances. If Naruto Uzumaki can do it, then Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kushina, may be able to do it too? If he turns to Lord Kushina, he may be able to rub a wave of nine-tailed chakras, then the problem will be solved temporarily? Thinking of this, Hinata Moto Dang decided to go out and seek Uzumaki Kushina's help. Trotting all the way, Hinata Yuen quickly ran to the gate. Found that the clansmen who usually practiced hard were all in a circle in the front yard, looking at each other in the circle, not knowing what they were discussing. Hey, what are you all looking at when you don't practice? Hinata Moto, driven by curiosity, also came over and asked everyone in a loud voice. But the clansmen looked at Hinata's arrival, but none of them answered out loud, but they all made way for Hinata Yuen with strange faces. What, the god is mysterious. Hinata Yuen walked up to him in confusion, only to see what everyone was watching. I saw that in the courtyard. My cheap dad was using the red-eye special effect, practicing bagwazang against the wooden stake and the dummy. It was obviously a soft fist move, but the fist crackled and was murderous. Both the stake and the dummy were overwhelmed and shattered. A thick layer of wood chips on the surrounding ground suggests that this is not the first device to be killed. Good fellows. Daddy, I can't wait to chop me into dumpling filling. Looking at Dad's sincere smile when the stake shattered, Hinata Yuen broke into a cold sweat. But that didn't stop him from being cheap. Tut tut, it's obviously the head of the family, but he doesn't think about the family at all. What a big expense this is for such a waste of practice equipment. Hinata Yuen clasped his hands to his chest and shook his head and muttered. The sound was neither big nor small, and everyone who happened to be present could hear it. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more punches, and 3 wooden stakes shattered under Hinata-san's feet. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, turned back to the clansmen behind him and ordered, "Clean up all these sawdust, send them to the kitchen to make a fire, don't waste them." The clansman named by Hinata lowered his head, hesitated for a moment and said, "My lord, the wound medicine was just filled the day before yesterday, and it shouldn't have consumed anything, especially trauma medicine, buy more." Mom, Daddy wants to die. Hinata Yuen was stared at by Hinata and was hairy, and he didn't care about being cheap, so he ran away. "Wait, stinky boy, where are you going?" Hinatashi roared, and before Hinata could dodge, Hinata Yuen was grabbed by the back of the neck. The speed was so fast that so many Hyuga clansmen present were stunned that none of them could see clearly how the head of the family caught the young master. "Didn't I say you're grounded?" Hinata held his son to his face and glared at him with white eyes that flashed with red eyes. "Let go of me." Hinata Yuen struggled. According to the clan rules, you can't use your power to restrict the initiator of the Patriarch challenge, you are violating the law. Yes, there seems to be such a rule. Hinata let go of his feet, let Hinata Yuen fall his ass, and asked rhetorically, "So, I can't control you now?" "Of course. I can go wherever I like now, you can't control it." Hinata Mototo grinned and rubbed his aching buttocks, and the words he said were quite hard. He. Hinata smiled inexplicably, turned around and smashed a wooden stake not far away with a gossip empty palm. "Go early and come back early. Don't forget to go to a few elders to formally challenge the Patriarch. After all, I can't wait." Hinata laughed wimpily, returned to the center of the field, scooped up a dummy, and slapped the dummy's ass. Smack! Just the most ordinary palm, the butt of the wooden dummy was already cracked. But Hinata turned a blind eye to this, just slapped the dummy's ass wildly one palm after another, and the smile on his face gradually went crazy. It's over. Daddy was so angry with me." Hinata Yuen swallowed, and his body trembled uncontrollably with the crackling sound of Hinata fanning the dummy, as if it was not a dummy who was beaten, but himself. After such a fuss, all the clansmen present understood where the anger of the head of the family came from, and they all threw a look of asking for more blessings to Hinata Yuen. Among them, Fat Tiger and Ziofu even began to discuss saving money to buy sacrifices again. Hinata Yuen unceremoniously gave the two of them a violent shudder. Then he clapped his hands and swallowed again. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, Hinata Yuen drew a cross on his chest and prayed for himself for a second. He was praying that Uzumaki Kushina had better have the same method as Naruto, otherwise he was afraid that his little life would be handed over to his father. It's better to act than to act. Hinata Yuen realized that my life is in danger and even took out the strength to breastfeed, and quickly ran out of the gate of Hinata's house, and after a while, he arrived in front of the Mizuman couple's house. Mizuto-sama, Kushina-sama, are you at home? Hinata politely knocked on the door. The door was opened by Bo Feng Shui. It's Hinatamoto, what's wrong? Mizuto asked with a smile. Mizuman-sama, I'm here to ask for help from Kushina-sama. Hinata didn't finish his words when he heard a rush of footsteps coming from inside the house. Who is coming? Who is coming? I seem to have heard Hinata Yuen coming. Before the words fell, the red-haired woman instantly squeezed open the water gate and appeared at the door. Seeing that the person who came was really Hyuga, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes lit up. Hey, is it really Hinata Yuen coming? It just happened that auntie, I just cooked a meal, come into the house and taste it. Jusainai grabbed Hinata Yuen next door without saying a word and dragged it in. At that moment, Hinata only felt a huge force coming from his arm, and his feet were actually off the ground. It's outrageous. Oh Jusainai, you. Seeing this scene, Shuman could only shake his head helplessly and close the door. As soon as the flowers were in front of him, Hinata Yuen was pressed to the dining table. The sumptuous dishes filled the entire table, proving that what Jusainai said was true, and he really ordered the meal himself. Come, this is Auntie's roasted meatballs, but they're delicious, you can taste them. Kushina smiled and picked up a meatball with chopsticks and brought it to Hinatamoto's mouth. Hinata Yuen didn't know what to do with Kushina's sudden enthusiasm, but he didn't want to shirk the kindness of others because he was here to ask for help, so he hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth. On the side, Shuman smiled awkwardly and weakly pointed at himself and said, that, isn't it all made by me? You, shut up, mouth. Kushina stiffened her head and turned to the water gate and spat out 3 cold words, but only in an instant, Kushina changed back to a warm smile and continued to feed Hinatamoto. Come and open your mouth, This scene scared Hinata Yuen into a cold sweat. At the moment when Kushina spoke to the water gate, he clearly felt the temperature in the room plummet, which scared him to the core. Even the fragrant meatballs in the mouth seemed to lose their taste in an instant. How dare he open his mouth now? He can only quietly cast an inquiring look at the water. But the latter just smiled helplessly and awkwardly, and did not dare to speak at all. What are you looking at him, eating? What are you afraid of, auntie, will I hurt you? Jusainai noticed the boy's small movements, but he didn't care, and still gently passed the meatballs in. It's just that Hinatamoto, who clearly saw the eagerness from this seemingly gentle action. Recall, in the original plot, Uzumaki Kushina doesn't seem to have a black history of poisoning others. Think about it again, but I'm here to ask for help, and if you annoy the other party, then you're begging for a fart. I can't hide it, I can't get out. As soon as Hinata Yuen's in was horizontal, he opened his mouth and wanted to put the meatballs in his mouth. Hiss, oh no, it's so hot. But, Hinatamoto chewed the meatballs in pain and happily, and quietly gave a thumbs up to Mizuto. Kushina looked at Hinata Yuen, who was enjoying his face, and smiled even more. Little Hyuga Yuen, you can't eat this meal for nothing. After eating the meatballs made by auntie, you have to. Sure enough, there is a deception. Hurry up and spit it out. Hinata Yuen, who has been holding vigilance, hurriedly tried to spit out the food in his mouth before Kushina finished speaking, but he didn't succeed, because Kushina covered his mouth directly and violently. At the same time, the smile on Kushina's face instantly became terrifying. I can warn you, my patience is running out, you'd better get to know each other, don't force me to use force. But in the face of this smile, every cell in Hyuga's body was issuing a warning of danger, as if he was not facing a woman, but some kind of flood beast. Belch. In a sense, he was really facing a beast. Hinata Yuen panicked, swallowed the food in his mouth on the spot, and flatteringly gave Kushina a thumbs up, saying that he liked this very much. Kushina let go of her hand with satisfaction, and handed over a pair of chopsticks with a smile. Eat. In the face of Juzine's concise order, Hinata Yuen did not hesitate to do so, took the chopsticks and ate and drank. No matter what it was, he put it in his mouth when he picked it up, for fear that if he ate slowly, Juzine would be dissatisfied. There was a crunch, the sound of glass breaking. Hinatamoto looked up and saw that it was Kushina who had smashed the top half of some kind of glass bottle drink with her little finger, leaving only the neatly cut lower half still in her hand. Drink! Kushina smiled as she handed over the drink. Hinata Yuen dared to slack off, took the bottle that was only half left, and drank it all. That's right, wouldn't it have been so obedient a long time ago? Kushina nodded contentedly, and the long red hair flowing like devil's minions behind him quieted down. She moved her chair closer to Hinata, dragged her chin and asked, "Little Hinata, let me ask you, is the food cooked by Auntie delicious? After that, Auntie often cooks it for you, okay? Are you sure you did it? Don't you let the handsome guy from Watergate do it for you?" Hinata Yuen suppressed the faint twitching corners of his eyes, and agreed crisply, "Okay." Seeing Hinata Yuen agree, Jusainai became even happier, held Hinata Yuen's hand with both hands, and said, "Then you promise Auntie not to quit Auntie's 9th combat team, okay?" Auntie, the 9th class, was formed with great difficulty, but before you officially registered, you became Hokage-sama's apprentice. If you leave, Kanaha's group of high-level leaders will definitely find an interface and no longer assign me new team members, and Auntie's combat team will have to be disbanded on the spot. I thought that Kushina was going to do something big, and I scared myself for a long time, but I just said this. That's it? That's it? When did I say that I was going to quit your Kushina's team? I wish I could hug your thighs. Feeling the swelling pain in my stomach caused by eating hard, and the cold sweat that was still wet on my back, Hinata Yuen shed tears of grievance. What kind of oolong incident is this? It makes me worry about so many sins in vain, woo woo woo. In fact, Hinata didn't know how much Uzumaki Kushina attached importance to this combat team. In the original plot, Jusainai has never been given the opportunity to form a combat team. As the container of the Nine Tails, Jusainai's every move is always watched by the Konoha Higher UPS, so naturally she will not be given the opportunity to take risks easily. It can only be said that the wings of Hyuga's butterfly fanned Jusainai for various reasons, and the shine of the Watergate class made Jusainai, who was unwilling to be silent, quarrel with Konoha executives several times, and finally won an opportunity to form a team. And Hinata, who has very good data on paper, graduated from the ninja school at a very young age and has a white-eyed bloodstain limit, is a member of Kushina's chosen squad. But it's such a precious member, but she's going to become a student of Hokage-sama, where is there time to accompany her to form a team to do tasks? So, can Uzumaki Kushina not be in a hurry? Seeing the boy crying, Kushina also panicked, thinking that his previous actions were too rude and scared Hinata to cry. Kushina had no choice but to take out a tissue to wipe it for Hinata, while comforting incoherently, I'm sorry. Auntie didn't mean to be powerful, don't cry. As long as you promise not to quit Auntie's team, Auntie and I will promise you. I'm still thinking about my team." Hinata didn't have a big word, but after thinking about it again, isn't Uzumaki Kushina's misunderstanding just a rare opportunity for himself? Wouldn't it be nice to take this opportunity to put forward conditions? The eyes covered by gauze gurgled a few times, and Hinata Yuen suddenly had a ghost idea. "Whoa, I didn't cry because of this, I cried because I was so sorry." Regret? What is regret? Jusainai and Shuman looked at each other, their faces confused. And this time it was Hyuga's turn to grab Kushina's hand with both hands, and whimpered, "Actually, I've admired Uzumaki Kushina-sama for a long time. Now that I finally have this opportunity, I'm almost happy to die. But why can't my father agree? He wants to confine me to the house, not allow me to contact the outside world, and don't agree with me to follow you on your adventures. I'm so sorry. But, who made him the head of the family? Father's order, I naturally dare not disobey it as a son." Hinata Yuen also pretended to sigh, wiped the corners of his covered eyes, as if there were really tears there. That acting skill can be described as a must. Uzumaki Kushina was also confused at first. "Ah, is that the case? Worship me? Why don't I know? And your father was appointed in the first place." And looking at that look, it was clearly ecstatic. Why didn't it look like he didn't agree? Kushina looked at Hinata Yuen suspiciously, but seeing that the boy looked sincere, it didn't look like he was lying. Besides, such a thing as a lockdown order is easy to verify, and there is no need for the boy to speak. In addition, Hinatamoto's clean and handsome face is even more weak and sickly because of the blindfold bandage, which makes people can't help but want to take care of it. Jusainai saw that her motherhood was furious, and she didn't care about any rationality, so she slapped the table on the spot. "Grounded? This is too much, isn't it? What man is not honed? It's really unreasonable. Let's go. I'll call the shots for you. My team members, even his own father can't bully him." With that, the long red hair behind Kushina began to flutter again, pulling Hinata Yuen and leaving for Hinata's house to theorize. "Jusainai, you be sensible, after all, this is a family matter of the Hyuga family, and it is not appropriate for us to break through here." Although he didn't say it in front of Hinatamoto, it was obvious that he had sensed that the little boy was playing tricks. Hinata Yuen is not stupid enough to think that he can really fool someone as smart as Watergate. He just needs to take advantage of Jusainai's little emotions and agree to come down and be a power bank for himself. Therefore, at the mercy of Kushina's pulling, Hinata Yuen sat still in place, just shook his head and said, "Lord Kushina, you don't have to be like this. And Lord Watergate is right, rashly interfering in the family affairs of the Hyuga clan will damage your reputation." Hinata Yuen looked like a green tea that didn't want your reputation to be damaged, but it aroused Jusainai's desire to protect even more. "Humph, I'm in charge of this matter, don't stop me." Jusainai rolled up his sleeves fiercely, looking like he would not give up until he reached his goal, and he saw that Watergate was big for a while. "Don't you be in a hurry, Kushina, let's think about any other way." Mizuman stepped forward and pressed Kushina's shoulders and soothed, but his gentle movements made Jusainai cry too. "Don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry, you'll say that. If you don't help me in the Hokage building in the morning, and if you don't help me now, you'll stop me. I think you just don't want me to form a combat team, so that you can show off your Watergate class in front of me every day, and you will be angry with me every day." Hearing this, Watergate looked helpless again. "How can I? I'm not afraid that you'll be bored, so I'll share with you some interesting stories about our team." "I don't care." Jusainai pinched his hands and twisted his head and said, "Anyway, if you have a team, I have to have it too. Hinata UN is a member of my favorite team, and no one can snatch him away." Facing his suddenly willful wife, Bofang Shuman persuaded her to come down after a burst of bad talk. Actually, Watergate also understands. His wife, Uzumaki Kushina, is a lively person who loves freedom and adventure. But because of the Nine Tails, Kushina was restricted everywhere and lived a life of being watched like a prisoner. She had suppressed it for too long, so she cherished this hard-won opportunity for activity. However, going to someone else's house will definitely not work. Saying that the bell must be tied to the bell, Mizuman looked at Hinata, and there was a bit of please in his eyes. Hinata was a little embarrassed by Mizuman's gaze. Although Jusainai made a little fuss, he always treated himself sincerely, but he is bent on taking advantage of others, which is really not very kind. Elder Hinata blushed, coughed lightly, and said, "Actually, I have a better solution. As the son of the patriarch, according to the clan rules, I have the opportunity to challenge the head of the family. As long as you don't behave too badly during the challenge, as is customary, I will get some rewards from my family. As long as I ask for a reward to lift the lockdown, Daddy probably won't be able to refuse. But only if. I'm going to have to be good enough. If you are abused by your father's blood, how can you have the face to ask for any reward?" After listening to the boy's statement, Jusainai, who was not optimistic about hyuuga UN at all, directly spread his hands and said, "That's over. You go to challenge an elite shinobi like the head of the hyuuga family, and there is no second result except for being abused by blood. Unless, before you challenge, I'll take a shot and beat Hinata first. Little Hyuuga, don't worry, I'll be merciful and won't let you become an orphan. Hey, do you think you can beat your father after I remove his 2 legs?" As she spoke, Jusainai's eyes lit up, and she looked eager to try, and she was about to stand up. Fortunately, it was pressed down in time by the Watergate. "Don't, Kushina, don't make such jokes." Hinata UN and Mizuto both spoke out in disagreement, and wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads at the same time. This is not only the Watergate, but even Hinata UN can't help but feel a big head for a while about Jusainai Kinki's brain circuit. Attacking a ninja in the same village, this is a big crime, what do you think? And discuss how to beat Lao Tzu in front of his son, is this appropriate? Although I, as a son, often take pleasure in fighting with my father, how can father and son have an overnight feud, and if you make a move, you will be disabled for life? Hinata Motochiang resisted the urge to complain, rubbed the corners of his eyes that twitched, and said to Kushina after considering the vocabulary, "Actually, my win rate is not that low. Do you remember the strength I showed in the morning?" As soon as these words came out, both Mizuman and Kushina became colorful. "Stop, don't mention that again. This is the secret of the Hokage's personal order." Mizuto waved his hand at Hinata UN and stopped. "Hinata UN, although you are still young, you are a ninja after all, and you understand the importance of obeying orders." "Understand? How can you not understand? I didn't say it explicitly." Facing the serious Mizuman, Hinata UN was confused, and then said, "I just want to say that I may not have the strength to fight with my father in that state." But Watergate and Kushina shook their heads together neatly and objected. Jusainai lifted Erlang's legs and took the lead in saying, "Little guy, your state has indeed greatly improved the quality of your chakra, making your chakra so solid that even I am terrified. But that will also greatly increase the rate at which you consume chakra. How long can you stay in that state? 3 minutes? 2 minutes? Please, just keep a little distance from you, fly a kite, and you'll be lying on your stomach without touching your hands for a few minutes. And for a mature ninja, there are not too many means to survive these 2 or 3 minutes." Speaking of this, Kushina leaned his body towards hyuuga UN, stretched out his hand to play a brain melon jump for the boy, and said with a smile, "Don't think that you are invincible in the world when you get some special skills. All kinds of weird methods of ninjas are endless. That state of yours is not of much practical value right now. Unless," Kushina leaned back in her chair and smiled confidently at Hinata before finishing her sentence, "unless you have a chakra of my magnitude. Tisk, the amount of chakra of the Uzumaki clan is quite a lot, but are you sure that the source of your attention is not the Nine Tails power charger?" Hinata UN ruthlessly exposed this wave of Uzumaki Jushina's outfit 13 in his heart, and couldn't help but envy and hate. But on the bright side, Hinata Yuen still pretended to be taught. My chakra amount is indeed not enough to last long, so didn't I come to you? Can you lend me your chakra, Lord Kushina? Borrow chakra? How could you have such an outrageous idea? Uzumaki Kushina's head shook like a rattle, and refused on the spot. Obviously graduated from the ninja school with the first grade, how can he not even know this basic knowledge? Kushina sighed and popularized the science of Hinata Yuen, don't you know? Everyone chakra is not exactly the same, there are subtle differences, and this subtle difference determines that it is difficult for a person to take advantage of someone else's chakra unless there are special means. Let's put it this way, different people are like puzzles with complex shapes, and only a very few people's puzzles fit perfectly to transmit chakra. What, little one, you want to try your luck with me? Kushina rubbed Hinata's head, but was not impressed by the boy's whimsical thoughts. But Hinata Yuen still didn't give up, and stubbornly continued to ask, you didn't say it too, can it be done through special means? At this time, Mizuto interjected, that's right, some special ninjutsu may be able to do it, after all, there are thousands of types of ninjutsu in the world, maybe you have the ability to absorb other people's chakra. In addition, I also heard that there is a special elite squad called the Ninja 7 in the Fog Hidden Village, and each of them has a special ninja knife. Among them, a large knife called Shark Muscle has the ability to suck other people's chakra. But unfortunately, as far as I know, no one in Konoha has this kind of ninjutsu, and there is no such ninjutsu. Watergate smiled apologetically, he didn't mind teaching juniors by the way at such a time, especially the juniors that his wife fancied. This time it was Hinata's turn to be surprised. In his memory, although the ability of the Shark Muscle Big Knife to suck chakra in the original plot is not a top secret, it is not well known. At this time, Mizuman actually knew all about the ability of the Shark Muscle Broadsword, so did he also know something about several other ninja swords? But Mizuman shouldn't have fought with the Ninja Sword 7, right? Is it Konoha's intelligence network? Also, Konoha has already experienced 2 wars, and it is not an exaggeration to know anything about Wien Village. But, Hinata Yuen looked at Bo Feng Shuman, and the look of respect in his eyes under the gauze was even worse. Can it only be said that he is worthy of being a character who can become a Hokage in the future? As an existence with both combat wisdom and combat effectiveness, the amount of information and knowledge in his mind is terrifying. But it's also a testament to Watergate's deliberate evasion of certain existences, such as the Nine Tails, as a collection of huge chakras, has a huge inclusiveness in its chakras. Otherwise, in the original plot, even if Naruto was talented, it would be impossible to distribute the chakra rain in due of the Nine Tails evenly to the many ninja alliances. Watergate deliberately avoided the Nine Tails, and Hinata Yuen was not surprised. After all, whether it is the existence of the tailed beast or the human pillar force, it is a high-level secret of the village. But Hinata Yuen wants to touch this secret. Ahem, I understand what you're saying. I mean, is there a possibility that Lord Kushina-sama will have a special ability that can give me a little chakra? Hinata Moto didn't say it explicitly, and winked at Kushina, suggesting that he could try to divide the chakra of the tailed beast. But a person who blindfolded his eyes with a bandage tried to communicate with others by means of squeezing his eyebrows and making eyes, isn't this nonsense? So, Kushina didn't understand Hinata's hint at all, but just scratched her head suspiciously, looked at her husband inquiringly, and said to herself suspiciously, do you have this special ability? How come I don't know? Mizuto is such a smart person, even the human pillar Lee Sinai himself didn't understand what Hinata Yuen meant, but he vaguely guessed what Hinata Yuen meant. Watergate's expression instantly became serious, and he stepped out in front of Kushina. No, you didn't. Mizuto replied urgently, and when he turned his head to look at Hinatamoto, the kindness in his eyes turned to scrutiny. Hinatamoto, how did you know about the existence of that? Mizuman asked Hinatamoto with a serious expression. It was about his wife and the secrets of the village, so he couldn't ignore it. Belch. Yes, how did I know that the Nine Tails was in the body of Uzumaki Kushina? I can't say that I saw it after brushing it n times. Although he was asked so suddenly by the Watergate, Hinata Yuen, who hadn't thought of an excuse yet, was also a little embarrassed. But he knew that he couldn't hesitate at this time, otherwise Watergate would be suspicious of him. That's this one. What I saw. Hinata Yuen had a wit, ready to push the pot to his eyes. That's right, aren't my white eyes mutated, and I accidentally saw that there was such a huge chakra hidden in Lord Kushina's body. What? What kind of secret is this? Shouldn't I see it? Hinata Yuen immediately took out the pitiful expression of I was wrong, I am still a child, I didn't mean it, a pitiful look. Hinatamoto quickly knelt down in the direction of the Mizuman couple, whimpering and shouting, I didn't mean to see this secret. I won't tell it, don't kill me, woo woo woo. Who is going to kill you? The corners of Mizuman's eyes twitched when he was punched by Hinata's fluent combination of kneeling, begging for mercy, and pretending to be pitiful, as if he was some kind of villain. Moreover, before he could explain, Kushina couldn't sit still. Watergate, what are you doing? Look at the scared child. Kushina pulled up the choked Hinatamoto, put it on his lap, and held it in his arms to comfort him. At the same time, he did not forget to roll his eyes and glared at the Watergate. Okay, manly man, what are you crying for? It's all because your Uncle Watergate is not good, and his expression is so fierce, it scares you. Auntie, it's not a big secret. I'll take you to Hokage-sama to report it later, don't cry. Kushina patiently soothed the boy, and the maternal love in her heart flooded uncontrollably again. What a lovely and sensible child. If only I could have one. The scheming boy Hineda's acting skills are certainly good, but Jusainai's eagerness is the fundamental reason. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so easily impressed by Hineda. However, because the technique of sealing the 9 tails during childbirth would be greatly weakened, her plan to have a child with Mizuto could only be postponed again and again, and it was still a long way off. Thinking of this, Jusainai's heart softened a little more. At this time, Hineda Yuen, who was wiping tears on the surface, was happy in his heart at this time. Hey, it's so soft. Ah no, it's so warm. As a traverser, Hineda Yuen hugged Jiraiya's thigh, leaned on the back of Feng Shuman, and now he is held in his arms by Uzumaki Kushina. In this life, it is really not in vain. It's good to be a little child. Hineda Yuen sighed heartily in his heart. However, there is one thing to say, Uzumaki Kushina's manic and sometimes gentle personality is really not suitable for ordinary people. Sure enough, this person in the storm is not an ordinary person in all aspects. In order to perform not so abruptly, Hineda Yuen came out of the state of crying and chirping on the surface, but in fact, he was eating melons online in the VIP seat on Juzine's lap. Because Mizuman had already quarreled with Kushina, the two of them quarreled over whether to try to lend the 9 tails chakra to Hinedamoto. But the final result was not what Hineda had expected, and Kushina won the argument by a landslide, physical. Looking at Mizuman's aggrieved look, Hineda Yuen was also a little embarrassed. Haven't you become the fuse of other people's family conflicts? Ahem. I will repay you in the future, and strive to make your family of 3 live happily. I promise, Hinedamoto silently swore in his heart. In the end, Hyuuga got his wish and got the promise that Kushina would definitely help him, and Kushina also got the assurance that Hineda Yuen would definitely join, and everyone was happy. Only Watergate looked at the two of them with resentment on his face, and worried about his family status in his heart. Then, after the 3 of them had a fairly harmonious lunch, Kushina took Hineda's hand and went out together, ready to report the matter to the Hokage. Only the Watergate was left to clean up a table of messes at home, so it was not desolate. It's not easy to be a warm man, Hineda Yuen sighed again. When he arrived at the Hokage building, Sarutobi saw the 2 people who broke into the office, and his face suddenly fell. He always felt that it would definitely be no good to meet Hineda's little trouble. Sure enough, the 2 of them were involved in such a troublesome matter as the 9 tails. Do you want to borrow the chakra of the tailed beast? How dare you think about it? Once, as a 9-tailed container, Uzumaki Kushina, who had a lively personality and always loved to get into trouble, was his most troublesome ninja. Fortunately, as she grows older, although Jusainai is still a little reckless, she can be regarded as a lot more mature. In addition, after getting married, there was a Watergate discipline, and the ape flew to the sun, which can be regarded as a sigh of relief. But I didn't expect that it had only been a few years since the good days, and this little kid of the Hyuuga family who suddenly appeared had a tendency to replace Jusainai as his big problem. Moreover, these 2 troublesome spirits actually got together. Isn't this the same as the old life of my ape Fei Ri chop? Ape Fei Ri looked at the 2 troublemaking spirits in front of him, one big and one small, and felt a headache, and accidentally rubbed off a few more beards. But no matter what, who made his life miserable to be the Hokage. Moreover, this morning, I actually took that little guy as a student with a head draw. Borrow the chakra of the 9 tails. I don't agree. Ape Fei Ri took a puff on his cigarette and shook his head after thinking twice. Looking at the 2 of them who were holding back their strength and swearing not to give up, he felt that he continued, "You 2 don't worry. The reason why I don't agree is that this violates the confidentiality regulations on the 9 tails, and because this idea has too many shortcomings, and I have a better suggestion." Sarutobi took out 2 pieces of paper from the drawer and began to write as he spoke. Lack of chakra is one of the most common problems for ninjas, and borrowing from it is indeed a solution, but after all, it is a symptom rather than a cure. If it's someone else, I'll have nothing to suggest to you. But Hyuuga, I'm sure Tsunade will be willing to help you. Boy, have you ever heard of the technique of Baihao? After saying that, Ape Fei Hiza looked at Hineda Yuen and put down the pen in his hand, and Hineda's eyes lit up under the gauze. That's right. Tsunade's Baihao technique can seal up the chakra that he usually accumulates, and then use the yin seal when needed. In the original plot, the recovery speed of Tsunade's body with the creation and regeneration technique can even be comparable to that of the original Hokage Senju pillar. Although this kind of ultimate move is barely comparable to other people's passive ninjutsu, it is a bit embarrassing to say, but in this era when everyone is still not very open, Baihao's technique definitely lives up to the name of S-level ninjutsu. if Hinata Yuen masters this technique. Although the small power bank is far less than the big battery of the tailed beast, it is enough to solve Hinata Yuen's urgent needs. Although he can't see Hinata Yuen's eyes, just from the subtle expression, Sarafii Hiza knows that Hinata Yuen understands what he means, and the corners of his mouth can't help but raise slightly. How do you know about the technique of 100 heroes? What is it? Can you lend chakra to someone else? Kushina was puzzled when he heard this. On the contrary to Watergate, she usually doesn't care about any information, and Tsunade hasn't made a move for many years due to hemophobia, so she really hasn't heard of this technique. Oops. Hinata said secretly in his heart that it was not good. Even Uzumaki Kushina had never heard of the technique. What was going on with his sudden realization? That's right, what 100 heroic arts. I haven't heard of it. Hinata stammered and hurriedly patched it. But this clumsy acting skills in a hurry can be seen by a normal person that there is something wrong with him. Ape-Face Sun / laughed even more. It was the first time since he met Hinata that he was smiling so happily. It's just a ninjutsu that can help you. Little one, sign this confidentiality promise about the Nine Tails, and go find Tsunade, she'll tell you. The laughter of the ape flying Hinata made Hinata a little confused. I know that Uzumaki Kushina is a matter of human power, and he can use his void blank eye to observe the past with a strong power, but he can't explain it if he has information that he shouldn't have. And as the Hokage, what is the matter with Saratobi Hizashi not being suspicious of himself and still looking happy? Hinata Yuen walked to the table full of doubts, trying to see something from the expressions of the three generations. But the little fox is still a little tender compared to the old fox, and the three generations are still smoking, and Hinata Yuen can't see anything. No matter, anyway, I didn't want to defect from Konoha, and the three generations of old men are not as dark and dangerous as Shimura Danzu, don't be afraid. Hinata Moto's peace of mind came and read the dense provisions, and he knew how strict Konoha was with the Nine Tails. It's ridiculously strict. Not to mention that the Nine Tails are involved in reporting to Konoha. Even if there is nothing to do, they have to write a monthly report to Konoha about the mood of the Nine Tails? Will Jusainai obediently do it? In fact, what Hinata didn't know was that the original Konoha high-level officials asked Uzumaki Kushina to report the situation of the Nine Tails every day. But Jusainai has never been accustomed to the high level of Konoha and looks like I don't write a daily newspaper and have the ability to change someone to seal the Nine Tails, forcing the high level to change to a monthly newspaper. But even so, Jusainai didn't bother to write, and handing in the words everything is normal every month is already very high level. Fortunately, Uzumaki Kushina is not a person who does not know the importance of the matter. Whenever there is an abnormality in the Nine Tails or the chakra of the Nine Tails, she will take the initiative to report it. Over time, the higher UPS followed her. Patiently read the stinky and long confidentiality regulations, and after Hinata Moto signed the confidentiality pledge as required, he left the Hokage's office with Uzumaki Kushina. Before leaving, the third generation of Hokage Ape-Fei Hiza also prepared a certificate for Hyuuga Yuen to join the team at the request of Kushina. In the end, the three generations did not forget to give Hinata Yuen a heavy scroll, and told him to keep the scroll well, not to show it to others, and to remember the contents of it before coming to himself. Hinata Yuen was in a hurry to find Tsunade to save his life, so naturally he agreed. After the two left, Ape-Fei Ri also stretched his waist and stood up to move his muscles and bones. Looking out the window, he couldn't help but think of what Jiraiya had said to himself again after everyone broke up this morning. The Toad Immortal told me that perhaps, that kid from the Hyuuga family has similar abilities to him. I guess the Great Immortal is referring to, foresee the future, said Jiraiya. The ability to meet the future. Is this really a power that humans can control? Recalling Hinata Yuen's undoubted performance after saying Baihao's operation, Saratobi believed this statement a little more. So, should you start preparing for war as Hinata Yuen said? Unfortunately, until the tobacco leaves in the pipe burned out, the Ape-Fei Sun / still did not make a decision. Outside the Hokage building, Hinata Yuen and Kushina stopped at the fork in the road. Kushina-sama, thank you for your help to me. I'd like to go to Tsunade-sama for advice next. Will you go with you? Hinata Yuen thanked Kushina sincerely, and asked. And Jusainai shook the approval document for the establishment of the team in his hand, and responded with a smile, no. Our 9th class has finally been formed, and I'm going to inform you of the good news for the other two teammates. If they can't stand the loneliness and join the other squads, it's an oolong. Also, if you don't mind, call me auntie when you're not on a mission. I think you're very kind. Kushina rubbed Hinata's head again. Belch, why do you adults like to touch your head? Although Hinata Yuen was very helpless that his handsome hairstyle was messed up again, he still called auntie sincerely. After all, a sincere and enthusiastic elder like Jusainai, Hinata Yuen will also treat it sincerely. By the way, Aunt Kushina, I don't know who my two teammates are. Hinata asked as he spoke. The bond of the Hokage squad is still very important, and he doesn't want to take two weak chickens on a mission. They're also the best ninjas I've handpicked. One is the Uchiha Shisui who has the same powerful pupil technique as you. The other is the opposite of your hyuuga family's soft boxing method, which has a good physical attainment. Hey, is it actually Zishui and Akai? It's just god-level teammates, okay? I have won the SSR? Hinata Yuen's eyes lit up, his heart was excited, and he was quite satisfied with these two teammates. Shisui is a genius boy of the Uchiha clan, and being able to dig him up shows that Kushina has indeed put a lot of effort into forming a team. And as the existence of the strongest illusion other gods, the ending of stopping the water is tragic. But now that he has become his teammate, Hinata Gen said that he would also change the original tragic fate of Uchiha Shisui. The old thief wants to gouge out the eyes of my teammates, but there is no door. That is the man who almost kicked out of the finale in the future and is known as Kai Huang. Hinata has always respected this hardworking and hot-blooded man. But, in the original plot, Akai was in another team, right? Hinata Yuen looked at Kushina, who was excited about the successful establishment of the team, and understood that it was the butterfly effect that was at work. But maybe this way, Akai's father won't have to face the Ninja 7 alone. Carefully analyze the composition of this teammate. Akai and Zishui have no connection, only their own participation is reasonable, and it is no wonder that Jusainai attaches so much importance to himself. After saying goodbye to Kushina, Hinata Moto thought as he hurried to Tsunade's location. Soon he found Tsunade and made his intentions known. After listening to Hinata Moto's request, Tsunade pondered for a moment. By house technique? It's not that I can't teach you. Just listening to your description, I'm afraid what you want to learn is not the art of Baihao, but the Yin Seal. What is the Yin Seal? Hinata Yuen, who had made a mistake in the third generation, pretended to be a good student on the spot and asked questions. Tsunade didn't answer, but just stretched out his finger and aimed at Hyugamoto's head and flicked it, complaining with some dissatisfaction. Yo, now you want to ask me? Why didn't you agree when I asked you to study with me? What, you want to be on an equal footing with me? Hinata covered his head with an ouch. Not to mention, it hurts. Of course, Hinata also knew that this kind of strength could only be regarded as light for Tsunade. Shan Fangon used a little effort, and his brain could be shattered. Hinata Yuen is not afraid of Tsunade complaining, but he is afraid that people will coldly reject people thousands of miles away. As for parrying Tsunade G, Hinata Yuen has his own set of playing styles. In the next second, Hinata Yuen jumped up, got into Tsunade's arms, hugged Tsunade, and said coquettishly, "Ouch, Sister Tsunade, don't be angry. I want to be the Hokage. Of course I want to learn from the 3 generations of adults. Anyway, Hokage-sama doesn't have time, so I don't have to teach Tsunade's sister. My sister is the best." Hinata Moto shamelessly buried his head in Tsunade's chest, shaking his head and liking coquettishly. That's right, the person who made Hinata realize that as long as he made reasonable use of the means of children being coquettish and cute, he could quickly get closer to the female elders was Tsunade Haim. I think that when Hinata Motoki crossed over 2 or 3 years, he relied on the means of being coquettish and cute. At that time, he relied on his age advantage, and after meeting Tsunade on the street, he cried and asked Tsunade to hug, and since then he has been entangled with Tsunade. At that time, Tsunade was still immersed in the pain of losing 2 close relatives, and although he was surprised that this child was so close to him, he was also hit in the soft spot of his heart. Since then, Hinata has often pestered Tsunade, and the two quickly established a deep bond. It's just that Tsunade was hurt in his heart and was afraid that Hinata Yuen would also suffer misfortune and leave, so he never showed this value to Hyugamoto. Hinata also thought that it was a process of dripping stones to really cheer up Tsunade like Naruto, and he couldn't rush it. I didn't expect that I almost died in front of Tsunade, but the fact that I was finally rescued by her became an important opportunity. Compared with the past, Hinata Yuen knew that the person in front of him had finally opened his heart for himself. It can be said that from now on, in addition to the family, Tsunade G is Hyuga's biggest backer. And Hinata Yuen also hopes that he can be Tsunade's closest person and bring a touch of warmth to this woman who is full of holes in her heart. Just imagine, a cute little baby is coquettish and cute to you, how many people can reprimand him ruthlessly? Now, the little baby has become a little Jengtai, and the lethality is still good. At least, Tsunade looked at the guy who got into his arms, and he couldn't bear to blame it, and the little resentment in his heart disappeared in an instant. Hinata was also happy. How can we be said to be obscene? Although we pretend to be a mature soul, our body is really a 5-year-old child. How can we deprive a child of happiness? Besides, we also have a bottom line. When Tsunade wanted to take us to a bath, we didn't agree. However, feeling the softness in front of his face, Hinata Yuen also knew that his own set of coquettish and cute skills was almost past the expiration date. As we get older, this privilege that belongs only to children is gradually fading. But this does not prevent Hinata from grabbing the tail of childhood to get some benefits for himself. Sister Tsunade, aren't you angry? Tell me about the Yin Seal when you're not angry. Seeing that Tsunade's anger subsided, Hinata Yuen took the opportunity to make a request. Ugh, Yugai, Tsunade sighed, took Hinata Yuen off his body and put him on the chair to sit down, and said worriedly, Hinata is quite a serious person, and Hinata Emi is also dignified and elegant. Why did you give birth to a naughty and mischievous son like you? Hey, what do you mean? Tsunade stretched out his hand and wanted to play Hinata Yuen's brain again, but the boy was already on guard, and the way he covered his head made people laugh, and he didn't want to do it. Alas, Tsunade sighed again as if resigned to his fate, and then said, although it is not wrong to say that it is the art of Baihao, it is not that simple. Yin Seal is the technique of accumulating the usual chakra. But the ordinary Yin Seal can't store chakra, it has to be combined with my own Baihao technique, and it will also form such a Baihao mark on the forehead. Tsunade pointed to the diamond-shaped mark on his forehead, and continued, but Baihao's technique is not only effective for this, it is also a way for me to use these accumulated chakras. During the period of maintaining the 100 Heroes technique, my strength, speed, and recovery ability will be greatly improved. It's easy to understand by creating regeneration. It's a medical ninjutsu that costs a lot but is also very effective, and as long as my chakra is not depleted, it can quickly heal the injuries I received on its own. Of course, something like a severed limb can't be reborn. After explaining, Tsunade stretched out a finger and concluded while poking Hinata Yuen's head, the Yin Seal is just a sealing method, and it is impossible to form the seal of the 100 Heroes without the 100 Heroes technique, and don't want to use it to store chakras without the 100 Heroes seal. Do you understand? Got it. So, please be sure to leave both of these techniques to me. Hinata Yuen nodded and shamelessly stretched out his hand to Tsunade, looking like, Master, I want to learn this. You're pretty beautiful. Tsunade slapped his palm at Hinata's small hand, rolled his eyes and said, whether it's the Yin Seal or the Baihao technique, it's both S-level ninjutsu, it's very complicated, and it can't be learned in a moment at all. And, even if you learn it, you have to be able to continuously and steadily feed it the ability to accumulate chakras over a long period of time. This delicate operation can only be done by a very small number of people who have the talent to become a medical ninja. Ignoring Hinata's deathly expression, Tsunade continued to splash cold water. Let's put it this way, Shizen's talent is already very high, but she has been with me for so many years, but she still hasn't been able to learn this set of ninjutsu. And you, even if you're a genius, don't try to learn this before the Patriarch challenges. If you're talking about a challenge in a few years, it's still a bit possible. Speaking of which, the hyuuga UN people are already numb. In the original plot, because the character is not likable, and there are reasons such as the self-confidence that she thinks she has caught up with Naruto and Sasuke, the character of Sakura Haruno is not brilliant. But in fact, Sakura's talent is not bad. At least in terms of chakra's fine control, her talent is undoubtedly top-notch. And Hinata Yuen actually stupidly thought that if Sakura could learn it, she would definitely be able to learn it, which was a big mistake. Woo, I was wrong. Sakura-chan, I shouldn't underestimate you. What should I do? I'm going to be cold. Hinata Yuen, who was sitting on the stool, swayed, and even began to think about whether to go shopping for sacrifices with the little man Fat Tiger. After all, the one you picked is in line with your own preferences. Why do you look so depressed? You can't do it with such a small blow, or are you not a man? Tsunade frowned, looking at Hinata Yuen with dissatisfaction. I'm not necessarily a man or not, anyway, it's difficult to be a man now. Go back to Kushina to borrow the chakra of the Nine Tails? The third generation warned me that this road would not work. The chakra of the Nine Tails contains a lot of negative emotions, and unless the chakra is willingly lent by the Nine Tails, no one outside of the human pillar force can use the chakra of the tailed beast. In other words, now Hyuuga Yuen has no way out. If you apologize to Daddy now, will Daddy show mercy? Hinata muttered. But think of the sawdust that crumbs under Daddy's hand. Belch. A long shot. Forget it, 3 seconds is 3 seconds, it's a big deal to let go, at least you can die a little harder. Hinata Yuen was desperate. Looking at Hinatamoto's desperate expression, Tsunade frowned and hesitated for a moment, but finally sighed and said, actually, it's not that there is no way at all. Maybe there's someone who can help you. Who? Who else has a way? Hinata grabbed a life-saving straw and hugged Tsunade's thigh. But Tsunade was obviously a little hesitant, and hesitated for a moment before he said slowly, Orochimaru, he's been doing strange research all these years. I've heard that he's worked on an enhanced version of the soldier food pill, and he might be able to help you. Even if the soldier food pill can't work, he should have other means. Orochimaru. At the mention of this name, Hinatamoto remembered Orochimaru's long, narrow, and dark eyes like snakes. Plus does he have to stick out his long tongue to shine? Hinata Yuen shuddered and shuddered. Moreover, Orochimaru seems to have become interested in his own body, and he still wants to study himself? His research methods are not very harmonious. Hyuuga Yuen, who has always given others a headache, has received retribution, and this time it is his turn to have a headache. But if there was any other possibility, he didn't want to have anything to do with Orochimaru. The current Orochimaru is obsessed with immortality and the gradual expansion of ambition, but he is not the cute snake uncle in the late stage of Shippuden. Maid, if you don't enter the tiger's den, you will get the tiger. I just apprenticed to the Hokage, and Orochimaru shouldn't dare to do anything to me at this stage. Since he wants to develop in Konoha, then Orochimaru is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. It's better to break into this snake's nest while everyone's attention is still on me. However, seeing that it was getting late, the matter of going to find Orochimaru could only be said tomorrow. And Orochimaru is not as easy to talk as Tsunade. If it is said that Tsunade's favorability Hinata is full, then Orochimaru's favorability is almost zero. If you want to move this great god, Hinata has to go to the third generation to ask for a password first. In this way, Hinata, who had a light meal at Tsunade's stay. Under Hinata's deliberate pandering, the two talked happily, warm and harmonious. By the time Hinata returned home, it was already a moonlit night. On the way home, Hinata recalled all the things in the past few days and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Ever since I met that bad old man Madara Uchiha, I haven't had a good day to stop. You must know that before this, I lived every day like a fish and paddling, like a fairy. How can it be like this, and I am so scared that I can't stop running around all day long. Scolding and walking towards the door, Hinata looked up and saw that it was all at this point, and there was actually a beautiful figure wandering around the door. Is it Terumi? Is she waiting for me? Hinata couldn't help but be a little moved in surprise. Staika-chan, I'm back. Hinata waved his hand at the Chienning at the door and trotted over. You haven't slept so late, are you waiting for me? Seeing the return of the person she was looking forward to, Terumi's face was suddenly full of joy. But the girl's reserve made her embarrassed to say it, and she quickly hid this joy and turned her head away from Hinata to see her face clearly. Humph, don't stink. I just came out to see the moon, and I just happened to pass by. Yo, I didn't expect that the mature and sexy 5 generations of Mizukage with a mouthful of tiger and wolf words in the future would also be shy when I was a child. But it's cute. Hinata snorted out laughing, quickly changed his expression in Terumi's angry gaze, stretched out his hand to Terumi Ming, and said, then, Miss Terumi, can I have the honor to enjoy this moonlight with you? Terumi looked at Hinata angrily. She seemed to think of something when she wanted to slap Hinata hand, and after hesitating for a moment, she put her hand on it. Even Hinata was a little surprised. Although he couldn't figure it out, he didn't frolic anymore, but gently took Terumi's hand and walked towards the courtyard with her. Good day, beautiful scenery, don't spoil the scenery as well. Holding Terumi by the hand and wandering around the yard, the two came to an eaves and took her to the roof to admire the starry sky. Shomi is looking at the starry sky, and Hyuuga is looking at Mio. Looking at it, Hinata suddenly felt that he owed this little girl a lot. After all, it was he who abducted the little girl to Konoha village, where she was unfamiliar with her life, and as the only bond between Terumi Ming and Konoha village, she either fainted and was taken care of by her, or handed her over to someone she didn't know from her roots, and it was a whole day to lose it. Is this appropriate? This is not appropriate. Although Hinata also had to do it as a last resort, the use of cracks in the true feelings between people in this world is often all kinds of helpless things. Fortunately, I found it early, and there is still a chance to remedy. I heard that the highest level of romance is to share one's own life. Thinking of this, Hinata spoke. Hades-chan, I'm sorry for leaving you at home all day. I didn't expect to be summoned by the Hokage early in the morning. But you know what? Now I'm a student of the Hokage? What? You ask me how I suddenly became a student of the Hokage? Let me tell you, it's complicated. And holding his chin in both hands, he has been listening to Hinata narration, only occasionally interjecting a sentence of Terumi Ming, and the trace of loneliness in his heart is gradually swept away in Hinata endless narration. In particular, Hinata's sometimes exaggerated tone, coupled with his strange expression, made Terumi laugh. That's it, I didn't solve the problem of lack of chakra after running a lap, and I have to visit another senior called Orochimaru tomorrow. He is also one of the 3 shinobi, and I heard that he should be able to help me. Finally, Hinata, who had a dry mouth, concluded. However, it's nothing, just make the hell sauce happy. What about you, Mato-chan, are you having a good day today? Did Shizuka take good care of you? Hinata, who realized that he had been talking for too long, began to guide the conversation so that Terumi could talk about it too. But unexpectedly, after hearing Hinata's question, Terumi's eyes dimmed a lot for some reason, and she just brushed her hair and said very little. Kaori was very nice to me and stayed with me all day. Take me around and tell me about your family. Hinata was keenly aware of Terumi's mood change, but he didn't know why she was down. In Hinata's heart, Kaori's cousin is a well-behaved and sensible person, and she is not as corrupt and xenophobic as some Hyuuga people. Even if Kaori's cousin and Terumi don't have the same personalities, and the two fail to become friends, it stands to reason that she will look at her face and take care of Terumi Ming. At least I won't let Terumi be bullied and wronged. But the loneliness in Terumi's eyes can't deceive people. In fact, what Hinata didn't know was that Kaori Hinata didn't have any conflicts with Terumi in the process of getting along with Terumi. In a sense, the two even talked happily and became friends. It's just that, when Hinata Kaori traveled to the Hyuuga family courtyard with Terumi Mei, everywhere she went, she would focus on telling Hinata Yuen and her common experience. That's my cousin's practice room, and he takes me to be lazy in it every day, and he plays with me all day. My cousin also said what it was called touching fish. Do you see that tree in the yard? My cousin used to like to take me to climb that tree. It can be said that 7 points of fact, 3 points of fabrication, in short, how to be intimate and how to come. Although Hinata Yuen thought that Hinata Kaori, a little Lori, was cute, he took this cousin to play, but obviously under Kaori's narration, it changed its taste. It has completely become a childhood sweetheart, 2 little guesses, and a love affair. What's more, Kaori Hinata also inadvertently dropped a bombshell. She told Terumi that in order to maintain the purity of the bloodline, as the future successor of the Hyuuga clan, Hyuuga Yuen would definitely marry a woman from the clan. Thinking of this, Terumi's gaze dimmed a little. Hey, what's going on when you're even more unhappy? Obviously there was still talking and laughing just now? How could Hinatamoto, who lived 2 lives and was still a lone dog, guess the girl's careful thoughts, so he could only ask stupidly and directly, what's wrong? Aren't you happy? I'm fine. In my previous life, people used to say that when a girl said that she was fine, she had something to do. Hinata Yuen panicked even more. But she doesn't know what Zhao Miming has experienced this day. She can only guess whether it was because she didn't accompany her for a day and snubbed her. So the boy patted his head and came up with a good idea. Hinata Yuen abruptly shook Terumi Ming's hands, looked at the girl with a serious face and said, Heya-chan, don't go back tonight, go to sleep in my room. Hey. The girl was surprised at first, but after seeing the boy's serious expression clearly, her face was instantly covered with blush. A quarter of an hour later, Terumi sat on the edge of Hinatamoto's bed, but there was a little expectation in her heart. After a while, Hinata Yuen, who had returned from bathing, was wearing pajamas, looking at Terumi on the bed, and was puzzled. Aren't you sleeping? Seeing Hinata, Yuen was even more puzzled. Although the midsummer is almost over, the temperature is still not cool. Isn't it hot to sleep with your head covered? Maybe people like this posture? No one cares. Hinata Yuen didn't say much, and he also got into the quilt and looked at Terumi Ming. Since the trick of sharing life is not good, Hinata Yuen can only pretend to be pitiful and sympathetic. Hades-chan, I'm sorry I've been a little busy these days and left you out in the cold. You should have noticed your father's face at home. If I don't prepare well, I'll die a miserable death. Hinata Yuen cried as he tried to grab the girl's little hand, but he didn't know if Terumi was shy or what, so he hid his hand tightly. Hinata Yuen tried twice but didn't catch it, so he had to give up. It's not that Hinata Yuen wants to take advantage of others by brushing traffic, it's just that the true feelings of the protagonist in the Japanese comic are not all good to grab other people's hands and put them on their chests. Since it is rare to cross over, Hinata Yuen is just planning to follow the customs. In fact, Hinatamoto's invitation to sleep with him was just to have a night chat without saying anything. Kids, what's wrong with sleeping on a bed? As for wanting to be crooked, find a corner and punish yourself. Our protagonist Hinata Yuen is only 5 years old, 5 years old. It's just that I'm afraid that even Hinata Yuen himself hasn't reached Terumi. The blush on her face is not stuffy, but shy, because he miscalculated the mental maturity of the children in the world of Hokage. You know, this is a world where children can go to war at a few years old. I didn't notice Terumi's abnormality, and Hinata, who deserved to be a single dog, was still saying to himself, Daddy, he's too rigid, and he always sticks to all kinds of rotten rules. I just don't like to follow these old rules. Stygian sauce, when I succeed in challenging Daddy, Daddy won't be able to bind me with those rules. At that time, we could do whatever we wanted, and we could go wherever we wanted. Hey, what's wrong with you? As he spoke, Hinata suddenly felt the temperature beside him rise sharply, and when he came back to his senses, Terumi's cheeks were redder than the cooked prawns, and his face exuded a burning temperature. Hyuugamoto hurriedly grabbed Terumi's cheeks with both hands like pulling a turnip, and pulled her head out of the bed. Look at it. I'll just say it's not okay to sleep with your head covered, right? Look at this little face suffocating red. Hinata Yuen, who didn't know why, also intimately wiped the sweat beads on her head for Terumi Ming, and confidently thought that she was so careful, she must belong to the top warm men. In fact, the real situation is 108,000 miles away from what Hinata had guessed. At this moment, Terumi felt her head dizzy, filled with a huge sense of excitement. Because, Hinata Kaori said that Hyuuga Yuen will definitely marry a clansman of the Hyuuga family as a wife in the future, which is the iron law of the Hyuuga family. And just now, Hinata Yuen said that he was the most unwilling to comply with this rule. What does he mean? Does he mean that he is going to marry a foreign woman like me? But we are not in this relationship. He hasn't confessed to me yet. What do you mean we can do whatever we want? Go wherever we want? Is he going to elope with me? Is this a confession? It must be so, otherwise how could he brazenly invite me to sleep with me? Is he saying that he will be responsible for me? As above, Terumi's heart was hit by various thoughts. A lonely wandering girl thinks she is lucky to have found a harbor where she can dock with confidence. If it was a deer crashing before, at this time, Terumi's heart was like a wild boar rushing in. Under the impact of a violent sense of well-being, Terumi's brain directly overheated and shut down, and she fell asleep with her eyes rolling. Oh, hey, why are you asleep? I want to talk all night. Really, a little kid is a little kid, and he fell asleep when he said he was sleeping. Hinata, who didn't know it when he set fire to others, muttered quite dissatisfiedly, and could only helplessly prepare to fall asleep. There's no way, who makes himself a tired life, and tomorrow he has to brave the snake's nest. As soon as my eyes closed and opened, the night passed. Hinata Moto, who woke up, was very tired, because he was strangled awake. I don't know what good dreams Zhao Miming had, and I couldn't sleep well all night. Forget about the rough sleeping position, keep making a weird laugh of hey, and drooling. What's more, this Nizai actually has the habit of sleeping with things. At this time, Hinata Yuen is like a coma, entangled by Terumi and an octopus. Because a certain girl was too open-minded, Hinata Yuen was scolded all night and didn't even sleep. Finally squinted for a while, and because a certain girl hugged her too tightly, she couldn't breathe and was strangled awake. Finally, Hinata couldn't bear it anymore. Hey, wake up, if you don't wake up, I'm going to die. Hinata Moto poked Terumi's little face, and finally woke the girl up. Terumi wiped the saliva from her lips in a daze, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Hinata Moto's face full of resentment. AHH and Hinata Yuen looked confused at the moment. If memory serves, this is my room, right? Finally, Hinata Yuen has finished tidying up and is going to set off to find Orochimaru's help. Walking out of the door, Hinata Yuen, who was still aching faintly in his buttocks, glanced back at the girl behind him, and the girl also lowered her head in embarrassment. But thinking about it, as soon as I went out, it was estimated that it would be another day, and as an outsider, Terumi was not accompanied by anyone and it was not good to wander around the village, so she could only nest at home, and Hinata's anger suddenly disappeared, and she even felt a little guilty. I'm leaving. I'll come to you as soon as I get back. Terumi lowered her head and rubbed her fingers, and asked softly, can't I really go with you? Hinata smacked his lips, but after all, he didn't say what was in his heart. It's really inconvenient. I've wronged you, Hades-chan. Well, it's okay, I'll stay at home obediently and wait for you to come back. Terumi didn't dwell on it sensibly, just smiled and pushed Hinata Yuen and waved goodbye to Hinata Yuen. Let's go, don't you have a request for others? Don't be rude to be late. Hinata felt even more guilty. He felt like a scumbag, the kind of guy who only gave verbal promises but never kept them. Said that he wanted to accompany others more, but he always used busy affairs as an excuse. So, when Hinata Yuen left, he felt that today's steps were extremely heavy. What he didn't notice was that after his figure disappeared from the corner of the street, Terumi smiled slyly when no one noticed. How could she not know that Hinata Yuen would definitely not be able to bring her own with her on today's trip? She did it on purpose, in order to make Hinata Yuen worry about herself even if she was away. Yu Guang glanced at Shizuka's hurried figure in the courtyard, and Terumi had a victorious smile on her face. Sister Tsukino Ming, have you seen your cousin? Isn't he going to practice today? Hinata Kaori rushed over after breakfast, but she didn't see her cousin Hinata Yuen after going around the family, only saw Terumi standing at the door, so she asked. He's just left, I guess he won't come back in a while. Terumi pointed out the door and smiled. You're late. Really, obviously raised the patriarch challenge, and my uncle also. He's still so fierce, his cousin doesn't practice well, running around. Hinata Kaori was so angry that she stomped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. Although she was not asked by her cousin today, she still took the initiative to be a tour guide for Zaome. Sister Tsukino, since my cousin is not here, I will accompany you today. Let's go out shopping today. Along the way, Hinata Kaori always felt that Terumi seemed to be different from yesterday, but she couldn't say it. Anyway, when I talked about the past with my cousin, the other party's faint loss was gone, but he expressed his interest that he wanted to hear more about Hinata Yuen's childhood. What Hinata Kaori doesn't know yet, it's called the tolerance of the victors. On the other hand, although he has done many psychological constructions, Hinata Yuen is still very nervous when he really faces Orochimaru. It was as if as long as he looked at those snake-like vertical pupils, he would be devoured by Orochimaru's unique cold chakra. Do you want to ask me for help to solve the problem of insufficient chakra? In the laboratory, Orochimaru stared at the boy in front of him with interest after listening to Hinata Moto's story. The look that seemed like substance made Hinata Yuen shudder, but he still replied, that's right. I've been going on a patriarchal challenge recently, but my chakra is nowhere near enough. Sister Tsunade says you should have a way. This is Hokage-sama's warrant, and he has ordered you to assist me as much as possible. With that, Hinata placed a letter of entrustment with the autograph of Sarutobi Hichiza in front of Orochimaru, but Orochimaru didn't even look at it, and walked straight to Hinata Yuen's side, looking at this interesting boy to his heart's content. Don't use the teacher's orders to press me, that won't work. Orochimaru circled around Hinata, sticking out his tongue as if to taste Hinata, but was shrewdly dodged by the boy. Orochimaru wasn't angry, but continued, if you want me to help you solve your problem, you have to exchange something of corresponding value with me. What do you want? Asked Hinata, finding a comfortable seat and sitting down. Gradually getting used to Orochimaru's cold aura, Hinata's heart gradually calmed down, and he was no longer afraid of it. And this situation made Orochimaru more interested in Hyuuga. It was the first time he had seen a child who could adapt to his little tricks so quickly. I want your heart manufacturing technology. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly and said, you know how to make such a heart, right? Hearing Orochimaru's request, Hinata's brows furrowed. The method of making the heart of chakra, Hyuuga does have it. However, it was impossible for him to give this technique to Orochimaru. After all, it's your life. If Orochimaru had studied the weakness of Chakra's heart, wouldn't he have let him slaughter it? No, Hinata refused. It's just a method to supplement chakra, not enough to change the manufacturing method of chakra heart. This is a technique comparable to S-class ninjutsu. You can really blow it. Chakra heart is a fitting name. Orochimaru ruthlessly exposed Hinata's intention to raise his own price, but he didn't dwell on this technique. But then Hinata asked, so, do you have anything else of value? I never make a loss-making deal. And Hinata didn't delay for too long, just thought for a moment, and then replied, I can help you with your research. I have a strong ability to observe with white eyes, and I am uniquely positioned to do research. In addition, I can help you improve the experimental equipment. Let me take you to do research? Do you know how many people can't ask for this, and you actually take this as my reward? You kid has a thick face, you can even say such things. Hinata didn't explain much, just took out a pen and paper from the laboratory and drew it on his own. Soon, a modern version of the usual equipment for experiments was depicted in Hyuuga's necessities. Orochimaru walked in and took a look, and his eyes were immediately attracted by the equipment drawn by Hinata. On the drawings drawn by Hyuuga, there is not only an overall view of various experimental equipment, but also a cross-sectional drawing of the equipment, and the information of both material and size is clearly marked. It was the first time that Orochimaru had seen this intuitive depiction, and he was immediately interested. What is this thin and long glass tube for? The bottom surface is still curved, and it can't be put on the table at all when it is used to hold liquids, right? That is called a test tube, which is used for reagent reactions, and can also be used to prepare and collect a small amount of gas. It has to be placed on a special rack of test tubes. Then what's so special about this glass plate? That's called a petri dish. What kind of glass plate? Orochimaru is also an extremely intelligent person. Looking at the equipment drawn by Hinata, he understands the wonderful use of these equipment just by talking to Hinata. Look at the pots and pans I used in my experiments. It's almost throwable. Hinata also noticed the dirty mess in Orochimaru's laboratory, so he suddenly thought of using modern experimental equipment to impress Orochimaru. Poor Uncle Snake, in this world where everyone shouts will of fire, resolutely embarks on the road of seeking science, which can be described as extremely lonely. His love for science is not to mention that there is no one who has ever done it since, at least no one before him. Although in the original book, Orochimaru unreasonably used modern experimental equipment such as microscopes to do research, but fortunately, Hyuuga crossed early, and Orochimaru in this period had not yet developed various scientific and reasonable equipment. As in early Europe, Orochimaru naturally used the pots and pans that were common in life to do various experiments. This gave Hinata the opportunity to show off and give this set of modern experimental equipment to Orochimaru like a treasure. If Hinata had traveled to a historical drama, then his move would definitely be a big step forward in the field of experimental equipment. But in the Hokage world, these things can only be designed by Orochimaru himself in 7 or 8 years. This matter cannot be delved into. Thinking about the ancient and the Hokage's timeline from the melee of the family tribe to the modern of various technological ninja tools that change life, it is less than 100 years, which is indeed outrageous. In the end, in the remaining blank space of Hyuuga's paper, a schematic diagram of the principle of an optical microscope was drawn. You ask Hyuuga why he doesn't draw the microscope in the same detail as any other equipment. The reason is simple: the microscope structure is too complicated for Hinata to draw. That's enough, though. From Orochimaru's impatient action to take the paper and the excitement that kept flashing in his eyes, Hinata knew that the deal was done. Is it really like what you painted? You can see extremely subtle things by stacking 2 magnifying glasses on top of each other. Sure enough, it was this microscope that interested Orochimaru the most, and he pointed to the schematic diagram and confirmed it to Hyuuga, his excitement overflowing. That's right, that's how it works. But it's up to you to make a lot of adjustments to achieve the desired results. Hinata patted Orochimaru's shoulder, looking old. How's that? These things are enough to prove that I have a certain amount of research ability, right? You don't lose money on this deal. Orochimaru surprisingly didn't care about Hineda's death, but looked at Hinata Yuen deeply, nodded and acknowledged the statement. I really don't know how you have these things in your head, hee. Yes, I took this deal. I'll go to the factory to customize these equipment first, and I'll help you when I come back. Hinata Yuen stiffened up, hugged Orochimaru's thigh, and shook his head like a rattle. No. You have to help me solve the problem of lack of chakra first, and then go to these equipment. You dare to negotiate terms with me? Little thing, let go of me. Orochimaru's face changed, and suddenly his neck became covered with scales like a snake's body, and it suddenly stretched so long. Orochimaru also took advantage of this to stick his head down, and his face was almost in front of Hinatamoto's face. Little thing, looking for death, right? Humph. Why, I actually took my money with one hand and delivered the goods with the other, and I wanted to run away without giving the goods. In the face of Orochimaru's intimidation, Hinata Yuen was not afraid, but said sarcastically, is this the credibility of Lord Orochimaru as one of the three ninjas? Isn't that a long way from Tsunade Jiraiya? What? How dare you say I'm inferior to that big-chested fool and that drunk-addicted waste? Orochimaru exploded like a cat with its tail stepped on, and roared in anger. But then, he realized that he had been provoked by the boy, and with a cold snort, he pulled his neck back. Let go! Come with me! I will naturally give you the method you want. A little kid is a little kid, what's the hurry? Hinata Yuen smiled and obediently let go and followed. He can be sure of Orochimaru's temper. Although the previous preconceived notions made Hinata Yuen subconsciously think how vicious and dangerous Orochimaru was, in fact, people will change, and people who will do evil in the future may not be untouchable now. For now, although Orochimaru is a little perverted, a little weird, a little scary, a little more insidious, but as long as you observe carefully, you can see that the current Orochimaru is a trustworthy qualified ninja who lives up to the name of Konoha 3 ninjas no matter what you say. So, isn't it good to be free in life? Why be so stubborn? Thinking about the big snake pill who is gradually going crazy in the near future to gain immortality, and the amiable Uncle Snake after letting go of his obsession, Hinata Yuen sighed and sighed. It's a pity that Orochimaru is too strong in terms of status and strength, and he is obsessed. Therefore, Hinata Yuen knew that it would be difficult for him to influence Orochimaru's life course, let alone save him. Even a traverser can't help everyone with a happy ending. While Hinata was distracted, the two of them had already walked through the corridor to another laboratory. There are many drugs here, and it seems to be the pharmacological laboratory of the Great Snake Pill. Tisk, this guy is very knowledgeable, and he has a lot of research. Hinata Yuen looked at the inconspicuous vial on the table, and wanted to poke it cheaply. Orochimaru glanced at the boy who was dying, and said lightly, if you spill 1 drop of poison in that bottle, you will not be able to get out of bed for a month, and if you spill more than 3 drops, you will be killed on the spot. If you're tired of being crooked, you can play as you please. Rest assured, I guarantee that you will walk peacefully, without any pain at all. What the hell? Shouldn't such a dangerous thing be marked with a skull and hidden in a cupboard? What's the matter with just swaggering on the table? However, he was a little skeptical that what Orochimaru said was true, because he seemed to see Orochimaru snickering. Hey, I found it, this is it. After a while, Orochimaru took out a small box from the deepest part of the cabinet, opened it and handed it to Hinatamoto. Inside were 6 large balls. What is this? Peeing cow pills, I don't want a bento. Hinatamoto, looking at Orochimaru in confusion. Hey, little ghost, don't look at me like that. Orochimaru folded his hands on his chest and explained dissatisfiedly, do you know the Bing food pill? And this is the new high-efficiency soldier food pill I developed. Just 1 grain can help you recover your chakra and unleash your potential to help you squeeze out more chakra. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows, obviously unhappy that Hinata-gen actually despised his work. But the next moment, Orochimaru was slightly embarrassed, because Hinata-moto, who hit the nail on the head and pointed out the shortcomings of this highly efficient soldier food pill. Squeeze out more chakra? When the ninja chooses to use the soldier food pill when he is exhausted and runs out of ammunition, how can there be extra chakra to squeeze it? Isn't this a chicken rib? Hinata Yuen pinched out a large pill and put it in front of his nose and smelled it, and a fishy smell followed, which was obviously not something easy to eat. So Hinata Yuen threw the balls back into the box in disgust and continued to look at Orochimaru with suspicion. At this time, Orochimaru's face had turned the color of pig liver, and he snatched back the box in Hinata Yuen's hand, and defended, how can it be useless, idiot? Some chakras can't be refined by yourself, and you have to rely on drugs to forcibly refine them. Can the body stand it? Orochimaru looked at Hinata's suspicious eyes, and wanted to refute a few words, but as he spoke, he lost his confidence, and his voice became smaller and smaller. People with good physical fitness will definitely be able to survive, at most 10 days and half a month. Hiccup on the spot. Speaking of this, Orochimaru's voice was already as thin as a mosquito. But then he reacted. How could he be led by the nose by Hyuga, a little kid, as one of the three ninjas? So he said stiffly, if you don't have good physical fitness, you deserve to die. Who made them physically bad? Blame me. I don't know if they deserve it. Anyway, my small body will definitely not be able to withstand this medicine. RNM, return the money. Hinata Yuen didn't dare to shout this loud slogan, so he could only learn to hold Orochimaru's hands on his chest, and he didn't speak, just kept staring at him with the eyes of that's it. Orochimaru was looked at uncomfortably. When had he been looked at with contempt by a little kid? With a cold snort, Orochimaru picked up the small bottle on the table and drank it down, trying to hide his embarrassment by drinking water. Not to mention, this trick is quite effective. Hinata Mototo was stunned. Isn't this a poison that is claimed to knock down a person with 1 drop and kick your leg with 3 drops? Orochimaru, what are you drinking? Green tea. Why? Do you really think it's poison? Children are easy to deceive. God's special tea doesn't need to be bottled in a cup, it's sick. You really lied to me just now, snickering, aren't you? It's all boring. Hinata Yuen looked at Orochimaru with a resentful face, and he didn't care if he would annoy the other party, and immediately became yin and yang. Ah, yes, I was deceived into thinking it was poison. Lord Orochimaru is so powerful, his ability to do things is not good, and he has a hand in deceiving me, a 5-year-old comrade. Where has Orochimaru heard this kind of yin and yang strange tone? And he squirted out a mouthful of water on the spot, and he was hairy. Do you want to die? Orochimaru glared at him, his eyes almost bursting with fire. Hinata Yuen was not afraid at all, and asked rhetorically, what? Orochimaru-sama does not have such a brilliant record as Tsunade Jiraiya, and wants to take the honor of a kindergarten killer to make up the numbers? Although I am too old to graduate from the ninja school a long time ago, it is not impossible to sacrifice my life for righteousness. As a 3 ninja, you are not afraid of being pointed at the back and say that you can only bully children. What am I afraid of if I take a life? At this moment, Orochimaru couldn't wait to turn into a snake on the spot, and wrapped up Hyuga, a bear child, like a giant python hunting, and shrank a little bit. Only the sound of bones shattering and groans of pain could relieve the hatred in his heart. He. Imagining such a relieving scene, Orochimaru unconsciously let out a sneer. It's just that with Orochimaru's cold laughter echoing, the temperature in the laboratory plummeted, and Hinata even saw the glass on the window frosting. Damn, no, Orochimaru, do you really want to freeze me to death? Hinata Yuen shouted, pulling Orochimaru, who was already drunk and intoxicated with fantasy, back to reality. Cut! I'm almost going to strangle. Orochimaru smacked his lips, still reminiscing about the fantasy he had just had. Fortunately, he still restrained his momentum and let the temperature in the laboratory gradually warm up. Hinata, who was shivering from the cold, didn't dare to skin anymore. Now Orochimaru is not a crazy pervert, but he casually shows his hand, which is enough to toss himself. Looking at the boy who has obviously restrained a lot, Orochimaru's vertical pupils are full of pride. Sample, I can't cure you yet. However, Hinata's actions just now really gave him some inspiration. Since you hit a stick, you should give a candy. Beckoning Hinata Yuen to follow him to change the laboratory, Orochimaru walked in front and taught the boy behind him. Actually, it's not that I don't have a good way, but your request is not suitable. Chakra, as a mixture of physical energy and mental energy, when the chakra is exhausted, your body and spirit are also at their limit. That's when you should stop, instead of replenishing the chakra with crooked ways and overloading both the body and the mind. Generally speaking, exercising the body makes the body stronger, and honing the will makes the spirit stronger, and this is the best way it can be said that in addition to this, whether it is sucking other people's chakras or using stored chakras, it is an unconventional method that is extremely costly. There is a threshold for using unconventional means. And you, just like you, have already crossed this threshold. With that, Orochimaru opened the door to a laboratory. Hinata looked at it and found that this laboratory was much more concise than the previous ones. There was nothing in the room except a bed in the middle and a small cabinet in the corner. Hinata Yuen was already frowning as he stood in the doorway because he smelled a heavy smell of blood. Welcome to my operating room, Orochimaru said. This so-called operating room is dimly lit and the air is dull. The lingering smell of blood was mixed with a hint of rot, which filled Hinata's nasal cavity, making the boy feel very uncomfortable. There was a snap from behind, and it was Orochimaru who locked the door. Hinata looked back and saw that Orochimaru was looking at him with an extremely aggressive gaze. That's the way a predator looks at its prey. Orochimaru, what do you want to do? A chill hit, and Hinata couldn't help but take a step back, and his body hit the edge of the bed in the center of the room. Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, and just one step forward made Hinata feel a huge sense of oppression. What are you doing? Of course, the big snake figure flashed, and Hinata lost the trace of the big snake in his field of vision. And almost at the same time, a feeling of weightlessness came. His hands were forced to rise above his head, and his feet were off the ground. This guy didn't know when he instantly got behind Hinata, grabbed Hinata's 2 arms with one hand and picked the boy up. At the same time, Hinata also heard Orochimaru's voice coming from the side and back. He. I've wanted to dissect you for a long time, and now I've finally got this opportunity. Although he couldn't see Orochimaru's cheeks, Hinata could already hear Orochimaru's fanaticism from this dark and hoarse voice. Hinata's heart contracted suddenly, and a sense of danger rushed straight to the heavenly spirit guy. Orochimaru, it can't be that he is so angry that he loses his mind, right? Is it hard that he has to attack himself even if he is under the pressure of the Hokage and the Hyuuga family? At this moment, all kinds of pictures of Orochimaru frantically conducting all kinds of inhumane human experiments in the original book poured into Hinata's mind. It is extremely stupid to talk to a madman about reason, and Orochimaru is indeed a madman in some ways. Without the slightest hesitation, Hyuga's gauze blindfolded eyes immediately opened the void eyes, and almost at the same time, the void armament opened, and the silver chakra filled his body in an instant. It is useless to negotiate with madmen. Rather than wasting your tongue, it is better to fight against the water. Although his current chance of defeating Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, is infinitely close to none, even if it is a certain death, he will never sit still. Even if you die, you have to bite off a piece of his flesh. The silver chakra coat stirred, and the scorching temperature that rose made Orochimaru even surprised, and he had to let go of his hand. Hinata also took the opportunity to turn around, and at the same time as he landed, a move Bagua empty palm was instantly issued, aiming at the heart of Orochimaru. But the palm that came out close at hand was missed, slamming into the wall, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust from broken bricks. Orochimaru was gone. Stinky boy, what are you crazy about? Don't you want to live? Orochimaru's voice actually came from behind him again. Hinata was shocked and quickly turned around to respond. But no sooner had his body moved, than a sharp pain came from his forehead. As soon as it was dark, Hinata felt that the chakra operation of his whole body had been violently impacted, and the void eye and void weapon were forcibly disarmed, and his body softened uncontrollably. And Orochimaru, reaching out and hugging Hinata, who was about to fall. Little brat, look at the good things you've done. How many secrets do I have to dig out of you to recover my losses? Orochimaru's vertical pupils were eager to erupt into flames, and he scolded and threw the completely immobilized Hinata onto the bed, and walked to the ruins where the boy slammed out with a palm. Bear child, next door to this operating room is my medicine room, or the one where the most precious medicine is stored. Son, Xiang, Yuan. Orochimaru roared angrily, jumped to the bed, grabbed the boy's neck and shook wildly. Look at the good things you've done. I really want to kill you now. It's a big deal to be a traitor. Ahem. Hinata was pinched and had difficulty breathing, and he was limp and weak, and he could only barely give a middle finger to Orochimaru with all his strength. It's a pity that Orochimaru can't understand this international friendly gesture. It's still careless. Hinata's heart was desolate. Since the awakening of the void eye, Hinata's strength has expanded rapidly, but he still repeatedly warned himself that there was still a big gap between his strength and the top powerhouses in the ninja world. Not to mention the shadow-level characters in each ninja village. Even if it is a second-level elite ninja, it is difficult for him to rival. But what Hinata didn't expect was that this gap was far more terrifying than he imagined. He didn't expect that even if he opened the void eye, he still couldn't catch Orochimaru's figure. Even if he opened the void armament, he couldn't even catch Orochimaru's brain. His defeat was so abrupt, but he deserved it. Orochimaru seemed to have finished venting and let go of himself again. But Hinata was still sore and couldn't move. Can only stubbornly hold up his middle finger, expressing his last respect. For a moment, Hinata felt a little sad. He is like a lamb to the slaughter, just like those nameless corpses in the original book. He can only be used as a background board to set off Orochimaru's brutality. And it was just such a cruel executioner, who was actually whitewashed in the end, and was affectionately called Uncle Snake. What a sad thing it is that people always care about these glamorous protagonists standing in front of the stage, and those who are slaughtered never deserve to be cared about by anyone. Orochimaru, who was standing beside the bed, had a flickering look in his eyes, anger and reason fighting fiercely in his heart. But in the end, the strong man overcame his emotions and gradually calmed down. Patting Hinata's cheek, Orochimaru snorted coldly dissatisfied. Count you kid lucky, I haven't had enough stable days, and I don't want to be a traitor. After this matter is settled, we will discuss how you can make up for my preciousness. Although the Hyuuga family is a little weaker, it is also a big family of Konoha anyway, and it is not too difficult to investigate what you did to me. How can you dare to ask the Hyuuga family for reimbursement? Hearing the last sentence, Hyuuga was even more confused. Isn't this going to dissect me with a black hand? Why are you going to help me solve the problem again? What kind of play is this? You wait, aren't you going to hack me? Why do you continue to help me solve the problem? What kind of play are you playing? The hero begs to be informed. I don't want to be a fool. Seeing that Orochimaru didn't know where to pull out a bright kitchen knife, and was about to take off his clothes after a few strokes on his chest, Hinata hurriedly stopped. And hearing Hinata words, Orochimaru was afraid of surgery, so he only rolled his eyes and ripped off Hinata Yuen's clothes, intending to continue the knife. Stupid boy, if I want to do something to you, I'll have to pick a chance that no one knows. You came with the Hokage warrant, who doesn't know that you're here? Don't talk nonsense, although you don't cooperate much, this is just a minor operation for me, and it will be over soon. It's useless even if you're afraid of pain. Hinata Yuen was stunned, and when Orochimaru's kitchen knife was only 0.01 centimeter away from his chest, he regained control of his body, and hurriedly rolled off the bed. Stay away from me, don't come here, Hinata shouted, scaring Orochimaru into a daze. Just when he was stunned, he saw the boy pull his messy clothes with one hand, like a woman from a good family who had been defiled by thieves, trying to cover the spring light that leaked from his chest. The other hand wiped the tears from his eyes, and kept stepping back away from himself, looking pitiful. If someone breaks in and sees this scene by mistake at this time, then they will most likely be put on a pedophile hat, the kind that can't be taken off. Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, and the anger he had just suppressed showed signs of exploding again. Stinky boy, what are you doing again? Don't put on that look, you're disgusting. Orochimaru shuddered and scolded angrily, you dead bear kid still want me to help. Anyway, I can't beat it, and I can't get over it before I die? So Hinata Yuen also rolled up his sleeves, pointed at Orochimaru's nose and scolded, who are you bear children that perverted snakes say? You are helping? You are obviously seeking money and killing people. Seeing that I am so talented, handsome and chic, you want to take my body. I'm going to die. Even if you take away the perfect body of the master, you can't take away the life of the protagonist who I was born to be. Remembered the scene in the original book where Uchiha Itachi sealed Orochimaru with a 10-fist sword, and couldn't help muttering, it's a pity, Itachi's child's flame is so powerful, why didn't I think of roasting you? But the first few sentences of scolding were so loud, Orochimaru heard it clearly, and he didn't miss a word. What does this mean? Can you take away your body? If you want to say that you take away a woman's body, I still know what it means. Thinking of this, Orochimaru had a chill again, and he even forgot to be angry, just surprised that this bear child was not very old. How could he hold so much sewage? The more Orochimaru thought about it, the more he couldn't hold back the cold. Hinata's little guy's mind feels perverted even like a pervert like him. That's enough, he threw the knife in his hand and roared angrily, give your chakra heart expansion thing, whoever you love to do it, anyway, I won't do it. Talking to you little guy will defile my pure mind. You get out of here. Get out of my chakra heart now. What does this mean? Hinata Yuen blinked his eyes, and suddenly felt that he had misunderstood Orochimaru. After all, he drenched the blood of the dog scolded by others and tired himself to the point of dry mouth, but Orochimaru still let himself go, instead of clicking himself in anger. This is unreasonable. Hinata Yuen moved to the door step by step with a skeptical attitude, moving his body and testing Orochimaru's reaction. I'm leaving. Orochimaru clasped his hands to his chest and twisted his head to close his eyes to recuperate. At this time, Orochimaru understood what it meant to be out of sight and out of mind. This reflection makes Hinata Yuen even more strange, isn't it? This doesn't stop me. Do you want to kill me again when I think I'm happy to leave? Quite possibly. Wouldn't the perverted murderers in many episodes like to do that? Hinata had already retreated to the door, but he was still muttering. But Orochimaru can hear it clearly. His brow jumped, hating that he couldn't turn off his hearing like he could see. And Hinata Yuen had already pushed the door open at this time, and quickly dodged out of the door, only showing one head to look at Orochimaru and said, I'm really leaving. Okay, goodbye to you. Hinata Yuen immediately retracted his head and closed the door with a bang. At this moment, Orochimaru's world was finally quiet. As one of the three ninjas, or the most indifferent and emotionless of the three ninjas, Orochimaru was actually a little moved. Cracking sound. There was a chaotic sound, and the half of the wall that Hinata Yuen blasted open fell again, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. But Orochimaru didn't care, and still exhaled heavily as long as there was no bear child making a fuss. Even the dusty air was so charming and fragrant. However, good times are always short-lived, and in the next second, Orochimaru's small luck was broken. With a snap, the door of the operating room was opened again, and Hinata's voice came again, that, Uncle Orochimaru, what did you just say about the chakra heart expansion? I didn't figure it out. As the door opened, Hinata Moto's voice poured into his ears unstoppably, and Orochimaru felt a certain string in his head break. Desperately watching that annoying figure appear at the door, Orochimaru's heart was so tired that he could only summarize it in one sentence: shall move muscle, tense, can't stop it. Betrayal and forbearance, betrayal and forbearance. As long as I can kill you, Lao Tzu will admit it even if he is chased by Konoha to the ends of the earth. But the strange thing is that he always feels that there is a sense of hypocrisy in Hinata's expression of fear, trembling and other expressions in the face of his attack. Orochimaru's doubts didn't last long, because he clearly saw that Hinata Yuen, who was trembling with fright on the surface, had a snicker on the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru, what do you want to do? At the same time, Tsunade's voice came from Hinatamoto's side. As a scolding fell, before Orochimaru could react, he was smashed in the face by a soft but powerful fist. There was a loud bang, and Orochimaru, who was knocked away by Tsunade, fell impartially into the hole in the wall that Hinata had caused before. With a clanging of bells, countless precious medicines fell from the shelves. Previously, Hinata's destruction only affected a small part of the medicine near the wall, but just now, the medicine of the Great Snake Pill can be said to be completely wiped out. Monstrous killing intent erupted from the messy pharmacy, causing Hinata to feel a piercing pain. Fortunately, Tsunade stood in front of Hinatamoto. A pale hand emerged from the dimly lit pharmacy, and Orochimaru leaned against the broken wall and asked gloomily, "Tsunade, are you going to go to war with me?" "Orochimaru, do you want to go to war with Konoha?" Tsunade asked unfearedly in the face of Orochimaru's provocation. Although he pointed out that Orochimaru might be able to help Hyuuga, Tsunade became more and more distrustful of Orochimaru, a period that was gradually going to extremes. So, she couldn't rest assured that Hinata found Orochimaru's laboratory and wanted to come to visit, but she didn't expect to meet Hinata as soon as she arrived at the door, and Hinata, who was teary-eyed, immediately took the boy down and prepared to ask Orochimaru for an explanation. And as soon as he entered the door, Orochimaru was so murderous, and he really had bad intentions. At this time, Orochimaru's state was quite embarrassed, and he was aggrieved in his heart. Tsunade's strange lethality is well known, and he took Tsunade's punch firmly with his face, and the damage caused can be imagined. Even Tsunade's warning punch didn't use all his strength, but his face was still burning with pain. Even if it's the Konoha princess, you can't trespass into other people's territory without permission, and beat them up, and you won't give an explanation, right? He didn't want to get too stiff with Konoha yet. Can you even endure this? I can only say that I really deserve to be a Konoha hero. Hinata, who was hiding behind Tsunade, was amazed. It can only be said that Orochimaru deserves to be Orochimaru, and every move of such a character is well thought out, and he rarely takes things seriously. In the face of Orochimaru's questioning, Tsunade clasped his hands to his chest and replied with great seriousness, "Orochimaru, you know what you want to do. If you dare to make a move against Hinata, even if you risk being chased and killed by the village, I will definitely kill you." Not to mention Orochimaru, even Hinata was a little surprised. Hinata knew that he must have taken a lot of weight in Tsunade's heart, but he didn't expect that she would be willing to do this for herself. Who said I'm going to do something to that kid? Obviously he came to me for help, okay? If I want to do something to him, can he still walk out of this gate? At this time, Orochimaru's eyes were no longer angry, but they became more and more cold, making people feel even more terrifying. But there is a Tsunade hand cover, and Hinata has no fear. "Les, you obviously pressed me there just now to slap my heart with a knife, and it's such a big knife." Hinata stood up, pointed to the kitchen knife that Orochimaru had discarded in the mess, and handed it to Tsunade. "Look, this is it." Tsunade just glanced at it casually and noticed that the knife was stained with a strong smell of blood, and the grip mark on Hinata's wrist really couldn't be faked. It seems that Orochimaru's black hand under Hinata is unmistakable. "Orochimaru, do you have anything else to quibble?" Tsunade asked. That's obviously the scalpel I used for dissection, and if I don't cut Hinata's chest open, how can I expand his heart?" Seeing that Tsunade and Hinata both had puzzled expressions, Orochimaru could only continue to explain, "Didn't that little guy think that the amount of chakra was not enough? This problem may be a trouble for others, but it is too easy for him to solve. Why can't the chakra heart? In some ways, that chakra heart is the perfect vessel. With a little modification, it can be used as an energy source." Speaking of this, Orochimaru's face changed, and he glanced at Hinata with disgust. "I just don't know what kind of nerves the kid has," and he suddenly resisted. Otherwise, this minor operation should have been done by now. What a small operation is a god. Your family's surgery is done with a kitchen knife? Also, you don't need anesthetic medicine to do surgery? Use a knife to grab someone. Hinata obviously didn't believe Orochimaru's statement, and spit it out directly. Orochimaru didn't respond immediately, just turned around and rushed to the corner, pulling out the small cabinet from the broken bricks and rubble. "Of course it's a scalpel, otherwise I can still cook in this operating room? I don't like that big knife, you say. I'm not a little smaller. I've had so many surgeries and I've never given anyone an anesthesia. This special fruit knife is also outrageous. Also, the objects of your surgery have all been dissected and experimented on by you, right? Isn't there any need for anesthesia?" Hinata couldn't complain this time, and said in his heart, "Orochimaru, as one of the few scientific researchers in the Hokage plot, shouldn't you be serious and rigorous?" However, no matter how deviant the style of painting is, how fierce the approach is, it seems that Orochimaru really didn't intend to kill me, but really wanted to operate on me. Isn't it wrong to blame Orochimaru? Hinata was suddenly a little embarrassed, and his face was a little unbearable. However, he still stubbornly shouted, "Nonsense, you obviously said that you want to dissect me." "What, can't you?" Orochimaru retorted. "But your rotten bed can also be called a dissecting table? It's dirty, and there are blood stains on this sheet. No one has ever disliked this condition for the things I have dissected. Nonsense. I guess no one who has been on your operating table will survive it, Hinata Yuen said as he stretched his neck and vomited. Little ghost, do you think this is a high-end hotel, asking for so much, said Orochimaru, almost squeezing it out between his teeth. After a period of cordial and friendly exchanges, Hinata finally figured out that Orochimaru really didn't plan to hack himself. The main reason is that he owes too much money before, and Orochimaru wants to scare himself before the operation to save some face for him. This is probably the same as someone bungee jumping and you shouting that the rope is not tied. It is purely to scare people. Unexpectedly, Hinata Moto, who knew the future direction of Orochimaru, really believed it, and actually said that he would work hard. Orochimaru saw that he was serious, and he didn't bother to explain, so he just let himself go first, and it was not too late to do the operation to expand Chakra's heart another day. But coincidentally, Tsunade, who couldn't rest assured, was also here. Hinata Moto gang was intimidated by Orochimaru, and now that he has a backer, he naturally wants to come back and find a place. As a result, the misunderstanding is even greater. Hinata Moto's face flushed. Although it's not wrong to say that you were vigilant and alert, you have always misunderstood others. Ahem, that Uncle Snake. You said that you have a child's crying face, and you prefer to make such terrifying jokes. Can I not have a stress reaction? Hinata Yuen changed his words on the spot and called Uncle Snake on the spot, and defended himself with a slight twist. I'm really sorry for being ugly. The big snake pill didn't laugh at the flesh, and the two sounds made Hinata Yuen even more panicked. Even though he regretted 1,000 things in his heart, Hinata's mouth was still hard. Besides, your operating conditions are really bad. I'm really afraid that I won't be able to get off the operating table. The conditions are difficult, and I really wronged you, the little young master. Orochimaru didn't eat Hinata Yuen at all, and still sneered. If Orochimaru is really full of malice, it doesn't matter. Hinata Yuen doesn't care about being targeted by a big guy again. Anyway, he wants to stand in the spotlight. If you have more debts, you won't worry, and if you have more lice, you won't itch. However, if today's Orochimaru is not as ruthless as imagined, there is still the possibility of wooing, and Hinata Yuen does not want to give up this help. Hinata Yuen was embarrassed, pretending to be tender and selling cute. This tried and tested method to the big snake pill. This is actually not good. Even looking at the other party's reaction, this is counterproductive. Hinata Yuen didn't understand. Why was there more disgust in Orochimaru's eyes? Fortunately, Tsunade stood up and relieved Hinata Yuen. Okay, Orochimaru, you're still as knowledgeable as Hinata Moto. He's a child. Are you a child? It's not right for you to scare him so much. He's just a child. Aha, how is this so much like a moral kidnapping? Although Tsunade is talking for himself, Hinata still feels that something is wrong. Normally, only the disgusted bear children would be so unreasonably maintained, right? But I am so well behaved, sensible, handsome and charming, 99 plus adjectives omitted here. Orochimaru was also silent. He actually felt that what Tsunade said had some truth. Orochimaru, who has no morality, will not be kidnapped by morality. He just suddenly feels that it is a bit of a loss to fight with Hinata Yuen like this. Moreover, from the bottom of his heart, Orochimaru's resolute resistance to Hinata Gen is superior. After all, it's much more pleasing to the eye than those soft-footed shrimp that only kneel and beg for mercy. Although the boy was only 5 years old, he still had a bit of backbone at a critical time. However, 1 yard to 1 yard, someone must bear the losses caused by the breakage of those precious medicines. Orochimaru was non-committal to Tsunade's persuasion on the surface, but his expression was clearly much more relaxed. But in the last sulk, Orochimaru had to vent. Little guy, I won't worry about you today. Come, the operation will continue, and we will settle this account later. Orochimaru smiled slyly and beckoned to Yuen. Who would dare to say that our Uncle Snake is a villain who will repay his flaws, and I am anxious with him. Because Tsunade was present to cover himself, Hinata's vigilance was unconsciously lowered a lot, and he was really stupid and walked towards Orochimaru. But it's too dirty in this room, isn't it? You can't do this knife, it's too unprofessional, Hinata muttered as he approached Orochimaru, apparently forgetting all the remorse he had just owed. Are you embarrassed to say, who broke this wall? Come here. Seeing Hinata approaching, Orochimaru grabbed Hinata Moto's arm and pulled him over. By the time Hinata realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Orochimaru's other hand flashed across Hinata Moto's forehead. As if he had been bitten by a mosquito, Hinata had an inconspicuous touch on his forehead. Although Hinata didn't see Orochimaru's movements clearly, Tsunade saw it clearly. But it's too late for her to stop it, and if she thinks about it, Orochimaru has suffered a loss, so it doesn't hurt for him to trick Hyuuga Yuen to dissipate his anger. Anyway, Hinata's mouth is really lacking in lessons. So Tsunade just complained helplessly, Orochimaru, you're really enough. As for that. That's him, I would have killed him in 8 pieces a long time ago to vent my anger. Orochimaru put away the silver needle in his hand, and contentedly threw Hinata Yuen in front of Tsunade, and got up to leave. Regarding the expansion, you can come back in 2 days, I need a break in the operating room. Bring me the door when you go. With that, Orochimaru's figure had disappeared at the door. And here, Hinata Yuen didn't know what was going on, but asked Tsunade suspiciously, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Why did Uncle Snake leave suddenly?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hinata Yuen felt dizzy in his head and weak limbs, and then he was about to go limp and pass out. What's wrong with me? Is it the aftermath of forcibly using the void armament? How did it come so quickly? This was Hinata's last thought before he lost consciousness. Tsunade hugged the boy who had fallen into a coma, and watched the change in the boy's forehead, crying and laughing. It can only be said that if Orochimaru wants to trick Hinata, Hinata won't be able to detect it at all. With a long sigh, Tsunade took Hinata back to his home. By the time Hinata woke up, it was already night. Hinata Moto, who had regained consciousness, felt his head very heavy and naturally rubbed his forehead. But this kneading startled him. What's going on? Hearing Hinata's screams, Tsunade hurriedly ran over. Although he had been mentally prepared, after seeing Hyugamoto's funny appearance, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh out loud. It turned out that Hinata Yuen had a huge bag bulging out of his forehead, and he looked a little like an Antarctic immortal. What the hell is going on? Feeling the huge touch on his hand, and then looking at the strange reflection on the glass, Hinata Yuen wanted to cry without tears, and couldn't help but wail, "My handsome face. How can I see people like this?" It was so funny that Tsunade couldn't hold back his laughter. "You're still laughing, Sister Tsunade, you have to save me." Hinata, the Motoki howled wolf, and crawled to Tsunade's side for comfort. But this time, he failed to bury his head in the valley for solace as he had done before. Because the bag on his forehead was too big. Hinata Yuen suddenly felt that he had been hurt twice, and his heart hurt even more. Okay, this bag looks scary, but it's not dangerous. Hornet Type 2 is almost the least harmful poison of Orochimaru, and he has already shown mercy to his subordinates. I've got you a medicine and you'll be back in a few days. Come, drink it. Tsunade patted Hinata Moto's back and handed Hinata a cup of potion to Hinata Moto. Isn't it possible to cure me right away with your skills? Hinata suddenly turned into a bitter gourd face. After a few days with this big sarcoma, wouldn't his image of being wise and martial be ruined? No, although this Hornet Type 2 is not very toxic, it is quite troublesome to solve. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for the cleanliness of this bag. Tsunade replied with a forced smile as a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. It is the most unforgivable crime to spoil my peerless countenance. When I am mature in the future, I will have to skewer your big snake and roast it. Hey, the snake is so big that it can't be roasted on a skewer. Adhering to the spirit of AQ, Hinata Yuen dissolved himself and drank the potion in his hand. Then I almost threw up. It's so bitter. Drink it all, otherwise I won't guarantee that the effect of the medicine is enough. Tsunade on the side was no longer pretending, and the smile on his face couldn't be concealed at all. Hinata Yuen suspects that Tsunade is deliberately making the medicine so bitter and tricking himself, but he has no evidence. Okay, go home after drinking the medicine, I won't keep you. I'll send the medicine to Hinata's house tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Tsunade ordered the eviction of the guest. Sister Tsunade, can I stay with you for a few days? Wait for the bag on his head to subside before leaving. Hinata Moto didn't want to leave with a shy face. He really didn't want to be seen by the guys in Hinata's family like this. Determined to be the head of the family, he is too late to establish a glorious image, and now that this embarrassed appearance appears in Hinata's house, he will definitely be made fun of by the clansmen. Especially Daddy, he must be the one who laughs the loudest. It's not impossible to stay with me, anyway, Mute hasn't been there lately, so you can sleep with her. But Tsunade glanced at Hinata Yuen deeply and teased, "Isn't there a little girlfriend waiting for you at home?" However, how did Tsunade know about this? Just make fun of me. You don't know that in order to get a shadow-level helper for Konoha, I even put my own hue in. Busy business, farewell. Hinata Yuen Dynasty. Tsunade made a move, turned his head and ran. Behind him, Tsunade's laughter grew louder. I don't know if it's a coincidence, or if Tsunade deliberately saved face for Hinata, but when Hyuga Yuen walked home, it was late at night. It just so happened that there was not a single pedestrian on the road, which also saved Hinata Yuen from embarrassment. When Hinata Yuen arrived home, the shadow was really like yesterday, waiting for his return by the door. Hinata Yuen felt a burst of warmth in his heart and ran over quickly. "Staika-chan, I'm back," Hinata shouted as he waved his hand at the girl. Seeing the boy's return, Terumi suddenly had a glow in her eyes and greeted her. After walking a few steps, she noticed the strangeness on Hinata's forehead, and hurriedly asked, "What's going on your forehead? Did you get beaten by someone?" Hinata Yuen suddenly became embarrassed. He also didn't want to be seen by Terumi like this. "Because I was naughty and was taught a lesson by a senior." Don't worry, this bag doesn't hurt, it's just that it will take a few days to subside, which is a bit embarrassing. It's funny, isn't it? You can laugh if you want, Hinata explained helplessly, ready to be ridiculed. But Terumi didn't have the slightest intention of making fun of her. Looking at Hinata Yuen, who was swollen with a large lump on her forehead, her eyes were full of distress. Fool, you have to be respectful of your seniors. How can it not hurt if it is swollen like this? As she spoke, Terumi actually stepped forward and hugged Hinata Yuen and kissed him lightly on the forehead. So, is it better? Hinata Yuen was stunned. He was actually picked up by a little girl. Man, you also crossed over, right? Otherwise, how could you master such a method at such a young age? Hinata Yuen was instantly blushed by Terumi Miming's bold move, and hurriedly opened the topic in a little panic that, it's okay. It's not early, let's go back and rest quickly. Hinata Yuen took Terumi Ming's hand and walked home, but was gently dragged by the girl. Oh, don't be in such a hurry, we have to settle cousin Kaori first. After all, people have been waiting for you for so long, you can't just leave her alone, right? At this time, Hinata Yuen found that it was not only Terumi who was guarding the door, but also a little girl who couldn't resist the sleepiness and leaned on the door and fell asleep. Cousin Kaori? Is she waiting for me too? Looking at her cousin who was sleeping crookedly and drooling, Hinata's scalp was numb. It's good that the girl is asleep, otherwise there would be another witness to her embarrassment. However, the clothes on Kaori's body are those of Terumi Tsumi, right? Hinata Yuen looked back, and sure enough, the clothes on Terumi were unusually thin, and it was obvious that he had given his coat to Hinata Kaori. Alas, the hero is sad to pass the beauty pass, and the ancients are honest and do not deceive me. I was just teased like this, and I was in a big mess, and I didn't notice that Terumi was already trembling slightly under the evening breeze, nor did I notice my cousin sleeping peacefully in the shadows. Therefore, Naruto Uzumaki, who invented the seduction technique, harem technique and even the reverse harem technique, is really a genius. Who can withstand this? Hinata Yuen made a deep review in his heart, and secretly made up his mind that when he became an adult, he must go to the red light district to break through, and eradicated the flaw of not being firm enough in the face of women. No nonsense, Hinata took off his coat and put it on Terumi Ming, and then walked over to Kaori's cousin to carry the girl to the guest room. But when it comes to hugging girls, Hinata Yuen is obviously not as skilled as Bo Feng Shuman. Holding a sister under the moon captured each other's hearts at once, and Hinata Yuen was clumsy to wake people up from their dreams. Is it my cousin? Before Hinata Yuen could pick it up, Hinata Kaori was awakened, rubbed her eyes and muttered, "Oh no, I can't let Kaori see what she looks like now, otherwise the grand image that she has worked hard for many years will collapse." Looking at her cousin who was about to open her eyes, Hinata Motoxin was horizontal, and decisively and quickly put the girl down, and slapped her pink head in the face. Hinata Kaori's eyes, which had not been fully opened, fell asleep again. "Hinatamoto, what are you doing here?" Terumi on the side was stunned. It's an emergency, you can only use unconventional means." Hinata Yuen was also embarrassed, watching his cousin's originally pink back of his neck flushed by his own palm, and felt guilty in his heart. But even so, it's much better than the collapse of your own image. What if my appearance caused a psychological shadow on my cousin? Hinata Yuen turned around and grabbed Terumi Ming's shoulders and said to the girl seriously, "Ming-chan, promise me not to mention my current appearance to anyone. Remember, it's anyone, not my parents and my parents." Okay, Terumi nodded in agreement, her little heart pounding. "Even if you don't want anyone to see it, you won't hide it from me." Terumi thought so, and a happy smile spread across her face. Gave Hinata Yuen a confused look. Forget it. Although I don't know what Terumi is happy about, as long as she agrees. In this way, Hinata Yuen picked up his cousin Kaori and led Terumi, who was smirking non-stop, and returned home. Although there are many guest rooms in the Hyuuga family, due to the closed nature of the Hyuuga family, there are actually very few guests who come to visit and stay overnight. As a result, most of the guest rooms are vacant, and it is impossible to stay without cleaning. After a little discussion with Terumi, Hinata decided to place Kaori Hinata in the guest room prepared for Terumi. But to Hinata's surprise, he thought that Terumi and Hinata Kaori would squeeze together, and both of them slept in the guest room. But the reality is that after placing his cousin, Hinata Yuen retreated and prepared to go back to the room, and Terumi followed him. Aren't you sleepy?" Looking at Terumi, who was following behind him, Hinata asked suspiciously. "Sleepy? Why aren't you sleepy?" "After a day of shopping with Kaori during the day, I'm tired to death. It's so late now, I'm already sleepy." Terumi yawned, stepped forward and opened Hinatamoto's bedroom door. That's right, because Hinata Kaori slept in her room, Terumi planned to use this excuse to sleep in Hinatamoto's room justifiably. I don't know if Hinata Kaori would cry to death if she knew that she didn't resist the sleepiness for a while, and it caused Terumi to get into Hinatamoto's bed again. Only then did Hinata Yuen react, and Zhao Miming actually planned to sleep in his own house tonight. But on the contrary, Hinata 2 single dogs UN straight male cancer has committed again, and he didn't taste the little juju in Zayome's heart, but he complained in his heart, hey no, this is because I slept too fast last night, and I didn't plan to continue tonight when I talked about it at night? It's not right, aren't you sleepy? Hinata UN opened his mouth, but finally didn't ask. After all, sleeping with a beautiful girl is something that many people can't ask for, it's too evil to speak up against it. But then Hinata UN had to take a bath, I was going to be lazy. By the time Hinata had finished washing, Terumi had already fallen asleep. Through the ray of moonlight through the window, the girl's sleeping face was quiet and charming. It is the sleeping position of the four forks, which can be described as a terrible scenery. Hinata couldn't help but shake his head. Who would have thought that this sweet girl in front of her who was open-minded would become a big-minded hot sister in the future? Fortunately, I'm only 5 years old, otherwise I woke up this time to start in 3 years. Hinata UN pinched the tip of the girl's nose, smiled and got into the bed. And what he didn't notice was that after he fell asleep, the girl who was obviously asleep raised an imperceptible arc at the corner of her mouth. There was no accident, but it was true. The next day, Hinata UN was awakened by Zayome again. Just like last time, Terumi was like an octopus, firmly wrapping Hayagamoto. It stands to reason that this kind of bridge where a beautiful girl wakes up should be beautiful, and Hinata UN should be full of tears of gratitude, thanking himself for being able to have such a beautiful life. But at this time, Hinata UN had tears in his eyes, but they were not tears of gratitude, but tears of remorse. I especially had my brain pumping and agreed to sleep in my house according to my beauty. If it weren't for my good physical fitness, I would have been strangled to die on the spot. Also, this is too flat, too hard, too stubborn to panic. I feel as if I have been put on a concrete board and slept all night. Hinata wanted to cry without tears. Turning over hard, Hinata UN struggled to buy himself some living space. But Terumi hugged her tighter with Hyuuga's movements. This time, Terumi's entire chest was attached to Hinata's back, and her head was leaning over. Hinata Moto's ears are itchy, and he can even feel Terumi's breathing. Maid, I can't sleep this night. I'm still a little guy, but you can't be so flirtatious. Hinata UN directly slapped Terumi on Terumi with one hand backwards. Hey, get up. I'll be out of gas if I can't get any more. Really, I have to buy insurance before I sleep with you next time. Hinata UN felt the touch on his hand and sneered in his heart. Scold. A little kid is a little kid, and there's no meat anywhere. Under Hinata's efforts, Terumi finally woke up. The girl stretched and rubbed her eyes to see the person in front of her. Hinata UN, who had just broken free from the restraints, felt the temperature of the girl behind him rise rapidly, and an ominous premonition came to his heart. As the girl screamed, Hinata was kicked out of bed. Isn't it? It's still coming? Hinata's original heart with his face on the ground is like stopping water, and it can be said that there are no waves. Sure enough, there is a price to be paid for enjoying benefits. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Terumi, who woke up from her sleep, blushed after reacting to what she had done. Stop. No need to apologize, I expected it. Hinata UN calmly rubbed his forehead, which seemed to be even more swollen because of the collision, and began to recall the binding method of tortoiseshell binding. While Hinata was thinking wildly, he heard a knock on the door, and Hinata Kaori's voice appeared outside the bedroom. Cousin, are you awake? I brought you breakfast. I'm coming in. Hearing his cousin's voice, Hinata UN's calm expression suddenly couldn't hold it down. The way I look now, I must not be seen by my cousin. In case it gets out. Hinata Motoyi resisted the door that was almost pushed open by his cousin, and hurriedly said, Don't come in, I haven't woken up yet. No, I'm not hungry yet. I'm going to change my clothes. Don't come in yet, don't. Hinata Kaori felt guilty that she had made up her mind to wait for her cousin to come back last night, but she fell asleep first. She couldn't help it, so she brought a breakfast early. But at this time, Hinata Kaori in front of the door listened to her cousin's nonsense, and couldn't help but be suspicious. It was clear that she had entered her cousin's bedroom casually. But after all, it's someone else's bedroom, and Hinata Kaori is not easy to break into. Then cousin, hurry up, I'll be waiting for you at the door. No need, you just leave breakfast at the door, I guess it's going to be a long time, you can go back first. Hinata's voice came from the bedroom. Kaori's eyes sharpened, and she felt that there was a situation in the house. I brought 2 breakfasts, and I want to eat them with you, cousin. Hinata Kaori was coquettish, and this trick was invincible against her cousin in the past. Another day, it's inconvenient for my cousin today. There is a ghost. My cousin must have a ghost in his heart. Hinata Kaori's face suddenly fell. Cousin, open the door and let your lovely cousin in. Hurry. Hinata's voice was no longer as sweet as it had just been, and Hinata heard a trace of terror from it. At the same time, she also knocked on the door vigorously, and even gradually developed into pushing the door and banging on the door. That strength made even Hinata feel overwhelming. Cake seller. You go away. I don't want you to see it like this. Hinata was sweating and shouting in his heart. My cousin, who used to be gentle and lovely, is not so well behaved today? Bang, bang, bang. The crack in the door opened wider and wider between the terrifying impacts again and again, and it seemed that Hinata Yuen was about to be unable to withstand it. Could it be that my reputation is going to be ruined today? A sense of despair rose in Hyuuga Moto's heart. At this time, Terumi made a move. It's just that the appearance of Terumi is still unknown to Hinata, whether it is salvation from heaven or judgment from hell. Terumi sneered and got out of bed. Without wearing shoes, Terumi walked straight to Hinatamoto, who was blocking the door, patted Hinatamoto's shoulder, and motioned for him to get out of the way. And Hinata Yuen really did it subconsciously, because his first reaction was that Zhao Miming came to help him. It's up to her to convince Kaori's cousin that her embarrassment won't be exposed. But the moment he got out of the way and let Terumi open the door, Hinata Yuen regretted it. Look at the appearance of Terumi when she opened the door. Her clothes were disheveled, her neckline was pulled down to her shoulders, and her face was flushed that had not faded. But it's too late, Terumi has already opened the door and leaned sideways against the threshold, blocking Kaori Hinata, who wanted to enter. Sister Tsukino, why are you in your cousin's bedroom? Hinata Kaori was stunned when she saw clearly that the person who opened the door was Terumi Ming. Because you fell asleep last night, I'll take you back to my room first. It was too crowded for two people to sleep in the same room, so I had to go to Hinatamoto's room to make do with it for the night. Terumi yawned and explained calmly. But compared to Terumi's calmness, Hinata Kaori was so shocked that she lost her mind instantly, and she almost didn't even hold the plate. How can you sleep with your cousin? Asked Kaori Hinata in disbelief as her voice trembled. Ouch, cousin Kaori, what are you thinking? He didn't sleep at home last night. Hinatamoto. Terumi helped Hinata Kaori straighten the plate and continued. He came back last night to explain a few words to me, and then went out again. He said he wouldn't be back until this morning, and he had placed me in this room. But I heard my cousin's voice. Hinata Kaori still couldn't believe Terumi's words. Is that so? Terumi smiled slyly, then pinched her throat, and when she spoke again, it clearly changed to Hyugamoto's accent. Cousin Kaori, don't come in. If you come in, Hinata Gen and his night of not returning will be exposed. Terumi finished in Hinata's voice a little exaggeratedly, laughed out loud, and patted Hinata Kaori on the shoulder. Do I pretend to be like this? Hinatamoto, he doesn't want to be known that he doesn't want to go home at night, so he asks me to help him deal with it. I didn't expect me to pretend to be so similar, even you can fool me. Although there is no logical problem with what Terumi said, Hinata Kaori still vaguely feels that something is wrong, and she can't say it. But don't be. Terumi pressed up, her body almost touched Hinata's body, and asked with a mocking expression, don't you think that I really slept with Hinatamoto, or do you want to be with him? Terumi winked at Hinata Kaori and looked at her meaningfully. Where did the little sister one see this battle? And she immediately blushed. Oh, Sister Tsukino, you know how to make fun of me. I'll accompany you for this breakfast. You wait for me. With that, Terumi quickly ran back to the room and picked up her clothes, put them on casually, grabbed Hinata Kaori, and left with her. And Hinatamoto, who was hiding behind the door, clearly saw that Terumi took the opportunity to wink at herself when she went into the house to get her clothes. It can only be said that although he hasn't grown up yet, Terumi's little devil-like personality has begun to emerge. This is really bold. If Hinata Kaori opened her eyes just now and glanced into the room, then any lie will be exposed. But Terumi perfectly grasped Hinata's psychology and burned the fire on the other party, so that Kaori's cousin forgot to open her eyes to verify in her shyness. Hi. Really high. However, the telling of a lie often requires more lies to be fulfilled. So although Hinata Yuen is grateful to Terumi for saving herself, she always feels that she has left something in her hands. What's more, is there a need to tell this lie? Both I and Terumi are just little children who haven't yet come out of childhood. What's wrong with sleeping on a quilt? Also, cousin Kaori, you blush and have a bubble teapot. If you want to sleep with your cousin, just say it. Cousin will give you a complete childhood. While you're still young, your cousin can still meet your requirements. Not in a few years. Hinata Yuen is a serious person. Cough cough. Seeing the two walking away, Hinata felt like he got up from behind the door and was about to close the bedroom door. If a clansman accidentally passes by here and bumps into his own appearance, then wouldn't his efforts for a long time be in vain? However, the plan can never catch up with the changes. When Hinata wanted to close the door quietly, a tall figure appeared in front of the door. It's over. It's Daddy. Hinatamoto's heart suddenly wailed. He didn't close the door anymore. He sat down on the ground with a broken jar, hugged his chest with his hands and said angrily, okay, I was seen by you. Make fun of me as much as you like. Really? The man at the door really smiled when he heard this. However, this is not a joke that Hinata Yuen thought, but the kind smile of the elders. Xiao Yuen, in your heart, is this the image of my uncle? The man smiled and stretched out his hand, picked up Hinata Yuen on the ground, and didn't forget to close the door when he walked into the house. Hey, it's not a stinky father, it's an uncle. Hinata Yuen looked at it and saw that the person who came was not his father Hinata, but his father's twin brother, his own uncle Hinata Misa. Uncle, why are you here? Hinata Yuen's eyes suddenly lit up. Compared with his father, who has a straight face all day long, his uncle is much kinder. At least he won't make fun of himself and then talk about his embarrassment all over the family. I've been here several times, it's really hard to meet the busy people of our hyuuga family. Hinata put Hinata Yuen on the side of the bed, and sat down by Hinata Yuen, and said with a teasing smile, yes, my little nephew is not very old, but my sister's methods are not ordinary, and as sure a field is so easily resolved. Uncle, you've seen it all. Hinata Yuen was suddenly a little embarrassed. It's not what you think, I just don't want my cousins to see me as funny. Hinata Yuen pointed to the large meat bun on his forehead and sighed. Hinata looked like you can make it up casually, I believe it, but he didn't bite this matter, so he went to check the changes on Hinata Yuen's forehead, and asked out loud, your forehead, why is it so swollen? It's nothing, my mouth is not enough to provoke Orochimaru, he poisoned me and it became like this. Hinata Yuen spread his hands and explained helplessly, but this understatement frightened Hinata by surprise, and he immediately pulled Hinata Yuen to seek medical treatment. It's okay, the big snake pill is just a slight punishment, it's not very toxic, and it has no effect on the body except that it will swell a piece. And Sister Tsunade has also given me medicine, so I'll be fine soon. Hinata Yuen hurriedly stopped his uncle's movements and explained. That's good. I said that although the adult was a little gloomy, he would not poison a junior. Ahem. Actually, if Orochimaru didn't strangle himself, he was already very face-saving. What kind of thing do you say you have committed, and what kind of big snake pill you provoked? Hinata Yuen nodded, not daring to speak. However, Hinata was concerned about Hinata's physical condition, and asked out loud, by the way, since you were discharged from the hospital, I haven't asked how your body is. By the way, uncle, the third generation of Lord has agreed to accept me as a disciple, do you know? Hinata Yuen excitedly told Hinata the good news. Hinata smiled bitterly. Got it. My brother doesn't agree, so you have to challenge the patriarch, Xiao Yuen, although your father is sometimes stubborn, after all, it is for the sake of the family. Becoming a student of the Hokage is risky. See if you want to, don't. Hinata Yuen interrupted Hinata on the spot, twisted his head and said, Uncle, if you come to be a lobbyist for your father, then please go back. I must change the Hyuuga family, and becoming a Hokage student is only the first step. There's still a lot of tree tricks I'm going to do. You kid. Hinata rubbed Hinata head and didn't say anything more. Hinata Yuen was also silent for a moment, looking at the caged bird on Hinata's forehead, his heart full of guilt. Why is it that they are obviously twin brothers, and Hinata became the head of the family when he was the elder brother, but Hinata as the younger brother couldn't even get the name of a clan and became a person who split the family? Before, Hinata Yuen also had this doubt. But as he grew older, Hinata finally understood that this was a means for the Zong family to better control the separation. If the clan is always the clan, and the division is always the clan, then the gap between the clan and the clan will become bigger and bigger. In order to prevent this from happening, the clan sometimes sacrifices one or two close relatives to separate the family. Such a person not only has the status of a separate family, but can reasonably control the members of the divided family, and because of his own blood relationship, he has a close relationship with the clan. This greatly guarantees the obedience of the division to the clan. And this uncle of mine is the one who was sacrificed. But why? Why can you decide the fate of someone else's life with a single word? Hyuuga, who crossed over from the nation of princes and generals, and would rather have a kind, scoffed at this act of forcibly dividing people into 3, 6, 9, and so on. He would never allow his kind uncle to die so inexplicably, and he didn't want to see a genius boy bound by the name of separation, and then fooled by the second generation of ninja, and he didn't see the day when the Hyuuga family made changes until he died. The sorrow of the separation must be ended by oneself, and no one can rely on it. Hinata Yuen leaned over towards Hinata and reached out to touch his uncle's forehead, and said sincerely, Uncle, there are some things you don't understand, but I know them very well. The Hyuuga family, we must make changes, otherwise it will cause a lot of sorrow, just like this caged bird. It shouldn't be a cage for white eyes, it should become the armor of white eyes, providing protection for the Hyuuga Yuen family. As Hinata Yuen spoke, a bold idea gradually formed in his mind. He wanted to transform the caged bird. This special seal that bound the Hyuuga family could not become a magic weapon to protect the Hyuuga clan? At least, it was guaranteed that the Hyuuga clan would not be like the Uchiha clan, whose eyes were gouged out and used as a collection. Hinata heard this, and his face changed greatly. The seal on his forehead is a big hatred in his heart. As the twin brother of the head of the family, how can he never resent it in his heart? Why did he just throw him into the family? But due to the shackles of blood and emotion, he still instinctively defended the interests of the sect family. Hinata smiled miserably. Xiao Yuen, you always like to say something unrealistic. If your father hears it, he should scold you again. Scold, I don't care. Sooner or later, one day, I will also get a caged bird on my forehead. Of course, it is a transformed caged bird, at least to remove the function of being controlled by others, so that others will not worry about gouging out my eyes when I go to the battlefield. Hinata muttered in his heart. Hinata was shocked when he heard this. Nonsense. Do you know what it means to be engraved with caged bird? Do you think this is a joke? Hinata grabbed Hinata Yuen's shoulders with both hands, and said, Xiao Yuan, you remember, your future is unlimited, don't let anyone catch you in a cage. Listening to his uncle's words, Hinata Yuan knew that although his uncle had been very depressed over the years, he was really resentful of this matter in his heart. Including the entire sect family, this is the case. After all, no one is willing to be born inferior, and no one is willing to put their life and death in the hands of others. However, the caged bird is a secretarial technique that has been passed down by the Hyuuga clan for a long time. If you want to use the knife in this regard, I am afraid that even if you become the head of the family, you will encounter great resistance. There is no urgency in this matter. Hinata Yuan couldn't help Uncle Hinata for the time being, so he could only cheer him up and said, Uncle, smart birds, even if they are locked in a cage, they will find a way to open the cage and return to the sky. Hinata Yuan smiled confidently and went to wash. In the bedroom, Hinata was left alone, and he pondered alone for a long time. By the time Hinata returned, Hinata had already left. Hinata looked at the empty room and shook his head with a smile. Although I don't know how much my words can affect the Hinata difference, I hope that I can somehow sweep away some of the haze for it. Uncle, even if you can't open your own cage, it doesn't matter, I will break the bonds of the Hyuuga family with my own hands. However, even Hinata's departure is gone, what can I do alone? After eating the breakfast sent by Terumi Mimi, in order to cover up the lie, Terumi has to deal with Hinata Kaori again. Hinata Yuan alone in the room, so bored. It is impossible to practice. Besides, the Traverser gift pack that can be practiced has been given to me full of proficiency, and it doesn't make much sense to practice. As for forbidden techniques like Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion and Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion, Hinata Yuan didn't have that chakra to practice, and he didn't dare to practice it in the bedroom. Alas! I'm really a hard worker. I'm still a little unaccustomed to being idle so suddenly. Stinky Daddy also confiscated my Intimacy Paradise, and I haven't finished reading it yet. Hinata Motobai muttered boredly as he lay on the bed. That's right. In addition to Intimacy Paradise, I seem to have something else to watch. Hinata Yuen's eyes lit up, and he rolled over and got out of bed and began to pull up. That's it. The scroll that the third teacher gave me. This thing is heavy, so thick, what is written in it? Hinata sat cross-legged and slowly opened the scroll. I saw the big words Konoha General Information, Volume 1 came into view. What is this? Hinata Yuan calmed down and read carefully. After a while, he was amazed by what it contained. This is a volume of intelligence about Konoha. It records the history of Konoha, the power structure, the personnel overview, and other information. To Hinata's surprise, there was a lot of information that could be called confidential in it. For example, the ninjutsu characteristics of each Konoha family. At the top of the list are the Uchiha clan and the Hyuuga clan, which are listed separately as large clans. Then there are the Nara clan, the Aikido clan, the Yamanaka clan, and other families with their own secret arts. Finally, it's about powerful ninjas like Hakiki White Fang and Bo Feng Shuiman, who are not wealthy but have extraordinary strength. Of course, the account of people with special identities like Mizuto is very sketchy, and it can be said that there is no introduction to them except for their signature ninjutsu, which is known to almost everyone. But the amount of information contained in it is already staggering. Whether it is the Uchiha clan's fire escape or the Hyuuga clan's soft fist technique, including the Nara clan's shadow secret technique, etc., they are all recorded in detail, and some are even marked with a method of coping. What surprised Hinata even more was that the description of the writing wheel in it not only detailed the change from 1 round of Megatama to 3 rounds of Megatama, but also added a sentence. I suspect that there is a higher level of writing wheel above the 3 rounds of Megatama. Hinata Yuan put down the scroll, and his heart was difficult to calm down for a long time. This is definitely the information that Konoha collects as an official, and only Konoha officials can collect and record such a huge amount of information in such detail. You know, in this era when information is still relatively closed, the value of intelligence is unparalleled. Before you make a move, others will know what ninjutsu you have mastered, and you have already been wary of it, so it's a fart. For the various families in the village, it is not surprising that Konoha can have such complete information. Hinata Yuan. After all, as an official, it is not difficult to collect and sort out this information. What made Hinata Yuan feel strange was how could the 3 generations be willing to hand over such classified information to himself? Hinata Yuan glanced at the tail of the scroll, and sure enough, this was classified information marked as S-Class. According to what Hinata learned at the ninja school, S-class information is information that can only be read by the Hokage and those authorized by the Hokage. A-class information is information that can be read by those authorized by the Kamato and those authorized by the Shinobi, and so on. Although it is said that the third generation of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Slash has accepted himself as an apprentice, this gift is still a little abrupt. Come to think of it, this kind of information, which records the characteristics of most of Konoha's combat power, if it leaks out, it will definitely be a huge blow to the village. Just kidding, if Hinata is willing to sell the scroll in his hand to any ninja village except Konoha, he can exchange it for a wealth that he can't squander in his life. Of course, the name of an S-level trader can't run away like this. I'm afraid that I will have my life to earn my life. Hinata Yuen looked at the scroll in his hand and knew that it was a hot potato. Although the three generations just said casually, "Return me after reading," but if he dares to lose the scroll, I am afraid that he will not be able to escape the crime of leaking secrets. It's just that the little old man is too relieved of himself, right? Thinking of his reaction to the Baihao technique in front of the Hokage before, Sarafiri/ has that strange attitude. Hinata Yuen's heart was puzzled and couldn't figure it out. Actually, what Hinata didn't know was that Saratobi didn't necessarily have any trust in him, but he was full of trust in Jiraiya, an apprentice who had been with him for many years. And the prophecy of the Toad Immortal passed on by Jiraiya made the ape Fei Hiza have to pay attention to Hinata. Moreover, this scroll full of secrets is actually not as simple as Hinata Yuen thought, and it is covered with various prohibitions. For example, in addition to the normal tracking effect, the scroll will be automatically destroyed once someone takes it out of range of Konoha village. For another example, when Hyuuga Yuen opened the scroll, Ape Fei Sun Slash was already aware of it. At this time, the third generation quietly turned on the telescope technique and observed the Hyuuga Yuen in the crystal ball. And Hinata Yuen also sensed it, and a feeling of being spied on came to his heart. I knew it wasn't that simple. Take your benefits, and I'll be on your thief ship. Who had already guessed that the third generation was peeking at him, Hinata Moto remained silent and continued to read the scroll in his hand quietly. Although as a traverser, Hyuuga Moto, who has swiped the Shippuden many times, already knows most of the information on the scroll. However, watching anime is the protagonist's perspective after all, and there are too many small characters, and too many details that Hinata doesn't know. Therefore, the information on this scroll is still of great significance to Hyuuga Moto. At first glance, it was half a ring, and after taking most of the information in his mind, Hinata Motomo stretched his waist and closed the scroll. It was then that the feeling of being watched gradually disappeared. This old man is quite able to survive, peeking at me for so long. Hinata solemnly put the scroll away. After all, it would be a bit of trouble if this thing was lost. However, since there is a first volume, there is also a second volume? Shuman is a key seedling cultivated by the village. I'm afraid he has read all these scrolls, right? No, I'll have to get a few other volumes to read, too. Lunch was still delivered by Zhao Miming, but as a guest, it was quite obvious that he wanted an extra meal, and Hinata Yuen couldn't hide it at home. No, Emi Hinata, who knew that her son was at home, ran over as soon as she slipped away. Seeing the huge meat bun on her son's forehead, the old mother Emi Hinata cried on the spot. "Son, why are you out of shape? It's over, how can you find me a daughter-in-law in the future?" Woo woo woo. Hinata Yuen was hugged into his arms by his mother, and cried loudly regardless of his son's explanation. Hinata couldn't help but feel his head grow for a while. It's coming, my mother's daily operation is coming again. But whenever I have a trouble, even if it's just a big fart, my mother can cry for half a night, and it's still the kind that can't be persuaded no matter how much she persuades. Hinata still remembers that when he was still in the ninja school last year, it was just to hide his strength and not be too conspicuous, so he let the opponent smash a punch during the sparring. Although that punch was not painful or itchy, Hinata Yuen also returned almost 100 punches back in line with the good quality of the grace of dripping water will be reciprocated by a spring, but the mother who found that her son was punched still cried and didn't fall asleep all night. So the next day, the stinky dad smoked himself more than 100 times on the grounds that he was too naughty and didn't let his mother worry. What's the matter? Moreover, if you just cry, it will be okay, but her mother Emi Hinata is not in good health, and every time she cries, she will inevitably get sick. Therefore, although Hinata Yuen can fight wits and courage with his cheap father, he can never deal with his mother. Stop. Hinata tried to stop his mother's sobbing, and hurriedly pulled out of Hinata's embrace, explaining, although this thing looks terrifying, it doesn't hurt or itch, and it's not poisonous. Besides, Sister Tsunade has already given me medicine, and it will be able to reduce the swelling soon. Hinata Motoiki explained, but why didn't Hinata Emi oil and salt enter? But her eyes were full of tears, and she looked at herself with maternal love. Silly son, you don't have to lie to comfort your mother. How can such a big bag not hurt? Don't worry, even if you were like this all your life, even if you can't find a daughter-in-law in the future, your mother will take good care of you. That's right, my mother is indeed such a brain maniac. It's still the punch I received last time I practiced. No matter how I explained that I wasn't injured at all, my mother only thought that she was beaten and said nonsense. Ha! Hinata Motoji rolled his eyes, and he couldn't think of a way to persuade his mother. Fortunately, Terumi on the side relieved Hyuga. Aunt Emmy, don't worry. I kicked him off the bed this morning, and I didn't see him have a headache on his forehead, it's okay. Terumi sat down next to Emmy Hinata and spoke. Hey, no, can this be said outside? Hinata didn't understand how Terumi could suddenly mention this, nor did he understand what the use of saying this was. Hearing Terumi's slightly shy words, Hinata Emmy threw Hinata aside in her arms on the spot, wiped her tears and excitedly asked Maime, what you said is true. Terumi nodded in response. That's good, that's good. Hinata Megami smiled, wiped away her tears and didn't forget to glare at Hinata Moto. Stinky boy, why don't you make it clear? It makes my mother worry about it. No, why didn't I make it clear? Obviously you didn't listen, right? Hinata wanted to cry without tears, but seeing that my mother excitedly took Zhao Miming's hand and chatted about it, she smashed her mouth and didn't refute. It's just that he can't figure out why Zi Miming said it in one sentence. That's not true, because Emmy Hinata knew from Terumi's words that she didn't have to worry about her daughter-in-law anymore. Is a childhood sweetheart at a young age, and no one arranges it, so you know how good it is to sleep together and cultivate feelings. I'm afraid that my daughter-in-law won't run away. As for whether my son's forehead still hurts, it doesn't seem that important. After eating the medicine sent by Tsunade, Hinata Moto asked Terumi to send her mother away. When Hinata Hui left with Terumi in her arms, she didn't forget to talk about Hinata's troubles when she was a child, as if she was a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law harmony. Although Hinata Yuen protested repeatedly, when he saw his mother's excited face, he went with her. Isn't it just being picked up with some black material? What are you afraid of? Only the world in Hyuga's hands has been achieved. It didn't take long to stop here, and Hinata's uncle, Hinata turned back again. But this time Hinata had a long memory, and he didn't dare to let Hinata Yuen say those ideals that were not shocking and endless, and directly stated that he was here to be Hinata's sparring partner. This can be regarded as a kind of support for Hyuga to launch a patriarchal challenge. Of course, Hinata was happy about it. As my father's twin brother, my uncle not only looks very similar to my father, but also has surprisingly consistent tricks and habits during the battle. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing one's opponent will not be defeated in 100 battles. Hinata Yuen, who was struggling to go out to practice, immediately took action and went to a remote practice room with Hinata together. Because Hinata had told the clansman not to disturb him in advance, he didn't bump into the clansman along the way. At the beginning of the sparring session, Hinata was still full of confidence. After all, in the case of not hanging up, he is almost full of proficiency in the various masteries of the Hyuga family, and in the face of the Hyuga who also uses the Hyuga family's peerless learning, there should be no reason to lose. However, Hinata was still naive. In this competition, which only uses Bagwazang and other Hyuga masters, Hinata Yuen lost in a mess, and was knocked to the ground by his uncle again and again, without the power to parry. Even high-level masteries such as Bagwa Empty Palm and Hoshin are occasionally interspersed, but they still can't touch the corner of their uncle's clothes. Don't practice. After being slapped away again, Hinata Yuen, who was lying on the ground, kicked his legs and set it up on the spot. Why? My gossip palm is also quite skilled, why can't I beat you? Listening to Hinata's childish and other complaints, Hinata wiped his sweat, smiled and didn't speak, and sat next to Hinata Yuen with a pant. Contrary to his breezy appearance, Hinata wanted to scold the street at this time. Fortunately, I am young and strong, and I rely on the advantage of strength and chakra to break 10 times, and I am crushed by force, otherwise it would be a shame and a big loss. Is this kid really talented? Even if he practices Bagwazang from his mother's womb, he shouldn't be so proficient. Although his heart is overturned, Hinata only smiled kindly on the surface, patted Hinata Yuen's shoulder and encouraged, "You are already very powerful. In the battle just now, I'm afraid that many of the clansmen in the family who have become Zongnin do not have this level." Hinata smashed his mouth, quite dissatisfied. There is no way, age has become the biggest factor limiting one's strength. Hinata Yuen knew that even if he didn't seek a breakthrough at all, just kept the status quo, and when he was 13 or 14 years old, his physical disadvantage was no longer so obvious, and it was enough to defeat a shinobi like his uncle. If it is open, it can be crushed. But the problem is that Hinata Yuen can't wait that long. Seeing that there are less than 2 years before the start of the Third Ninja World War, there will be many events with great impact in those 2 years. For example, the tragedy of Obito, and the death of Lin. Hyuga needs the power to change all that. It's so annoying, Hinata Yuen couldn't help but be a little irritable. You're still not satisfied with the level of middle ninja, why don't you go to heaven? Hinata scolded with a smile. He rightfully understood the boy's irritability as anxiety about the impending patriarchal challenge. But in fact, Hinata's mind is not on such a trivial matter. The best way to get stronger quickly is to keep hanging. If you want to open the hanging, you have to solve the problem of insufficient chakra. Do you want to make a human analyzed tailed beast like the protagonist next door who opened the reincarnation eye? Hinata Yuen thought about it, but quickly rejected the idea. No, no, no. Isn't that plagiarizing other people's ideas? Plagiarism is shameful, plagiarism is shameful. After thinking about it, Hinata still felt that Orochimaru should be realistic. Although Orochimaru's character is unreliable, his technology is real, and the plan he proposed to expand the capacity of the chakra heart is a promising plan. At the beginning, didn't he just rely on the chakra that Madara stuffed in to open the void armament a few times? Sure enough, I still can't get around that guy. Hinata Yuen, who originally wanted to enlarge the snake pill pigeon, suddenly dispelled his thoughts. However, when it comes to Madara, Hinata suddenly remembers the strange grizzly bear he met in the forest when he fled. Uncle, does my dad know how to do spiritism? A ninja beast with a contract? Hinata asked immediately. Hinata only thought for a moment, then shook his head and replied, if my brother didn't secretly learn behind my back, he probably didn't. Why do you ask this? Hinata sat up and recounted what he had seen and heard in the forest to Hinata. Especially the two grizzly bears, one big and one small. That kind of strange dad-like technique and kindness for no reason made Hinata Yuen wonder what the grizzly bear had to do with his dad. Sure enough, after listening to Hinata's narration, Hinata widened his eyes in surprise. You actually met little gray ash in the forest? It is now as tall as a 3-story building? And has a child? What? It also helps you get there? Hinata shook his head and kept sighing, wonderful, fate is really wonderful. I said that little gray is so powerful, it must be able to survive well in the forest, and sure enough, Hinata's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Hinata's arm and shook it, looking like I want to listen to gossip. What's what? This grizzly bear really has something to do with daddy, right? Uncle, tell me quickly. Hinata touched Hinata's head rather indulgently and sorted out his thoughts. He said, that was many years ago, when my brother and I were about your age. Once, my elder brother and I went out of the village together under the guidance of the elders of the clan, and found a dying puppy at a stall in the town. Didn't you mean that kind of grizzly bear? How did you get to the puppy? Asked Hinata, puzzled. Don't interrupt, dog bear. Do you know how similar this thing looked when I was a child? Hinata glanced at Hinata Yuen, and then recalled, at that time, my brother and I had pity and wanted to buy this kind of puppy, but my family didn't agree, so I had to give up. But I never thought that the elder brother, who had always been obedient, became stubborn this time, and secretly returned to the stall while we were not paying attention, and bought this puppy that was about to die with the change we had saved for a long time. By the way, there's still some of my pocket money in there. And then? Hinata urged. Hinata had no choice but to stop sighing, and then said, then, how could this kind of behavior be hidden from the eyes of the elders? The elder brother was beaten for it, but fortunately, the puppy was saved. We also paid for medicine and all kinds of delicious food. Eventually, the tenacious little greyhound survived. Because of its color, my brother named it Little Gray. The Hyuuga family is not allowed to have pets, so my brother has been beaten a lot because of this. But looking at the cute appearance of Little Gray, he just endured it. But if you keep raising it, my brother will find that something is wrong. Because even if I even have my pocket money, it is no longer enough for the ration money of Little Gray Ash. Moreover, it grows bigger and bigger, and less like a dog. You know the ending. It is not a dog at all, but a grizzly bear that the hunter happened to pick up. The elder brother, who was bent on raising a puppy, was deeply shocked when he realized this. Hearing this, Hinata's laughter erupted. It turns out that the father, who has always been unsmiling, also has this kind of black history. What about later, uncle, daddy? He won't find out that the little gray is a bear and then abandon it, right? It was only later that it was rumored that Ash had attacked the villagers, almost causing casualties, that the elder brother had to banish him into the forest, ordering him never to go near the village. But actually, it wasn't the little gray Ash at all, it was a tyrannical wild bear. Although my brother and I have found the culprit, little gray Ash will never come back. No wonder the grizzly bear sent me to the edge of Orion village and was reluctant to move forward, because I still remember my father's order. Hinata also sighed. Most of the righteous are dog slaughterers, and most of the negative ones are readers. Sometimes, the simple feelings of animals are more sincere than complex humans, and for many years, Little Gray still practices his father's orders. Ah, no. According to the 3-story tall body of the family, it would be rude to call it Little Gray Ash again, it should be called Big Gray. So, knowing that Big Gray is wronged, Daddy hasn't thought of going to the forest to apologize to it for so many years? Hinata Yuen couldn't help but feel upset for this bear who had helped him. Although Hinata was a little confused by the sudden Big Gray Ash, he quickly understood what Hinata Yuen meant, and said with a smile, what's the use of looking for it? The Hyuuga clan is not allowed to use spiritism, nor is it allowed to sign a contract with animals, so it's useless to find it. Besides, small. Big gray ash should belong to the forest, why bother it? However, it may be because of this incident, my brother opened up the right to keep pets after he became the head of the family, otherwise your little Dora can't be raised. Cut. Rotten clan rules. Hinata stood up with his hands on his chest, once again expressing his dissatisfaction with the pedantry of the Hyuuga family. Naruto Uzumaki can psychic the toad of Myokiyama, and Suzuki can also psychic powerful ninja beasts such as 10,000 snakes. As a traverser, Hinata Yuen naturally does not want to be inferior to them, and has long imagined that he can one day psychic a powerful and handsome ninja beast. As a result, what do you say about the Hyuuga clan rules that you can't learn spiritism? I'm going to learn. Let's just say that the big gray is quite suitable, and my Shizuka fat tiger and little Dodo are all together, and I'm just missing a big bear. So it was decided, and when I learn spiritism in the future, I went to the forest to find the big gray ash to sign a contract. Hinata on the side was still sighing about what your father saved a bear at the beginning, then this bear helped you again, fate is really wonderful, and other unknown words. Hinata Yuen quickly stopped and sent his uncle out. Although in Hinata's narration, raising a dog and raising a bear doesn't seem to have anything to do with him, but Hinata could clearly see from his uncle's reaction that he had at least half of the credit for this oolong. It was not early, and Hinata Yuen was sure that there was no one around, so he sneaked back to the bedroom from the practice room. Unexpectedly, in the bedroom that should have been empty, there was a tall and burly figure standing there, obviously waiting for him. Is it Daddy? What is he doing here? Hinata Yuen rubbed his forehead. After a day of taking medicine, although the meat bun on his forehead has not completely subsided, it is far from being as exaggerated as before. At least it will not become a laughingstock. If Daddy had come to laugh at himself, it would have been too late. Seeing his son come back, Hinata frowned, and asked sharply with his hands behind his back, "Bastard boy, did you make your mother cry again? If you want to be beaten, you can say it directly. Mom's character of crying at every turn is unguardable, how can you blame me?" Looking at the way his father is gearing up, Hinata Yuen knows that his father is playing the game of, if you want to add crimes, why don't you excuse yourself? Obviously, Daddy's hands are itchy enough to wait for the day when he launches his own challenge. But Hinata Yuen, who had just heard about his father's black history, how could he be caught with his hands tied? Facing the eager-to-try father, Hinata Yuen was not afraid at all, but stretched his neck and asked shyly, "I heard that you had a little greyhound when you were a child?" Hinata paused visibly as she moved forward, and her expression was a little unnatural. Hinata Yuen didn't seem to see Daddy's embarrassment, and then asked, "Daddy, what breed of dog do you have? Does this dog eat a lot? Will it take care of the house? Hey, Daddy, what about your dog? I heard that some irresponsible dog owners will just find an excuse to throw away their pets. Daddy, you won't." Enough! Hinata was incompetent and furious, and grabbed Hinata Yuen's shoulder and asked, "Not many people know about these things, how do you know?" Hinata smiled, "I met it, and it helped me. It's very tall now, it loves grilled fish, it's the overlord of the forest, and no one dares to provoke it. It also has a child, a cute little grizzly bear. It still does what you command, and it hasn't come even a step closer to the village." Hinata Yuen looked at Hinata and said sincerely, "It's doing well, but, Dad, you should go check it out." After Hinata finished speaking, Hinata was silent for a long time. Hinata Yuen saw that his father's eyes were complicated. There are nostalgia, regrets, but the most is helplessness. If it weren't for the two lives, it would be difficult for Hinata Yuen to read this look. But after reading the helplessness in the old father's eyes, he suddenly felt that his stubborn father was also a poor man bound by the rules. Lying on Orochimaru's brand new operating table, Hinata Yuen looked at the bright chandelier on the ceiling and couldn't help but think. That's right, Hinata was informed early the next morning by Orochimaru that the operating room had been rebuilt. Because of Hyuuga Tsunade, who was quite authoritative in medical treatment, managed to get a set of the latest medical equipment for Orochimaru, which made Orochimaru, a small workshop-style operating room, a qualitative leap forward, and became no less than the existence of a professional operating room and a ninja hospital in one fell swoop. And Tsunade's condition is that Hinata's special operation must be present at all times. For Orochimaru, although it is possible for Tsunade to interfere in his own experiments, the presence of such a professional medical ninja is undoubtedly an extra layer of protection. Considering the importance of these medical devices for his future experiments, Orochimaru agreed. As a result, a strange operation supervised by a professional medical ninja and performed by a mad scientist is about to begin. Slowly injecting a tube of anesthetic into the boy's body, Orochimaru looked at Hinata Yuen, who was lying flat on the operating table, and said, "Little ghost, before the operation begins, there are some things I must explain to you clearly in advance. First, there is a risk of failure in any operation, and you have to be mentally prepared. Of course, with Tsunade present, it is not life-threatening. Second, it is an illegal operation by its nature. Increasing the amount of chakra for a ninja in this way is prohibited. But it's not a big problem, and when you become strong in the future, you can naturally ignore these so-called rules. Third, due to technical and risk reasons, I can't fundamentally transform your chakra heart, so the effective time of expansion is limited and not permanent. Finally, I wish you good luck. I don't know if it was deliberate. When the word good luck came to his ears, Hinata Yuen couldn't open his eyes, and his consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Orochimaru also glanced at Tsunade on the side at this time, and then raised the scalpel and slashed at Hyugamoto's chest. Although it was not easy, but at the patient's strong request, Orochimaru still gave up the fruit knife. As the operation progressed, a pitch-black heart appeared in front of Orochimaru, which was like a work of art, pulsating strongly and powerfully, maintaining the boy's life. Orochimaru's eyes gradually became fanatical. Oh my god. Look, it's a perfect work of art. It's not flesh and blood, but it can sustain human life. What a great technique. Orochimaru muttered to himself, and for a moment, he even had the idea of taking this chakra heart. If I can master this technique and chakra the whole body, as long as the chakra is not exhausted, I will not be able to live forever. Orochimaru's hand reached closer and closer to the chakra heart as if the eternal life he had been striving for was about to arrive. But Tsunade on the side stopped him. Orochimaru, don't do anything superfluous. Orochimaru's lust was interrupted by Tsunade's cold words. He glanced back at Tsunade, smiling but not speaking. Reverse deciphering a technique from the finished product is a very difficult technical job, and even Orochimaru himself is not fully sure. Do it now, and the boy will surely die. But this is tantamount to fishing with all your might, and once you miss it, you will never have a chance again. It's better to keep Hinata Yuen by his side, a little kid of a few years old. Orochimaru doesn't believe that he can't get this technique out of his mouth. So, Orochimaru put away his thoughts and started the work on his hands. What he has to do in this operation is not difficult, which is to mount a platform on Hinatamoto's chakra heart, a platform that can accommodate a sealing technique. Tsunade, on the other hand, is responsible for casting the seal on the platform, and with the cooperation of Orochimaru, pouring the chakra that Hinata can use into it. In the end, Orochimaru linked this seal with Hyugamoto's chakra heart, and the operation was almost complete. However, in order to minimize the impact on Hyuga's body, this platform and seal are deliberately designed to be ineffective as foreign objects. It doesn't need to last long. As long as this idea is feasible, Hyuga Yuen can fundamentally transform the chakra heart in the future, and inherit the function of the seal of Baihao on the chakra heart. In this way, Hinata's strength will naturally be greatly improved. This is also the reason why Tsunade agreed to Hyuga's surgery for this operation. If it's just to deal with the challenge, Tsunade doesn't agree. To put it bluntly, this is to verify whether the future path is feasible for the Hyuga Yuen. Time passed little by little, and a rather complicated seal was imprinted on Hyugamoto's heart with the cooperation of Tsunade and Orochimaru. Seeing the smooth formation of this simplified version of the seal of Baihao, both Orochimaru and Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. The hardest part is done, and the next step is to inject chakra into it and suture the wound up. But what the two didn't know was that with the formation of the seal, Hinata's consciousness, which should have been asleep, inexplicably woke up in a certain space. Where is this? In a white space, Hinata Yuen floated in it, full of doubts. There was nothing in this space, and there seemed to be no distinction between up, down, left, and right, and Hinata was like a ghost, wandering freely in it, searching for boundaries. After a while, Hinata Yuen touched a thin film. But before he could probe closely, it was as if a flood had appeared in this space out of thin air, rushing towards him. What is this? Hinata Yuen didn't care about probing, and immediately fled. But this flood came so violently that it would drown him in a short time. This is not over. Hinata Yuen obviously feels that he is not sinking, but this water pressure is getting bigger and bigger. In the end, Hinata's consciousness was squeezed out under strong pressure. In the real world, Tsunade, who was instilling chakra into the seal, suddenly discovered that Hinatamoto was faintly showing signs of waking up. At the same time, Orochimaru's exclamation also came from the side. I'll go, Tsunade, have you poured too much chakra? Belch. Maybe, probably, almost, maybe. It's really a lot. Tsunade, who made a low-level mistake, immediately stopped, seeing that Hinata Yuen's eyes were about to open vaguely. She was a little panicked and shouted at Orochimaru, Hinata Yuen is about to wake up. Orochimaru, you have to think of a way. Orochimaru looked down and saw that it was really true. This shouldn't be. This little ghost has no reason to regain consciousness at this time. It's too late to anesthetize again, so you can only use special means. Orochimaru didn't think much about it, opened his mouth and spit out a white snake, causing the white snake to bite Hinatamoto's neck. With the injection of venom, Hinata Yuen fell into a coma again on the spot. Tsunade looked at this simple and crude anesthesia method, and immediately roared, Orochimaru, what are you doing? This is venom, right? That's how you anesthetize? Orochimaru was sprayed with saliva, and not to be outdone, he said to Tsunade yin and yang, Yo, I'm embarrassed to say that and I don't know who can add more chakra. I think this little ghost woke up early. It's because your chakra is too swollen. You fart. Orochimaru only smiled mockingly, and sat down next to him. Who knows? Have you had this kind of surgery? Hearing this, Tsunade fell silent. Indeed, there is no precedent for this particular operation, and the exact situation is indeed difficult to judge. But, what kind of consciousness ran into the ceiling space? This is too, isn't it? Tsunade snorted coldly and didn't bother with Orochimaru again. Rather than fighting in this bickering, it is more important to first suture Hyugamoto's incision and restore this matter. Seeing that Tsunade forbeared, the great snake pill didn't have an inch, and turned around to prepare the antidote potion. Although this snake venom can only make people faint, if you don't take the antidote in time, it won't be a problem to let Hinata Yuen sleep for 10 days and half a month. Originally, the antidote Orochimaru was prepared, but by coincidence, among the medicines that suffered in the pharmacy last time, this antidote was among them. In some ways, this is Hyugamoto's own sin. By the time Hinata regained consciousness again, it was already night. Fortunately, this time Tsunade Orochimaru's after-sales service has done a good job, and he has sent Hinata Yuen home, saving the boy the trouble of returning in the starry night. It's just that although he has woken up, the residual strength of the snake venom is still there, and Hinata still feels confused, as if he is drunk. This is my bed? I'm home? Hinata sat up from the bed in a daze, looking at his smooth chest. His mind was like a lump of mud. No scars, didn't I have surgery? Forget it, I can't remember. Hinata shook his head violently, but still couldn't recall the previous experience at all. This movement was too big and stiff, and even Terumi Ming, who was leaning on the side of the bed and guarding Hyugamoto, was awakened. Do you want to drink water? Facing Terumi Maime's gentleness, Hinata Yuen, who seemed to be overly drunk, had a stinky face, and shouted inexplicably, "Come less. Don't think I don't know what the hell you're doing." Hinata Yuen put aside the cup, put his head around Terumi strongly, put his chin on the girl's shoulder, and whispered in the girl's ear, "I know. You're just hungry for me. Although I'm only 5 years old, my mind is old and mature. Don't you want to get me easily?" Hinata Yuen's startled action startled Terumi, and the words in the clouds made her even more confused. But soon, Terumi discovers that Hinata's state is not right. But even so, the hot breath of the boy's breath in his ears still made Terumi's little face hot. "Hinatamoto, why are you like drinking fake wine?" Terumi tried to pull out, but the dazed Hinata Yuen was at the time when he didn't know the severity, and he hugged the thief tightly. Terumi, who didn't want to hurt Hinata, didn't break free for a while. "Don't move," Hinata Yuen snorted dissatisfiedly. "I've wanted to hug you like this for a long time. I've been embarrassed, and today I finally got my wish." What are you talking about? Let go of me quickly." The girl's eyes dodged, but she didn't try to break free from Hinata's embrace, but just persuaded, "Hinata, it's not too early, you hurry up and drink saliva to rest." I don't want to drink water." Terumi suddenly let go of Terumi Ming, holding the girl's face with both hands, and looking at the girl with an affectionate expression, making people suspect that he was going to confess the next moment. In this situation, the deer in Zayome's heart began to run wildly as if she had drunk fake medicine. However, after staring at each other for 3 seconds, Hinata Yuen just spoke, "If you drink any more water, you will wet the bed." "I don't want to drink water, I want to pee." Poof! Where is this? This turn of events made Terumi want to vomit 3 liters of blood, and the restless deer in her heart was like being ticketed for speeding, and it suddenly wilted. "What the hell am I expecting, Hinatamoto? He's obviously not right today." Terumi Ming, who had reoccupied the high ground with reason, didn't get angry, but just pointed to the toilet with a smile. "The toilet is over there, go yourself." "No, you go with me." Terumi Ming. "You, self, go." Terumi rubbed Hinatamoto's cheek vigorously as if retaliating, and decisively refused the boy's unreasonable request. Hinata Yuen didn't talk nonsense, turned over and got out of bed, and walked in the direction of the toilet. "It's just that the pace is like 8 years of cerebral thrombosis. You let me go by myself?" Hinata Yuen looked back at Terumi with a righteous look. "What are you angry about?" Terumi was powerless to vomit, but she was afraid that Hinata Yuen would fall, so she still stubbornly helped Hinata Yuen over. She thought it would be over if she sent Hinata Yuen to the toilet, until she found out that Hinata Yuen, who had entered the toilet, didn't seem to have any intention of unbuttoning his pants. So, the flush that had finally faded was stained on her cheeks again, and Terumi could only blindfold her eyes with one hand to help Hinata Yuen solve the problem. "Okay, Uncle Hinata, you can rest." Terumi sighed and sent Hinata back to the bed tiredly. Hinata Yuen asked with disgust, "Don't you take a bath before going to bed? How you still want to take a bath when the road is unstable?" Hinata Yuen stretched out a finger and shook it in front of Terumi Ming, and explained quite seriously, "No, I don't want to take a bath, I want you to wash with me. It is impossible to scrub together, at least not for now." Zayome coaxed a child to talk badly, and finally called water to help Hinata Yuen wipe his face and wash his feet, and then appeased Hinata Yuen. But the dizzy Hinata Yuen insisted on requesting, and Terumi had to reluctantly get into the bed to coax the boy to sleep. It's just that listening to the muttering of the boy in his arms, such as "It's too peaceful" and "I'm panicking," Terumi held back her anger and didn't kick Hinata Yuen out of bed. There was no word all night, and the next day, with the birdsong outside the window, Hinata Yuen was the first to open his eyes. Hinata still felt unwell and groggy when he woke up, but the good news was that at least the drunken dizziness was gone. As for what happened last night, Hyuga's mind was blank and he had no memory. Breaking free from Terumi's octopus-like bondage, Hinata sat on the edge of the bed and shook her head as she looked at the girl who was still asleep. Tut tut, this chick doesn't sleep well, even if she still grinds her teeth. No wonder she is so worried about marrying. Hinata Yuen muttered without conscience, completely unaware that Terumi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. However, ridicule is ridicule. Hinata Yuen still tucked the corners of the quilt for Terumi, and gently pinched the tip of the girl's nose before tiptoeing out to wash. Hinata Yuen, who came outside the house, felt more comfortable than ever before, except that his head was still a little heavy. The heart in the chest was beating in a powerful rhythm, and Hinata could faintly feel that there seemed to be an incomparably powerful ability hidden in it. As long as you are willing to mobilize, the seemingly ordinary heart will burst out with incomparably strong power. Hee, the small 3-cylinder has become a big V8. It seems that the operation was very successful. Hinata Yuen looked excited, and he couldn't hide his excitement. In the past, Hinata Yuen had to consciously replenish his chakra heart with chakra, especially before going to bed. I'm afraid that if this heart doesn't have enough energy to strike, I'll burp. But now, why do you need to think about the tedious matter of charging the heart, and it would be good not to deliberately suppress the tyranny of the heart. But, when I had surgery yesterday, what was going on in that space? Thinking back to yesterday's experience, Hinata Yuen had no clue about that strange space, and he couldn't figure it out. Before he could think of why, the appearance of a person forcibly interrupted Hinatamoto's brainstorming. It's Orochimaru, why is he here so early? Hinata Yuen looked at the tall man with sharp eyes and vertical eyes who was brought by the clan, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Looks like you're recovering well, you woke up so soon. Is there anything uncomfortable? Orochimaru asked with a grin, his eyes glancing over Hinatamoto. My head is a little heavy, my body is like taking stimulants, I always feel that I have endless strength, and I am a little hot. Hinata replied truthfully. Oh, is it just that the head is a little heavy? It's strange, generally speaking, people who have been hit by this fainting toxin, even if there is an antidote, will show symptoms of severe drunkenness. Orochimaru explained, looking at Hinata Yuen's eyes more curious, but Hinata Yuen took a step back quite vigilantly, and asked, poisoned? When did you poison me? Emergency anesthesia is just a means of emergency anesthesia, don't care. It seems that your antitoxicity is not bad, and the adverse reactions are very mild. That's natural, I won't be so out of shape as if I was drunk. Hinatamoto, who didn't remember what he did last night, responded rather stiffly. Orochimaru was non-committal, just smiled, As for the physical excitement, it is the sequelae of Tsunade chakra pouring too much into you, and it is not a big problem, just exercise and vent. It just so happens that, here's a chance. Come with me. Orochimaru took the lead and waved his hand to signal Hinata to follow. Where are you going? I haven't eaten breakfast yet. I'm still growing up, do you know? Hey, Hinata Yuen shouted a few words at Orochimaru, and seeing that the former didn't care about himself at all, he had to follow hungry. Soon, Hinata followed Orochimaru to Konoha's 7th training ground. As soon as he arrived, Hinatamoto found that Tsunade and Jiraiya were already waiting at the training ground early. Why are people doing so together? Looking at the serious looks of Tsunade and Orochimaru, Hinata Yuen couldn't help but be a little stunned. Orochimaru smiled yin and gave an answer. Mr. Hisei was really busy, so he took your suggestion and divided the teaching between the three of us. He himself only teaches you when he has free time. As a substitute teacher, we need to know your strengths. It just so happened that your surgery was also perfectly over. Don't you want to try where the upper limit of your strength is now? Come, any of the three of us can choose one of you to be your opponent and practice your hands. Sunan gave you as a sparring partner. If it weren't for your white eyes, I would have doubted that you were the illegitimate son of the old man of the Hokage. Orochimaru couldn't help but tease, and his unserious tone made Tsunade frown. Orochimaru, don't talk nonsense about these useless things. You don't have to pick an opponent, I'll be Hinatamoto's sparring partner. Tsunade was quite tough. She didn't want Orochimaru, a sinister guy, to have a fight with Hinata. Maybe this guy was secretly stumbling up. Although Jiraiya Tsunade can be trusted, this person usually doesn't have a proper shape, and it's not good if his hands are heavy. It's better to go on yourself, and the province hurts Hinatamoto. Jiraiya patted Tsunade on the shoulder and stood up in opposition. Tsunade, you have instilled most of the chakras and the seal of the 100 heroes to Hinatamoto, right? Now that you are weak, you should rest for a while. Jiraiya stepped forward, squatted in front of Hinatamoto, and said with a smile, in terms of the diversity of combat methods, I am the strongest of the three ninjas. Little one, let me be your sparring partner, although I will be merciful, if you are not serious, I will still make you cry. Tsunade wanted to say something when he saw this, but Orochimaru also interjected and said, Tsunade, are you willing to let you go to the real thing? You can't force that child's potential. There is nothing that doesn't bleed in the process of becoming stronger, so you better leave some chakra for that kid to treat. Hearing this, Tsunade's expression struggled for a moment, but in the end, she nodded. After all, the eagle is not spoiled. As the person who knew Hinata Gen best, Tsunade knew that the kid's ambitions were big. Seeing that Tsunade agreed, Jiraiya clapped his hands, took a step back and distanced himself from Hyuga, and shouted heroically, come on, little one, let me see how much courage you have. Don't hide that special state. If you don't fight with all your strength with the idea of killing me, you'll lose badly. Jiraiya set up his posture and waited for Hinata to get ready. Jiraiya's heart was slightly excited. Maybe this fight can be a good judge whether Hinata is the son of prophecy. But what Jilla didn't expect was that Hyuga, who had been silent from just now to now, refused to fight with him. If I had to choose an opponent, I would like to be trained against Orochimaru-sama. Hinata shook his head at Jiraiya, looked at Orochimaru and said, although I don't know how much strength Orochimaru used at that time, no matter what, it can be regarded as a fight between me and him. With the last reference, I can know how much stronger I have become when the chakra is sufficient. Hinata said reasonably, so that Jiraiya, who was standing on the opposite side, didn't know how to refute it for a while. Tsunade was about to stand up and stop it, but was interrupted by the record book stuffed by Orochimaru. Interesting. Actually, I also think it's better to have a comparison. Orochimaru stood between Jiraiya and Hinata, and his eyes gradually became fanatical as he watched the boy. He originally wanted to act as Hinata's opponent, but he knew that Tsunade would not agree, so he simply didn't say anything. But this is Hinata's own suggestion. Even Tsunade can't object. Sure enough, although Tsunade still wanted to say something, he was stopped by Jiraiya. It's okay, Orochimaru is measured. And we're watching. Jiraiya patted Tsunade's shoulder and comforted. Tsunade still had concerns, but he had to agree. Seeing that everyone present had no objections, Orochimaru couldn't wait to shout to Hinata, then, don't waste time, let's start. Hinata looked at Orochimaru's cold vertical pupils, and felt like he was riding a tiger. Among the three of them, the most ruthless in the sparring is probably the big snake pill, right? And Hinata just chose the big snake pill. Because, if Hinata didn't even dare to challenge Orochimaru on such an almost 100% life-threatening occasion, then what was the difference between himself and waste? Come on. This is a rare opportunity to be ashamed. Hinata heart beat violently, accompanied by a powerful bang sound like an imperial engine, and a bloody pride went straight to his heart. Void eyes, open. Void armament, dress. Hinata turned on his firepower, ripped off the bandage that covered his eyes, and stared straight at Orochimaru with a pair of eyes as bright as the starry sky. Those eyes. Although it was not the first time to see Hinata's special white eyes, but under the surprise, Orochimaru was still attracted by that ethereal feeling, and couldn't help but lose his mind a little. Good opportunity. Hinata seized the opportunity and sprinted towards Orochimaru at full speed, bullying himself. With a muffled sound, Hinata's palm hit Orochimaru's softest and most fragile abdomen, and Orochimaru was beaten to the point that his body was deformed, and his face curled up in pain, as if he was really attacked by Hinata in a careless manner. However, Hinata is not an ignorant person, and he clearly understands the gap between himself and a powerful ninja of the level of Sunin. Instead of chasing, he quickly dodged to one side, and almost at the same time, a tough grass sword flew out of nowhere and stuck into the position where Hinata was before, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. Yo, you're pretty smart, Orochimaru's voice came, and the big snake pill that was hit by Hinata was discarded in place like a snake skin. Orochimaru flow stand-in technique. Hinata knew in his heart. Fortunately, he was not greedy, and he dodged immediately after a successful blow. If he hadn't been prepared for it, even if he saw Orochimaru from an all-round perspective, his speed would not be able to dodge Orochimaru's grass sword. Ha! Be careful. In the smoke and dust, the wet Orochimaru shouted as a reminder, and quickly attacked Hyuga. One hand of Orochimaru turned into several white snakes, and opened his bloody mouth to rush towards Hyuga. Can't dodge. Facing the great snake pill with a speed like teleportation, Hinata immediately made a decision, stretched out his arms and leaned down. The semicircular silver vortex suddenly slashed up, shattering all the white snakes that came from the great snake pill. The Hyuga family's mastery, it's still a little interesting. Orochimaru, who couldn't hit a single blow, didn't continue to oppress Hinata, but just looked at the boys, returned to the sky with interest and took a step back. Sparring, there's no need to press step by step. I had to be complained by those two guys for being ruthless. Orochimaru peeked at the two people on the edge of the training arena and found that Tsunade was methodically taking notes. Is this kid, even the chakra is dark silver? Jiraiya, have you ever seen a chakra like this? Asked Tsunade to the man next to him. Jiraiya shook his head. No, don't say I've seen it, I haven't even heard of it. Although the crisis was resolved, Hineda's face, which had finally stopped, was a little unnatural, because he had long wanted to stop and return to the sky, but he tried several times before he succeeded, not to mention delaying the fighter plane, and wasting a lot of chakra. There is no way, when this heart full of chakras is quiet, Hineda Yuen can barely control it. But once it fights, it's like a V12 engine with full power, but it's not so easy to break the car. Sensing the boy's embarrassment, Orochimaru smiled and comforted, "It's okay, there are too many chakras poured in, it's normal that you can't control it now. As long as you don't make such low-level mistakes in actual combat. Come, continue." Orochimaru finished speaking, and lay on the ground, opened his mouth and spat out countless white snakes, surging towards Hineda Yuen like ocean waves. The formation of 10,000 snakes. Hineda Yuen, who discovered that he was actually comforted by Orochimaru, was frightened into a cold sweat by the dense reptiles on the ground before he could be moved. In reality, there is a group of people who are born with no resistance to cold-blooded reptiles like snakes, and are afraid for no reason. There is also a group of people who are afraid of dense affairs, which is called dense fear. Coincidentally, these two kinds of people, Hineda Yuen is. "Don't come here." Hineda Yuen shouted to give himself courage, forcibly using the Bagua empty palm to launch a counterattack against the snakes in the air. However, the number of snakes was too much, and Hayagamoto's counterattack had little effect, and the snakes still surged over unstoppably. This is undoubtedly aimed at. If it were a guy from the Uchiha clan, even a sea-level fire escape how fireball technique would be enough to solve the current dilemma. But the Hyuuga clan lacks the means of such a large-scale long-range attack. "I can't let you fool you like this." Looking at the boy's clumsy response, Orochimaru smiled and made a seal with one hand, and put his finger to his mouth. A hurricane swept towards Hayagamoto, forcing Hyuga-gen to dodge. But it takes time to dodge, which means that Hineda has fewer opportunities to use his Bagua empty palm to block the snakes. It can't go on like this. Seeing that countless white snakes were about to complete the encirclement of themselves, Hineda had to find another countermeasure. It is impossible to fight hand-to-hand with a group of snakes in close quarters, and regardless of whether Hineda Yuen can accept it psychologically or not, but there may be poisonous snakes hidden between these snakes, and as long as he is bitten, he will be completely defeated. "Neither can I go back to heaven?" This so-called absolute defense move actually has huge drawbacks. Not to mention anything else, at this moment, Hyuga Yuen dares to use Huoshin, and Orochimaru dares to control the snakes to stay at the edge of Huoshin's range. Anyway, when Huoshin is over, he will rush up. Alas, in the end, it's still the Hyuga family's peerless attack distance that is too short. Suddenly speeding up, Hineda broke through the weak spot surrounded by the snakes and went straight to the woods on the edge of the exercise ground. Hiding in the woods is not a good way to go. Orochimaru shook his head, clearly disappointed with the boy's response. But soon, he discovers that things are not going in the direction he imagined. Just rushing to the edge of the forest, Hineda Yuen stopped. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that people can use tools. Hineda Yuen looked at a bamboo as thick as his own arm, turned a knife into a knife with one palm, and slashed at the bamboo root. There was a bang, and the bamboo fell down. At the same time, Orochimaru's group of snakes had already rushed behind Hinedamoto, and even several snakes had already jumped into the air and pounced towards Hayagamoto. But Hineda Yuen didn't dodge, just bent down and grabbed the broken bamboo. Eat me and sweep away thousands of armies with one move. Hineda Yuen pulled up the bamboo root and quickly spun it according to the footwork of returning to the sky. And the bamboo greatly strengthened the killing distance of Hyuga Yuen, and the white snakes within 3 meters were all hanged. Before it was over, Hineda Yuen waved a bamboo pole and relied on the advantage of being 1 inch long and 1 inch strong, killing the snakes of Orochimaru to pieces, completely solving this dilemma. Seeing that it was almost cleaned up, Hinedamoto, who returned to the center of the exercise ground, threw away the bamboo pole, looked at Orochimaru and said, "It's over, let's ask the next question." This kind of fighting mentality of yours is really weird. Orochimaru complained, and then rolled up his sleeves, revealing the pattern on his left arm that looked like a poisonous snake entwining. Orochimaru bit his thumb to make blood flow out, and smeared a line of blood between the patterns on his right arm before pressing it to the ground. The black mark spread, and as a puff of smoke dissipated, a huge purple python appeared in the exercise ground. This snake alone occupies half of the space of the exercise ground, which shows its huge size. "Go, get rid of that little ghost," Orochimaru commanded the giant snake by pointing at Hineda Motoichi. The giant snake glared at Orochimaru coldly, looking quite dissatisfied, but finally obeyed the order and pounced on Hinedamoto. "Is it 10,000 snakes? No, it shouldn't be." Hineda Yuen was a little overwhelmed by the pressure of this behemoth, but he still forced himself to cheer up. If you can't even solve the problem of Orochimaru, a psychic beast, what can you compare yourself with those powerful ninjas who face the tailed beasts directly? Hineda Yuen's eyes became firm, and he kept flashing and moving under the attack of the giant snake, and looked for an opportunity to give the giant snake a palm from time to time. "Hey, Orochimaru, isn't it a bit too much to use spiritism?" Tsunade on the edge of the exercise ground couldn't help but look worried and shouted to Orochimaru, "Do you think this is the limit of Hinata? Hee, you really underestimate that kid too much." Orochimaru, who walked at Tsunade's side, sneered, and raised his arms to look at Hinata, who was in a state of embarrassment in the training ground. "Look, the show has just begun." Although throughout the plot of the Hokage, such a giant snake-summoning beast can't play any cards, but only when it is really against it, can you feel the oppressive power brought by the giant. This can be seen from the embarrassment of Hinata in the center of the battlefield. It's useless. After trying a few tricks, Hinata had no way to take this small 10,000 snakes. The Bagwazang can't penetrate the scales of this giant snake at all, and the empty palm is also a blow, and it doesn't hurt or itch for it. Hinata suddenly understood a little why the two pillars could use 10,000 snakes to block the big star. Can you only use that? Hinata thought for a moment and immediately made up her mind. Since conventional means are useless, then it can only be opened. After deciding to do so, Hinata stopped trying to attack the giant snake and blindly dodged it. The three ninjas on the edge of the battlefield couldn't help frowning when they saw this scene. Isn't that going to work? Seeing that Hinata seemed to have no choice, and there was no point in continuing, Orochimaru turned to Tsunade and asked. Tsunade shook his head. Perhaps, it's good to let Hinata struggle for a while, which is also a valuable experience. And what if he can work a miracle? That's the difference between Tsunade and Orochimaru's view of Hyuuga. One just guesses Hinata's strength from reality, and once the boy performs unsatisfactorily, he loses confidence in Hyuuga. And the other, although he was afraid that Hinata would be hurt and would worry about him, trusted this child from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, there was a change in the battlefield. A chakra fluctuation that even Sanshinobi felt palpitations appeared in Hinata's hands. What is this? Jiraiya couldn't help but blurt out. Unfortunately, the only person who could give him an answer was the boy who fought with the serpent. Ryu finally succeeded. Rolling on the ground in embarrassment, Hinata dodged the snake's tail swept by the giant snake. Looking at the normal-sized Dao-seeking jade in his hand, Hinata's eyes couldn't help but be excited. This is the first time that Hinata has condensed a non-shrinking Dao-seeking jade. What kind of power will the silver wheel reincarnation explosion emitted by it have? Just use the life of the giant snake in front of you to tell yourself the answer. Hinata gradually floated, facing the giant snake that opened its bloody mouth and attacked him, not dodging or dodging. The silver wheel is reincarnated. With a whisper from Hinata, the ink-black Dao-seeking jade quickly swelled, turning into a storm and sweeping away towards the giant snake. And this giant snake obviously didn't expect that this little point in front of him could burst out with such a powerful blow, and in a hurry, he only had time to shut his mouth and try to take the blow with his head. With a loud bang, the snake's body collapsed, spurting bright red blood. The end result of the reincarnation of the silver wheel was that the snake's entire head was blown away. On the exercise ground, a deep ravine was plowed out. The blood of the headless serpent flowed into it, as if it had become a river of blood, making the scene terrifying. Ryu, call. Do you want to continue? Hinata, feeling tired, bent over and panting, asked the three people on the edge of the field. It's okay, wait a minute. Tsunade just wanted to announce the end of this sparring session, but Orochimaru stood up and interrupted Tsunade's speech. Asahi asked Xiang, is that blow just now already your most lethal move? Between the words, Orochimaru's eyes were calm, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. But such a big snake pill made Hinata feel more dangerous than that big snake pill with fanatical eyes. Well, that's already my full blow. Hinata lied and concealed the existence of the Golden Will reincarnation explosion. There is such a thing as whole cards. Sometimes in order to win profits, you might as well show a little. But if he really didn't leave any pressure on the bottom of the box, and even pulled out his underwear for people to see, wouldn't he be a fool? Orochimaru stared at Hinata tightly, as if he wanted to judge from the boy's look whether he was telling the truth. After all, the power displayed by Hinata is too mysterious, and even Orochimaru knows nothing, and all information can only be obtained from Hinata's description. Is that so? Orochimaru groaned for a moment, then reached out and rolled out his sleeve again, biting his finger away again without hesitation. That's enough, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you give me enough time. Thinking that Orochimaru still wanted to summon psychic beasts, Jiraiya and Tsunade instantly appeared on Orochimaru's left and right, tightly binding Orochimaru's hands. Hinata is tired, and today's battle is over, Tsunade scolded. In the face of Tsunade's bad attitude, Orochimaru was not angry at all, but explained with a smile, don't worry, this is not a battle. Why, you don't trust me? Orochimaru's rhetorical question was something that Tsunade and Jiraiya hadn't expected. Although because of Orochimaru's increasingly dark character, the rift between the three ninjas has become bigger and bigger. But after all, it has not yet reached the point of rupture, and it is impossible to say that there is no trust at all after so many years of partners. Tsunade and Jiraiya glanced at each other and silently lowered the hands that were clamping down Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't talk nonsense either, slashed the blood on his left arm, and continued to complete his spiritism. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud bangs, 3 huge doors carved with various terrifying patterns appeared in front of Hineda's eyes. Me Rashomon. Hineda is no stranger to this famous technique. Come on, little ghost, use the ninjutsu you just used just now, and attack my triple Rashomon. I'll see how powerful this technique is. Orochimaru pointed at Rashomon, and Asahi ordered to Yuen. Tsunade added with some distress, don't force it, forget it if you can't hold it. With a smile on Tsunade's face, Hineda took a deep breath and straightened up. Coincidentally, I also want to know how many layers of Rashomon I can break. Recalling the scene of the Ninja World bosses forcibly demolishing Rashomon in the original plot, Hineda Yuen inevitably became competitive. If you haven't penetrated several layers of Rashomon, you are embarrassed to call it a big move? Hineda Yuen closed his eyes and refined the chakra with all his might. At this time, the 3 ninjas looked at each other, and they still opened their mouths first. Do you think Hineda's move can penetrate several layers of Rashomon? I guess 2. Hee. Do you think my Rashomon is all papier-mâché? That snake is a little bigger, but its defense is not necessarily the top. I guess 1 layer. Orochimaru retorted rather unconvinced. But in fact, because he was not close to the snake psychic beast, Orochimaru himself didn't know what the defense of the giant snake just now was. 3 floors. Tsunade spat out 2 words lightly, without any explanation. It's just that looking at Hineda's eyes, there is more expectation. Since you want to do it, you have to have a good time. Of course, the small discussion between the 3 ninjas can't hide from Hyuuga's ears. Hearing that Tsunade expected so much from him, Hineda Yuen unconsciously secretly increased his weight. After all, Sister Tsunade is not thin on herself, and she can't lose face in such a place. When Hineda Yuen opened his eyes, a huge seeker jade floated in his hand. If it is said that in the past, due to the lack of chakra, Hyuuga Yuen used all trumpet-seeking jade, and when he just fought against the giant snake, Hyuuga Yuen had already condensed a normal-sized seeking jade with the blessing of additional chakra. At this time, in order to add weight to the Silver Will reincarnation explosion, Hyuuga Yuen condensed a version of the seeking Dao Jade Plas, which was the size of a semi-normal size seeking Dao Jade. You must know that the power of the Silver Will reincarnation explosion is not directly proportional to the size of the Dao seeking Jade. Therefore, the increase of the Dao seeking Jade this time will bring an extraordinary leap to the power of the Silver Will reincarnation explosion. Look, break it for me, Hineda Yuen shouted and threw the seeker jade out. And Shu Dao Yu quickly changed into a violent whirlwind under the gaze of everyone, and blasted towards Rashomon with unstoppable power. Bang, 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 a powerful ninjutsu that broke the triple Rashomon in a row, and he was not without it. However, mastering such a powerful ninjutsu by himself is not at the age of Hineda Yuen. It's just that Orochimaru's expression quickly converged and became calm again. Under this seemingly calm and normal appearance, I'm afraid only Orochimaru himself knows what kind of turbulent waves he is experiencing in his heart. Like Orochimaru, Tsunade and Jiraiya were also very surprised. In Jiraiya's heart, at this time, he almost decided that Hineda Yuen was the son of prophecy. Because if even such a wicked child is not a child of prophecy, he does not dare to imagine how rebellious the true child of prophecy is. If Hineda Yuen knew what Jiraiya was thinking, he would definitely be willing to fight with him about the true prophetic son's weapon like the law of cause and effect. But it's a pity that after letting go of the Silver Will reincarnation explosion of Hyuuga Yuen, the person fell on the spot and fell down in a daze. When he opened his eyes, Hineda found himself lying on his bed. It was a starry night outside, and the sleeping Terumi was lying on the edge of the bed, with tears in the corners of her eyes. Hiss, it hurts. Hineda didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but the dizziness of his head made him feel more than a day or 2. At this time, he was paralyzed on the bed, his muscles were sore, and his hands and feet did not have half of his strength. Sure enough, there's a price to be paid for pretending to be forced. Although chakra is enough for the time being, this body is still too weak to withstand such a battle. Hineda sighed. It was strange to let the body of a 5-year-old child bear such a fierce battle and not collapse. And in some ways, there is no quick fix to this shortcoming. There is no other way than to exercise diligently and develop with peace of mind. It's just, the Third Ninja War is imminent. Rin's death, the great change of Obito, the tragedy of the Watergates. These extremely critical time nodes all happened in the process before and after the Third Ninja World War. Hyuuga Gen must accumulate enough power to change the direction of the plot before that. There's no way to be impatient. Perhaps it was the boy's long sigh that disturbed the girl. Terumi rubbed her eyes and woke up. Seeing Hineda, who had woken up on the bed, the girl was a little confused. What's wrong? Because I'm so handsome, I'm so fascinated by it. Hineda, who hadn't noticed the girl's mood change, quipped. But Terumi didn't respond, just stared blankly at Hinedamoto's eyes gradually moistening. Eventually, Terumi burst into tears. Woo, why is it like this every time? Why do you come back scarred every time? Why do you work so hard and don't pay attention to your health at all? What drives you? Are you also a little kid? Why do you have to be busy from morning to night like adults every day, making yourself half dead before coming back? Why? The girl pounded Hineda's chest with her pink fist, and finally hugged Hineda tightly, venting her emotions with tears. To be honest, although Terumi didn't use his strength, Hineda, who was already in pain all over his body, was still hammered and pumped. Yes, why? Naruto, it can be said that he has accompanied the youth of a generation, right? This world is full of blood, touching, and too much unsettled. Since he has the opportunity to go to this world, Hineda naturally hopes that his arrival can bring a little change to this world. In order for Obito and Rin to no longer have to meet in another world, for Naruto Uzumaki to have a happy family, for Hineda Ninja not to fall sadly before the finale, for Jiraiya to see with his own eyes that the boy he hoped for became a hero to save the world. A story may have to have regrets in order to be sublimated, but Hayagata trip to the Hokage is to live happily and leave no regrets. My dream is to become a master of dreams. I will bring happiness to many people, including you. Hineda, in his heart, promised. It's just that he didn't say it. Heya-chan, I'm so hungry, Hineda said embarrassedly, distracting the girl with her already hungry grumbling stomach. I thought that Hineda, under his own complaints, would make some promises and live a less hard life. But looking at the boy's hippie smiling face, Terumi knew that Hineda's road was going to go dark. And Terumi, although she feels sorry for Hineda, she also knows clearly that she can't be a stumbling block in his way forward. This will be hated. The lunchbox that Terumi brought to keep warm was handed to Hineda after the fight. And Hineda shamelessly said that his hands were very sore and he couldn't use his strength at all. Feed me. Hineda's mouth opened wide. Stinky shameless. Terumi glanced at the boy, but still sat on the edge of the bed and fed Hineda one bite at a time. When I thought of the heroic and sassy Mizukage in the future, she actually fed herself like a well-behaved little daughter-in-law. Hineda saliva flowed out. It's delicious to eat, and I won't wash your clothes if they get dirty. Terumi pretended to be angry. It's just that cute appearance makes Hineda even more pig-like. Isn't it just worrying about getting married? Don't worry, with me here, this is definitely not a problem. For the sake of your happy marriage, I will sacrifice myself, ahem. Hineda thought to himself. It's over, Hineda won't have a problem with his brain, right? Do you want to call a doctor tomorrow to take a look? At the same time, Terumi was thinking about this. One morning a few days later, Hineda who had gradually adapted to Terumi's octopus-style restraint method, got out smoothly. After this period of recuperation, although I am still sore, I can still move normally. During this period of recuperation, Tsunade came every day to feed Hineda with medicine and personally used medical ninjutsu to relieve the boy's physical pain. I'm afraid that few people in the entire Konoha village can enjoy this kind of medical treatment. However, compared to the physical pain, Hineda's spirit was more exhausted. Because her mother, Emi Hineda, comes to visit her almost every day and cries for a while. The extent of the heartbreak, I don't know. I thought the little young master of the Hyuuga family was about to die. It's useless to explain Hineda and persuade him, but his mother is not in good health and can't be immersed in grief, so it's not okay if he doesn't persuade him. Moreover, every time he finally coaxed his mother away, Hineda could feel a very murderous look coming from outside the door. There is no need to guess, Hineda also knows that it is his father warning him to cry less about his daughter-in-law. After getting out of bed, he simply punched and moved his body and bones, and Hineda counted the days, and it was time to formally apply for the Patriarch Challenge to the family elders. According to the usual practice, after expressing the intention to challenge the head of the family, you should submit a formal application within a week, and it has been almost half a month since then. Fortunately, the head of the family is his father, he didn't say it, and no one urged him. After Hineda tidied up, he walked towards the most remote corner of the zone's courtyard. It is the residence of the patriarch of the clan. At present, there are still 3 elders of the Hyuuga clan alive, all of whom are the existence of Hyuga's grandfather. These 3 old people usually live in the deep courtyard for a long time. They seem to be ignorant of the world, but they have a deep influence on the Hyuuga family. It was these 3 who assigned their father's twin brother Hineda to the split family. They are the ones who carved the caged birds for all those who are divided. Among them, the great elder is also Hineda's second grandfather, that is, Hineda's uncle. And Hineda's own grandfather died long before Hineda came to this world. It was at that time that his young father, Hineda Hyuuga, became the head of the Hyuuga family with the support of the 3 elders. As soon as he stepped into the door of this annex, Hineda felt 3 beams of eyes focused on him. Obviously, Hineda's arrival can't hide from these 3 old men with deep pupils. Second grandfather, third grandfather, second grandmother, I'm here. Hinata Yuen pretended to be well behaved and shouted, and leaned into the courtyard. Startled, the three old men stood in a row and looked at themselves at the door. It's not good. Looking at the serious expressions of the three old men, Hinata Yuen couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. But you can't hide, and Hinata Yuen can only walk in. Yo, isn't this the next head of our hyuuga family? How can you have time to come and see our three old immortal things? The only woman among the three old men opened her mouth first, her mouth full of gunpowder. This is Hinata's second grandmother. By the way, she is not the spouse of the second grandfather, but a cousin. What did the second grandmother say? Aren't I afraid of disturbing your leisurely retirement life? Hinata Yuen bent down and smiled, and walked over a little humbly. Among the three family elders, only the second elder, that is, the second grandmother, looked at herself the most unpleasantly. It's not that Hinata Yuen provoked her, it's just that her second elder's personality is like this. Even if she is talented, in her eyes, she is not as good as the honest and conservative Hinata. Yes, that's right, it's the fat tiger in the Dorafor. In the face of Hinata's betrayal, the second elder did not admit it, but just snorted and stopped paying attention to Hinata. It was the fat old man, the third elder, that is, Hinata Yuen's third grandfather, who stood up and made a round. Xiao Yuen, you haven't come to see us for so long, and you don't even come for the weekly checkup. Can the second grandmother not be angry? Quickly, apologize to your third grandmother. Glared at Hinata Yuen again, and the second elder turned around and entered the room, making Hinata Yuen not embarrassed. At this time, the great elder also spoke. If you want to launch the Patriarch Challenge, it means that you have officially launched a sprint to the position of head of the family. It's not appropriate to call us grandparents anymore, let's call it elder. Come in. The great elder's expression was calm, making it impossible to see through his mood. After dropping a sentence, he also turned around and went into the house. Second brother, second sister, you. Alas, why bother? The third elder of the peacemaker side beckoned Hinata Yuen to come over, and instructed Xiao Yuen, what the second grandfather and second grandmother say later, don't be stubborn, do you know? Hinata Yuen nodded in agreement, but felt more and more difficult to handle. The fact that the second grandfather, who has always valued him, also put on this attitude, which already shows the seriousness of the problem. Walking into the room, this room where the three most influential people of the Hyuuga family gathered, there was only a simple Japanese tea table inside. The three elders sat on one side, and Hinata Moto sat on the other. If it weren't for the fact that there was still tea on the table, Hinata Yuen would have thought that he had come to the scene of confessing leniently and resisting strictly. So, you're here to apply for the Team Leader Challenge, the great elder asked leisurely after a cup of tea. Well, not all. Hinata Motoshi sat down and replied. Seeing this, the great elder let out a long sigh. Ambitious, nice. However, ambitions that don't match strength will only hurt you. Your style of doing things is too flamboyant and doesn't meet the requirements of the head of the Hyuuga family. However, the patriarch challenged this matter, and it was not without room for negotiation. The premise is that you have to promise to find an excuse in the future to end your studies with Hokage-sama. Excessive publicity will bring danger to the Hyuuga family. The great elder spoke slowly, but his attitude was very resolute. Hinata knew that this was not a consultation, it was an order. Without saying anything, Hinata also sighed, took a step back and leaned over to kowtow. The three patriarchs, the Hyuuga clan Hyuuga Moto, I request the highest level of dialogue. As soon as these words came out, the three elders were shocked. As one of the largest families in Konoha, it is inevitable to talk about secret things. Therefore, the dialogue between the high-level members of the clan is also hierarchical. But at the highest level, even the head of the family rarely opens it, let alone a 5-year-old child. Because according to the clan rules, the highest level dialogue requires 4 ninjas from the clan to open the secret technique of the Hyuuga family, the Bagway enchantment, to completely isolate the outside world from eavesdropping. It's not a matter of life and death for the Hyuuga clan, and it's rarely activated. Nonsense. The second elder was the first to sit still, and slapped the table and reprimanded, do you know what the highest rank means? Even your own father has never applied for it. What are you messing around? I think, I used to spoil you too much, and I didn't understand the importance of clan rules at all. In the face of such a severe accusation, Hinata Yuen still put his head on the ground, never raised his defense, and let the second elder scold. Facing the boy who couldn't stand on his knees, the more the second elder looked at it, the more angry he became, and said to the eldest elder, second brother, this kid is just spoiled, it's better for us. Let's go and ask brother Rizu to come over. The great elder pondered for a long time before finally speaking, and inviting Hinata to come over is tantamount to agreeing to Hyuuga's request. Hinata was overjoyed and raised his head to look at the great elder in surprise. The second elder was surprised. Second brother, how can you? The second elder wanted to persuade something, but was forcefully interrupted by the great elder. Hurry up, what, don't you even listen to me? Hearing this, the second elder's eyes flickered, and there were countless words in his heart, but he still didn't say a word, and walked away. Hinata Yuen thought that the Great Elder would support him, and just wanted to say something, but saw the Great Elder pour a cup of tea and handed it over, and said calmly, "The highest level of dialogue," I agreed. "You'd better have something to say about this level, otherwise." Hinata Yuen took the teacup, swallowed the words into his stomach, and pondered. It seems that the Great Elder is serious. It's more important to think about how to convince him later. After a while, Hinatamoto's father and uncle arrived. The two brothers, together with the second elder and the third elder, opened the secret technique of the hyuuga family, the gossip enchantment, and sealed off the backyard. And in the enchantment, the first thing Hinata Yuen said was, "Great Elder, do you know what our hyuuga clan has to do with the legendary 6 Dao immortals?" As soon as these words came out, the Great Elder was silent. But Hinata Yuen keenly noticed that the Great Elder's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Sure enough, the hyuuga clan is not ignorant of the origin of their bloodline. The Uchiha clan, which is inherited from the 6 Paths Immortals, that is, the lineage of Itsuki Haro, has left stone tablets in their family secret rooms to record relevant information. And the hyuuga clan, which attaches more importance to the inheritance of bloodline, has no reason to completely cut off the record of the Itsuki clan. If there is, it's easy to do. Hinata Moto's eyes grunted under the bandage, and he began to prepare to fool people again. The hyuuga clan has a lot to do with the legendary 6 Dao immortals, right? Seeing that the Great Elder didn't intend to answer, Hyuuga Yuen had no choice but to continue. The Great Elder finally stopped pretending to be deaf and began to pretend to be stupid. After a cup of tea, the Great Elder spoke. "I don't know what you're talking about. When did our hyuuga family get involved with the legendary immortals? You just pretend to be you." Hinata Yuen glanced at this old man who didn't see rabbits and didn't scatter eagles, and made up his mind. "Great Elder, since you don't want to say it, then I'll tell you. The real name of the 6 Dao immortals is Big Barrel with Feather Cloak. He had a younger brother named Etsuki Ha Village. And this Etsuki Kiba village is the ancestor of the hyuuga clan, am I right?" After saying this, the Great Elder could no longer pretend to be calm. The old man, who had seen the wind and waves, was a little out of control, and stood up excitedly, and even accidentally crushed the teacup in his hand. The Great Elder instantly opened his eyes and stared at Hinata Yuen, as if he wanted to see the boy clearly from the outside in, but his proud eyes couldn't see any abnormal information. Facing the Great Elder with a somewhat hideous expression, Hyuuga Yuen was not only not frightened, but laughed and said, "Don't look at it, I'm Hyuuga Yuen, the kind that pays 3 for 1 fake." "Who told you this?" the Great Elder asked as he sat down slowly, the surprise in his heart lingering for a long time. The origin of the family, as an absolute secret of the hyuuga clan, is no less strict than the Hokage S-class ban. At present, in the entire family, only himself, the Great Elder, and Hinata, the head of the family, no, not even the other 2 elders. Could it be that Rizu told Xiao Yuen? The Great Elder became suspicious, but quickly dispelled the idea. Hinata has always been mature and steady, and he can't do such a thing. The Great Elder sat on the other side of the tea table, quietly waiting for Hinatamoto's explanation. Hinata Yuen just smiled and shook his head. "The reason for this, but it was banned as an S-class secret by Hokage-sama, I don't dare to say." Hinata Yuen was not annoyed, rubbed his head and said to the Great Elder with a smile, "If I say that I am the reincarnation of Itsuki Ha village, do you believe me?" "Why don't I call you ancestor, old man? Don't play tricks, tell the truth. Don't think I'm easy to deceive when I'm old. To tell the truth, it's impossible to drop. You don't believe me when I say I've crossed over." Looking at the appearance of the Great Elder blowing his beard and glaring, Hinata Yuen didn't say anything more, and reached out to untie the blindfolded bandage. Under the bandage, there is a pair of ordinary white eyes. Hinata Yuen opened his eyes. "This is the white eyes of the hyuuga clan. You're going to show me this?" The Great Elder said that he couldn't understand Hinata's puzzled operation, but the next second, his eyes widened in surprise. Because, Hinata Yuen opened his empty eyes. Hinata Yuen spoke. "This is the same white eye as Itsuki Kiba village. To be precise, it should have been called the reincarnation eye. It's just that my reincarnated eyes have undergone some changes," Hinata added silently in his heart. "And that's not all." Hinata didn't give the Great Elder a chance to speak, and then turned on the void armament. The silver chakra instantly appeared, shining as if it had covered Hinatamoto with a silver veil. And Hinata's own temperament also improved at this moment. It's called the reincarnated eye mode. "Great Elder, you don't need me to say, you can also perceive what earth-shaking changes have taken place in me." With that, Hinata Yuen withdrew the chakra and closed the pupil technique, and that amazing aura also fell back in an instant. After the last sparring with Orochimaru, Hinatamoto's ability to control these eyes has improved a lot. Now, he has the freedom to control whether to open the normal white eye or the empty eye. It's just that when he opens his ordinary white eyes, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes are extremely light, and they are even more difficult to notice. When neither of the 2 pupil techniques is used, Hinata's eyes are the same as those of ordinary hyuuga people. After some operation, the Great Elder was already stunned. He didn't question the authenticity of what hyuuga Yuan said, because what he had just shown was completely consistent with the records of the Hyuga clan's top-secret texts. How did you have these eyes? The Hinata family's method of upgrading the pupil technique was lost early in the morning. The Great Elder stood up excitedly, grabbed Hinata Yuan's shoulders with both hands and asked, "Lost? It's no wonder that Shippuden doesn't have any description of the white eye upgrade at all. It's okay to lose it, after all. The process of transforming the white eye into the reincarnated eye is even more bloody than the upgrade of the writing wheel eye." Hinata Yuan looked into the eyes of the Great Elder and replied in a matter-of-fact manner, "I reported this to my father and Hokage-sama. The reason why I disappeared some time ago was that I was taken captive by Madara Uchiha." "Great Elder, what is the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the 6 Dao Immortals? Don't you need me to explain it to you?" The Great Elder let go of his hand in surprise. "You even know this? Madara Uchiha? How could he still be alive? At this point, I didn't even tell the truth to Hokage-sama. Madara Uchiha, not only is he still alive, but he has also opened the same eyes as the 6 Paths Immortals, the Eye of Reincarnation." Ignoring the Great Elder's shock, Hinata Yuan struck while the iron was hot and continued, "He also helped me evolve the white eye to this extent. It's just that the methods are a little rougher, and my reincarnated eyes have mutated. I'll call it void eyes now." The Great Elder's mouth opened in surprise, and it hadn't been a long time since he had closed it. Tut, it's a pity that the Great Elder doesn't do nucleic acid in this posture. Seeing that the old man didn't respond for a long time, Hinata Yuan couldn't help but be a little distracted, but it was not good to break the news again. In case the old man's psychological capacity is not enough, and he doesn't mention it in one breath, he will be too guilty. "You, come with me." It took a long time for the Great Elder to sigh at this sentence. Hinata always felt that there was an inexplicable meaning in the eyes of the Great Elder looking at him, but unfortunately, Hinata didn't understand what this meant at this time. The Great Elder motioned for Hinata to follow him, and he walked over to the edge of the barrier, signaling that the 4 people who maintained the barrier could stop. "Little sister, little brother, and the day difference, you all go back. Hitso, you come with me." The Great Elder bent his waist and instructed a few people. The appearance that seemed to suddenly become much older made the second elder surprised, and he couldn't help asking, "Second brother, what's wrong with you? Where are you going to take their father and son?" "I'm fine. Take them to my bedroom to have a look." The Great Elder waved his hand to signal that he was okay, and no longer lingered, leading the Hyuga father and son away. Hinata, who didn't know the inside story, looked at the 3 people who had left and was puzzled. What was there to look at in an old man's bedroom? But the second elder was surprised when he heard this. Go to the second brother's bedroom and have a look? But if you really go to see that, why would you bring that little guy from Hyuuga? I want to know that has not even seen her as an elder. Don't think about it, the second brother must have his reasons for doing this. The third elder obviously guessed the second elder's doubts, patted her on the shoulder, and walked in front of Hinata Hiza. "Thank you for your hard work, the day difference. I'll send you." "Ah, thank you, third uncle. Then I'll leave first." How could Hinata not hear that this was an eviction order? After bowing deeply to the second elder, he followed the third elder out of the courtyard. Only the second elder himself was still standing in place, puzzled. Seeing that the teacup in the room that obviously belonged to the second brother had turned into powder, I couldn't help but wonder what could make this brother, whom I respected so much, so out of shape. On the other side, Hinata Yuan lowered his head and followed the Great Elder into the old man's bedroom. In fact, he had already guessed what the Great Elder was going to take him to see, but he didn't expect that the thing was actually in the Great Elder's bedroom. Looking at the Great Elder who lifted the tatami mat where he was sleeping, Hinata Yuan couldn't help but feel that this position was also quite tight. But Hinata on the side was surprised when he saw this scene. "Great Elder, your Hyuga is still here." "Don't be surprised, I'm here to bring him over," the Great Elder replied lightly. Picking up another layer of planks, a downward staircase appeared in front of the 3 of them. The Great Elder took the lead in walking, followed closely by Hinata. Although the last Hinata couldn't figure it out, he still followed. He had only visited this place once on the day he was appointed head of the house. The tunnels are deep and there is no lighting. Fortunately, the 3 people present are all masters of using white eyes, so it does not affect the way forward. I don't know how many stairs I walked, but a gate appeared at the end of the tunnel. A gate covered with seals. The way this door opens is quite cumbersome, and Hinata finds that under the perspective of a white eye, he can see many unique information that others can't see. The Great Elder worked hard for a while before finally opening the door. Hinata Yuan saw clearly that these seals were equivalent to a combination lock of password plus biometrics. It's so advanced. Is this the essence of the Hyuga family? Hyuga Yuan sighed in his heart and followed the Great Elder into the secret room. Unlike what Hinata had thought, the secret room was empty, and there seemed to be nothing except 4 bare walls. But soon, Hinata Yuan noticed that these walls seemed to be a little too smooth, and immediately opened his eyes. Sure enough, only after opening the white eyes can you see the mystery clearly. Except for the one where the door is located, the remaining 3 walls, including the roof, have gorgeous frescoes on them, a mural that can only be seen by the white eye. These murals record the origin of the Hyuuga clan. The great elder stroked the wall and said slowly, "What you said is true, the Hyuuga clan is inherited from the Hyuuga clan. Actually, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan are also inherited from the Itsuki clan, but they are not in the same vein as us. It's just that after being passed down from generation to generation, some parts have been distorted. You see, I don't know how to interpret the part of our people painted on the moon here, so you can't say that they really went to the moon, right?" Your old man guessed right. Although it sounds a little outrageous, our Hyuuga clan really has a vein on the moon. Hinata Yuen knew about this, and he couldn't say it in a few words. Anyway, what happened on the moon didn't matter for a while, so I just didn't talk about it. After a while, the great elder pointed to one of the murals and motioned for Hinata Yuen to look over. Hinata Moto's eyes were fixed, and he found that this part of the painting was actually related to the reincarnation eye. The eyes and posture of the characters in the painting are exactly the same as those in the theater version. Because the mural has no textual annotations, we don't know the name of the upgraded white eye. What a good name. The great elder stroked the mural and sighed. I don't know when the Hyuuga clan's method of upgrading their white eyes was cut off. My grandfather once vaguely said that the upgrade method was deliberately erased by our clan, not accidentally lost. I didn't expect that there would really be a clansman who could open this kind of eye. The great elder looked at Hinata Yuen and asked in a deep voice, is it really the reincarnation of Itsuki Kiba village? Hinata Yuen looked at the portrait of Itsuki Kiba village on the mural, and couldn't help but feel a little weak, touched his nose and replied ambiguously, ha ha ha, who knows? Maybe, otherwise, why would I be the only one who opened these eyes? It's also facing the boy who was obviously weak-hearted. The old man didn't ask the bottom of it, just looked at the part of the mural about the juxtaposition of the big barrel of wood feather clothes and the big barrel of wood feather village, and muttered, the eyes of these 2 brothers, have they reappeared in this world together after many years? It seems that the ninja world is about to change. This is the age of people, and the eyes of immortals come rashly, which is not a good sign. The great elder sighed, and in his gaze towards Hyuuga Yuen, that inexplicable meaning appeared again. So, these are the reasons why you are so deviant, right? Because this world is about to change suddenly, you want to bring changes to the Hyuuga family to deal with the impending disaster, right? Asked Grand Elder Asahinata. This time, it was Hyuga's turn to be surprised. He never thought that this old man would be able to break his intentions in just a few words. Is this the wisdom of the old man? Hinata nodded firmly. If we don't make changes, will the Hyuuga family be destroyed? The great elder asked again. It will not be destroyed. Although it is a disaster that can turn the ninja world upside down, we can get through it after all. It's just that, the Hyuuga family will be very sad. Hinata knew that perhaps he would describe the future more tragically, which would be more beneficial to impress the great elder. But at this moment, he suddenly relented, unwilling to deceive this old man who looked a little lonely. After that, there was a long silence. Hinata needed to speak a few times, but swallowed them all again. Eventually, the grand elder made a decision. The patriarch challenged, and I agreed, just 3 days later. As for learning from Hokage-sama, Hinata foot, you must not interfere with him. As soon as these words came out, Hinata Yuen was overjoyed, and Hinata was shocked. Second grandpa, I know great elder, how can you even be facing the diametrically opposite reactions of these 2 people? The great elder waved his hand tiredly and interrupted, okay, if there is nothing else, you 2 can go back. Hinata was entangled again and again, but still didn't speak. Picking up the back of Hyugamoto's neck, he walked out. Don't take it lightly, you must take the patriarch challenge in 3 days seriously. Turning his back to the 2 who had already walked to the door, the great elder suddenly opened his mouth and admonished. Facing the elder's reminder, Hinata nodded solemnly, but Hinata didn't quite understand. After the Hyuuga father and son left, the great elder who was alone in the secret room sighed heavily. For no reason, he suddenly remembered his father, the previous head of the Hyuuga family. You ask me why the Hyuuga clan joined the Konoha ninja village? Because we don't want to be exterminated. Others don't know the strength of the 2 founders of Konoha, don't I know yet? I had the privilege of watching those 2 guys fight from afar. Those 2 guys are ridiculously strong. Suzuto Big Buddha, 2 of them destroyed the 4 countries. At that time, it was Madara Uchiha who came to invite the Hyuuga clan. Does the family dare to disagree? Recalling his father's words, the great elder still remembers his father's helpless eyes. Madara Uchiha, is it still Madara Uchiha who opened the Eye of the Immortal? I heard that he left with regrets. Now that the king has returned, is there anyone else in Konoha who can stop him? For some reason, in the mind of the great elder who thought about this, the eyes of Hinata Yuen suddenly appeared. Little guy, you should know that as long as there is a more secure method, the Hyuuga family is not willing to take risks. But you didn't say anything alarmist. The Hyuuga family has been low-key for a long time to protect their lives, but this has also made the Hyuuga family and Konoha gradually estranged. Perhaps Hineda's child can bring changes to the family. Slowly exiting the secret room, the great elder buried these words in his heart and never revealed them to anyone. Time flies quickly, 3 days are coming in a blink of an eye, and today is the day when Hinata UN launched the Patriarchal Challenge. The 12th practice range has been rented by the Hyuuga clan, and no one is allowed to approach it. In addition to the people of the Hyuuga clan, only the 3 generations of Hokage apes were present, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya, among the 3, and the Mizuman couple were invited to be present. Soon, the exercise ground was surrounded by 8 ninja-level clansmen of the Hyuuga clan, and an enlarged version of the Bagua enchantment was launched. And in the enchantment, there are only Hinata UN as the challenger and Hinata as the challenged, as well as those invited guests. For others, they can only wait for the challenge to end and the barrier is lifted before they know the outcome. Hokage-sama, do you think my good grandson has a chance of winning against his father in the battle? It was before the battle that the great elder of the Hyuuga family looked at the father and son in the enchantment, and asked the ape-flying son beside him. Ha ha, I don't know very well. It is said that the tiger father has no dog. This must be a fierce dragon fight. Ape Fury replied without leaking, and there was a trace of helplessness in his eyes when he looked at Hinetawan. The upper forbearance is the first to be forbearing, and the father beats his son, which should have been a bloody thing. Unless the great elder knew about Hinata's special ability, he wouldn't have asked such a question. Really, it's S-class confidential when he speaks. Why is this kid so disobedient? However, Sarafii Hizashi also understood that this elder asked this question, in order to imply that his Hyuuga clan already knew that Hyuuga UN had this special ability. There is a sense of my big baby is entrusted to you. This is very intriguing. In the past, the Hyuuga family had geniuses who were all cultivated by themselves, so they were reluctant to hand it over to Konoha. Now, this is a transmutation. Ape-face son glanced at the great elder deeply, but he couldn't read any useful information from his face. Compared with the undercurrent of the 2 old guys on this side, on the other side of the venue, the people of the Hyuuga family are much more lively, especially the juniors. Bet. Walk by, don't miss it. Today's team leader challenge, who can win? Saying that, Hinata Tashio, who was the banker, actually took the lead in betting and bet on the head of the family, Hinata. I'll come first, press 5,000 taels. This is not a small amount. It can be said that it is the entire net worth of the husband. A group of unconscionable friends don't think it's a big deal to see the excitement, and they bet on the head of the family. Even some adult clansmen who are still young at heart also joined in the fun and bet a little pocket money on the head of the family. Just kidding, although Hinata UN is a little genius, but the head of his own family is an elite ninja. For money, no one is willing to stand up for Hinata UN. This can make Terumi on the side angry. Although this can also be explained as Hinata's self-entertainment, there is nothing to do with her as an outsider. But seeing that everyone looked down on Hinata, she was just unhappy. But somewhat, Terumi who fled didn't have any money on him. Although Emi Hinata will also give her some pocket money, it is only enough for her usual expenses, and there is no extra money to gamble. Do you want to press those? Terumi's eyes flickered, and there were still some scrolls in her luggage, recording Shui Dun's cultivation method. If you exchange it for money, it is also a lot of wealth. Without too much entanglement, Terumi made up her mind and turned around to go back to her room. But a small tender hand grabbed her. It was Kaori Hinata. Aunt Emmy asked me to give this to you, said Kaori, shoving a large bill into Terumi Ming's hand, which was 10,000 taels. Terumi looked up and saw that Emi Hinata was on the other side of the exercise ground, smiling and waving at her. This warmed Terumi's heart. Let's go together, this is for the 2 of us, we can't let them look down on Hinata. Terumi held Hinata Kaori and smiled sweetly. This is Aunt Emmy, how can? Okay. Hinata Kaori subconsciously wanted to refuse, but finally agreed, and walked over with Terumi Ming. She also wants to support Hinata, but unfortunately she doesn't have much savings because she usually spends a lot of money. Terumi's move made Hinata Kaori identify more and more with this foreigner. At this time, Kaori didn't know how much pocket money she almost refused. This is 10,000 taels, let's bet on Hinata UN to win. Terumi and Hinata Kaori's bets made the husband as a dealer overjoyed. You must know that his gambling plate was almost yellow because no one bet on Hyuuga UN, but I didn't expect someone to send charcoal at this time. Although 10,000 taels is not much compared to more than 100,000 taels on the side of the head of the family, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. Don't regret it. Don't complain to adults. The little man accepted this large bill with a smile, fantasizing about how his group should use this 10,000 taels for pastime, while still complaining in his heart the love really makes people lose their minds. Just as the young man was about to close, a big hand reached over and handed over a large bill of 10,000 taels. I also put down 10,000 taels to win by pressing Hyuuga UN. The owner of this hand is Hinata. Although as the person who has practiced the most with his brother, Hyuuga knows his brother's strength better than anyone else. Although he knew that the 10,000 taels were in vain, he still wanted to support Hinata. Perhaps, I don't know, when he was attracted to the family that Hyuga described as equal. Supporting Hyugamoto, why not be a way for him, a bird trapped in a cage, to try to return to the sky? In this way, under the expectation of everyone, the Patriarch Challenge officially began. With the order of the Great Elder, Hinata took the lead in making a move. However, to the surprise of several people present who knew about it, Hinata, who opened the blindfolded gauze, did not turn on that transcendent state, but just opened his eyes and rushed forward. Humph. It's just gossip. I thought you had a secret trick. Hinata snorted disdainfully, and also took Hyuga's move with a gossip palm. That's it, 1 palm, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms. Hinata is worthy of being the head of the Hyuga family, and he took the lead in beating the gossip 64 palms and beat Hinata to the corner of his mouth to the point of bleeding. And although Hinata is also quite proficient in softboxing, he is still a bad move, and the last palm is half a second late, and he has to retreat to open the distance. Is that all? I admit you're skilled in jutsu too. No, even in terms of moves alone, I'm more proficient than me. However, actual combat is not just a trick. If that's all you have, surrender quickly, don't be ashamed. Hinata reprimanded harshly. Hinata just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, "This is the Hyuga family's survival mastery, I'll do it next." To be honest, at this time, like the vast majority of ordinary ninjas, I can barely mobilize chakra. It seems that I can only be captured, and before I die, I feel the strength of the Hyuga clan. After that, Hinata raised his hand as a gossip empty palm, and he hit Hinata. And in the face of his father's incomprehension, Hinata did not refute, but silently closed his eyes. Just when the gossip empty palm was about to hit him, Hinata Motokai opened his eyes. And this time, it was the void eyes that opened. My lord, times have changed. The void armament was opened simultaneously, and in the face of Hinata's inevitable blow, Hyuga was just like a fly, easily slapping away the menacing palm wind. Bagwazang may be able to seal the chakra of ordinary people, but it definitely can't seal its own. It's like in the original plot, Ning-ji couldn't seal Naruto's 9 tails chakra. Faced with this result, Hinata was not surprised. Are you finally willing to use this state? I want to see how much you can grow, said Hinata. Hinata raised his hand again. Look at the posture, or gossip. Hinata suddenly felt that his father was a little sad. At this moment, daddy is like a knight charging at the gun, heroic, but sad, because they have only one result, and that is failure. I said, times have changed, Father-sama. Hinata flew up in the air, causing Hinata to pounce in the air. Hinata was a little shocked, flying this ability out of thin air. Even the 3 generations of Hokage known as the ninja professor couldn't do it, right? But the man didn't give up, and used the gossip empty palm to try to shoot Hinata down. But ground to air is inherently a disadvantage, coupled with the observation power of the void eye, which is far beyond the ordinary white eye. Hinata often only needs to tilt his head and move his body to make his father's efforts in vain. Ugh, let's end it. Hinata couldn't bear to tease his father, and from the moment he floated into the sky, he had already begun to condense the Dao-seeking jade. At this time, there were already 2 seeker jade floating around Hinata. When the 3rd seeking jade was completed, Hinata held it in the palm of his hand and shouted at Hinata, "Daddy, defend it with all your might. Otherwise, you will die." With that, Hinata threw out the seeking jade, and in an instant, it turned into a huge storm and roared towards Hinata foot. Even if Hinata didn't say it, Hinata also sensed the terrifying chakra contained in the seeking Dao jade. Seeing the storm coming, the ninja's intuition actually made him perceive the danger of death, and immediately went all out to cast the Bagwazang Huishin. Hinata assured that this was the hardest he had ever used Huishin, but it was only able to defend against Hinata's attack. By the time the storm was over, Hinata had stopped and was panting, and there was almost no chakra left. His eyes as he looked at Hinata were full of incredulity. It's just that he didn't know that Hinata even released water in order to prevent accidentally hurting him. Seeing that there were still 2 identical black balls left next to his son, Hinata knew that he had lost. But he stubbornly wanted to say something. Hinata didn't give him a chance to speak. You've lost. Hinata said condescendingly, and raised his hand to summon the remaining 2 Dao-seeking jades to his side. The golden wheel is reincarnated. With Hinata's finger, the 2 Dao-seeking jades fused into one, turning into a silver lightsaber and slashing next to Hinata's side. With a loud thud, the sword exploded at Hinata's side, plowing a deep ravine. Just the shock of the aftermath almost made the enchantment that the 8 shinobi had maintained with all their might almost collapse. Hinata lost his mind for a moment. Although the lightsaber didn't touch a single hair of himself, it seemed to cut off all his strength. Hinata's body crumbled and seemed to collapse to the ground. Fortunately, Hinata Yuen fell down at this time and helped his father. Are you here to laugh at me? Although he had withdrawn from that special state, the child in front of him still made him feel strange. Such a small body can burst out with such powerful power. Is this kid really my bloodline? I said, Dad, you won't languish just because you lost once, right? If you don't regain your strength, why do I want a sister? Hinata Yuen has a cheap mouth, straightens his waist to barely support his father's body, and half-jokingly says, how can father and son have an overnight feud? How can I laugh at you? It's really not good. I reserve the right to spank my ass. With a smile and a grin, Hinata Yuen looked at the sky, and all the things in the original plot appeared in front of him, and he said to Hinata again, Dad, I have no intention of hurting your self-esteem. Forgive my son's stupidity. If I don't do this, how can you support my idea? My strength. But unfortunately, the enemy we are about to face is even more outrageous. I'm not rebellious, I just don't want to regret my weakness in the future, when facing the enemy. Daddy, let's join forces with father and son to create a hyuuga family that is even more powerful enough to cope with any strong wind and waves. With that, Hinata Yuen stretched out his hand towards Hinata and solemnly invited. That appearance made Hinata seem to see a leader in a trance, not a child who was only 5 years old. Stinky boy, pretending to be cool is quite a skill. Hinata held Hinata's outstretched hand, but the Mondstadt roll-up boy hugged him tightly into his arms, fucked the boy's ass twice, and scolded with a smile, it's not that if the challenge is successful, you can be the head of the house. Even if you can go to heaven, I'm your son. The little but was slapped with a loud sound, and Hinata was relieved. With a strong arm, he lifted the boy up and placed it on his shoulder. Adult shoulders are not broad enough, so a little kid like you have to carry so much. Hinata can see that the future of Hinata Yuen will not be bound by a small hyuuga family, or even by Konoha Ninja Village. He is a dragon destined to soar in the sky, and the hyuuga clan will either progress with him or be left far behind by him. Challenging himself, challenging the authority of the family, trying to change the hyuuga family, isn't it a kind of love for his family? Thinking of this, Hinata couldn't help but feel a lot more relieved. But it's a shame for my old father, this matter can't just pass, I have to find a few more reasons in the future, and I want to beat my son as soon as possible. Hinata Yuen lay on his father's shoulder tiredly, thinking that he had finally impressed this stubborn father. How could he have thought that this person was planning how to kill his ass? In this way, in the midst of the chatter and laughter of each with a ghostly mind, this pair of fathers and sons had already walked in front of the great elder and the others. The great elder was relieved to see that this pair of strange father and son did not hold grudges, and they still talked and laughed. Hinata Hitso, I told you a long time ago to prepare seriously, isn't this still careless? The great elder pretended to give Hinata a step, turned to look at Hinata Yuen and said, Say, little guy, what reward do you want? Does the head of the family just let me do it? Hinata was thick-skinned. As soon as he finished saying this, he was sanctioned by his father, and he shuddered violently on his head. Fuck off, your dad and I aren't dead yet, didn't you say that? As long as I don't die, you'll be a prince after all. Tisk. Daddy's online quotations are very fast. Hinata Motoda rubbed his head in surprise. The great elder was also choked by Hinata Motokai's request, and coughed lightly and said, Ahem, winning only one patriarch challenge is indeed non-compliant. Besides, if your father retires and becomes an elder, what should I do with the old man? Let's change the reward. Then why do I have to be a young family head, right? Not the kind I claim now, but the kind with corresponding benefits. Hinata Yuen rubbed his hands, and his heart to usurp the throne did not change. Originally, he just wanted to use this challenge to convince the family to stop preventing him from developing. But now that things are going so well, this kind of thing doesn't need to take up rewards, so Hyuuga Yuen naturally wants to have more say for himself. The great elder stroked his beard and pondered for a moment, finally agreeing. Anyway, the Hyuuga family doesn't have the title of the head of the family, so suddenly adding one, how much power it has is not up to him and others to decide. Okay, that's it. Okay. Hinata Yuen jumped up happily. Only Hinata fell into deep self-doubt. Isn't this kid's goal the sea of stars? Why do you keep trying to grab my place? Could it be that I guessed wrong? Seeing that the family affairs of the Hyuuga family here have been concluded, the Hokage flying Hinata said slowly, since it was my student who won, then it would be unreasonable for me, the teacher, not to give some rewards. Well, I'll allow you to learn a forbidden jutsu from the Book of Seals. Forbidden jutsu? Yes. Forbidden jutsu is also a ninjutsu, but it is forbidden because it is far more dangerous than ordinary ninjutsu. But danger often means strength. Take the 3 ninjas as an example, who hasn't mastered a few forbidden arts. Hinata Yuen has long wanted to learn this powerful ninjutsu, but he has never had the opportunity, otherwise he wouldn't have to spend so much effort to worship the 3 generations of Hokage as a teacher. Unlike the excited Hinata Yuen, the great elder on the side took a deep look at Ape Fei Hai when he heard this. He understood that the Hokage was testing the reaction of the Hyuuga clan. This means that the hyuuga family, which has always been closed, no longer closes themselves, but is more integrated into the wood industry and begins to learn physical arts and ninjutsu other than jutsu. Whether this is good or bad, the Great Elder is not sure. However, this is the path chosen by Hyuuga, the hope of the Hyuuga clan. It's also a big gamble that puts the life and death of the family. The gamble on the fate of the family, the situation is still unclear. But regarding the gambling of the Patriarch's challenge, the results came out. As the barrier was removed, the Great Elder announced the result of Hineda's victory to everyone outside the barrier, and the people of the Hyuuga clan were in an uproar. Hineda, this little guy, actually defeated the young and strong Patriarch? How is this possible? Shady. Definitely shady. Among the many people who couldn't believe it, Toshio Hineda reacted the strongest. Because it means that his betting board has overturned. No. No way. My lord, my lord. The little man cried heartbreakingly, and rushed up to hug one of Hineda thighs with tears in his eyes, and sobbed, "My lord, my worship for you is like a surging river, and like the yellow river flooding out of control. Tell me quickly, this is not true. You must be letting Hyuuga, right? Right? Fake matches are not okay. Hurry up and tell them that you actually won." The little man made such a fuss, which made Hineda, who was already ashamed of losing to his son, even more unbearable. If it weren't for the presence of so many clansmen, Hineda would have really wanted to kick this unlucky kid as far as he could. In the end, it was Hineda who stood up and relieved his father. "Husband, looks like you really want me to lose." Hineda, who learned what had happened from Terumi Ming, immediately gritted his teeth. This group of people who have no conscience, I usually treat them well, and one by one, they all hope that they will lose. Can this work? Come, Ziofu, you don't doubt my strength, why don't you test it yourself? Hineda walked over with his hands, and walked towards the grove with the back collar of the young man. Brother Yuen, don't you? The Great Elder announced on the spot that Hineda would be designated as the young head of the family, which caused a burst of discussion. However, this excitement was soon shattered by an accident. A masked member of the shadows hurried over and knelt down beside Ape Flying Sunday Hokage-sama. "We still haven't found Tsunade-sama. And, judging from the traces of Tsunade-sama's house, she probably hasn't been home in the last 3 days. The Shadow Department whispered to the Ape Flying Sunday. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere instantly became solemn. "Tsunade is missing. Hokage-sama, do you need our Hyuuga clan for help?" the Grand Elder asked aloud. Ape Fei pondered slightly, but still shook his head. "Tsunade has always done things casually, maybe she just forgot to report, and she may not be missing. If there is a need, I will definitely ask." The Great Elder nodded and said no more. The Hokage and the others were the first to leave, and everyone in the Hyuuga family also dispersed when they saw that the atmosphere had changed. What's more, they also rushed home to inform the family who didn't come in person, and Hineda defeated the head of the family. So, by the time Hineda returned from the grove refreshed, there was no one left in the exercise ground. "Hey, what about the people? Are they all running so fast? I haven't accepted the cheers of victory yet." Hineda looked at the empty exercise ground, surprised. Terumi covered her mouth and smiled. "Okay, don't be stinky. It must have been Uncle Hineda who released the water, otherwise how could you win?" Hineda smacked his lips and didn't explain. "After all, you still have to save some face for your father, and you can't say that you are abusing your father when you see someone. Let's set up a well-behaved character who is filial to his parents. Here, Ming-chan, and Shizuka." Hineda stuffed a large bag of money into Terumi's hand. "This is the money you two won by betting. Choose me right, the vision is really good." The two little girls received this large sum of money and immediately became excited, talking about shopping plans. Hineda smiled slightly when he saw this scene, and did not disturb them, but turned around and walked in front of his uncle Hineda. "Uncle, this half is yours. See, believe me, I'm right, 1,000,000 profits." Hineda looked at the handful of change in his hand, crying and laughing. Although tens of thousands of taels are a low-level task reward for him, but being able to earn this sum is indeed something he didn't expect. More importantly, he saw trust in himself in Hineda's eyes. Hineda naturally won't fail to understand that this bet is his uncle's support for him. "When I got home, Hineda was too tired to do anything. In order to pretend to be 13 in front, Hineda ate a complete set of Gossip 64 palms from Daddy Firmly. Coupled with the alternating use of the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion and the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, if it weren't for the Void Armament that could increase Hineda's physical strength, he would have been overwhelmed. "If only Tsunade's sister was here," Hineda muttered. "It's really strange that Tsunade didn't come to see his challenge today. But after all, people are big shots, and it's normal to occasionally not be able to find time." Sleepiness made Hineda not think too much, collapsed on the bed, covered his head and fell asleep. It's just that I'm used to the company of Terumi and the hard state, and Hinata Geniki is still a little uncomfortable for a while. In the end, Hinata Yuen thought of a solution. He pushed the bed to the wall and fell asleep with his head against the wall. Well, it's almost like sleeping in the arms of Zaome. However, Hinata had not slept enough this night, when his dream was disturbed by an eager knock on the door. Who? The disturbance of the people at night. Hinata Moto rubbed his hazy sleepy eyes and opened the door, but what greeted his face was Jireya's anxious face. Tsunade is missing. Jireya's words made Hinata Yuen sober up instantly. Followed Jireya to the Hokage building, and Hinata Yuen found that in addition to himself, there were also Orochimaru, Kushina, and others. You're here. Seeing Hinata Yuen arrive, Sarutobi slashed straight to the point and said in a deep voice, we just failed to contact Tsunade in a special way, and it has been confirmed that Tsunade is missing. Originally, I wanted Jireya and Orochimaru to search for Tsunade. Just now, the spies in Cheyenne village were also attacked, and the Watergate had already rushed over. So, the task of searching for Tsunade can only be handed over to your 9th class. Kushina stood up and nodded in response, obey. Class 9th guarantees to complete the task. Handing out the task scroll, Sarutobi Hisashi stood up, looked into Hinata Yuen's eyes and said solemnly, Hinata Moto, please use your special eyes to bring Tsunade back. Yes. Guarantee to complete the task. Hinata Moto, who was worried about Tsunade, had a look in his eyes full of worry. Tsunade gave himself most of the chakras in the seal of Baihao, so to speak, recently when Tsunade was at his weakest, but she disappeared at this point in time, making it difficult for Hinata not to suspect that Tsunade's disappearance was not an accident. Class 9, assembled completely. Soon after, with the addition of Uchiha Shisui and Meikai, Kushina announced loudly, this is the first time that our 9th class has assembled, and what we have received is such a big task as finding the missing Tsunade-sama. We must do it perfectly. Are you all confident? Kushina raised her arms and shouted, yes. Akai clenched his fists and replied with a passionate face, is the first mission a mission that is related to the life and death of the village? The god is especially concerned about the life and death of the village, and you are too far away, right? Hinata Yuen ignored the guy on the hotline, turned to Uchiha Shisui and greeted, hello, I'm Hinata Yuen, you are the genius of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Shisui, right? I've heard of your fame for a long time, and I'm not a genius compared to you. The two pupil geniuses looked at each other and smiled, tacitly not continuing to be polite. You 1s1, Hinata Yuen still admires this guy Uchiha Shisui. After all, it is the existence of a bug-like pupil technique other heavenly sense, and if it is not a young death, I am afraid that stopping the water will have a profound impact on the entire ninja world. I don't know if other heavenly knowledge is useful to me who has empty eyes. Hinata Yuen looked at Zishui and looked at it in his heart. However, whether it is useful or not, now that he has become a teammate, Hinata Yuen has to change the original tragic ending of Shisui no matter what. Hello you two geniuses. My name is Meikai, and I'm a proud blue beast of Konoha. Meikai also squeezed over, looked at Hinata Yuen and Uchiha Shisui and grinned, showed a few big white teeth and frowned and said, by the way, I'm also a genius. Meikai's words made Hinatagan instantly flood with countless memories. At the beginning, the plot of Meikai praising Xiaoli as a hard-working genius moved him for a long, long time. The talent is average, even inferior, there is no blood, there is no relationship, in the eyes of ridicule, teasing and discrimination from everyone, relying on their own efforts to grow tenaciously. This is Akai's summary of Xiao Li's life, but how is it not a summary of his own life? This character, who is respected by everyone as Kai Huang and almost kicked out of the finale, has all the good qualities that a protagonist should have. Hello, Akai, it's a pleasure to be your teammate. I heard that your physical skills are very strong, and we will learn from each other when we have time. Compared to Zishui, who was a little uncomfortable with Akai's exaggerated greeting, Hinata Yuen stretched out his fist to Akai quite solemnly, wanting to punch him. I'll challenge you when I have time. I feel like my youth is boiling. Hinata's enthusiastic response also made Akai stunned for a moment. He thought that Hinata Yuen would be at most like others, keeping a distance from his maverick. But unexpectedly, Hinata not only didn't laugh at him, but even interacted with him in a friendly way. It was the first time he had been treated so well by his peers. Akai? No one had ever called him that before. At this time, Kushina spoke, interrupting the three of them to introduce themselves spontaneously. Okay, now that you've got to know each other preliminarily, let's officially start the mission. Time is pressing, Hinata, this mission will be led by you. Please make sure you take advantage of your white eyes and find Tsunade's whereabouts as soon as possible. Yes. Hinata replied loudly, he was more worried about Tsunade's safety than others. A few minutes later, the four of them arrived at Tsunade's residence, and after being authorized, entered it to investigate carefully. But as reported by the shadows before, there were no valid clues in the house. Hinata Moto? Understood. In the face of Kushina's signal, Hinata Moto didn't shy away from Uchiha Shisui and Meikai, and directly opened the void eye, trying to dig out some hidden clues that ordinary perspectives can't detect. This is Seeing that Hinata Yuen had turned on the pupil technique, Shishui on the side exclaimed in a low voice. Having seen the Hyuuga clan use white eyes, he knew very well that this was definitely not an ordinary white eye. Could it be that the white eyes of the Hyuuga clan will also evolve? Compared with the well-informed Zishui, Matekai, who had relatively large nerves, did not notice Hinata's abnormality, but could not help but sigh, these eyes are really beautiful. Could it be that all those who have pupil techniques are so handsome? Matekai looked at the delicate Zishui again, and suddenly felt that he had discovered something terrible. The all-round perspective made Hinata Yuen see the reactions of these two companions clearly, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it at this time. Since he is a companion, it is obvious that he can't hide his empty eyes. Coupled with knowing the temperament of these two people, Hinata Yuen also trusted them and had no intention of hiding it. At this time, Hinata Motozhang was trying his best to mobilize a special ability of the Void Eye. Once, Hinata tried to use this special ability that the reincarnated eye did not possess in the hospital. He saw a lot of information, which was completely imperceptible to normal perspectives. That is the pheromone of the chakra. Pheromones are a phenomenon that is widely present in nature. For example, ants can communicate with their own kind through certain chemical qualities that cannot be observed by the human eye. What Hyuuga's void eyes can observe is the pheromone that belongs to chakra. No, although there are a lot of residues belonging to Sister Tsunade here, it's already very light. Judging by this, Sister Tsunade hasn't been back here for at least a week. Wait, I have an idea, come with me. Hinata Yuen suddenly thought of something, beckoned the three of them and ran out. Hinata, where are you going to take us? Asked Kushina. I've seen Tsunade there before, replied Hyuuga, leading the way. Matekai also caught up and asked Hinata Yuen puzzled, Yuen, I want to know, why do you call Tsunade-sama sister? Tsunade-sama she. There's too much age difference between the two of you. It's rude to discuss a lady's age in private. Without hesitation, Kushina sent a shudder to Matekai's head. Hinata Yuen stopped and replied quite solemnly, because, she treats me like a brother. We have arrived. Facing the training ground where he and Orochimaru were training at the beginning, Hinata Yuen immediately opened his empty eyes. Found it, Hinata Moto's heart was excited. In the exercise ground, the residue of himself and Orochimaru is particularly obvious. And the residues of Jiraiya and Tsunade, although much weaker, are also clearly visible. As long as you can follow this residue and keep chasing it, you will be able to find Tsunade's location. How is this ability a bit like a hound using its own dog nose to find prey? Hinata Moto shook his head and swept away his thoughts, and after motioning for the other three to follow him, he took the lead in following the trail. At first, Tsunade's tracks were normal, and he basically traveled back and forth between Hinata's house and Kanaha's hospital. Going to Hinata's house was to visit Hinata, who injured his body by practicing with Orochimaru, and going to the hospital was to fulfill the responsibilities of a medical ninja. No wonder the traces at home are so faint. Tsunade's sister is so busy that she barely has time to go home. Hinata Yuen sighed at the hard work of medical practitioners, and couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Tsunade Haim. Pressing down on the chaotic thoughts, Hinata Yuen suddenly found that among the many traces in the hospital, there was a special trace that was particularly eye-catching. Because, this is the remnant that belongs to Hyuuga himself. That's not right. This trace is still so clear, it is obvious that it has only been left in the last 3 days. However, I haven't been to the hospital recently. In the blank field of vision, the trace that belongs to me is clear. It is absolutely impossible that I have seen it wrong, is it? Oh no. If it's really Baiju, I'm afraid Sister Tsunade is really in danger for me. I'm afraid that Sister Baiju's disguise can't see through it. If she is attacked by surprise, Hinata Yuen felt a chill rush to his head. Most of the chakras that Tsunade Haim had saved for a long time were given to herself. Now, arguably, is when she is at her weakest. And, because Tsunade sees himself as his own, he has little defense when dealing with himself. If Baijuexu is close to Tsunade by being coquettish and cute, he will take the opportunity to go under the knife. I'm afraid that even if you are as strong as Tsunade, you will have to die with hatred. Hinata looked at his teammates behind him and said his guess. Someone approached Tsunade's sister pretending to be me. I'm afraid she will be in danger, come with me. Looking at the only trace that belonged to Tsunade to the outside of the village, Hinata Yuen immediately chased out. When Kushina heard Hinata's explanation, he suddenly thought of the dark guy he had met, and his eyes immediately became serious. That kind of camouflage is indeed quite difficult to see through. When the group left the village, Hinata Yuen was eager to save people, and immediately turned on the void armament, speeding up with all his might, and following the traces left by Tsunade and moving forward quickly. Unconsciously, he actually rushed forward alone, leaving his teammates behind him far behind. Hinata Moto, you wait for me, don't be impulsive. Kushina chased after him, slapped Hyuuga Yuen on the back of the head, and then pressed Hinata to the ground by the way. It's not right for a person like you to be presumptuous. I know you have some confidence in your own strength, but in the face of an unknown enemy, you have to learn to face risks with your teammates, instead of going on your own, you know? I see. Hinedamoto, who was firmly locked in his body, had to nod in agreement. I don't blame you. It's normal for little kids to make mistakes. Let's go back and meet up with Shisui and Akai first. Kushina pulled Hinata Yuen and walked back, but the effort in his hand failed to pull the boy. Hinedamoto, although I allow you to make mistakes, but if you don't repent seriously, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Isn't Hinata, who is looking for Tsunade's traces, open his unique void eyes? He. As long as I catch you, there will be much less trouble. Hinedamoto lowered his head and smiled coldly, his expression gradually collapsing. You're not Hinedamoto, who are you? Kushina became alert, trying to shake off Hinedamoto's hand. But Hinata's hand was as if it had melted, and it was tightly glued to Kushina's hand. Not only that, but the face and body of this Hyuuga are melting, and they are gradually turning into a white appearance. It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that you stay here honestly first, said him. A complex mark appeared on Ju's chest, and it suddenly lit up. S-level ninjutsu, for elephant sealing techniques. The sealing technique of the same style as the group burst out suddenly, and the whirlpool Kushina, who had no time to cut off the white absolute arm, was temporarily sealed. On the other side, Uchiha Shisui and Meikai were still struggling to find the two in front of them. Although their speed is already the best among their peers, they still can't keep up with the Hinedamoto Ichi who has opened the hanging. Therefore, Kushina ordered them to wait in place to save them from getting lost, and she went to chase Hinedamoto, who had broken away from the group. It didn't take long for Kushina to turn back with Hyuuga. I'm sorry, I'm so anxious just now that I didn't notice it and left the team for a while. Hinedamoto scratched his head and sincerely apologized to Shisui and Akai, and then added, however, I just found out that there are traces of Tsunade in 2 different directions. I discussed it with the captain, and we went our separate ways. That's right. Uchiha Shisui, you're in a group with Hinedamoto. Akai, you're in a group with me. Without further ado, let's go. Yes. Akai did not doubt him, and immediately agreed. Zishui was much more cautious, and when everyone was not easy to notice, he opened the riding wheel and observed the 2 people who returned to the team. However, the riding wheel eye of the water stop didn't notice anything abnormal, so he nodded and agreed, keeping up with the footsteps of Hinata Yuen. At this time, the real Hyuuga Yuen is still alone. He, who had been following the traces of Tsunade Haim, suddenly noticed a feeling of disharmony and immediately stopped. As soon as he turned around, Hinata Mototo, only to find that none of his teammates had followed. No matter how anxious I was, I couldn't have left my teammates behind and risked it alone. This is not in line with my usual style of elude development, real name old coin. Hinedamoto, who calmed down, recalled that he didn't have the slightest memory of when he started to leave his teammates behind and move forward alone. Could it be that someone has done something to me? Hinata Yuen was shocked, and immediately planned to turn back to find his teammates. But at this moment, a cry for help dispelled Hinata Yuen's idea of turning back, and immediately rushed in the direction where the cry for help came. Because this cry for help is the voice of Tsunade Haim. Hinata Yuen rushed forward without hesitation, and soon, he found an embarrassed figure in the woods. It's Tsunade. Tsunade is covered in blood, and it seems that he is hiding from some enemy. Tsunade, who saw Hinata Yuen coming, showed an excited expression on his face, and said in surprise, Hinedamoto, why are you here? Come and help me. Enemies, that's me. Tsunade, who was helped up by Hinata Yuen, took advantage of the close proximity of the 2 of them and tore off the clothes on his chest. At the same time, Tsunade Haim also faded back into the appearance of Baiju, and the 4 elephant sealing technique suddenly broke out. Because the distance was too close, Hyuuga, who couldn't dodge, was sealed in by Ju's corpse. A moment later, an all-dark figure slowly seeped out of the ground. A little ghost is a little ghost, as long as you use a little means, you can easily take it down. Just let me accept this gift. Heiju excitedly knocked on the seal of Baiju's corpse, as if he had seen that he was in control of those eyes. There's no way, his strength has always been Heiju's heart injury, otherwise he wouldn't have had to pretend to be someone else's half in order to resurrect Kagaya. Let's go, carry the loot, let's go find Madara-sama to meet. After a while, Heiju summoned a few more Baiju and carried away with the body that sealed Hyuuga. After a long journey like this, he finally stopped at a secret stronghold. It's already a little far from Konoha here. I can't wait. Heiju snatched the body of Baiju, which sealed Hinata Yuen, and walked into the house. And around the corner of the house, a bloodied old woman was locked in the corner. This is the real Tsunade Haim. Moreover, it is also Tsunade in a state of aging. Look, this fascinating power is about to belong to me. Placing the corpse on the operating table, Kuroju couldn't wait to attack Hinedamoto. But at this moment, a few more white peers walked in sporadically. My lord, this is all the enemies encountered this time, and they have already been brought over. As he spoke, Baiju, who was led by him, handed over a corpse that had also successfully launched the 4 elephant sealing technique, and behind him were the stunned Uchiha Shisui and Meikai. The disturbed Heiju just wanted to get angry, but when he felt the special power in the seal, he immediately turned from anger to joy. It's the power of the 9 tails, yes, great. Unexpectedly, I just wanted to take away the descendants of this Thousand Hands clan, but I ended up getting such a big gift. I was really lucky. Black Jew was excited, and immediately wanted to take over the white absolute corpse that sealed Uzumaki Kushina. But at this time, there was a sudden change. Lucky, I think you're out of luck. As soon as Heiju took it, the seal on the corpse trembled wildly, and Kushina's voice came from it. Immediately after, a majestic chakra energy poured out of the seal, and the figure of the Uzumaki Kushina also emerged. She had broken free from the seal on her own. Playing the sealing technique in front of the people of my Vortex clan, you are still too tender. Jusainai looked around and observed the situation, and quickly eliminated the few white soldiers around him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Heiju immediately decided to slip away. Greedy, he also wanted to bring the body that sealed Hinedamoto, but was stopped by a fireball technique. At the same time, the corpse on the operating table trembled violently, and Hineda's voice sounded from it. Do you touch the other party's nest before you do it? Looks like we want to go together. The corpse exploded, and Hinedamoto, with the strength of the void armament, broke the sealing technique from the inside. So you're doing it. Hinedamoto, who was covered in silver light, said viciously. The current situation of Hineda Yuen is actually not good. Compared to Kushina, who is very good at sealing, Hineda Yuen forcibly broke through without any skills, and the cost is huge. Moreover, the time of being sealed was also quite torturous, and there was a feeling of going down to the yellow spring. Therefore, Hineda Yuen, who saw the culprit, did not hesitate to slash it with one palm. But although the black absolute guy didn't have much combat effectiveness, his escape methods were first class, and he seeped into the ground and disappeared in an instant. Damn! Hineda scolded angrily. But more important than chasing is to confirm Tsunade's safety. Hineda Yuen hurriedly squatted beside Tsunade to investigate, but fortunately, although Tsunade was dying and weak, he was fine. Hinedamoto looked at Tsunade very distressfully. This was the first time he had seen the middle-aged and elderly version of Tsunade. If she hadn't given all the chakra to herself, why would she be here? Hinedamoto muttered and kissed Tsunade's wrinkled forehead. The void armament faded in this kiss, and Hyugamoto's heart was sealed in chakra, surging towards Tsunadeheim like flowing water. This was originally a power borrowed from Tsunade, and now it's time for it to be returned to its original owner. With the infusion of chakra, Tsunade's folded skin gradually regained its elasticity and changed back to its youthful and beautiful appearance. The wounds on his body also healed quickly because of the abundant chakra support. Ahem! Hyugamoto, Kushina, where am I? Tsunadeheim, who had woken up, rubbed her eyes and asked everyone, but then she seemed to remember something, and her eyes suddenly became fierce. Hineda Yuen got into Tsunade's arms and said softly, Sister Tsunade, it's me, Hinedamoto. It's not an imposter this time. Tsunade was relieved. Well, in this posture and at this angle, there is no one else who dares to bury his head in my chest and rub it straight except this child. Feeling the familiar power, Tsunade picked up Hinedamoto, who had not taken advantage of him, and asked, You send me back chakra? Hey, if you don't say it, I forgot, and when you say this, I suddenly feel so weak. This is not pretending. Without the support of Tsunade chakra, Hineda Yuen feels like his body has been hollowed out. If you talk about how much chakra is, Kushina won't be sleepy. Lack of chakra, isn't that hard to say? Uzumaki Kushina patted her stomach and shouted, Hey, Nine Tails. That's right, it's you, don't sleep, it's time to pay the rent. With that, the blood-red chakra cloak covered Kushina's body. Hey, why are there only 2 tails? Forget it, it will be the same next time you charge more rent. Jusainai looked at the 2 chakra tails behind him, very dissatisfied. But she was not in the mood to bargain with the 9 tails, but after taking Hyuga Yuen from Tsunade, she looked at the boy with excitement. I've long wanted to try what would happen if I gave this chakra to someone else, but today is my chance. Come, Auntie kiss. Can I refuse? No. Hyugamoto, who resisted to no avail, was forced to accept Kushina's kiss on his forehead. Although he had an obviously bad premonition, he was powerless to resist and could only accept it silently. Sure enough, with Kushina tapping on Hineda's forehead, the chakra of the 9 tails was also transferred to Hineda's body. Well, that's not what I thought. Hinedamoto, who was wrapped in the 9 tails chakra clothes, swept away the weakness of his body. But what's going on with the point? Hatred, jealousy, malice, all kinds of negative emotions eroded his will little by little as chakra penetrated into Hineda's body. That's not right. Let's say that the 9 tails are large power banks. Why does this charge still have the effect of removing blood? Ordinary people can't hold it. Seeing Hineda Yuen struggling in some pain, there was a flash of loss in Jusainai's eyes. It seems that although this boy is magical enough, he is not a suitable 9-tailed carrier. Actually, what Kushina didn't know was that Hyuuga's small physique was indeed not as suitable as a Vortex clan, which was suitable for being a 9-tailed carrier. But the reason why Hinata Yuen really can't bear it is that the means of taking it by Kushina just now made the Nine Tails extremely angry, so much so that the negative emotions in this chakra have also multiplied several times. Even if Naruto is here in person, he can't bear it. Kushina, you're going too far, Hinata Yuen can't digest such a strong chakra. Tsunade also saw Kushina's intentions and stood up to stop him. Kushina also nodded to show that he understood, turned to the Uchiha Shisui behind him and smiled. Xiao Shisui, look at what you see, you can't say it, and don't forget to report to the Hokage. Oh, that's really troublesome. Anyway, they're all teammates, and sooner or later they have to be seen, right? Kushina looked very aggressive, making Hinata more aware why the old man Hokage didn't want Kushina to show up. This guy, if she participates in a group action in the morning, I'm afraid everyone will know that she is a human pillar force in the evening, right? That's a fart. Hinata Yuen finally managed to suppress those negative emotions, but new problems followed. The chakra that stored Tsunade before relied on seals. And now, Hinata has no way to take this chakra. In comparison, the previous seal was disposable, and the chakra inside dissipated when it ran out. Hinata's small body can't absorb so many chakras, and even if it can be saved, Hinata Yuen resolutely refuses to do so. These negative emotions buzz like flies, and sooner or later they will be noisy to death. But we can't go back to the village in a chakra robe, right? Just as Hinata Yuen was distressed, a dangerous aura approached, making him suddenly alert. There's an enemy approaching, shouted Hinata Moto. Almost at the same time, Tsunade and Kushina also became alert and looked towards a place in the darkness. The figure of the Black Absolute slowly emerged from it. He. You don't think that I really escaped? Give it to me. Try to stay alive. Black Jew gave an order, and the two figures slowly walked out of the shadows. He. Facing the restored Tsunade and the current Nine Tails Pillarly Jusainai, he is still ashamed to catch him alive. Unless you are Madara Uchiha in person, what are you going to brag about this cowhide? Hinata Moto gang wanted to tease a few words, but after seeing the two companions summoned by the Black Jew, he was dumb on the spot. Because, these two people are the third generation of Mizukage and the third generation of the most powerful Wind Shadow. Ah, that's right, the latter is the unlucky guy who was made into a puppet by a scorpion. Hinata Yuen frowned, and immediately became serious. Although, according to the plot of the later Uchiha Obito controlling the four generations of Mizukage Gaji Yakura, Hinata Yuen had vaguely guessed that the old coin of Madara Uchiha should have had a similar action. However, when the two shadow-level powerhouses really stood in front of him, the incomparable sense of oppression was indescribable. What's more, both of these guys are controlled by Hitomitsu, and in this era, there is only one person who can control the strength of two shadow-level powerhouses. Madara Uchiha. Could it be that the old man really came in person? Hinata opened his empty eyes, but found no trace of Madara Uchiha, and hurriedly closed the pupil technique. The chakra of the Nine Tails is too domineering, and Hinata Yuen can't use this power well to perform the pupil technique. Sister, Captain, stop the water. Run! Those two are existences comparable to the Hokage. Hinata didn't want to take this battle hard. Anyway, Tsunade has already been found, and the task has been accomplished, so it is better to withdraw to the village safely. So he pulled on the water stop and retreated, and Akai, who was unconscious, was also thrown over by Jusainai. However, she and Tsunade did not retreat. It's not that they don't want to retreat, it's that they can't retreat, because the two enemies on the other side were already staring at them. Hyuga, you go first, this is not a struggle that you can mix. Let's go, Tsunade said in a deep voice. Although the battle has not officially begun, with the instincts cultivated over the years of fighting, Tsunade can keenly feel that neither of them is much weaker than his teacher. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is comparable to the existence of the Hokage. Hinata Yuen nodded, without hypocrisy, and ran away with Shisui on his back with Akai. Just kidding, Orochimaru can beat himself in seconds when he has opened the void armament, not to mention these shadow-level powerhouses. Hinata Yuen will not practice two moves with Orochimaru, so he naively thinks that he can really break his wrist with the world's top powerhouse. However, Hinata Yuen didn't really want to escape. He just needed time to tame the raging chakra of the Nine Tails. Chakra is a combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. The Nine Tails body is not here, what are you still clamoring about? Hinata Yuen motioned for Zishui to take Akai away first, while he found a remote place and tried to completely absorb the Nine Tails chakra. The power contained in the two-tailed chakra coat is enough to make Hinata Motoshi display a golden will reincarnation explosion. No matter what kind of wind shadow and water shadow you are, if you eat my reincarnation explosion, they will all be reincarnated. To tell the truth, although the ruthless words are very handsome, the current Hyuga Yuen is actually very embarrassed. Unlike the 9 lamas in the late stage of the original book who voluntarily distributed the chakra to others, the nine-tailed chakra on Hinata's body was forcibly taken by Juzine. And chakra, as a mixture of physical and spiritual energy, naturally contains the resentment and hatred of the Nine Tails. Hinatamoto, on the other hand, neither has the supernormal physique of the Uzumaki clan, nor has he had a subtle adaptation time to the Nine Tails chakra like Naruto. Therefore, the chakra of the Nine Tails is milk to Hyuga, but it is a mouthful of poison milk. Damn! It's all because I didn't even have a chance to learn the most basic shadow clone technique, otherwise how could I be so embarrassed? Because he doesn't know how to shadow clone, he can only risk his life if he wants to find the whereabouts of Tsunade's hand, and he is taken away by the White Jedi Seal. However, the consumption of forcibly breaking through the seal of the 4 elephants in the house was even more than Hyuga imagined. Tsunade was in extremely poor condition, and Hinata didn't care about leaving more chakras for himself, so he returned it all in one go. No way, due to the lack of meticulous control of chakra, Hinatamoto, like Naruto in the early days, is quite a waste of chakra. Now that the enemy is current, even if the chakra of the Nine Tails is poisonous, Hinata has to swallow it. As a result, his skin became charred and even badly burned. At the same time, there were countless negative emotions affecting his sanity, whispering in his mind, "Isn't it just a chakra? Why don't you surrender to me?" Eventually, the crimson nine-tailed chakra robe was completely absorbed by Hinatamoto. As the boy opened his eyes, he was replaced by a handsome chakra cloak with silver light. With the opening of the void eye, those negative emotions of the nine-tailed chakra were also forcefully suppressed. What, even chakra is a thing that bullies the soft and is afraid of the hard. Hinata vented, without delaying a moment, and immediately condensed the Seeking Dao Jade. In a short time, 3 Seeking Dao Jades had already appeared beside Hinata. 3. I hope Sister Tsunade and Sister Kushina can hold on. Hinata looked at the battlefield in the distance, but found that the battle situation was more complicated than he had imagined. In the face of the 2 shadow-level powerhouses, both Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina are all full of combat power. Tsunade has activated the Yin Seal solution, creating the regeneration Baihao technique, which is in full swing to deal with the 3 generations of Kaze Cage. On the other side, Kushina also put on the chakra clothes of the 6 tails, and fought inseparably with the 3 generations of Water Shadows. Hinata soon found himself facing a dilemma, that is, the duel between these masters was too fast. Even if Hinata could barely see their movements with his blank eye observation ability, his body could not keep up with their speed. Although the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion is a large-scale lethal skill, if you can't slash the enemy, it is blind. That's not the worst of it, if you accidentally hurt your teammates, you're guilty of it. A little closer to the battlefield? And Hinata really didn't dare to get too close to the battlefield, for fear of being seconds. At the age of 5, it is not possible to open up against a shadow-level powerhouse. Naruto Suzuki, who has the aura of the protagonist, was also 15 or 16 years old when he got up, and the great Hinata is now 2 or 3 times as old. How can this be done? You can't spend half a day trying to watch it yourself in the end, right? Besides, the situation on the battlefield is not optimistic. Although Uzumaki Kushina is strong, most of his skills are in various sealing techniques, and he is not good at frontal combat. Tsunade is not in a state either. After all, most of the chakras in the Seal of the 100 Heroes were given to Huo by Hyuga. I need a long-range strike method. Hinata was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot at the moment, and his heart was extremely eager to have a technique that could attack from a distance. Why don't I have a sniper rifle? If I have a sniper in my hand, with the advantage of a blank eye, a headshot from 10,000 meters away, I can't be too handsome, okay? Hinata heart is full of resentment. At this time, Hinata didn't notice it, and as his obsession intensified, the 3 Seeking Dao Jades floating behind him spontaneously moved closer together and slowly changed. Seeking Dao Jade can change its form. In the original book, Madara also used the Dao Seeking Jade to transform into a ball to protect himself. Since Madara's Dao Jade can be transformed, so can Hinata's nature. However, it's too hard to turn into a sniper rifle or something. The 3 Seeking Jades fused together and worked hard for a long time, and finally slowly turned into a handful. Bow. After the pitch-black bow was set, it floated in front of Hinata like a naughty child. It's Seeking Dao Jade. Hinata was surprised. The 3 Seeking Dao Jades had disappeared, plus he could feel that he had some kind of spiritual connection with this bow, so he immediately guessed it. It's just that he didn't control the Dao Jade to make such a change. Hinata tentatively held the handle of the bow, and the moment his palm touched the black bow, the silver light of the void eyes trembled violently, and frantically poured into the black bow. Finally, this black bow was also draped in a layer of silver light, which was extraordinary. And the black bow, which has absorbed the special power of Hinata also seems to have matured, no longer shaking mischievously like a child, but revealing a calm aura everywhere. Hinata seemed to know in an instant how to use this black bow without a bowstring. Is it the special ability of the void eye? It's just in time. Hinata laughed, frantically squeezing his body and spirit, and condensed a Dao Seeking Jade again. At this time, Hyuga's eyes had dimmed a lot due to excessive consumption, but his eyes were blazing. Holding the bow in his left hand, he held the remaining Dao-seeking jade in the palm of his hand with his right hand, and the moment he approached the black bow, a silver bowstring instantly appeared, and the Dao jade also turned into a golden bow and arrow at the same time. "Sister Kushina, help me control your enemies, just do it at once," Hinata yelled. The anxious whirlpool Kushina heard the boy shout, did not hesitate, and immediately burst out with all her strength as the captain. She absolutely believed in her teammates. Sealing technique King Kong blockade. Several golden chains flew out from behind Kushina, and although the 3 generations of Mizukage had the intention to dodge, they were still entangled in the chains. "It's now," the void eye locked onto the enemy, and Hinata Moto, he immediately made a decision and unleashed this amazingly powerful arrow. "Although I only used a seeking Dao jade, this can still be regarded as a golden will reincarnation explosion." Hinata Yuen muttered in his heart, and greeted Jusinai loudly, "Sister Juzine, get out of the way, art is coming." Boom! A violent explosion sounded from the battlefield, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. In fact, even without Hyuga's reminder, his keen intuition for danger made Kushina react reflexively. At the same time as the powerful energy that made her heart palpitate hit at a rapid speed, her body spontaneously began to move into the distance. But even so, Kushina was swept up in the smoke and dust from the explosion, and he was disgraced. Ahem. Hyuga, that's good, handsome. Kushina didn't care about his image, but gave Hinata a thumbs up and praised him. But Hinata Yuen didn't have time to respond to Kushina's ridicule, and the whole person turned into a silver light and quickly broke into the battlefield. Did Mizukage get hit? That must have been hit. But was Mizukage solved? The answer is no. Smoke can block most people's vision, but it can't stop Hinatamoto, who has empty eyes. Even Orikimura was able to use the triple Rashomon to block the 3 Dao-seeking jades to launch the silver will reincarnation explosion. Hinata Yuen didn't believe it, and the dignified generation of Mizukage didn't even have the means to save his life. Sure enough, although he was bound by Kushina's chain and couldn't exert his full strength, Mizukage survived Hinata's fatal blow. And the price is that this Mizukage has used up more than 90% of his chakra. Shui Dunwu Hat, Ghost Lantern Watermoon can use this technique to temporarily block the 8 tails, and it's normal for you to use it to block the golden will reincarnation explosion. Hinata Yuen looked at the dying water shadow in front of him, and removed the void weapon on his body, but used this chakra elsewhere. Raising his hand, a crystal clear silver ball of light appeared in Hinata's hand. The spirit ball that can control the will of others. This trick has not been used since I awakened the void eye, a generation of Mizukage. You are a suitable test subject. Saying that, Hinata Moto's palm flipped, and this silver spirit ball merged into his body in the frightened eyes of the 3 generations of Mizukage. At the same time, a spiritual link appeared in Hinata's mind, and the spiritual connection of the other person was suddenly broken. Who is it? Who can forcibly disconnect the Mizukage under my illusion control? After giving the 2 shadow-level powerhouses to the Black Jedi, did you still fail? Under a strange colossus with a twisted body and a painful expression, a gray-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes. 1 hook jade, 2 hook jade, 3 hook jade, kaleidoscope. It was only then that the old man's eyes stopped changing. "No, I'll have to take a look," the voice still echoed in the dark secret room, but the old man's figure suddenly disappeared. On this side of the battlefield, Heiju also suddenly found that the control of the 2 shadow-level powerhouses handed over to him by Madara Uchiha was suddenly missing. What's going on? The magic of those eyes shouldn't be ineffective. Who can compete with him? Black Jedi was shocked and looked at the battlefield in surprise. At this time, only one of the 2 battlefields not far away remained. Because at this time, the 3 generations of Mizukage have completely obeyed the orders of Hyugamoto. How did you do that? Kushina looked at Hinata Yuen, who was holding a black bow in one hand and leading the respectful 3 generations of Mizukage out of the smoke and dust. Hinata Yuen shook his head and didn't explain. Compared, the technique of controlling people's hearts doesn't sound so harmonious. Let's go support Sister Tsunade first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Hinata Moto, leading the conversation to another battlefield. Well, I'll go. Kushina nodded and withdrew the chains, completely unaware that he was being summoned by his juniors. On the other side of the battlefield, Tsunade is not in a good position. After all, she's facing an enemy known as the strongest wind shadow and is good at using the powerful and weird magnetic escape sand iron. What's more, Tsunade himself is not in good shape. Although Hinata has returned as much chakras as possible from the chakra she had stored before, these few rounds of squandering plus Hinata's squandering, so there is not much left. Lady, I have worked hard to save up a few years of chakra by you for a few days, and there is not much of it? Tsunade was angry when he thought about it. Barely forcing back the enemy with one palm, the panting Tsunade just wanted to get up and fight again, only to find that the 3 generations of the Kaze cage had retreated. What's going on? Tsunade wondered until he saw Kushina coming with Hyugamoto support. It's not hard to understand that these 2 people came to support. What was incomprehensible to Tsunade was how Kushina's opponent had obediently followed these two guys, and he still looked like he had no intention of fighting. It's complicated to explain, let's talk about it later, and deal with the enemy in front of you first. Hinata Yuen noticed Tsunade's eyes, and changed the topic again, and Tsunade also nodded, and did not ask questions for the sake of face. The three of them and one puppet pressed over like this, and they confronted the Black Absolute who only had 3 generations of wind shadows left around him. Hey Ju, looking at this scene, you don't have much chance of winning, Hinata Yuen said. Tsunade on the side saw that Hinata Yuen could actually call the other party's name, and hurriedly asked the boy if this was the person who kidnapped him. Hinata nodded. Damn, you shouldn't have done this to me, I obviously helped you. Koroju was just halfway through his words, when he suddenly noticed a familiar and powerful chakra approaching, and immediately changed his words, if it weren't for our help, how could you have such a powerful pupil technique? You are doing this against your master. Thinking of those tragic days when he was controlled by Madara Uchiha, Hinata Moto shuddered and was full of chills. You said that you used almost abusive means to exercise me in the illusion, but let me bring this experience out. But on the contrary, those books that I worked hard to memorize in the illusion, and the experience of fighting ninjas, just like the content of a dream, were uncontrollably forgotten with the awakening of Hyuuga. If it weren't for the experience of digging out the heart that was too unforgettable, Hinata Yuen might not even be able to remember the method of condensing the Dao-seeking jade, which would be a big loss. You still dare to mention this? I won't be so angry if you don't mention this. Hinata rolled up his sleeves, eager to solve the biggest villain in the Hokage plot on the spot. It's not that Hyuuga Yuen is big, and from the perspective of on-site combat power, Hyuuga Yuen's side is completely superior. Although the 3 generations of Mizukage are almost useless, they don't feel distressed when they are used as puppets anyway, plus Kushina and Tsunade, how can they hold back the 3 generations of Kazekage? There is only one Black Absolute left, even if there is not much left of the Hyuuga Yuen chakra, it is enough to pinch him to death, just be careful not to let him escape. Hinata Yuen didn't understand why Heiju, who was at a disadvantage, still looked so fearless, but the next moment, Hinata Yuen understood. Only at this point he couldn't think about it anymore, and running away took up all the corners of his mind. Because, Madara Uchiha has arrived. A thin old man with long white hair appeared out of thin air and stood beside Heiju. But with the appearance of this old man who was not good-looking, only showing one eye, the air of the entire battlefield seemed to be frozen, and people were breathless. I didn't expect you to be alive and successfully open those eyes, it's really interesting. Madara Uchiha looked at the few people opposite and spoke leisurely, as if he had no intention of attacking. Madara Uchiha, Hinata muttered rather bitterly. The moment this old man appeared on the stage, the so-called advantage of Hinata's side suddenly disappeared, and even a polar reversal came, and his side became the inferior side. Powerful ninjas tend to have amazing temperaments. In the original book, Orikimura can scare Kakashi almost out of fighting spirit with just one look, and the blood-stained Peachland can even visualize his bloody temperament, forming a rather deterrent move such as Oni Fighting Chi. And as far as the era in which Hinata Gen lives, the strongest person in the ninja world is undoubtedly Madara Uchiha in front of him, and his momentum can be imagined. Whether it was Tsunade or Uzumaki Kushina, they were all suppressed by this majestic momentum, and Hyuuga Yuen, who has blank eyes, sees it more realistically than these two. Invincible. Obviously he has aged like this, and the chakra contained in his body is even more amazing than the nine-tailed Jusainai, which is simply against the sky. Hinata Yuen's truest thought in his heart now is to escape, but he can't escape yet, because Madara Uchiha actually carried an unconscious teenager in his hand. Who else could it be if it wasn't Uchiha Shisui? Hinata Yuen couldn't abandon his teammates and run away alone, so he could only confront Madara Uchiha head-on, and secretly gave instructions to the 3 generations of Mizukage puppets, asking him to quietly retreat to find the missing Matekai. It's just that, of course, this little action can't escape Madara Uchiha's eyes. Is that the puppet you took from me? How did you do that? With those eyes, Madara Uchiha saw Mizukage leave, but instead of stopping him, he turned to Hinata Moto and asked. Hinata Yuen stopped Tsunade and Kushina, motioned for himself to negotiate with the other party, and replied further, I can open these eyes, isn't it thanks to you? Why, even the master don't you know the ability of these eyes? Hinata Yuen wanted to put the reason for the opening of the eyes on Madara Uchiha, so that no one would be suspicious of his powerful Hitomi Jutsu in the future. But Madara Uchiha shook his head unexpectedly and replied, although my strength may have caused some changes in these eyes. But, in the end, this is your own strength, not mine. Madara Uchiha is so sober in the world. He knows these eyes more deeply than I thought. Hyuuga Yuen-kan was about to come down, so he quickly changed the topic and asked, so, what are you grabbing my friend for? Madara Uchiha looked down at Shisui in a coma, and said in a deep voice, I finally met an interesting junior, and of course I, the elder of the Uchiha family, want to help him. Maybe he'll be able to open his unusual eyes just like you. Madara Uchiha can detect the talent of stopping water. Hinata Moto's heart was amazed. Sure enough, Madara has a certain ability to check other people's talents, otherwise how could he choose the seemingly clumsy Obito as his successor in the original book? I just don't know how far Madara can go. Can he see the potential of the clan's writing wheel eye upgrade? Or even go one step further, can he see through the ability of the clansman's writing wheel eye after being promoted to the kaleidoscope? The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye that stops the water has a special ability that is the strongest illusion other gods. If Madara controls such a buggy power, then it will be worth it? Hinata Moto gang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Madara Uchiha. Alright, the kid of the Hyuuga family. I'll admit that I lied to you about some of the things before, but the goal of bringing peace to the ninja world is not fake. Although the method is a little rough, it can also help you open these eyes in advance. Now, I allow you to make a choice. Do you surrender to me and bring permanent peace to the ninja world with me? Or do you want to die here and let me gouge out your eyes for later use? Madara's words made Hinata Yuen break out in a cold sweat, but he still complained in his heart. I don't want to die, the ancients are better to die than to live, not to mention that Hinata Yuen's two cute sisters haven't seen each other yet. But surrender is also impossible. The so-called surrender. I'm afraid it's just like the 3 generations of Hokage and Kazekage in front of me, being a puppet controlled by illusion all day long. But the water is still in the other party's hands. Hinata Yuen can only think hard about how to save his life, while delaying time and saying, if I choose to surrender, can I let go of these 2 ladies next to me? What Hinata Yuen didn't expect was that Madara Uchiha would turn his face when he said it, and his voice suddenly became cold. You're not qualified to bargain. With that, Madara Uchiha's momentum changed suddenly, and even his long white hair flew up. Hinata Yuen thought that Madara Uchiha was going to attack, so he immediately squeezed the full potential of his body and forcibly deployed the void armament. But strangely, Madara Uchiha didn't attack. Moreover, because of the floating hair of the Uchiha Madara, Hinata Yuen even saw that under the long hair of Madara, the right eye, which was not easy to show, had actually turned gray. That's the sequelae of using Izanagi or Izanami. Which technique did Madara initiate? Why do you want to do it even if you want to destroy one eye? A series of questions welled up in Hinata's mind, and before he could figure out the reason, he was surprised to find that Madara's other eye was gradually turning gray. Launched again? Why, there was no time to think about it, and Hinata Yuen immediately decided to test a wave first. Although this is presumptuous, it is better than standing here stupidly. But before Hinata Yuen could make a move, the water stop under Madara Uchiha had to change first. At the same time, Hinata Yuen had already assaulted Madara Uchiha, trying to snatch the water stop from Madara's hand. At the same time, Tsunade and Kushina also arrived at the same time. In terms of direct lethality, the special ability of Uchiha's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is not ranked among the geniuses of Uchiha at all. However, the other gods who stopped the water are undoubtedly the strongest illusions in the entire Hokage plot. When Zishui opened his bloodshot eyes, Hinata Yuen saw the special pattern that only belonged to the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and knew that something was wrong. Hinata Yuen would not be naive to think that Zishui used the Hitomi technique at this time to help himself. Hinata finally understood that Madara Uchiha didn't do it because someone would do it for him. Close your eyes. Hinata Yuen immediately closed his eyes and reminded the 2 of them loudly to Tsunade Kushina behind him, but it was still too late. Closing his eyes, Hinata Moto, who can still observe the outside world from a special perspective, discovers that Tsunade and Kushina have both fallen for other gods. Because the moment the 2 of them made eye contact with the water, they stopped attacking and stood in place with a blank expression. Madara Uchiha, whose eyes were white, also seemed to be satisfied with Uchiha's ability to stop water, and a rare smile appeared on his face. But the next moment, his smile froze. Because, the Uchiha juniors who worked hard and did not hesitate to discard a pair of writing wheels to help him open the kaleidoscope actually disappeared out of thin air in his own hands. Not only that, but the woman with the blood of the Thousand Hands clan, and the red-haired Nine Tails Pillar Force actually disappeared one by one out of thin air in a way that he couldn't understand. What did you do? The Uchiha was furious. He hadn't been so angry for many years. He realized that it must have been something that this junior of the Hyuuga family had done. So the Uchiha struck, and the mediocre and angry punch pierced Hinata Moto's chest fiercely. The boy who spat blood from his mouth after a punch hit laughed weirdly, making Madara Uchiha incomprehensible. Is this trick again? Thanks to your good master, I can't die if I am pierced in the heart now. I'll settle this account with you in the future, my good master. Madara Uchiha. Hinata Yuen was like a hungry ghost, his face was full of blood and smiled, and when Madara Uchiha was surprised, Hinata Moto, who was pierced in the chest, actually did not retreat and advanced, took the opportunity to approach Madara Uchiha, and bit in the chest. That location is the location of the Uchiha Madara transplant intercolumn cells. The vigorous vitality brought by the intercolumnar cells is an important factor in maintaining the survival of the dying wood. It was this place that could be called the Gate of Life, but it was hit by a powerful blow from Hinata. The enraged Madara Uchiha struck again, this time to tear the hateful boy apart. But Hinata, like the previous three, suddenly disappeared out of thin air. It's not hiding, it's not instantaneous, it's really leaving. Even if Madara Uchiha opens his perception to the maximum, he can't find the slightest trace of this boy. No! Ahem! Madara Uchiha raised his head to the sky and roared, but he coughed up blood violently, and even his consciousness felt a little blurred. I can't delay any longer, I must hurry back to the outer path golem. Madara Uchiha immediately and decisively gave up the pursuit, and ordered Kuro to bring him back to the secret stronghold as quickly as possible. And Heiju, when he went back with this dying old man, his eyes flickered several times, but he finally calmed down. Although, this operation Madara Uchiha was considered to have lost his wife and his troops, and he was very embarrassed. However, he is the reincarnation of Indra after all, and so far, he is the only man who has opened the eye of reincarnation after the 6 realms immortals, and now is not the time to betray. Kuro suppressed the restlessness in his heart, helped the injured Madara Uchiha under the golem, and connected it with a long tube, and then the elderly Madara Uchiha was slightly more comfortable. Kuroju, go and give me those chakra eyes again. Yes, my lord. Kuroju lowered his head and looked at Madara Uchiha, who had gouged out his own ruined eyes out of anger under the golem, and took the order. On the other side, Hinata Yuen, who fell outside the huge wall of Konoha Ninja Village, was also dying, with more air out and less air in. However, unlike the angry Madara Uchiha, the boy's face was full of joy. He. Madara Uchiha, I just fought Madara Uchiha, and I walked away with it. Ahem. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth again, as if his body was reminding Hinata Yuen of his embarrassed appearance, and it didn't seem to be a whole body retreat. Whatever, it was a miracle that he could come back alive. Okay. Hinata Yuen thought excitedly. It also has a special ability to manipulate space. In the theatrical version of the story, the Okoka people are able to open up a tunnel from the moon to the earth. And although Hinata Yuen can't do such a terrifying thing, he can still open up a spatial passage to escape to Konoha. That's it, Hinata Motoze threw Shisui and others into the passage to escape, and in the eyes of Madara Uchiha and others, it disappeared out of thin air. But it's a pity that I was the last to go or was late, otherwise I wouldn't have been so embarrassed. But, if you want my life, I have to bite off a piece of your flesh even if I died. Hinata Yuen spit out the loot in his mouth in disgust and slowly closed his eyes. He was so tired. Originally, after defeating the 3 generations of Mizukage with 1 arrow, his chakra would be left with little left. In the end, he forcibly opened the space-time channel, which can be said to have squeezed his small body to the ground. Coupled with the serious injuries caused by Madara Uchiha, Hinata Moto has reached the limit. Perhaps, this time I closed my eyes and I couldn't open them again. The heavy drowsiness finally overwhelmed everything, and Hinata Yuen inevitably closed his eyes. The black bow in his hand trembled slightly, and it seemed to let out a mournful roar, and finally turned into a streamer of light and merged into Hinata Yuen's eyes before closing his eyelids. Unlike the intercolumnar cells that proliferate in the later stages, most of them are cultured from generation to generation using cloning technology. Although it also has a certain nature among the Thousand Hands pillar, it has been greatly weakened to a certain extent. And the piece that Hinata Yuen spit out was the flesh and blood of the real pillar that Madara Uchiha stole from the Thousand Hands pillar back then. Eventually, Hinata's blood touched the flesh between the Thousand Hands pillar that he had bitten off Madara Uchiha's chest with all his might. The energy between the pillars and the blood, which had been absorbed by the original necklace of Tsunade, had an extremely magical reaction when it touched the flesh and blood between the pillars. The flesh and blood between the pillars gradually dissolved into Hinata's blood, and finally followed this blood river upstream and rushed to Hinatamoto's broken chest. Under the outer path golem, Madara Uchiha, who had just been replaced with a new pair of riding wheel eyes, leaned back on his seat tiredly, closing his eyes and recuperating. On his chest, the face that looked like a thousand-handed pillar had been completed, but tooth marks and scars could be faintly seen. Madara Uchiha is now furious. Originally, he had just planned to kidnap the last woman in Konoha village with the blood of the Thousand Hands clan to complete some experiments. Unexpectedly, God gave him a big gift. This time he not only met the Nine Tails human pillar force, but also met a descendant of the Uchiha with extraordinary talent. The eyes of that Uchiha boy were like a treasure trove. Madara Uchiha could feel that as long as he could open the kaleidoscope, those eyes would surely awaken extremely rare powers. Therefore, Madara Uchiha did it, and it was an extraordinary technique at the beginning Izanami, which is known as a fate-determining technique. Madara Uchiha costs the loss of light in one eye and plunges Shisui into a cycle of infinite pain. In Madara Uchiha's illusion, he manipulates Shisui's body to slaughter his loved ones over and over again. He could see the desperate expressions and painful moans of his loved ones, but nothing could change him. And the only way to break out of the loop is to open the kaleidoscope writing wheel. It's doable. The huge emotional stimulation can make the gifted Uchiha clan open the kaleidoscope writing wheel, even if it is the emotional impact caused by illusion. It's just that this means can only be used once in a while. The first is that only an illusion of Izenomi's level can do this with a false and real thing. The cost of making a 3-hook jade writing wheel I lose its light is too great. The second is that there are too few clansmen who have the qualifications to open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and once the selected person is not qualified enough, the eyes of Izenomi will be wasted. In the face of such a big risk and such an uncertain return, only Madara has such courage. But in fact, even Madara Uchiha failed. Before Zishui successfully opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, his spirit collapsed and he almost died. And Madara Uchiha, in order to dig up this treasure, did not hesitate to destroy the other eye and launched Izanagi. If Izanami is a fate-determining technique, then Izanagi is a fate-changing technique. Even in death, Izanagi can turn it into an illusion. In this way, Zishui survived and finally opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel. And Madara Uchiha, who controls the water stop, knew that his efforts were worth it from the first moment he turned on. Because, this is actually a pair of eyes that can directly change people's hearts. Madara Uchiha immediately controlled Shisui and launched the best engine in an attempt to control the enemy in front of him. But unexpectedly, the child of the hyuuga family closed his eyes in advance like an unpredictable prophet. There was no way, Madara Uchiha could only retreat and let Shisui control the other two. Take down the strange-eyed hyuuga boy by himself. However, Madara Uchiha never expected that this boy from the Hyuuga clan who he brought on a whim and threw away like garbage would actually spoil his own good deeds. Not only the descendants of the Thousand Hands clan and the Nine Tails Pillar Force, but even the descendants of the Uchiha clan that he fancied, the boy who did not hesitate to abolish a pair of precious writing wheels to help him open the kaleidoscope, was actually transferred by the children of the Hyuuga family in an inexplicable way. In the end, he turned out to be the biggest loser, and the bamboo basket was empty. This is simply a great shame. After reviewing everything, Madara Uchiha rubbed his eyes, which were still in the stage of adaptation, and muttered to himself, it doesn't matter if it's the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, or the human pillar power of the Nine Tails. The ability of those eyes will be of great help to the Eye of the Moon project. Also, that kid from the Hyuuga clan must die. If those strange white eyes can't be used by me, I can't keep them. Black and white, come here. I order you. Kurojuku and Hakujutsu knelt down in front of Madara Uchiha in turn, listening to Madara Uchiha's plan, and the heart of Heijutsu, who was different from Hakuju, who was thinking about poop in his head, was excited. The ninja world is going to be in chaos. On the other side, under the huge walls of Konoha, Hinatamoto, who fell to the ground, was awakened by the cold air of dawn and slowly opened his eyes. The limbs were frozen and stiff, and there was not a single cell in the body that was not exuding pain. But even so, Hinata was still too happy. Because, he thought he was going to die. Ahem. Ha ha. Ahem. I'm not dead yet. Hinata struggled to get up, but his hands and feet were weak, and he couldn't stand up with a lot of effort, so he could only give up the struggle and sit down on the ground. He was surprised to find that the huge wound on his chest had healed. Looking inward with the white of my eyes, a complete heart is beating vigorously in the chest. But this heart was strange, neither the flesh and blood heart of a normal person, nor the spherical chakra heart of his previous one. It's like a combination of the two. A strange heart that is pitch black in color but has the same shape as a normal human heart. What's even more strange is that the deteriorated version of the seal of Baihao on Hyugamoto's original chakra heart is gone, and it seems to be absorbed by this black heart. Hinatamoto stared at this strange heart, but suddenly felt a powerful attraction, and the sky swirled in front of him. When he could see what was in front of him again, he found himself in an eerie spherical space. Belch. It's like floating in a ball with the lights on, but all the walls are black. Why is this feeling so familiar? That's how Uncle Snake felt when he operated on me last time. Hinata, Motoichi Hinata, clapped his hands, and suddenly understood where this familiarity came from. Could it be that Uncle Snake stumbled on me? No, Tsunade helped watch the operation when I was doing it. Also, how am I going to get out? Do I have to wait for some torrent to squeeze me out? This time, when the thought of leaving appeared in Hinatamoto's mind, he found that as soon as his eyes lit up, he had already returned to the outside. Hinatamoto's eyes narrowed, and a guess suddenly came to his mind. He grabbed a handful of dirt and tried to enter the strange space again. This time it was easy to succeed. However, Hinata, who was floating in the space, looked at his palm, but there was no trace of dirt. Hey, can't you bring things from the outside? This space can't hold anything, right? So what's the use of this space? Hinata was a little depressed. He thought that he had gotten some benefits as a traverser. After all, the setting of portable space is quite common in novels. It's just that he doesn't seem to be a portable space that can store things. Hey, anyone. No one can have a dog. Hinata made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted a few words out of boredom. No one responded, of course. However, there was a silver streamer flying from afar. It was a bow, a longbow that was as dark as obsidian but shimmered with a pale silver glow on its surface. It was the longbow that Hinata Moto had made with 3 Deo-seeking jades. "Hey, it's you, you're not disposable, I thought you disappeared automatically." Hinata Yuen circled around the longbow in amazement. The black bow is also like a naughty child, trembling slightly in front of Hinata, expressing intimacy. In this way, wouldn't this bow be reusable? Very good, very good. Disposable is too unenvironmentally friendly, let's be sustainable. Let's go, I'll see how I can take you out. Hinata Yuen held the black bow and immediately left silently in his heart. But when he opened his eyes, he found that Hinata Moto, who was still sitting paralyzed outside the wall, found that his hands were empty. "Isn't it? Can't you bring it in and can't take it out? Then you still play with a hammer." Just as Hinata Yuen felt a little frustrated, his eyes trembled, and his body seemed to have a desire to use his empty eyes. "It's the bow." Hinata Yuen covered his eyes, and his heart suddenly understood. "It's not that I can't take out the bow, it's that I haven't opened the void eye. If you want to connect to reality, that space must be opened by the void eye. In this way, there is an essential difference between this black space and the Kamui space with soil." Hinata Yuen laughed at himself. "I can't be a garbage can. Although I don't know how this magical phenomenon came about, let's take it as God's compensation for a big bug like the final boss before he left the novice village." In front of hyuuga Moto, dried blood stains could still be seen on the ground. It's just that he found that the piece of meat he had bitten off with all his might was gone. I can't swallow it yesterday when I was confused, right? In a moment's confusion, Hinata Yuen couldn't remember where he bit Madara Uchiha yesterday. Was it his left chest or his right chest? However, if you really bite the part where the Uchiha Madara transplanted the intercolumnar cells, there is an intercolumnar human face in that place. If it's a coincidence, wouldn't I have an intimate kiss with the pillars? Don't, if my first kiss is so gone, it's not as simple as black history, it's just a shadow of childhood. Hinata looked around without tears, trying to find Tsunadeheim and Uzumaki Kushina, but unfortunately, there was no one around him, only himself and a huge wall. Isn't it? Is my spatial passage so inaccurate? Hinata Yuen suddenly had a bad feeling. Unable to care about the discomfort of the body, Hinata Yuen dragged his tired body, forcibly opened the white eyes, and used the perspective and far-sightedness functions of the white eyes to scout the surroundings. After looking around, the good news is that people haven't lost so much, but there is still an unconscious Uchiha Shisui not far from him. But the bad news is that within a radius of several miles, only Zishui appeared in Hinata's field of vision. In other words, Tsunadeheim and Uzumaki Kushina were lost by themselves. Hinata Yuen immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The cake seller, his own technology to open the space channel is not good. If you do surveying and mapping, the ashes have to be lifted. Actually, it's really not to blame hyuuga Moto. If a stable spatial channel is opened, the hyuuga Yuen will really not cause such a deviation. But that wouldn't be stealthy enough, and Madara Uchiha might also be chasing after him from the spatial passage. Therefore, Hinata can only choose a more difficult solution. That is to open a passage in an instant, and quickly close it after throwing a person into it. Repeat this operation when the next person remains. The advantage of this is that the time to open the spatial passage is short, almost only for a moment. It is relatively hidden and not easy to detect. But in this way, the stability of the space channel is difficult to guarantee. No, Tsunade and Kushina don't know where they were thrown to. That's right, even Hyuuga Moto, the initiator, doesn't know about it. It's over. In order to find one person, I lost 3 people, and one of them is still a human pillar force. I can't explain it this time. Hinata Yuen is not too worried about the safety of Tsunade and Kushina. Compared to these two are both strong people, even if they are misrepresented by themselves, there is a high probability that their lives will not be in danger. Unless it's bad luck and it's spread to an extremely dangerous place like a crater. Well, probably not. Finally dragged his tired body to the location where Zishui was, Hinata Moto wanted to wake up Zishui and let him go by himself, but his hand was about to slap his face, but he stopped his movement suddenly. No, it seems that Zishui is controlled by Madara Uchiha, right? If I wake him up rashly, maybe he will attack me. Hinata Yuen thought about it, there was indeed such a risk, so he took 2 steps back and planned to rest and tie up Zishui first. But it didn't take long for Hinata Yuen to look at the unconscious Uchiha Shisui, and suddenly thought of something, and immediately turned pale. Oops, how did I forget the other gods? Hinata Yuen hurriedly got up to check the state of Zishui, and sure enough, there were 2 blood marks on Zishui's face, extending from the eye socket. Those were traces of excessive use of the pupil technique. Hinata Yuen suddenly fell into an ice cave. I read it right, Shisui really succeeded in launching Farewell Tenjin under the control of Madara Uchiha. What order did he give to Tsunade and Kushina? If Madara Uchiha manipulated the water last night and ordered Tsunade and Kushina to obey him with another god, then Tsunade and Kushina, who don't know where they were transmitted, might throw themselves into the net in defect to Madara Uchiha. Then something big will happen. Hinata Yuan suddenly became anxious, eager to wake up Zishui on the spot, and ask him what instructions he had given with other gods. But now Hinata's group of Yuangsu, I'm afraid that the water stop is still controlled by Madara Uchiha, and they are friends and foes. If he wakes him up rashly, Hinata Yuan may not be able to cure him. Just when Hyuuga Yuan was anxious, a strange and powerful force rushed towards Hyuuga Yuan. When a strong enemy attacked, Hinata Yuan was very unrighteous and left the unconscious Uchiha to stop the water, found a bush to hide, and showed his 2 eyes to look out. Hinata Yuan was still quite puzzled. How could this guy with very scary chakra fluctuations seem to know his location, and he just lost it and went to his own direction? Closer to see who it was, Hinata Yuan stood up scolding. Scared me, I spent so much effort to hide, and I was my own person for a long time. That's right, the person who came was none other than the 3 generations of Mizukage who was controlled by the spirit ball of the Void Eye. In other words, it is a puppet of the 3 generations of water shadows. Because after getting closer, Hinata's spiritual will, which Hinata could clearly perceive, no longer existed at all, and he could only obey the arrangements of others like a puppet. This is not something that Hyuuga's spirit ball can do. It should be that Madara Uchiha erased the personality of this Mizukage before. Now, the 3rd generation of Mizukage only has basic intelligence, which is about the same as a 5 or 6-year-old child. Of course, this refers to normal children who have just entered elementary school, not a demon like Hinatamoto. I asked you to bring Akai back to Konoha and it's only here now. Alas, you're a poor man too. Hinata Yuan circled around the Mizukage and sighed. Anyway, it's useless to unlock the control of you now, you can be my puppet with peace of mind. Anyway, follow Madara Uchiha to cause destruction, it's better to follow me for the benefit of the ninja world. Looking at this guy in front of him, Hinata Yuan suddenly remembered Terumi Ming. Terumi is the next generation of Mizukage in the future, so can he seek some capital for Terumi by controlling the current Mizukage? This idea is promising. However, we have to think about how to do it in the long run. Hinata Yuan was in a good mood, jumped up and patted the shoulder of the 3rd generation of Mizukage, and said to himself, I don't know what your name is. Forget it, I'll call you Shui in the future. Shui, in the future, you go up to carry the tower, and I will output it in the back. Hinata Yuan looked at his puppet, and his heart was suddenly filled with a sense of security. As long as you don't meet the hanging, it's still quite safe to have a water shadow as a bodyguard. Putting away his thoughts, Hinata Yuan looked at the unconscious Meikai with his armpits under his arm, and couldn't cry or laugh. This guy has been in a coma last night until now, and he has become the least offender. Hinatamoto asked Shui to put down Meikai, and then ordered Shui to use ninjutsu to change his appearance, and then go to find Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina. It's not that Hinata doesn't want Shui to stay by his side to protect himself, but Hyuuga Gen is going to enter Konoha village, and Shui is not good to hide. After Shui received the order to leave, Hinata Yuan patted Meikai's cheek and shouted, Hey, get up, the sun is all on the ass. Really, how can you sleep so beautifully when we are sinned? Rubbing his eyes, Meikai, who sat up, suddenly remembered something, jumped away from Hinata Yuan, clenched his fists and asked, I remember. It was you who attacked me last night, and I was in a coma. How can a hot-blooded youth be lazy? Hinata Yuan, why are you attacking me? I attacked you, a big-headed ghost. Hinata Yuan looked at the drama in front of him and was powerless to complain, and said in his heart that this guy is really the Kai Emperor in the future. However, Hinata Yuan still patiently explained, Don't be stupid, the me you met yesterday is probably pretending to be an enemy. The battle is over, big guy, you have received the supernatural powers. Really? Meikai scratched his head, looked at the ragged and embarrassed Hinata Yuan in front of him, and then looked at the bloodstained and unconscious Uchiha Shisui on the ground. They really seem to have gone through a big war. Didn't I miss the most exciting and bloody part of this mission? Seeing that Akai's expression suddenly fell, Hinata Yuan didn't know what this thing was thinking, so he could only urge, Don't waste time, Akai. I need you to go to the village and apply for support, I'm here to watch the water stop. Hinata Yuan looked at Shisui on the ground, and then said, Shisui has been hit by the enemy's illusion, and he may attack you and me when he wakes up. We can't wake him up rashly, someone needs to control him. Maiden raised a hand and said in a loud voice, I can help control the water, shall we just carry him back? No. Hinata refused on the spot. Just kidding. Although Hinata didn't know what means Madara Uchiha used, he knew that Shisui had successfully opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Don't be a god, the special ability of the water kaleidoscope. This ability to change the consciousness of others unconsciously, which can be called the strongest illusion, makes Hinata Yuan dare not take this risk. Although the other gods are visual illusions, not making eye contact with them can greatly avoid being hit, but it is not absolute. In the original book, didn't Tuan Zhang cast another god under a bandage and blindfold during the Shadowless talk? Although the other gods in the original book had an extremely long cooldown, it was all transplanted on someone else's body. It's hard to say what it looks like on the original body of the water stop. Therefore, in order to be sure, Hinata insisted on letting Mate Kai go to the village to ask for support. But before he arrived, Mate Kai had only been away for 2 minutes before he returned with 4 Konoha ninjas. I didn't have to walk a few steps before I ran into the village's patrolling ninja, so that's how fast. Mate Kai's explanation solved the confusion in Hinata's mind. The one who was clearly the captain of the patrol ninja stepped out. I'm Kaiki Yamanaka, which team are you from, and what about the captain, why are you so embarrassed? Hinata Yuen looked at the man with yellow hair and a ponytail, and seemed to remember something. High in the mountains, the Zhongshan family. Oh, yes. This man seems to be the father of Ino in the mountains. But at this time, Ino should not have been born yet. Hinata Yuen glanced at him again and said in a deep voice, "We are members of the newly established 9th class. As for the captain, sorry, I can't say when it comes to confidentiality." Hinata didn't want to let the news of Kushina's disappearance get out. Although there are not many people who know that Jusainai is the pillar force of the Nine Tails, once the news leaks, it will inevitably attract the attention of people with a heart. My lord, this companion of mine has been controlled by the enemy with illusion, and now he will attack his teammates. I need your help to get him under control before I can get back to the village. Hinata Moto pointed to the water and said to Yamanaka Kaiki. Yamanaka saw that the 3 boys were not very old, and thought that it was a team that had just graduated from the ninja school, and he didn't raise his guard, so he reached out to the unconscious Shisui and said, "Okay, I have a rope here, tie him up and don't catch it. This teammate of mine is a member of the Uchiha clan and has an extremely dangerous Hitomi technique. If you wake him up, I'm afraid everyone is in danger. It's better to use a ninjutsu such as a sealing technique to restrict his pupil technique first, and then transport him back to the village." Hinata Yuen opened his mouth suddenly, startling several people present. Thankfully, Mate Kai still trusts his friends. But several ninjas on patrol were quite dissatisfied, and they all opened their mouths to reprimand. What did I think? Isn't it just that I can use pupil arts? It's extremely dangerous? I can really blow. That's it, a lower ninja can threaten a few of us middle ninjas? Our Captain Zhongshan is a shinobi, and we need you to teach us how to do things? The 3 patrols chattered, and all of them showed disdain to Hyuga was stopped by Hinata Yuen like this, and Yamanaka Hai was a little unbearable. But after all, he was a person with a calm personality, so he didn't get angry on the spot, but explained in a deep voice, "Don't worry, we will keep an eye on him and won't give him a chance to use his pupil technique." Faced with Yamanaka's relief, Hinata Yuen shook his head. Please, Tuanzang's stealing eyes can unknowingly cast other gods in front of the 4 shadow-level powerhouses, not to mention Zishui himself. I'm afraid it will be more secretive to use, how can you see it? Hinata Yuen didn't want to take the risk, and resolutely disagreed with this plan. Seeing that the boy insisted, Yamanaka Heki was not annoyed, and after thinking for a moment, he said to Hinata Yuen, "In this way, I will perform the family secret technique, heart-turning technique, to control this body mentally to ensure that he will not attack." That's all right. The art of heart-turning, enter the spiritual space of stopping water, big brother. Now the spirit of stopping water is controlled by Madara Uchiha. You go to fight for control with Madara Uchiha, isn't that a lantern in the toilet, looking for death? Hinata Yuen still didn't want to pit the father of Ino Nakayama, one of the 12 little strongs of Konoha, in the future, so he decisively shook his head and refused. Now, even Yamanaka Heki can't hold back the fire a little. I'm a ninja to help you with a shinobi, and even the secret art has been taken out, and you still pick and choose. This can't do that. What else do you want? Really, I don't have a temper? However, this also makes Yamanaka Heki feel unhappy at most, and he won't go crazy. I couldn't stand the fact that there were 3 people next to me who kept running the fire. These 3 shinobi have been studying and performing tasks with Yamanaka Kaika since graduating from the ninja school, and they regard the shinobi as an idol, so they naturally don't allow anyone to be so arrogant in front of their teachers. Hey, little ghost, that's enough. A middle shinobi stood up and scolded Hyuga. When will it be your turn to point fingers at the actions of the upper ninja? That's it. I was so embarrassed that I had to come to ask for help, and I was so arrogant. Don't let us help you. Do you think you can threaten the middle ninja and the upper ninja? In fact, maybe he can only be a lower ninja for the rest of his life. I have to say that although these 2 students spoke a little roughly, every sentence was exactly the pain point of Zhongshan Zongheki. Therefore, Yamanaka did not stand up to stop his students from saying these nasty words. Hinata's expression turned cold. He's not Naruto's kind of "you insult me and abuse me, I'll sacrifice my life to save you" rotten good person. There is revenge, and it is the purpose of Hyuga Yuen to live in a chic way. Again, Hinata Yuen, didn't come to be angry when I crossed over. Hinata Yuen looked at those few people who kept sneering and being extremely noisy, and secretly considered whether to teach them a lesson. Yo, dare you stare at me? I don't have much ability or a small temper. I'm a middle ninja. Can you be a character like the captain of the little lower ninja? When you meet, you want to call me adult, do you understand? The lower ninja? What kind of thing? It's just rubbish, said the most domineering middle ninja with his chin raised, stretched out his finger and pointed at Hinata Yuen's head. The finger poked, and soon it was about to touch Hinatamoto's forehead. Just when Hinata Yuen thought that if this finger dared to touch him, he would break him off, Mate Kai made a move. He grabbed the shinobi's arm, bared his shiny white teeth, and smiled brightly. You're not right. They're not waste. Whether it's Hinatamoto or Uchiha Shisui, they are all first-class geniuses. Mate Kai's smile made the caught Nakashino get goosebumps, and he blurted out in his heart, I'll go. Who is this green guy? Mate Kai raised two thick eyebrows, gave a thumbs up with his other hand, and said with a bright expression, if you still want to insult my two teammates, then I can only do it. Mate Kai's bright smile, shiny front teeth, and thumbs up all made the shinobi feel physically uncomfortable, and he almost couldn't help retching. You're insane. Who's going to fight you? Your team is so bragging. Nakanobi, who was still noisy just now, withdrew his arm with a blue face, and kept wiping the place where he had just been caught by Mate Kai. His expression was quite disgusted. On the contrary, Hinata's expression softened. Mate Kai's actions warmed his heart. Although this guy is sometimes a little nervous, he is still quite good. He deserves to be the Kai Emperor, there is no doubt about it. Hinatamoto gang wanted to say something, but found that the Uchiha Shisui in front of him seemed to be woken up by the dispute just now, and his eyelids trembled and he was about to open them. Not good. Hinata Yuen was quick with his eyes, and immediately aimed at the softest place in the back of his head, and slashed down with a hand knife. This line of smooth operation made several members of the patrol team look stupid. Are you teammates so ruthless? Yamanaka smacked his lips before he could say this. Hinata Yuen also had a bitter face. I don't want to. What can I do? I don't hypnotize. Forgive me, stop the water. The patrolling Zongnin wanted to taunt a few words, but was glared back by Nakayama Hiki. Relying on the power to bully others is something that can't be put on the table, not to mention that the other party is still the hyuuga family, so it can't go overboard. However, we don't have ninjas who can seal. Why don't you wait here and I'll go back to the village to find it? Ninjas who can seal are rare after all, and they may not be able to find them. You can't lie here all the time, can you? Asked Nakayama. Not necessarily. Hinata Yuen pointed to the back of the shinobi's satchel and said, just get a needle anesthesia, and I'll contact the relevant ninja after entering the village. Training teams like this are equipped with medical ninjas as standard, and emergency medicines such as anesthetics and hemostats are definitely available. The thin Zongnin covered his satchel, and was still reluctant, and was urged by Nakayama Hai to take out the anesthetic slowly, and muttered in his mouth, here you go. Be careful if you use too much. Hearing this, Hinata Yuen frowned, glanced at this person again, and recorded the appearance of the three stinky Zongnin. Please, Hinata Yuen is not a good-tempered guy in the first place, and he has long had the idea of teaching people a lesson after being provoked 3 times and twice. Hinata didn't speak, took the anesthetic and pricked it in the neck of the Uchiha Shisui, using only a small amount, but casually threw the entire anesthetic into the mud. The thin medical ninja was distressed when he saw Hinata Yuen so wasteful. Although it is said that this anesthetic cannot be used according to the regulations, in fact, the surplus drug is extracted and sold on the black market, which is also a good income. Was so engaged by Hinata Yuen, this obscure income can be regarded as completely ruined. You know, that bottle of anesthetic that is almost full may sell him for the price of a mission. Hinata Yuen knew that this group of guys was Xiao Juju, so he deliberately did this to disgust them. Let's go, the captain is here, I'll have to go to the Hokage to report the mission myself. Hinata Yuen confirmed that the anesthesia had worked and got up and said, the comatose water stop is carried by Mate Kai, who is in better condition. A guy with no tutor. He doesn't even call the Hokage Lord. Who do you think you are? Hokage-sama is the one you want to see? Another patrolman stepped forward and mocked. Originally, he could also share the income from the sale of medical consumables on the black market, which made him not angry. Hinata Yuen glanced at this person deeply, and this time, the anger in his eyes was no longer hidden. That's enough. You guys don't say a few words. Hiki Nakayama superficially reprimanded his student, but he moved his body quietly, blocking Hinatamoto's view. He is not afraid of Hinata's revenge, but of Hinata's revenge. Although the clan has always had a good reputation, what if? Due to the unpleasant trouble, the patrol team that was supposed to send the 3 Hinata Yuen to the ninja hospital just escorted them to the front of the Konoha gate and then parted ways. After instructing Akai to send Shisui to the ninja hospital, Hinata Gen went straight to the Hokage building to meet the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sunday. What? You said that Tsunade and Kushina are missing. Hearing Hinata's report, Saratobi was shocked. As the strategic weapon of the village, the tailed beast is a great event. I can't say it's missing, right? Hinata Yuen was a little embarrassed, and it was a shame to say that someone had lost 2 of them. You know, this is the first time that Hinata has officially taken on a mission. We encountered Madara Uchiha. Well, the one reincarnated in the filthy earth. There are also 3 generations of Kaze Cage, it seems that they are hooked up together. Hinata Yuen thought about it, but still didn't tell the truth, and then said, fortunately, we all managed to escape, and no one fell into the hands of the enemy. But, in the process of escaping, something happened, and Tsunade and Kushina got separated. What are the injuries of the 2 of them? Sarutobi asked quickly. It should be fine, barely hurt. That's good, that's good. Ape Fury breathed a long sigh of relief, sat back in his chair and said reassuringly, with the strength of those 2 people, as long as they are not fatally injured, they should be able to come back soon, and they don't even need to look for them. Hinatamoto, you said it so badly, it scared me. The truth is really serious. Bei Tianzi, who stopped the water, didn't know what order was given, so maybe the 2 of them would take the initiative to join the enemy. Hinata Yuen wiped his sweat, and that fragmented appearance made Ape Fade Japan feel bad. You don't have anything left unfinished, do you? You'd better tell me some good news, or my heart won't be able to stand it. There was no way. Hinata Yuen had no choice but to bite the bullet and confess to the 3 generations. Tsunade and Kushina have both fallen for each other's illusions, well, the kind of illusions that are very powerful, they can't solve them themselves. Moreover, due to the influence of illusions, it is difficult for them to return to the village on their own. In fact, I was the one who escaped with them. Therefore, we must search for them. Please. Hayagata Mototo bowed deeply towards the 3 generations. At this point, only by mobilizing the power of the village can we ensure the safe return of Tsunade and Kushina. The 3rd generation picked up the cigarette stick and took 2 puffs, and after a long time, he spoke, the news of Uzumaki Kushina's disappearance can't be spread, otherwise not only will there be turmoil in the Konoha high level, but even other countries may take the opportunity to intervene. You go to Bo Feng Shui Gate and go with him to search for the missing Jusainai. As for Tsunade, I'll send Orochimaru and Jiraiya to take care of the search. It's a secret mission. I will declare to the public that your group is still on its mission. I'll send someone I can trust to inform Jiraiya and Orochimaru. You go to Watergate first. Sarutobi is worthy of being the leader of a generation of Konoha ninja village, and quickly formulated a plan to deal with it. Understood. Hinata Yuen took the order, and just walked to the door, but was stopped by Sarutobi Hinata and asked, Hinatamoto, are you really sure that the 3 generations of the Wind Shadow have been mixed in? Hinata Yuen paused, thought for a moment, and then replied in a deep voice, sure. And not only the 3 generations of the Wind Shadow, but even the 3 generations of the Water Shadow are also involved. However, Nizu Cage was defeated by Tsunade and Kushina. Hinata's reply made Sarutobi fall silent again. Every time, all I get from this little guy's mouth is bad news. Is this a disaster? Ape Fury smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Go ahead. Don't forget to go to the hospital to check your body before you go. You're also quite embarrassed. Hinata Yuen nodded, without saying a word, and left. Hinata really had to go to the hospital. It's not that the injuries on his body need to be dealt with. In fact, after unconsciously absorbing the intercolumnar cells, the injuries on Hinata Yuen's body have long been healed, but the mental exhaustion will be difficult to recover for a while and a half. Hurrying to the hospital, Hinata quickly found the location of Matekai and Uchiha Shisui with the white of his eyes. Although this kind of impolite behavior of opening the white eyes in public is expressly forbidden by the family, Hinata Yuen can't control it so much. How's it going? Is he seriously injured? Asked Hinatamoto, who was standing by the bedside. Matekai. He was fine with the water, but he used the pupil technique too much, and his eyes were damaged, and he couldn't see for a while. Also, according to your request, I asked the doctor to anesthetize him again, and he still hasn't woken up. Seeing Hayagamoto coming, Matekai quickly stood up and replied. The captain is missing, his teammates are unconscious, and even Hayagamoto, who can't see any injuries, is covered in blood and tired. Only he himself, because he was knocked out by the enemy early, was still in a full state. This made Matekai feel a deep sense of self-blame in his heart, and when he thought that his teammates were fighting bloodily yesterday, but he was asleep, his heart felt like an ant crawling. Hinata didn't think it was anything. After all, Akai was a ninja who was good at physical arts. Baiju's disguise can't even be seen through by a perceptual ninja, let alone Akai, who was not good at this in the first place. Anyway, it was difficult for Akai to play a role in the showdown full of movie-level powerhouses last night. On the contrary, Hinata Yuen will feel that one less injury is a great thing. Well, it's good that you haven't woken up. Hinata Yuen confirmed with the roll of his eyes that he was really still asleep and did not secretly use the pupil technique, and then sat on the side of the hospital bed and began to squeeze his body. To tell the truth, after last night's thrilling battle, Hayagamoto's spirit at this time was quite exhausted, so the process of refining chakra was extremely difficult. After a long while, Hinatamoto, sweating profusely, barely managed to make a spirit ball. I hope it works. Hinata took a deep breath and forced himself to cheer up before sending the spirit ball in his hand into the chest of the Uchiha Shisui. At the moment when the spirit ball merged into Shisui's body, an indescribable connection appeared between Hinata Yuen and Shisui. At the same time, Madara Uchiha's illusion used to control the water stopped quietly collapsed. After all, one cannot be controlled by two people at the same time. It's successful. Hinata Genko breathed a sigh of relief, and then pulled out the spirit ball from the Uchiha Shisui body, and reabsorbed the chakra back into the body, which barely eased up. Akai, the enemy's control of the water stop has been lifted by me, you stay here and take care of him, I still have a mission. When Zishui wakes up, you can help me tell Zishui. After explaining, Hinata Yuen patted Maidkai on the shoulder, squeezed a smile out of his pale face, and then walked out of the hospital with a swaying body. Wait! Hinata Moto. Maidkai grabbed Hinata Moto, who was about to leave, and said unbearably, you're too tired now, and you need to rest. Hinata Moto's tiredness can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye, and he really can't bear to see Hinata Yuen forcing himself so much. Facing the persuasion of his teammates, Hinata Yuen smiled. Akai's concern made Hinata feel as if he was not so tired. Isn't it just for this fetters that I work so hard? There are few trustworthy friends, and Hinata Yuen can be regarded as a teenager who has crossed over to this hotline in vain. Don't worry, Akai. I'm just looking for someone. With my eyes, I'll be able to complete the task soon. We're teammates, and the task of taking care of ourselves is just as important, so I'll leave it to you. Hinata Moto smiled and hammered Maidkai's chest with his fist before turning to leave. Looking at the back of Hyuga leaving, Maidkai felt that there was a fire burning in his heart. Maidkai knew that his perception ability was not strong, and he was very different from a perceptual ninja with white eyes like Hyuga, who had a blood inheritance limit. Therefore, the sensible Maidkai will no longer make a fuss about completing the task for Hinata. However, watching his tired teammates drag their bodies and have to do tasks, and I can only sit here when I am in good shape. This kind of grievance made Maidkai's chest feel hot. Is this what my father said of the will to protect my companions? I feel that my youth is about to burn. Maidkai clenched his fists, glanced at the bed, and immediately lay down and did push UPS. 1, 2, 3. I have to be strong enough to protect my teammates. At the same time as Maidkai was passionate, Hinata Yuen on the other side was unlucky. Tired, he staggered to the door of Bo Feng Shuman's house, only to find that he had pounced. Watergate is not at home. Hinata Yuen had no other way to contact Watergate, so he asked Watergate's neighbors, and said that Watergate seemed to have gone out to buy groceries, and he should be back in a while. Tisk, what a model of the Hokage's first male virtue. Hinata Yuen complained, and immediately leaned his back against the door panel of Bo Feng Shuman, and sat in front of the door with his legs scattered. It is said that now Hinata Yuen goes to the vegetable market to find the Watergate, which should be the fastest way. But I can't resist. Hinata Yuen is too tired now, he just saved up a little chakra, and he spent a lot of chakra to help stop the water to get out of control, and he couldn't make ends meet. I guess if I learn the art of Bai Hao, I won't be able to save the chakra. Isn't it nonsense to talk about savings with a Nikko clan? In this way, Hinata Yuen narrowed his eyes and pretended to sleep for a while, hurrying to recover his energy. Just when Hinata Yuen felt that it was almost time to get up and go to find Bo Feng Shuman, three eye-catching guys suddenly broke into Hinata Yuen's field of vision. At the same time, the three people also happened to see Hyuga. That's right, this refers to the three patrol shinobi that Hinata Yuen can't wait to beat him. Hey, isn't that the kid I met in the morning? Why is he lying in a mess at the door of someone else's house? Like a beggar. During the patrol, Shinobu patted his two teammates and pointed in the direction of Hinatamoto. Hey, I thought a big family like the Hyuga clan was doing pretty well, why is this person so embarrassed? Shinobu B also looked over during the patrol and clenched his fists. That's right, he's the medical ninja. Zongnansi smiled lewdly and said, you don't know, right? In fact, the Hyuga clan still has a difference between the clans. This kid is so miserable, he looks like a split family. And the separation. Don't be afraid. The three patrols looked at each other and smiled, and immediately decided to take out their anger at the little guy Hinatamoto. Why, is it really that there is no bullying in the world of the Hokage? The three patrolling shinobi walked side by side towards Hinatamoto, and among them, the medical ninja shinobi B also deliberately kicked up a stone and smashed it right at Hinatamoto's feet. Hinata Yuen frowned, he didn't want to waste his precious chakra in such a place. But unfortunately, the truth is often that you don't want to get into trouble, but trouble always gets into trouble without opening your eyes. Hey, that beggar over there. That's right, it's the one who doesn't have eyeballs. What are you sleeping in front of someone else's house? Lao Gao, who was led by Zongnan, raised his chin, looked at Hinata Yuen with his nostrils and asked with a look of underbeating. Hinata Yuen opened his eyes and glared at the three of them, and snorted coldly, what's the matter with you? Yo? It's quite arrogant. The three patrolling shinobi faintly surrounded Hinata Yuen in the middle, and Nakanobu stood in front of Hinata Yuen and began to splash dirty water. I suspect you're hungry and crazy and want to steal people's things. This can't work. Naturally, we patrol to ensure that the village is peaceful, and you cannot be allowed to cause chaos. Come with us. Isn't the security in the village managed by the Konoha police force of the Uchiha clan? Concerning your border patrol, of course, Hinata Yuen knew that these three people were purely here to find trouble, and he was already very impatient to prepare to do it. But hearing this man say that he wanted to go with them, Hinata suddenly calmed down again, and obediently let them push and shove towards the sparsely populated place. It's still not too enjoyable to teach people in the downtown area. Since you are sincerely seeking death, then I will be merciful to satisfy you. Hinata Yuen lowered his head and looked obedient, but he was thinking about how to beat people in his heart. Of course, Hinata Yuen's mental activities are naturally unknown to the three patrols. The three of them thought that Hinata Yuen had confessed, and with a smirk they took Hinata Yuen to a grove that few people visited. But the three of them didn't expect that it was not themselves who vented next, but Hinata Yuen. When they arrived at the place, the three patrols were smiling and rubbing their hands, surrounding Hinata Yuen in the middle, shouting, Stinky boy, let's teach you a good lesson today, so that you know what it means to respect your seniors. Just shout, this is a good place we specially picked. Even if you scream and cut your throat, no one will come to save you. You're right, it's a great place indeed. Thanks, three old men. I'm going to start. Hinata Yuen's words made the three patrolling Natsunobu confused, and they thought that Hinata Yuen was frightened and began to talk nonsense. But the next moment, the end of the three began, because Hinata Yuen had already launched an attack. No one could see clearly, and the three patrolling shinobi instinctively flashed with a flash of silver light, and they all fell unconscious. When they woke up, they found themselves on the ground. And for some reason, the three of them all felt that their limbs were numb, and they couldn't lift their strength, and the back of their heads were in sharp pain, and the face is also hot and painful. However, the reason for the pain in his face is quite clear, because Hinata Yuen is sitting on his back, constantly slapping himself. Hey, get up, it's so cold, you're going to catch a cold on the ground, you're awake, I'm going to call you, little friend. Hinata Yuen woke up one, and then fanned the other one in the same way, until all three of them woke up. What do you kid want to do? What do you want to do? I want to help you finish what you want. But well, the roles have to be changed, Hinata Moto said with a grin as he sat on the back of one of them. In order to save Chakra, Hinata Yuen only opened the void armament for a moment, using the speed advantage to knock them out in the shortest possible time. Then, they were able to disarm and leisurely control their acupuncture points with Bagua Zhang, incapacitating the three of them. Although the wisest choice now should be to leave these three people who have lost their threat and set off to find Bo Feng Shui Gate to do the task. However, Hinata is very unhappy now, very unhappy. So I'm not wasting my time right now. Hinata comforted himself and raised his foot to kick a stone in the other person's face. Yes, that's right, it was the one who kicked the stone at him earlier. Quick, apologize to me. Hinata Yuen changed his seat and said to the three of them boredly, actually, it's not interesting to bully people. I really don't know why this group of brainless people like bullying so much. You stinky boy, hurry up and get me down, you know who I am. Hinata's slap interrupted the man's noise, and he stomped on the man's head and pinned his face to the ground. I'm most annoyed by people like you. Even if you are the king of heaven, you have to pretend to be a grandson at this time, do you understand? That is, we are in the same village. If you are captured by the enemy and still have such a bad mouth, you will die a miserable death. Hinata Yuen stepped on the person's toes and turned, feeling even more bored. Your bad mouth made me very unhappy before, and you still want to bully me, Quick, apologize to me. Hinata Moto's feet strained, and he was very unhappy at the thought that the villagers he wanted to protect also had this kind of goods. Another patrol ninja who was slumped on the ground swallowed and hesitated for a long time before he whispered that, now that you're stepping on him, he can't seem to speak. Oh, so, do you know it's wrong? I know. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. Nakanobi, who was frightened by Hinata Moto's eyes, quickly admitted his mistake and crackled and said a bunch of apologies. Hinata Yuen was tired of hearing it, and the man didn't stop yet. That's enough. I said, enough, stopped it several times without letting him stop his mouth, and the impatient hyuuga Yuen went up with a big mouth, and then he cleared up. Why, if you sincerely admit your mistakes, you will be beaten. This Zongren looked aggrieved, and tears were about to come out. Who the hell is the bully? Where did you come from? So much nonsense, apologize. Hinata Yuen ignored this person's grievances and turned his head to look at the third person. This person is the one who provides anesthetic medical ninjas. Oh, I'm not unaware of your little tricks. I don't have to deal with the resale of village supplies, and I'm not interested in it. But, Hinata Yuen walked up to the medical ninja, sat on his back and crossed Jiro's legs, and taught, if you want to be a mouse and steal something to eat, you have to be a mouse. Don't think that this is really your deserved benefit. If you steal it, hide in the corner with gratitude to fill your stomach. You actually hold a grudge against me because of this kind of thing. Your three views are really distorted. Hinata's words surprised the medical ninja, although there are many people who have done this kind of self-enriching thing, but after all, it will not see the light. If they are stabbed in the face, they will also face extremely severe punishment. Therefore, this medical ninja's eyes dodged, and he didn't dare to admit it. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Still pretending, dare to admit it, it's so disgusting. Hinata Yuen got up and picked up the medical ninja, threw him to the ground again, and scolded angrily the moth of Konoha village. At this time, the first one who was stepped on by Hinata Yuen raised his head with difficulty, spit out a few mouthfuls of dirt, and said with difficulty, I instructed him to do this. If you want to expose it, report me, don't embarrass him. Yo, it's quite righteous. Hinata Yuen took a deep look at this middle ninja with a face full of dirt, and suddenly felt that this group of people was not a complete scumbag. The medical ninja who was thrown to the ground by Hinata heard that his teammates wanted to take the blame for himself, and hurriedly wanted to explain, but was forcefully interrupted by Hinatamoto. That's enough. You've made me look like a bad guy because of your brotherly affection and affection. Hinatamoto, dragging the 3 patrol ninjas who couldn't move into a row, stood in front of the 3 of them and pinched their waists and said, I said it, I'm not interested in you stealing chickens and dogs. As long as it's not digging the foot of the wall at the moment of Konoha crisis, it's not a big crime. This kind of thing is handled by the village. I'm teaching you a lesson today, just because you have a bad mouth, which makes me very unhappy, that's all. Quick, apologize to me. I'm sorry. Only the one who was stepped on by Hinata Yuen and ate a mouthful of soil, because he lost the most face and couldn't pull his face, he twisted for a while before he said sorry. I didn't hear you, be louder. Hinata yelled dissatisfiedly. I'm sorry, the 3 shinobu raised their voices, but Hinata Yuen was still not satisfied, and shouted again, the voice is uneven, do it again. I'm sorry. This time it was neat and loud. Hinata nodded with satisfaction, patted the dust on his hands, and said, it's almost. Let's see if you dare to bully people in the future. If I catch you bullying people again, I have to make you kneel and sing Conquest. Hinata Yuen turned around and left a sentence of you will be able to regain mobility in 2 hours, and was about to leave. But after a few steps, he suddenly stopped again and looked back at the dirt-covered shinobi. If you want to seek revenge on me, you'd better have the corresponding strength. Otherwise, he. Looking at the guy with a dirty face, the resentful and cursed eyes in his back turned into fear, Hinata Yuen didn't say much, and left in style. This kind of resentment is not worthy of Hinataewon in his heart, but, to tell the truth, Hinataewon, who has taught these 3 people a lesson, is not very comfortable in his heart, but a little awkward. What's wrong with me? This is the rhythm of being a virgin? How can I teach a few bad people and feel uncomfortable? You must know that if I am not strong enough, I will be the one who will be beaten. Hinata Yuen shook his head, shook his chaotic thoughts out of his head, and bled up his spirit to find Bo Feng Shuman. When he looked up, he found that Bo Feng Shuman was standing not far in front of him, looking at him with a smile. Hyuga rubbed his eyes and confirmed that the person in front of him was Mizuman. Before he could speak, Watergate spoke first. How's it going? How does it feel to fight violence with violence? Hinata Yuen clasped his hands on his chest, raised his neck, and replied rather stubbornly, that's much better than being beaten. Mizuto laughed, walked up to Hinata Yuen, rubbed the boy's head, and patiently guided, but this doesn't bring you real happiness, does it? Perhaps, it would be better to solve it in another way. Hinata Yuen pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He realized that Watergate wanted to educate himself repeatedly and cultivate himself into a sunny boy like him. Why, you also want to be my teacher? Duh ba. Although the Watergate is not bad, there are too many people who want to educate themselves. Not to mention the elders of the old father and mother clan, the Uchiha Madara, the 3 generations of Hokage, and the 3 shinobi. Hinata Yuen thought about it, and he was not sensitive to Shuman's preaching, so he hurriedly said that he was down to business. Mizuman-sama, I'm just about to ask you to do a mission. I told you don't worry. That, we lost Kushina-sama when we were doing a mission. Hinata Yuen lowered his head a little weakly. After all, in the strict sense of the word, Uzumaki Kushina was lost by herself. Bo Feng Shuman was not as nervous as Hinata Yuen imagined, and even angry. In fact, after listening to Hinata's words, Mizuto still smiled, like a fake. Yes, I see. Mizuto rubbed Hinata's head again and said softly, Hokage-sama has asked the Shadow Ninja to hand over the mission scroll to me, and I already know what happened. Don't blame yourself too much, it's too hard for you to encounter a powerful enemy like the legendary ninja, even if it's in the form of filthy earth. Mizuman's comfort made Hinata even more guilty, and quickly said, Mizuman-sama, aren't you worried about Kushina-sama? Without further ado, let's set off to find her. In the face of Hinata's proposal, Mizuman did not seem to be in a hurry, but replied with a slight smile, of course I'm worried about her. So, I'm actually already going. Now in front of you, I am just a shadow clone. No wonder you look heartless and not worried at all. After working for a long time, the body has already left. Hinata Yuen glanced at Shuman, and immediately pulled him out of the village. but Mizuto picked up Hinata Yuen with his backhand and gently touched the boy's forehead. I really need your help with the rolls of my eyes, but you can't push yourself too hard. Get some sleep first, and I'll take you to keep up with the main body. With a little bit of the Watergate, Hinata Yuen only felt sleepiness attack, and his eyelids were about to close uncontrollably. Can I still take into account the physical condition of a child like me if I lose my daughter-in-law? I can only say that it is worthy of Watergate, it is really gentle. Hinata Moto sighed and fell asleep. By the time Hinata woke up, it was already the next morning. After a night's rest, although Hinata Yuen failed to fully recover the body functions that he had been squeezing wildly, he could be called relaxed and refreshed. Turning his head, Watergate was sitting on the edge of the bed smiling at himself, like a kind old father looking at his child. Are you awake? I've gone to your house to get a set of clothes, and I've put them in the bathroom. Mizuto threw a pair of children's slippers next to the bed, urging Hinata to hurry up. In this way, Hinata was pushed into the bathroom by the Watergate in a daze. Why are there children's slippers in the Watergate house? Hinata was puzzled. It can't be bought for yourself, right? After finishing and changing clothes, Hinata Yuen was greeted to the dinner table by Watergate again. A rich breakfast was prepared, and, it seems, it should be a children's course, because the omelette inside is still heart-shaped. Although he was a little uncomfortable with this enthusiasm, Hinata still picked up his chopsticks under Mizuman's expectant eyes and put the food in his mouth. The next moment, Hinata Yuen cried, "Woo woo, this is also too delicious." The hungry Hinata Yuen couldn't care about it so much, and feasted on it. While eating, Hinata Yuen suddenly discovered that with his shallow knowledge of nutrition in his previous life, this breakfast meal was not only delicious, but also nutritionally balanced. Details, too detailed. Hinata Yuen was moved, and at the same time couldn't help but sigh. Think about the stinky dad who can only use gossip to slap himself. Why is my life so miserable? Hinata wiped away her non-existent tears and strongly advised her female compatriots to dress as Uzumaki Kushina if they had the opportunity to wear it to the Hokage world. If you don't wear a good man, forget it, and grab a man with the bloody pepper? Finish eating? Let's go! Mizuto put the cutlery in the sink before taking Hinata out of the village. By the way, Hinata Moto, don't you get motion sickness? After leaving the village, Mizuman lowered his head and asked Hinata Moto, can you still take the car to find Kushina? Watergate smiled mysteriously. Because next, it's going to be soon. What? Before Hinata could hear what Shimaizuman had said in the last few words, he threw it on his back. For the next period of time, Hinata Yuen couldn't see the scene in front of him clearly. Because the Watergate body was on the way, he took the lead in finding Jusainai. He marked the mark of Flying Thunder God along the road. Therefore, the way for the doppelganger Mizuman to take Hyuuga Yuen to find the main body Mizuman is to continuously use the Flying Thunder God technique. That experience. Let's put it this way, Hinata seems to be in a car that is seriously speeding. What? You say it's nothing? Hinata Yuen is talking about a crazy speeding roller coaster. This is especially people fly in front, and souls chase behind. Hinata Yuen had the heart to shout at the Watergate to slow down, but the speed was too fast for the wind to slap his face, and he couldn't open his mouth at all. I wanted to pat the Watergate, but I didn't dare to let go. In the end, Hinata could only frantically hit the back of the Watergate with his head, but the Watergate turned a blind eye to this and had no intention of slowing down at all. Soon, the doppelganger Mizuman took Hyuuga Yuen to find the body. It's here, body, I've done everything you ordered. The doppelganger Shuman smiled and clapped his hands with the main body Shuman, and immediately turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. The slightly tired Mizuman was overjoyed to see Hinata Moto coming. After all, the white-eyed search ability was well known. After searching alone all night to no avail, he can be regarded as looking forward to Hinata. Hinata Moto, you. Hinata Moto-ching made a face, waved his hand and walked to the side first, holding the tree and vomiting. Good guy, I know why I was so gentle before the Watergate. I have seen this trick in the art of war, called salute first and then soldier. The love breakfast that has moved Hinata Yuen for a long time has been spit out without a drop. You've got my touches back. Alright, Mizuman-sama, can you find any trace of Kushina-sama? Hinata Moto, who had finally recovered from his recovery, wiped his mouth with a pale face and asked Mizuto. Watergate is also a little embarrassed. It seems that he took Hyuuga Yuen to fly twice, and the experience was not very good. What if a customer gives a bad review? Ahem, don't think about this if your daughter-in-law is lost. Watergate cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, I have searched more than 50 villages, but I have not found any trace of Kushina. Looks like I'm going to have to ask you, searching the village? This is not necessarily the right direction. Kushina really wasn't necessarily passed on to the village. Hinata was a little embarrassed. The randomness of the miscarriage was too great, and he had no clues. Seeing Hineda's embarrassment, Mizuman explained, "Don't worry, even if she is affected by illusion, she will definitely not stay in the barren mountains, she will definitely go to a populated place. Jusainai, this person, I can't stand loneliness the most." Looking at Mizuto's determined eyes, Hineda Yuen nodded. Since it was Watergate, he had no reason not to believe it. After all, Watergate can be said to be the person who knows Jusainai in the world. It's much easier to just search for villages, but it's much easier than searching aimlessly. Hineda Yuen immediately closed his eyes and refined the chakra. By the time he opened his eyes again, those white and flawless eyes had become as bright as the starry sky. Hineda Yuen controlled his body to float up, using his void eyes to search for 100 miles around the other party. But alas, he didn't find out about Kushina's chakra reaction. "No, Lord Watergate, let's go search for the next place." Hineda Yuen landed, shook his head at the Watergate, and climbed on the back of the Watergate again. Then, Mizuman ran with Hineda Yuen on his back to the edge of Hineda's line of sight that Hineda had just searched. Then, Hyuuga Yuen opened his eyes and took off, expanding the scope of exploration by 100 miles. After 7 days of repeating, Hineda finally found Kushina's traces, and followed the whereabouts of this chakra remnant all the way, and finally found Jusainai in a remote fishing village. However, after Hineda Yuen and Mizuman arrived at the village, they were not calm for a moment. Especially the Watergate, the already fluffy golden yellow hair is even more erect. Hineda Yuen can clearly feel that the super warm man next to him has turned into an extremely dangerous nuclear bomb that may explode at any time in an instant. Because a wedding is taking place in this fishing village, and the heroine of the wedding is the missing Kushina, have an illusion that the golden hair of the Watergate seemed to have become green at this moment. But seeing that the Watergate is about to turn black, how dare Hineda Yuen be cheap? Hurriedly grabbed the Watergate that almost lost his mind, Hineda Yuen shouted, "Calm down. Lord Mizuman is calm. Lord Kushina is probably affected by illusion and I don't know very well, don't worry." In the village, as the bride, Uzumaki Kushina looked stupid, occasionally turning his head to look at the groom beside him, vaguely feeling that something seemed to be wrong, but he couldn't remember. And next to Juzine, the guy who almost put a colored hat on Bo Feng Shuman, coincidentally is also a yellow hair. "Are you willing to marry this young lady and protect her for the rest of your life?" "I do." Faced with the wedding officiant's question, Xiao Huangmao replied without knowing whether he was alive or dead. The fact of picking up a beautiful daughter-in-law for nothing made him extremely excited. "Would you like to marry this gentleman and accompany him for the rest of your life?" Jusainai tilted her head to look at the yellow hair beside her again, and the feeling that something was wrong was even stronger, which made her hesitate. "I don't want to. I don't agree with this marriage." At this critical moment, Hineda Yuen arrived in time and jumped between the newlyweds with a shout. He doesn't want to complain anymore. "Is it reasonable for you to hold a Western-style wedding in a Japanese fishing village?" Hineda interrupted the process in a sweat and shouted to the villagers, "Now, you all go back to your own house and find your own mother. The doors and windows are closed tightly, so as to make less noise. In this way, maybe you can pick up a life. Hurry!" Seeing that someone was making trouble, the villagers were unwilling, and they all gathered around and accused Hineda Yuen. "Whose child is this? Why is he so ignorant? That's it, how can you delay other people's lifelong events?" Hineda Yuen looked at the Watergate that was walking towards the village step by step, which had been completely blackened, seemed to emit black smoke all over his body, and his 2 eyes were shining red with blood, and he was very anxious. "There's no time to reason." Hyuuga was in a hurry, and immediately covered the chakra in his fist and slammed it to the ground. A loud bang covered the mouths of the villagers, and the smoke and pit left on the ground shocked the villagers, who had never seen much of the world. "This lady is not something you can provoke. If you don't roll, I won't be smashing the ground." Hineda Yuen looked around and threatened viciously, knocking on the Kanaha forward guard on his right arm. "By the way, this boy seems to be a ninja. Ninjas can kill, run." The frightened villagers suddenly scattered like a flock of frightened birds. The yellow hair who had ruined the good thing wanted to say something, but he was glared at by Hineda Yuen viciously, and immediately swallowed the words into his stomach and ran away. "I'm here to save you, do you know it? Dare to wear a LV hat to Watergate, I don't know how to die." Seeing the crowd disperse, Hineda Yuen finally breathed a sigh of relief. And Kushina, who was stunned and looked at Hyuuga Yuen for a long time, seemed to finally remember who Hyuuga Yuen was, and immediately his eyes lit up, and he rushed to Hyuuga Yuen and hugged the boy. "Son, my son." Kushina hugged Hineda Yuen tightly, and rubbed her cheek against Hineda Yuen's forehead, very intimately. "Son? What the hell?" Hineda Yuen was strangled and almost out of breath. If it hadn't been repeatedly specially trained by Zhao Miming before, it is estimated that he would have fainted. "Don't rub it yet. Look at who's over there," Hineda said with difficulty, pointing behind Kushina. Kushina looked back, and his eyes met the Watergate that was about to explode with vinegar. The next moment, Hineda Yuen felt a loosening of his neck, and the whole person fell. It turned out that Jusainai was stunned when he looked at the Watergate. I remembered. Kushina suddenly clapped his hands and shouted, I'm not going to marry him, I'm going to marry you. Handsome guy, do you want to marry me? Jusina almost flashed to Mizuman's side, stretched out a finger to hook Mizuman's chin and said. Hinata Moto rubbed his aching buttocks. He had no doubt that if there was a wall at this time, Jusinai would be able to make a wall knock against the water gate. And the water gate that was teased by Jusinai changed from the haze back to the original sunny boy in an instant, hugging Jusinai's waist and smiling brightly. Little fool, you've already married me. Hinata Moto, gross. Please, there's a 5-year-old underage child here. Is it really okay for you to sprinkle dog food like this? Hinata Yuen couldn't afford to vomit. Kushina was also confused. What? Really? When did I hook up with such a handsome guy and bring it home? Why don't I remember? Oh yes. I must have a husband, and I don't have a son without a husband. Kushina looked back at Hinata, and her eyes lit up again. You can spare me. Hinata Yuen felt deeply uncomfortable, and hurriedly rubbed the spirit ball in his hand, trying to help Kushina get out of this strange state as quickly as possible. The amnesiac woman is terrible. Hinata Yuen was in a cold sweat, and finally managed to condense the spirit ball before Kushina locked herself again, and stuffed it into Kushina's body while she was not paying attention. But this time, Hinata Yuen only succeeded in controlling Kushina, and failed to relieve her strange state. Hinata, what are you doing here? Protecting his wife, the crazy demon wave Feng Shui man was reluctant, and in his perspective, he only saw Hinata Yuen stuffing a strange ball of light into his wife's body, and his wife stood there still. It's obviously a state of being controlled by others. He. The hero is sad to pass the beauty pass, and the ancients are honest and do not deceive me. Bo Feng Shuman, who has always been smart and clever, will also lose his sense of proportion when he is extremely worried about his wife. Hinata Yuen glanced at Mizuman with disdain, stuck out his tongue and grimaced before explaining, I'm trying to help Kushina-sama get rid of the ninjutsu-controlled state. Can't you see that Kushina-sama's state is weird? It's true that Jusinai must have been controlled and lost his mind, otherwise he wouldn't have held that with others. Can you do it? Watergate didn't even want to mention the word wedding. Hinata shook his head. Previously, Madara Uchiha used illusion to control 3 generations of Mizukage, which was essentially to establish a spiritual connection. And Hinata's spirit ball is a stronger kind of mind control, covering this connection, so that others can get rid of Madara's control. But Uzumaki Kushina's condition is different, she was brainwashed by the other gods of Uchiha Shisui. The bell still needs to be tied to the bell, I'm afraid, only stopping the water can help Jusinai recover to his original state. Hinata Yuen guessed. Let's go back to the village first. I can't solve this technique, maybe someone in the village can solve it. Hinata didn't say anything about stopping the water, but just suggested to the water gate. Mizuto nodded, looked at Kushina, who was controlled by Hyuuga Moto, and asked, Kushina is controlled by you, is this okay? It's really not good to control Kushina in front of the water gate, but let's unravel it. Thinking about the mentally disordered Kushina, it is so terrible, Hinata Yuen doesn't want to be locked in his throat anymore. No problem, let's do it first. I'm afraid she'll run around. Hinata Yuen was embarrassed to say it directly, so he casually made an excuse. But in order to take care of Mizuman's feelings, Hinata Yuen added, if you care about this matter after all, it's not impossible to untie it. Why don't we find a way to put Kushina-sama to sleep first? Why are you sleeping? I think Kushina's current state is quite cute, Minato said with a sudden smile. Maybe because of amnesia, Jusinai suddenly changed back to the bold, hot, and charming appearance when the two first met. This makes Shuman, who is already an old husband and wife, miss it very much. Hinata Moto? BAA. You think it's cute, but I'm almost in danger of my life. Although there aren't many opportunities to be held tightly like Kushina. Ahem. Hinata Motoyashimasa rhetorically rejected Mizuman's proposal. It's just that Hinata still lifted control of Kushina. However, that was based on the premise that Watergate used illusion to hypnotize Kushina first. Hinata Yuen led the way, and Mizuman carried the unconscious Kushina, and the 3 of them returned. Halfway through, Hinata Yuen suddenly thought of something and stopped suddenly. What's wrong? Asked Mizuman, who had Kushina on his back. Lord Watergate, you said that Lord Kushina will definitely go to crowded places, and he will also go to villages in the barren mountains and mountains. This is due to his character. I'm wondering if Tsunede's sister, who is also affected by illusions, will also go to her favorite place. Mizuto asked in surprise when he heard this. Tsunade-sama is also missing. Did I leak information again? Hinata Yuen patted his leaky mouth, his little face turned red, and he hurriedly changed the topic and said that, although the task of finding Tsunede's sister has been handed over to someone else, I still want to help. Lord Mizuman, why don't you go back to the village to settle Lord Kushina first, and then I'll go. I'll go with you. Before Hinata Yuen finished speaking, Mizuto interrupted with a smile. After all, I'm fast, and I'm a little faster to search. I'm afraid that you're too fast. Hey, Hinata Yuen was still thinking about how to refuse euphemistically, but Mizuman had already picked up Hinata Yuen and asked, "Where are you going?" Let's say. Hinata Yuen didn't struggle anymore, just said 2 words. Casino. If there is the most likely question of where Tsunade is appearing, it is undoubtedly the casino. Sure enough, in the big casino in the nearest city, Hinata Yuen suddenly found that familiar figure. "Ha ha ha, you've lost again. Do you have enough money? If not, I wouldn't suggest you use anything else to pay off your debts." The gamblers on the side looked at Tsunade, who had lost several games in a row, and wanted to stretch out his salty pig hand towards the pair of rough waves. And Tsunade seems to be still immersed in the grief of consecutive defeats, and he doesn't seem to notice this offensive action with his head down. Seeing this, Hinata Yuen's eyes sharpened, and he immediately flashed in front of the 2 of them, firmly holding the salty pig hand. "Hurt, where is the little kid who dares to make trouble in the casino? Do you want to die?" Hinata Motoii threw the man out and knocked down several gaming tables. In fact, even if Hinata doesn't appear, no one will be able to eat Tsunade's tofu. Tsunade's opportunity appearance is completely pretended. She thought that she could cheat out this group of ill-intentioned people, take a beating to eliminate the depression of losing the gambling game, and then extort a sum of gambling money. By the way, seeing that someone disturbed her good thing, Tsunade was still a little unhappy. But as soon as he looked up and saw that it was Hinata, Tsunade's expression instantly changed from gloomy to joyful. "You're Hinata Moto, why is this scene so familiar?" A bad premonition instantly came to his mind. Hinata Yuen wanted to run, but he was still a step slower, and was grabbed by Tsunade and held him firmly in his arms. "Not. Is this a facial cleanser? It's so soft. Oh no, it's boring. Let me out." Hinata struggled painfully between Tsunade's deep ravines, but his little strength was nothing compared to Tsunade. In the end, Hinata Moto still gave in and let Tsunade ravage. Seeing this, the water gate on the side laughed out loud without conscience. Hinata didn't hesitate to give it a middle finger. "If you don't come to save me, you'll laugh. What about the gentle and warm man who said yes? Why is the powder cut black? Humph. How dare you smash the field? I don't think you want to live anymore, he. Causing such a big loss, it's not okay to compensate." A group of fierce-looking men came out of the casino, one by one, holding knives and sticks, and surrounded Tsunade, who was holding Hinata Moto. And in the face of this group of things that don't know whether they are dead or alive, Hinata Yuen is too lazy to move. Tsunade alone is enough. "Good boy, you wait for me, I'll clean up the garbage." The warm reunion, recently Tsunade felt warm, was interrupted. Tsunade was angry, and after putting Hinata Yuen down, he rubbed his fists and walked towards this group of bad people. In order to prevent being sprayed with blood, Hinata Yuen hurriedly took a few steps back, sat with his hands on his chest and waited for the show to appear. And this group of hooligan ruffians didn't know that they were going to be unlucky. Seeing the big waves of beauties approaching, they were still smiling evilly, and even drooling. However, next, Hinata Yuen admired the trapeze. However, the average trapeze artist falls from the sky, and what Hinata Yuen appreciated was hammered up to the sky by Tsunade and then down. Tut, it's too violent. Hinata Yuen sighed, regretting that there was no fries popcorn, otherwise it would be perfect. The water gate on the side walked over, stretched out a hand to try to block Hinata's vision, and muttered, "The picture is too exciting, not suitable for children." It didn't take long for Tsunade, who had cleaned up this group of scum, to clap his hands refreshingly and return to Hinata Moto's side. And Hinata Yuen didn't just watch the show just now, so he hurriedly took the opportunity to stuff the prepared spirit into Tsunade's body. But this time, Hinata Moto overturned. The glittering spirit ball was sent into Tsunade's body by Hinata Moto, and he thought that he would be able to stop Tsunade. But unexpectedly, Tsunade just shook the tiger's body, and then squeezed out Hyuga's spirit ball. "Hinata Moto? What's going on? The invincible mind control ball actually missed out on Tsunade? This is something that has never happened before." Hinata was puzzled. "Good son, what is that?" Tsunade asked, frowning. "This thing wanted to affect my will, and I popped it out at once. I'm such a sober person, can I still be controlled by this thing?" Tsunade's confident speech made Hinata's face darken. "If you don't take advantage of me, I might believe it." However, such a fuss also let Hinata Yuen know that the control ability of this spirit ball is not almighty. The third generation of Mizukage was controlled by Madara Uchiha with illusion for a long time, and his mental condition was already very poor, and his will defense line was weak, so Hinata Yuen was able to control it perfectly. As for Uzumaki Kushina, to put it mildly, it's hard to say whether this product has a will defense line or not, and it is natural to be a good deception, so Hyuga Yuen got his hands on it. If in the future, Hinata Yuen encounters an enemy who can't defeat a powerful enemy, and tries to control him with a spirit ball, that's death. Can a ninja with a strong mental will completely resist his own mind control? Fortunately, Tsunade let me discover this flaw. Hinata Moto glanced at Tsunade deeply, and couldn't help but sigh in surprise in his heart. Tsunade doesn't belong to the category of Boda brainless. Let's go home. Hinata Yuen gave up using the spirit ball to restrict Tsunade, turned around and grabbed Tsunade. Go home. Where is my home? I can't remember. Tsunade tilted his head, as if thinking about something, but couldn't find a clue. Hinata Yuen also saw it, if he guessed correctly, that other gods that night when Zishui was under the control of Madara should not have changed their consciousness and let them go to Madara Uchiha. Instead, it only affected the memories of Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunadeheim, similar to amnesia. Is it because you are not familiar with the other gods who have just mastered it, or is it too difficult to forcibly reverse the consciousness of the two strong people, or, because of his own reasons, the butterfly effect produced makes the other gods who stopped the water not as powerful as in the original book? Hinata Yuen is not very clear. I'm afraid that these can only be answered by asking Zishui himself. The four of them returned to the village and went directly to the ninja hospital. Originally, both Tsunade and Kushina should have been handed over to a medical ninja who specialized in dissolving illusions. But at Hinata's request, both Kushina and Tsunade were taken to the hospital room where the water was stopped by Hayagamoto. Zishui, are you awake? How is your health? Hinata Yuen, who came to the ward, was overjoyed to find that Zishui had woken up. He motioned for Watergate Akai and the others to stay away, leaving only himself and the two people affected by the illusion in the ward where the water stopped. My body is fine, but my brain is a little dizzy, and I always have nightmares. Zishui smiled bitterly. Hinata nodded. He guessed that the water stop could suddenly open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, and it must have something to do with the loss of light in Madara Uchiha's writing wheels. It's just that Hinata Yuen doesn't know, Izanagi or Izanami, which of these two techniques can help the Uchiha clan open their eyes. Although I really want you to rest, you broke this basket yourself, and you have to be responsible for making it up. Hinata Yuen shrugged, pulled Tsunade and Kushina to this side, and asked Shisui, do you remember what you did to them? Remember. It should be temporarily confusing the memories of Tsunade-sama and Kushina-sama. The bitterness on Shisui's face became heavier, and he said helplessly, that person ordered me to control Tsunade-sama and Kushina-sama to submit to him. But for me who has just turned on the special ability, it would be too much to completely reverse the consciousness of the two people. So, I subconsciously confused their memories to facilitate control. I'm going to unravel the illusion for Tsunade-sama and Kushina-sama, said Shisui as he tried to sit up from the hospital bed. Wouldn't it be too reluctant? After all, you're also Hinata Yuen said with concern as he helped him stop the water. Zishui shook his head stubbornly. It doesn't matter. It's much easier to unravel an illusion than to cast it. Moreover, I caused it, and I should be responsible for it. Oh, okay, hurry up. Hinata Yuen was also polite. Seeing that Kushina kept looking out of the ward and kept muttering that he wanted to find the yellow-haired little handsome guy, Hinata Yuen said that he had eaten enough dog food. Let's end it quickly. It would be rude to abuse the dog again. Hinata Yuen's straightforwardness made Zishui stunned, but this upright boy didn't think about it so much, and began to try to unravel the influence of other gods for the two. Sister Tsunade, Sister Kushina, you all relax a little and try not to resist. At the same time as Hinata Yuen reminded him, he also opened his closed eyes. The extremely elegant and beautiful kaleidoscopic eyes flickered slightly, and both Tsunade and Kushina quieted down. Blood was pouring from between the fingers, apparently a symptom of excessive use of the pupil. Obviously, unraveling the other gods is not as simple as he says. Hinata Yuen deliberately cared about stopping the water, but Tsunade and Kushina, who were suddenly affected by the illusion, seemed to lose their minds for a moment, and fell down in a daze. Under the trade-off, Hinata Yuen still took the lead in supporting Tsunade Kushina and the two so that they would not fall. Someone from outside comes in to help. Hinata Yuen shouted, and Mizuto and Akai, who were waiting anxiously outside the ward, rushed in. Seeing his wife faint, Watergate was even more worried. Fortunately, Hinata Yuen explained to him in time that this was just the sequelae of the illusion, and it was not a big problem. The uproar in the ward caused dissatisfaction among the nurses on duty. The nurse who came to check on the situation found that Zishui's eyes were bleeding, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and bury her grievances. How can you let this patient use the pupil technique again? Don't you want the eyes anymore, doctor? Miss Nurse's words made Hinata feel quite guilty. In fact, he had already felt that the eyes that stopped the water should be overwhelmed. Just turned on the kaleidoscope to forcibly control the two shadow-level powerhouses, it was already a blessing that he was not blind, and let him use the pupil technique to lift it again. It's quite reluctant, indeed. However, Hinata also did this to protect the water. Tsunade and Kushina are not ordinary, and their situation will be taken seriously by the village. If it is discovered by the village higher UPS, Zishui has the ability to control two strong men. Even if it is temporarily controlled, it will inevitably be targeted by those who have a heart. It's like Danzo in the original book. Soon, the ward was in chaos again. Tsunade, who has returned to normal, immediately threw himself into his work, working with several doctors and nurses to treat the Uchiha Suzumi, who was overusing his eyes. And Jusainai, who has regained consciousness, is not good at all. Recalled his previous bold act, and blushed into the arms of the Watergate. Looking at the two people who were chewing their ears and showing affection, Hinata Mototori raised his middle finger. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also came to join in the fun. When Hinata entered the village, he had already asked the registered ninja to tell the Hokage that both of them had been found. Therefore, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who formed a team to find Tsunade, quickly returned to the village after receiving the notice. The two of them were very curious about why Hinata was able to find Tsunade so quickly. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Hyuuga, where did you find Tsunade? Hyuuga, casino. Jiraiya, Orochimaru 666. Hearing Hinata explanation, Jiraiya and Orochimaru both felt unexpected and reasonable, and they both sighed that Hinata grasp of Tsunade's nature was so accurate. Then, because one of them couldn't hold back his laughter, the two were invited out by Tsunade for disrupting the medical order. However, in view of the rough method of pleas, Jiraiya, who was punched by one person, and Orochimaru unanimously said that Tsunade was annoyed and angry. Then one of them took another punch. Seeing that Hinata was trembling on the side, he quickly covered his mouth and told Tsunade that he would never talk more anymore. In this way, in the second half of the night, the injury of Zishui's eye has been stabilized, the doctors and nurses left, and Mizuman Juzunei and others also left the scene, leaving only Hinata and Maitkai to stay in the ward to take care of Zishui. Akai, I'm hungry. You can go to the nightclub and buy me some instant noodles, add 2 sausages by the way. Hinata suddenly rubbed his stomach and said to Maitkai. Maitkai didn't think much about it, nodded and agreed, took Hinata's change and went out. This is the point, how can there be a store open? Really? Zishui on the hospital bed shook his head with a smile, turned his head to Hinata and asked, You Branchikai, do you have anything to ask me? Look, that's the benefit of talking to a smart person. Hinata got up and closed the door of the hospital room before he spoke. It's not so much a question as I want to give you some advice. Shisui, your writing wheel eye, it's not just Sangatama, right? Hinata returned to the bedside, grabbed Uchiha Shisui's hand, and said sincerely that new ability is too sensitive, and it may cause panic once it is exposed. Moreover, it can also make people who have a heart remember these eyes. So, stop the water, don't tell anyone about the special abilities of your eyes, whether it's family, friends, or even Kushina-sensei. Remember, don't tell anyone. Hinata's tone was sincere and stern, as if he knew exactly what would happen if his special ability to write wheels was revealed. This made Zishui surprised and a little moved at the same time. The gods can modify the will of others without being discovered by others, so as to achieve the goal of controlling others. In addition, by using the confusion caused by the influence of the will, it is also possible to temporarily amnesia the enemy. Kindness is like stopping water, and I haven't realized what a terrifying existence the art of other gods is. I just think it's an auxiliary ninjutsu. However, Shisui himself is not clear, but Hinata is quite clear. This is officially recognized as the strongest illusion in the original book, and it is said to be a powerful illusion that can turn anyone the caster sees into his puppet. Hinata didn't know when that guy from Danzo had been staring at Shisui's eyes, but he vaguely remembered that Tuanzang almost blatantly attacked Shisui and forcibly took away one of Shisui's eyes. That means that Tuanzang must have clearly known that the eyes of the waterstop were very unusual when he made his move, and he may even have known the other gods. Otherwise, the group hid this old coin that didn't see a rabbit and didn't scatter an eagle, and he wouldn't be so popular. Hinata doesn't have the ability or the identity qualification to stop a Konoha high level like Tuanzang from doing anything. Therefore, in order to protect the waterstop, the best way at present is to keep the waterstop secret and not be targeted by people with intentions. Promise me, stop the water. Hinata squeezed the hand of the waterstop and pleaded sincerely again. Zishui thought about it for a while, but finally nodded. Okay, I promise you. The door to the ward was slowly pushed open, revealing Maikai's surprised, even terrifying, face. You too, is this actually the kind of relationship? Maitkai picked up the instant noodles that he had bought with great difficulty, walked to the side of the hospital bed with a solemn face, patted Hinata shoulder, and said with tears in his eyes, since Zishui-kun promised to marry you, then you must take responsibility for it. Don't worry, Jun, I won't discriminate against you because of this. Everyone's choice is free, and I will silently bless you. What are you talking about? Hinata forehead was bruised, his fists clenched and released, and he finally suppressed his killing intent. Hold on. Although this thing is a little stunned, it will also be an extremely good ninja in the future, and he can't be angry for a while, and he will almost kick out the Kaihuan who almost kicked out the finale in the future. Here, Hinata is trying to restrain himself, and over there, Maitkai is still outing without knowing it, completely unaware that he has stepped into the ghost gate with one foot. Zishui, your vision is really good. It's right to be willing to marry Jun. Although we haven't been together for a long time, I can feel that Hinata Yuen is a person worthy of trust. I have to say, you are really fast. Maidkai wiped tears with emotion on his face, and sighed as he patted the water stop on the hospital bed. The innocent little boy stopped the water, and he didn't understand what this thing was talking about at first. When Zishui reacted, he immediately blushed and retracted Hinatamoto's hand into the quilt. You blushed a bubble teapot. Hinata Yuenton was speechless, stood up and patted Maidkai's shoulder, leaned closer and whispered, Akai, I heard that you practice the Gangquan technique. It just so happens that I'm practicing Jujikwan, so let's go through 2 moves when we have time. Learn from each other, hee. With that, Hinata Yuen waved his hand at Zishui, telling him that he would come to visit him again tomorrow, and then left the hospital without looking back. Sparring. I like sparring. The battle of fate, this is youth. Maidkai danced excitedly, but when he looked at what he was doing, he felt that something was wrong. Why did Yuen Jun leave? Eat it, he's got it for you, replied in the face of the noisy Maidkai, who shrank his head into the quilt and said angrily. But in my heart, I was wondering if I should give Maidkai a farewell god when my eyes are better. When I got home, I slept beautifully, not to mention, without the octopus-style suffocation accompaniment service of Zaome, Hinata Yuen was really a little uncomfortable. Early the next morning, Hinata Yuen rushed to the hospital after having breakfast with his family. Hinata Yuen asked Akai to go home to rest, and he was responsible for taking care of him and couldn't be discharged from the hospital to stop the water. In the morning, the two of them talked a lot. Since there are very few people in the Uchiha clan who can open the kaleidoscope writing wheel, Shisui also listened to Hayagamoto's advice and did not discuss the matter with the family. And so, the funny happened. On top of the 3 rounds of Megatama is the cold knowledge of the kaleidoscope writing wheel or the foreign person Hinata Yuen told the Uchiha clan to stop the water. In addition, through a morning of talking, Hinatamoto almost confirmed that Madara Uchiha had used both Izanagi and Izanami, the descendants of the Uchiha clan, Shisui, and this kaleidoscope was opened. This also makes Hinatamoto's determination that the eye-opening experience of stopping water is almost impossible to replicate. After all, no matter how harsh the conditions for the use of those 2 pupils were, this method is bound to be consumed, and the opportunity to open the kaleidoscope is illusory. To put it bluntly, it is not as affordable as it is to open a kaleidoscope with emotional stimulation. This also makes Hinata Yuen have to admire. I'm afraid that only Madara can have such a means. Near noon, Maidkai, who was supposed to be resting at home, panicked into the ward and brought the news. The captain of their 9th class, Uzumaki Kushina, had been grounded by the village. It's an exaggeration to say that it's grounded. To be precise, it should be restricted activities, and the scope of the restriction is the Konoha Ninja Village. The fact that the captain of a combat squad was not allowed to leave the village was almost unheard of. Therefore, both Zishui and Akai are very uncalm and incomprehensible. After all, Ninja Village is fundamentally a military force organization, and the captain is the real superior of the team members. Your superiors have been grounded, and you can still have good fruit to eat? Not to mention, how can you still take on tasks? You know, doing tasks is almost the main source of income for most ninjas. Hinata Yuen is okay, as the official little family head, he can't be hungry, but Zishui and Akai are different. Although Shisui belongs to the Uchiha clan, his parents have long since passed away, and he has to support himself. Although Akai's father is still alive, his father, as a ninja, has a very meager income. In addition, even if you don't talk about money, your resume is very important. If you don't have a resume, you can't take the promotion exam, so you can't put up with it all the time. Therefore, although Hinata Yuen was not surprised by this news, he still felt a headache. Go and persuade the 3 generations of Hokage to kill the ape flying in the sun? After all, he is now his own teacher. It is estimated that the disappearance of the 9 Tails Pillar Force last time made the old man Hokage's heart twitch with fright, and it is not that he can be swayed by a few words. Forget it, let's go meet the Hokage, at least get a sense of the situation. After having lunch in the hospital with Hinata and Shisui Akai, they came to the Hokage building alone. Old man Hokage, I'm coming. The door was pushed in a corner, and Hinatamoto poked out his head and found that only Sarutobi was left in the entire office, and the whole person became presumptuous. I almost gave the old man's beard crooked. Presumptuous. No big or small. Do you want to call me teacher? Sarutobi slashed his beard and glared, but unfortunately it was useless in Hinata's eyes. After all, although sometimes things are indecisive and not decisive enough, however, Sarutobi is indeed the most down-to-earth Hokage in the past. There are a lot of leaders who don't pretend to be on a show, and it's really like Ape Fei Chop who has no sense of distance from ordinary villagers, very few. Therefore, although Hinata Yuen has no shape with a smile on his face, he still respects this old man of the 3 generations of Hokage very much in his heart. All right, don't put that smirk aside. You're here to fulfill that promise, aren't you? Come with me. Hinata was confused. I'm here to ask us where the 9th class is going. However, as soon as the Hokage said this, Hinata Motoko remembered. When he had just won the Patriarch Challenge, the old man of the Hokage promised to teach him a forbidden technique. It's good to learn now. So, Hinata Yuen followed Sarutobi Hisashi out of the Hokage building and walked all the way to the door of an inconspicuous house. Hinata Gen knew that although this small house was not good looking, it was the residence of the number 1 Hokage, the most powerful force in the world, Konoha. Even if he didn't open his eyes, Hinata Yuen, who had a strong sense of perception, had already noticed that there were several chakra fluctuations around him, and it was estimated that he was guarding the shadows here. With this defensive force, Naruto's little guy can steal the sealing technique from here? If you want to say that there is no cat in it, the ghosts don't believe it. Do you really think that Naruto can go through the Mizuki incident and get recognized as a ninja? The process was an accident? It is estimated that it was deliberately arranged by 3 generations of old men. The old man has a lot of routines. Hinata Yuen remembered the plot in the original book, and secretly gave the old Hokage who opened the back door for Naruto a middle finger. Come in. Sarutobi took out the key to open the door and invited Hinata into the house. This usual action caused Hyuuga Yuen to complain wildly. Do you still use locks? Do you need this thing for the security of this old house? After entering the house, Hinata was invited to sit at the table, and Sarutobi walked to a few cabinets on the side and began to rummage through them. Wait a minute, I'm here to find out where I stuffed the Book of Seals. This cabinet? No, that's not right. You always put such an important thing away. Hey, can you not find something as big as the Book of Seals? Hinata Yuen twitched out of the corner of his eye. To be reasonable, although Hinata Yuen habitually calls the 3 generations of the old man of the Hokage, in fact, this is just a habit left by watching Naruto in his previous life, and Sarutobi is not too old at this time. But this dementia energy is exactly the same as the old man's why. A pile of miscellaneous objects was cut out by the 8 flying sun, and Hinata Yuen looked at several of the huge scrolls and was puzzled. Hinata Yuen leaned over and picked one up, turned it over and found the opening of the hinge, and the 4 big characters of the Book of Seals were impressively listed. Hyuuga Moto. Why is it that the old man of the Hokage is not only a little confused today, but even his eyes are not very good? Hinata Moto sensei, isn't this the Book of Seals? What are you looking for? Hinata Yuen is no longer able to vomit. But 8 just glanced at it, then continued to rummage, and just said, the one in your hand is not right, you can't learn the technique inside. I'm going to find a copy that isn't it. Hey, why are you so surprised? You don't think that we only have one Book of Seals in Konoha, do you? Belch. It's embarrassing, because Hinata really thought it was just a Book of Seals. After all, the original book didn't say how many there were. But in this way, Naruto's stealing of the Book of Seals is even more strange. How do you look at the scroll that was the first to be recorded as the shadow clone technique? It's all like it was specially arranged. It didn't take long for the old Hokage to finally find the scroll he wanted. After confirming that the thing was correct, Sarutobi Hisaku unlocked the seal on the scroll and threw it to Hinatamoto. Alright, let's pick one from it. Hinata Yuen took the scroll and couldn't help but smack his lips. Bad old man, Naruto didn't see a seal on it when he stole it. Hinatamoto secretly raised his middle finger and opened the scroll to rummage through it. However, the more I look at it, the colder it becomes. There is nothing exciting about this scroll, and there are no powerful forbidden spells that are exciting. At most, it's the shadow clone and the like. Old man, are you going to use this to perfunctory me? Hinata Yuen put down the scroll and spread his hands, very disgusted. This is not as easy to use as the golden will/silver will reincarnation explosion that comes with our factory. If 8 High Chop can read Hinata's thoughts at this time, he will definitely ask rhetorically, is it a human word? But even if you can't read it, 8 High Chop is also angry by Hinata Yuen's disgusted tone. I have a super forbidden technique with first-class destruction and lethality, do you want to learn it? And this is a good thing? Hinata Yuen's eyes lit up and he nodded frantically. But the next moment, he was sanctioned. Bastard boy, dare to nod your head, it's pretty beautiful to think about. Also, remember to call the teacher, grabbed Hinata Yuen's ear, and Sarutobi Hisa taught him angrily, you still dislike it, boy, don't look down on your masters. You don't have any experience in ninjutsu at all, do you? Pick out any one of them, and it will be enough for you to learn for a long time. Besides, who told you that the strength of ninjas is distinguished by ninjutsu? A child with a knife still can't win against a big man with a wooden stick, understand? But what about the kid holding a detonation charm? Hinata asked rhetorically. Do you dare to talk back? 8 increased the strength of his hand. Hinata Yuen was pinched at the corners of his mouth, and hurriedly confessed. Oh, it hurts, I'm wrong, can't I? 8 let go of his hand. That's all, love to learn or not, don't learn to pull down. Learn! Don't learn white, don't learn. Hinata Yuen rubbed his red ears, and didn't pick it, and pointed to the first forbidden technique recorded in the Book of Seals. That's it, the shadow clone technique. To be honest, as a forbidden technique, the shadow clone technique is about to be used by the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki, and there is really no arrangement. But it is undeniable that the practicality of the shadow clone technique is still very strong. If it was the hyuuga UN shadow clone technique, at least there would be no need to risk his life before, so that the main body would be taken away by the white absolute seal. What? Why don't you use a shadow clone for Jusainai? People have a nine-tailed power bank, and Chakrato doesn't care. You have a good eye. Sarutobi Hisashi was very satisfied with Hinata's choice. In fact, his original intention was to let Hinata choose this. Still, it's too much of a burden for you. You often don't have enough chakra, right? The shadow clone technique is still a little more dangerous for ninjas who don't have enough chakra. Then I'll change another one. Hinata Motogang wanted to speak, but saw Sarutobi slash his words, and then said, so, in the future, you have to strictly control the number of shadow clones, and remember not to be greedy. Hyuuga Moto. He could see that Ape Fei Ri had said that, but he still suggested that he master the shadow clone. In fact, if you analyze it carefully, Hinata UN does not lack first-class ninjutsu, and the golden will slash silver will reincarnation explosion is enough to be like Naruto's spiral pill, and one move is eaten all over the world. As the Hyuuga family, the Hyuuga UN lacks the ever-changing means of the ninjas. After all, although the Hyuuga family's mastery is good, it is still too monotonous and easy to be restrained. Hinata UN didn't talk nonsense, nodded and agreed. With the guidance of the 3 generations of Hokage, a good teacher known as Dr. Ninjutsu, Hinata UN, who was already very smart, was full of confidence, thinking that he should soon be able to learn the art of shadow clone. After all, Naruto Uzumaki, who looked stupid in the original book, didn't take long to learn it by himself. But the strange thing is that Hinata UN practiced all afternoon under the guidance of Ape Fei Hisa, and there was still no improvement at all. Naruto's clone failed to conjure up a 4, Hyuuga Gen was good, he couldn't change anything, and he didn't even succeed in the puff of smoke when he was a clone. It's really not even a fart. Ape Fei Ri is almost autistic, he has been teaching for many years, and he has cultivated such an excellent disciple as 3 ninjas, and he can still overturn this little guy. No, you're not right. Sarutobi asked Hinata UN to try again. This time he sensed it to the maximum, carefully observed the chakra flow in Hinata's body, and sure enough, he found a cat greasy. Ah, what's wrong? I'm obviously here by step. After tossing for an afternoon, Hinata UN was about to collapse. When you sealed, chakra was barely mobilized, which is very different from a normal ninja. Sarutobi suddenly became serious. Let's both seal at the same time, you can see the difference. Zi, Zhou, Yin, Mao. Hinata Moten sealed one by one according to the instructions of the ape flying and slashing. When he opened his eyes, he quickly saw the difference between himself and the 3 generations of purpose. With each seal, the chakra of the 3 generations of purpose would be spontaneously mobilized to complete a specific order. And Hinata UN himself, no matter how he sealed, the chakra in his body was like a pool of stagnant water, and there were no waves at all. What is going on? Hinata was puzzled. Faced with this situation, the 3 generations have some speculation. So, he carefully checked for Hinata, occasionally performed some ninjutsu that Hinata had never seen, and did some experiments on Hinata. In the end, the 3 generations finally came to a conclusion. But alas, this is the last thing he wants to come to that conclusion. Hinata Moto, I'm afraid I'm sorry to tell you that you may not be able to seal up. In other words, the way of communicating body and mind is useless to you. As we all know, chakra is a mixture of physical and mental energy. And the seal is the code that mobilizes these 2 energies, and is a tool such as chakra in the body. To put it bluntly, just like the rider's call and drive when riding a horse, the horse will only act when it hears the corresponding command. And chakra is also like this, under the guidance of a specific command, that is, the seal, can complete the performance of ninjutsu. The 12 existing seals are specific movements that can communicate with the body and spirit discovered by countless ninjas over thousands of years. However, it cannot be ruled out that some people have special physical or mental conditions, which are quite different from ordinary ninjas, so that this set of sealing actions cannot be applied. Everyone holds chopsticks, and the world has studied how to use chopsticks for countless years. As a result, you come with knives and forks from the factory, and other people's technology is naturally useless for you. After listening to the explanation of the ape flying in the sun, the people of Hinata UN were numb. After talking for a long time, to put it bluntly, everyone is playing with mobile phones. Let's play with the computer by ourselves, and the app of other people is sent over, and it can't be installed on our system. I can't learn any ninjutsu? Hinata asked rather frustratedly. But Ape Face Sun Slash shook his head. Not necessarily. You can't seal it, but chakra can still be mobilized. In other words, you still have what it takes to perform ninjutsu. Ape Fei Ri lit his pipe, took 2 puffs, and then continued, although your physique is special, it has not never appeared in history. At present, there are two ways. One is to tailor the method of surgery for you according to your physique. It's like the ninjutsu that comes with your pupil jutsu. This second, it's to learn ninjutsu without sealing. Since you don't even need to seal it, you don't have to think about the problem of not being able to seal it. When Hinata Yuen heard this, his mood suddenly improved a lot. In fact, Hinata Yuen just regretted that he couldn't learn to perform all kinds of bells and whistles ninjutsu. After all, as a traverser, it is not good to experience how to be worthy of your two lives. But if you really want to talk about it, Hinata Yuen, who has opened his empty eyes, can already beat most regular ninjas. No matter how dazzling your ninjutsu is, I can still solve the problem with a golden will reincarnation explosion nuclear explosion. The so-called one force will drop 10 meetings, and this is the case. Besides, isn't it just that you can't make a seal? The fact that the tailed beast can't make a seal doesn't prevent it from being powerful, so it's a big deal to be a humanoid tailed beast. Also, many ninjas' famous stunts don't need to be sealed. For example, the spiral pill of the wave wind in Watergate, and the 1,000 birds of Kakashi Heiji. If you think about it carefully, the reincarnation eye I saw in the movie in my previous life seems to have a seal when I turned on the reincarnation eye mode and cast the gold/silver will reincarnation explosion. It's good to be yourself, you don't even need to seal it, and it saves trouble. I just don't know if this special physique is my own or the entire Hyuuga clan. After all, there is no picture of Hinata's family Yuki performing ninjutsu in the original book. If the Hyuuga clan is like this, Hyuuga Yuen can understand why the Hyuuga clan is so closed. It's not that you are complacent, but you can't get along with everyone at all. Hinata Yuen quickly adjusted his mentality and said with a smile, if you can't get a seal, you can't get it. If you lose your horse, you don't know if it's a blessing. Not being able to seal it doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be a powerful boost for the Hyuuga Yuen. Muji Ninja, perhaps, this will become my specialty, or not. One day, my name will spread throughout the ninja world as Muji Ninja and become a powerful ninja on the same level as Yellow Flash. Hinata Motoal thought heroically. Hinata Moto's ability to cheer up so quickly was something that Sarutobi didn't expect. After all, this boy has never hidden his ambitions, and even said that he wants to squeeze all the knowledge of this doctor of ninjutsu out of his knowledge. But now, not to mention mastering thousands of ninjutsu like himself, this special physique determines that there are very few ninjutsu that Hinata Yuen can master in his life. After all, tailoring ninjutsu for it is much more difficult than developing a new ninjutsu, and there are very few ninjutsu that can be performed without sealing. But no matter what you say, Hinata's spirit of not being afraid of setbacks is appreciated by Ape Fei Hichi. This kid is good everywhere, but he is a little skinny. Ahem. In fact, when a ninja is proficient enough in certain ninjutsu, he can simplify the sealing process. Therefore, it is not impossible to perform ordinary ninjutsu with only one seal or even without a seal, but it is more difficult. Sarutobi smiled and patted Hinata Moto's head and encouraged, so, little one, work hard. I'll find a way to help you. Isn't this equivalent to that people are all memorized mantras and then try to cast spells without spells, and if they come up by themselves, they will have no spells instantly? Hinata Yuen thought about this difficulty and said that he was not comforted. Fortunately, the ape flying sun slash brought another piece of good news. It seems that you can't learn the art of shadow clones, but as compensation, I'll give you a piece of grapevine. I heard that the boy from Bofeng Shuman is developing a ninjutsu that doesn't require seals, and you, as a subordinate of Uzumaki Kushina, can go and investigate. Spiral pill. Mayom's words made Hinata Yuen suddenly understand. At this time, Mizuman had already developed the spiral pill? Hinata Yuen didn't know. But when he thinks of Watergate, Hinata Yuen thinks of Kushina. I don't know if the idea of the spiral pill of Watergate was domestic violence by Juzine a lot, so he got inspiration from the tailed beast Jade. Speaking of the Watergate, Hinata Yuen suddenly remembered that in addition to the spiral pill, the name of Yellow Flash resounded throughout the ninja world, as well as his supernatural flying thunder god technique. If he can learn it, Hinata Yuen nodded, and immediately made up his mind to ask for advice from Watergate. I just don't know if Watergate is willing to teach. Having said that, he is now a student of the third generation of ape flying and slashing, and he is from the same school as Jiraiya. But Watergate is a student of Jiraiya, isn't that a generation lower than himself? It's not right. Jusainai is his own captain, and he is also his own teacher. Forget it, it's messy and dead, but fortunately, the Hokage doesn't care much about seniority. Hinata Yuen swept these messy things out of his brain, and before he knew it, he had returned to the door. Oh no, I forgot to ask about Kushina. I don't know where the 9th class is going. Hinata Motoichi patted his head and regretted it. Although he looked calm, the fact that he couldn't seal still disturbed Hyuuga's thoughts, and he forgot about such an important matter. Forget it, let's talk about it another day. It's rare to go home so early. Hey, little Dora, you're back? Hinata Moto's eyes lit up. His own elusive pet cat actually came home rarely. Looking at the door close at hand, Hinata Yuen chose to fish in a rotten way. After all, petting a cat is a major event in life. Hey, 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 Tinker Bell, come here, let Uncle Ben be happy. Hinata Yuen squatted down and called out to the kitten with a pig on his face. And the arrogant kitten ignored Hinatamoto. With a twist of his neck, the blue cat walked into Hinata's house with a light step. Then, walking up to a young girl, he leaned sideways and rubbed the girl's trouser legs, making an affectionate cry. Meow, it's Tinker Bell, you're back. The girl smiled and leaned down, holding the green silk scattered from her sideburns with one hand, and gently stroking the cat's head with the other. Meow purr, the cat purred in enjoyment. I saw Hinata Yuen gritting his teeth. Dead blue fat man, I am your master, okay. When did you become so familiar with Zhao miming? That's right, this girl who strokes a cat is Zhao miming. Hinata walked up briskly. Blue fat man, where to escape? Taking advantage of Tinker Bell's intoxication in Gentle Township, Hinata Yuen pounced and firmly grasped the fat blue cat in his hand. No matter how hard the fat blue cat struggled, how much it roared, and how hard it resisted, Hinata Yuen picked up the blue cat and sucked it. Cool. With a burst of ravage, Hinata's body and mind were greatly satisfied. Tinker Bell, on the other hand, seems to have been drained of his soul, his eyes are dull and his body is full of decadence. Okay, I'll give it back to you. Hyuuga Gen was content to return the ruined Tinker Bell to the stunned Terumi. You're back. No, how can you treat Tinker Bell like this? Terumi finally came back to her senses, gently comforting the cat in her arms, and at the same time accusing Hinata Yuen with some anger. Cats are useless if they are not used to suck. Besides, if you don't suck do you still suck you? Hinata Yuen walked up to Terumi Ming, picked up a strand of girl's hair with his hand, handed it to his nose and sniffed it, showing an expression of enjoyment. It's not bad. Perverted. Hinata's bold movements made Terumi blush, and scolded with shame and anger. Ha 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 ha. Hinata Yuen accepted it when he saw it, and let the girl's pink fist smash on him. After Zhao miming had vented, he pulled the girl into the courtyard. In the evening, I had a rare meal with my parents, and my old father, Hinata still had a broken face and did not smile, and only my mother Hinata Emi kept asking this and that. Hinata Yuen also avoided the important and lightened his experience in the past few days. What makes Hinata Yuen feel funny is that the cheap dad who hasn't even looked at him a few times, although he doesn't care about himself on the surface, but every time he talks about key places, his dad can forget to put the dish in his mouth. At night, Hinata Yuen, who had finished washing, looked at the empty bedroom and was a little disappointed. How cold is a person's bed? I really want to call Zhao Mei to come and warm my bed. However, Rao is cheeky, and Hinata Yuen is not embarrassed to really call Terumi over. Just as Hinata Yuen persuaded himself to accept this cruel fate and face the cold bed alone, a cat meow appeared outside the door. Meow. Hinata Yuen looked at the figure outside the bedroom, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly opened the door. Outside the door, Terumi was standing there with her head bowed and holding Tinker Bell. Seeing Hinata Yuen open the door, Terumi dodged her eyes, stumbling for a while before saying that Tinker Bell wants to sleep with you. I just sent it, I didn't mean anything else. Hinata Yuen looked at the girl in her refreshing pajamas in front of the door, her face was flushed, she smiled, and even took the cat into her arms and brought it into the house. Tinker Bell, the chubby blue cat screamed and scratched the door frantically with his paws, and after a long time of making a fuss and not seeing any reaction from the people in the house, he cursed and left. Meow meow meow. So we cats hate dogs. Meow meow meow. Although I'm not a serious cat, but you're a real dog. In the bedroom quilt, Terumi and Hinata are covered with quilts, and I don't know if it's stuffy or because of shyness, Terumi's face is even redder, like a ripe apple. Hinata finally suppressed the urge to take a bite. It's really good to leave Tinker Bell outside like this. Terumi lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Hinata Yuen, poking her finger and asked. It's okay, I'm allergic to cat hair, you can accompany me instead of Tinker Bell, Hinata said cheekily. Zhao Miming was also stunned by this step of shaking Billy in speech. Didn't you suck the crazily before co-authoring? Ahem, don't look at me like that. I have a bit of a cat hair allergy that only flares up at night. Well, that's right, that's it. I believe you're a ghost. Terumi rolled her eyes cutely, but her body was closer to Hinatamoto. Sometimes, does it matter what the excuse is? It's just you know my bad intentions, I understand your pretense and reservedness. Feeling the fragrance and warmth of the girl, Hinata closed his eyes and chatted with the girl without a match. The pressure accumulated for many days has gradually dissolved in this gentle township. Chatting and chatting, somehow talking about Terumi Ming's hometown, Hinata Yuen suddenly remembered that the boss of Wian Village, the third generation of Water Shadows, was still in his hands. So Hinata Yuen opened his mouth and asked, by the way, Terumi Ming, how much do you know about your Mizukage-sama in the fog-hidden village? As soon as these words came out, Hinata Yuen could clearly feel the body of the girl in his arms tremble, as if he recalled something bad in the past. Hinata Yuen hurriedly patted Ming's back gently to appease her. He hugged the girl tighter and comforted, "I'm sorry to mention your sadness. If you don't want to talk about it, you won't talk about it, and it's not an important topic." Terumi put her head against the boy's chest, which was not wide, but it made people feel very reassured, gradually stabilized her mood, and said, "3 generations of water shadows. I wasn't familiar with him, and I didn't know what to say about him. This man. It's weird. When I first started attending the ninja school, I only heard that Mizukage was a very kind person, and everyone in the village got along well. Everything has changed. The village is becoming more and more repressive, and there are almost no more peaceful commissions, all of which are bloody tasks such as assassinations and participation in wars in small countries, which even we shinobi must take on. I met Mizukage himself at an all-hands mobilization meeting. Those eyes, cold, dark, emotionless, not at all as gentle as the legend suggests. Later, due to the high-pressure policy in the village and frequent participation in the war, the casualties of the ninja rose sharply, causing dissatisfaction among many people. So a large family with the bloodline limit has joined forces to overthrow the brutal rule of the 3 generations of Mizukage. But we failed. As a result, these families were purged. Later, this purge even spread to all ninjas who possessed the bloodline limit. My parents are also in this purge, so I had to become a traitor and flee from the village that was already crazy. Although Terumi had tried her best to suppress her emotions, Hinata could still feel the girl's body trembling uncontrollably. After all, no matter what you say, Terumi is still a child of her own age. The place that will be called Blood Mist in the future brings unimaginable gloom to a girl. Has the personality of the 3 generations changed greatly? It seems that it was because Madara Uchiha did something to Mizukage. Thinking about the plot in the original book, Madara's successor, Obito controlling the 4th generation of Mizukage Gaji Tachibana Yakura, Hinata Moto is not surprised that Madara Uchiha controls the 3rd generation of Mizukage. To say that this fog-hidden village is also miserable enough, originally located on a small island isolated from the mainland, it should have developed steadily and had the opportunity to become the strongest ninja village, but it was forced to be half dead by the 2 Uchiha. It's really unlucky. However, in the original plot, it was the upper position of Terumi who announced the end of the cruel era of Blood Mist. Now Terumi has been abducted to Konoha by herself. Suddenly, Hinata Yuen had an idea and asked, "Terumi Ming, do you want to meet this 3rd generation of Mizukage again?" As soon as these words came out, Terumi was surprised. In a blink of an eye, the next morning, Hinata Yuen stretched his waist and sat up from the bed refreshed. No, why did you get up so smoothly today, people? Could it be that the sun came out in the west? The cute little Ming sauce actually didn't lock my throat? Hinata Yuen looked down, but found that Terumi was looking at herself with a pair of dark circles under her eyes, and her face was full of resentment. That tired look is obviously not resting well. Alas, how is this still counterproductive? Hinata sighed guiltily. Last night, after asking Terumi if she wanted to see Mizukage again, she was a little afraid that Mizukage was manipulated to become brutal. This news is too shocking and will not be able to accept it for a while. So, Hinata Yuen sold a pass, and planned to confess to Terumi Ming today about the matter of the 3 generations of Mizukage in his hands. Who would have thought that this little girl didn't obediently go to sleep, but thought about it all night? Do you want to know if you're asking? What are you doing pretending to be so well behaved? Hinata Yuen couldn't help but laugh and scratched the bridge of Terumi's nose. Don't think about it, you can come with me when you finish breakfast. Terumi pouted rather angrily. That's the main culprit who turned his hometown into hell, and it's not an exaggeration to say that he killed his father's enemy. As a result, you said that you could see this guy who made you hate so much, and you put down such a sentence and fell asleep? That is, it was Hinata Yuen who came up with this operation, and Terumi put up with it. If it's a different person. At the end of breakfast in Terumi's resentful eyes, Hinata always felt that Terumi was gnawing bread, making him unconsciously clamp his legs, didn't dare to delay, took advantage of the convenience of the Hokage students to get a travel permit, and Hinata Yuen took Terumi all the way to the outside of the village. After that, Hinata began to summon his own puppet. Since the last time he gave the order for the Shui puppet to find Tsunade in Kushina, Hinata Moto forgot about this guy. I don't know where this guy ran to. Fortunately, although he didn't know what the principle of the mind control ball was, Hinata Yuen could still feel the connection to Shui. Although complex instructions cannot be given, such things as returning can still be done. Wait. Hinata Moto beckoned Terumi as the two sat down side by side on the branches of a large tree and waited quietly. During this period, Terumi wanted to ask Hinata Yuen something several times, but she couldn't help it. Why, this is the scope of the fire country, can you wait until the water shadow is not in place? Terumi was puzzled. If Hinata could read Terumi's thoughts, he would definitely nod his head and say, "Hey, that's right. I can really wait for Mizukage here." The two of them waited like this for more than an hour. If it weren't for the two little guys playing around together, they would have been bored a long time ago. Finally, the connection between the 3 generations of Mizukage suddenly became clear, and Hinata completely regained control of Ashui. At this time, while ordering Ashui to come at full speed, Hinata stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of Ashui, and said to Mei Ming, "It's coming." After being able to see who the figure was, Terumi stood up suddenly, her 2 fists clenched unconsciously. That's right, it's really the 3rd generation of Mizukage, the guy he even wanted to kill in his dreams, the guy who caused him to leave his homeland. The puppet Ashui stopped on another tree trunk under the control of Hinata, opposite Terumi in the air. And although Terumi Ming's body was trembling slightly uncontrollably, she still maintained her most basic sanity and did not attack. She didn't want to involve Hinata. You actually broke into the realm of Konoha village thousands of miles away, Mizukage-sama, you are really bold, Terumi said coldly. Hinata, who was looking at the side, was a little embarrassed. Belch, although you were really cool just now, but that's a puppet. What are you doing with him? Hades-chan, I forgot to tell you. Now the 3 generations of water shadows in front of you are unconscious, and there is only an empty shell left. He's a puppet controlled by me now, so it's useless for you to talk to him. Okay, facts are better than words. Hinata didn't explain anymore, but just ordered the 3 generations of puppets, come, Ashui will give her the whole job. Sit down, shake hands, pose again as a dog pee. Sitting down and shaking hands, Ashui did a good job, but when it was the turn of dog peeing, he was obviously stunned. It's not that the puppet has any shame, it's that he doesn't know how to fulfill this order. If it's not the dog's own, how to pee on the dog? Do you want to use the transfiguration technique first? Seeing the Mizukage puppet transform into a puppy, Hinata immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly stopped Ashui's next move. This puppet is obedient enough, but it's a little bit stupid. Terumi grew her mouth and was surprised to see that the 3 generations of Mizukage-sama, who had been high up in the past, would faithfully fulfill any instructions from Hinata, even including dog peeing. For a while, Terumi even wondered if Hinata was looking for someone to amuse himself by using transfiguration to turn into a Mizukage. But although the water shadow in front of him was stunned for a while, the amazing momentum that occasionally revealed it couldn't be faked. Hinata duly explained, during the last mission, I found out that he was controlled by the enemy, and I managed to seize that control. Now, he's an unconscious puppet. You said before that the atmosphere in Fog Hidden Village suddenly changed. I guess at that time, your Mizukage was controlled by that man. After all, that's to stir up the entire ninja world uneasy. After listening to Hinata's narration, Terumi lowered her head, tears rolled in her eyes, and her clenched hands trembled slightly. Suddenly, the girl rushed to the front of the Mizukage puppet of the 3 generations as if venting, and slapped the puppet frantically. And the puppet Ashui is under the control of Hinata, standing honestly in place, allowing Terumi to vent. Slaps, crotch kicks, uppercuts. After a set of tricks, it was so fierce that even Hinata couldn't bear to look at it anymore, so he could only turn his face sideways. After a long while, Terumi stopped what she was doing and began to cry uncontrollably. Hinata didn't speak, just silently walked up to the girl and gave him a shoulder to lean on. The enemy is right in front of him, let himself vent, but Terumi is like a fist smashed on cotton, and there is no pleasure of revenge. Because he is just a puppet who has neither emotion nor reason. The enemy who stood behind the puppet and manipulated the puppet to harm her hometown and destroy her family is still at large. The fury of revenge burned in Terumi's chest. Hinata, tell me, who is the person who can manipulate the Mizukage? Asked as he raised his head from Hinata's shoulder, wiped away her tears. Hinata sighed in his heart. She doesn't want Terumi to be controlled by hatred and become a dark girl, but he still explained to Terumi Madara's strength, background, abilities, and even Madara's Eye of the Moon plan. Yes, Hinata didn't have any processing this time, and everything he said was true. Terumi was shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect that the origin would be so deep. It could involve the ancestor of Chakra, Atsuki Kagaya, and it could affect everyone in the ninja world. If it weren't for the fact that the person who told her all this was Hinata, whom she absolutely believed, she really suspected that this was all a coaxing story. Even if Hinata told her personally, Terumi still felt like her mind was messing up and needed to digest it for a while. Hinata didn't give Terumi this chance, and after telling everything, he cupped Terumi's cheeks with both hands, looked into the girl's eyes and said seriously, Haru-chan, don't panic and don't worry. Our fight against Madara is destined to be a long-term battle. Tragic times will pass, and a bright future will come. Until then, we need to be at ease, we need to be calm, and we need to strengthen ourselves in an orderly manner. Stygian, don't get carried away by hatred, okay? I promise you, I will definitely avenge your parents, and I will definitely help you bring light to Wien Village. Although we have all carried a lot, but before that, you also have to live happily, okay? Hinata serious eyes and sincere words made Terumi's little face instantly filled with redness, and her cheeks quickly warmed up. For a moment, Terumi even had a feeling of high fever that didn't go away, and she just felt dizzy. Okay. The girl's reply was as thin as a mosquito, and she lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Hinata. And Hinata, who made the girl so shy, felt that the shy Terumi was particularly cute. The little blushing is like a ripe apple, I really want to taste it. Ahem, it's okay, it's just a puppet, and if it's scrapped, said Hinata Moto, pointing to the 3 generations of Mizu cage puppets. If there is still an independent consciousness, the puppet Shui will definitely scold Hinatewan, a guy of the opposite sex and inhumanity, for treating himself like this, the best employee who works hard and does not want wages. Terumi looked at the water shadow puppet and shook her head sensibly, which made Hinata breathe a sigh of relief. Ahem. If Terumi had to destroy the Mizu cage puppet to vent his anger, Hinata would never complain. But wouldn't it be better if you could keep it? After all, it's a shadow-level powerhouse thug. Hinata Moto, how much strength can this puppet keep in your hands? Terumi suddenly asked. That is, I have lost some combat experience. Ninjutsu or something should be 100% retained, and I can't say how much strength there is. Hinata scratched his head and replied truthfully. Terumi nodded, pointed at the Mizu cage puppet and said, okay, I'm going to let him teach me ninjutsu. Ha! Hinata scratched his head again. In fact, Terumi Ming's idea is really good. As an alien ninja, it was difficult for Hinata to learn ninjutsu to become stronger when Hinata told her not to contact the Konoha official as much as possible. And now, with the puppet Shui, Terumi rounding off can be regarded as finding a strong man in the water shadow as a master. Although the most important combat experience is gone, at least all kinds of water escape ninjutsu are indispensable. As for experience, you can accumulate it slowly. After this plan was finalized, in order to facilitate Zayome to go out of the village to study, Hinata pulled his old face and asked for a long-term pass. In this way, even if Hinata is not there, Terumi can freely go in and out of the village to find the puppet Shui to learn ninjutsu. In fact, as a generation of water shadows, the identity of the puppet is too sensitive. Otherwise, Hinata would have to find an excuse to bring Shui into the village. Of course, in order to facilitate the appearance of the beauty, Hinata also gave her control of the puppet Shui. In this way, the girl will go out of the village frequently, and Xiang will be more at ease. It's just that when he thought that Zayome could find a puppet to learn, he could only stare at the real master, and Hinata was full of resentment. What kind of unlucky physique is not being able to seal? Hey! For the next period of time, Hinata lived a relatively ordinary life. The 9th class was finally not disbanded, but because Uzumaki Kushina was restricted from leaving the village, Hinata Moto Shisui Akai and the others could only take on tasks in the village. This includes, but is not limited to, finding cats and dogs for rich women. Not to mention, Akai's physical strength is first class, and he works hard. Hinata is in charge of observing and commanding, and Shisui uses his vigorous body to attack. The 3-person team went out and did all the tasks quickly and well, which was well received by the residents of the village. It's worth mentioning that the last time finding the missing Tsunade was an S-class mission. Although there was an accident, in view of the fact that it was Hinata who found Tsunade back in the end, it can be regarded as a mission completed. In this way, the 9th class became the only team that had completed the S commission in the lower ninja stage. That's it, a year has passed in the blink of an eye. For more than a year, Hinata usually went to Orikimura's laboratory as an assistant in the morning, and by the way, he made some suggestions, and forcibly upgraded Orikimura's laboratory to a modern level. In the afternoon, I went to practice strange power with Tsunade Heim, and at the same time tried to condense the seal of Baihao. After all, this is a big key to solving Hayagamoto's lack of chakra. In the evening, I went to the old Hokage's house as a guest. Sarutobi Hizashi will also patiently teach Hinata some of the basics of ninjutsu. Although Hinata, who can't seal it, doesn't know what to do with this, but out of trust in the Dr. Ninjutsu, Hyuga does not refuse to come to this knowledge and accepts it according to the disc. As for the self, although Hinata has a good impression of Jiraiya, the protagonist's teacher, Jiraiya is also the opposite. How do you look at Hinata? How do you think it is unreliable? No, this guy stayed in Yuyan village for a long time to teach Nagato, and rarely returned to the village. By the way, although Hinata and the others lost a lot of opportunities for actual combat because they couldn't go out of the village, Jusainai often carried out devil training to exercise the actual combat ability of Hinata Zishuya Kai. Occasionally, the 9th class will be let out of the village by Watergate, but the number of times is not much. After a year of accumulation, Hinata felt that he had made great progress. After all, he's not a 5-year-old kid anymore. It's a 6-year-old kid. Come on, yes, that's it, keep it. One day, Hinata stood opposite the Watergate to cheer for him, staring at the Watergate with white eyes, so nervous that even sweat dripped down. Finally, the unstable blue chakra spun in the hands of Watergate in an extremely ingenious way. Hinata and Mizuto glanced at each other, and the faces of both of them could not hide their joy. It's a success! Uncle Watergate, the spiral pill you developed has finally succeeded. Okay. Hinata Yuan rushed up excitedly, pulling up the next door of the Watergate and shaking. Hey, slow down, the spiral pill is still unstable. The spiral pill in his hand swayed back and forth with the shaking of his arm, but it was always firmly clasped in Shuman's hand, without the slightest sign of dissipation. It seems that this time it was really successful. Uncle Mizuman, quick, throw it out and try it, and see how powerful it is. It is rare to be a witness to the birth of spiral pill, a very meaningful ninjutsu in the Hokage. Hinata Yuan is very excited. This thing is extremely unstable, and it can't be thrown out. Mizuto smiled, and pressed the spiral pill to the ground with his hand. As the blue light shone at one stop, the ground was forced out of a large pit by the spiral pill. Well, the power is good. Mizuto nodded in satisfaction, turned his face sideways to Hinata Yuan and said, come on, you can try it too. Mizuto gave a few more precautions, and then took a few steps back to make room for Hinatamoto. Since he began to develop spiral pills, Hinata has been learning this technique with Mizuman. Now that the final version of myself has succeeded, as long as Hinata Yuan draws a tiger with a cat, he should be able to condense the spiral pill after trying a few more times. Mizuman thought so, and wondered how to encourage Hinatamoto. But the next moment, Watergate's eyes widened in surprise, because Hinata Yuan actually raised his hand and condensed a spiral pill. In that case, how can you look more skilled than me, the inventor of the spiral pill? Follow your method, and you will succeed. Uncle Watergate, you are such a genius. Hinata Yuan played with the spiral pill in his hand and patted Watergate on the back. Ahem. As the most detailed technique introduced in the original Hokage books, the cultivation process of the spiral pill is described in great detail. Although there is no guidance from Mizuman, Hinata Yuan will never be able to make a spiral pill. However, after all, I have seen the correct way to rub the balls, so this is not difficult for Hyuuga. Looking at Hinata's rather proud appearance, Mizuman was a little unhappy for some reason. Immediately, the topic changed and asked, spiral pill, you can be regarded as having learned. But, Flying Thunder God, how are you practicing? As soon as these words came out, Hinata Yuan's face collapsed instantly. Flying Thunder God, as an S-level difficulty of time and space ninjutsu, is so difficult that it can thunder in the sky. Rao is a human being in the second life of Hinata Yuan, and Rao is personally guided by a Flying Thunder God grandmaster like Yebo Fang Shuman, but Hinata Yuan still failed to gnaw this hard bone down. But Flying Thunder God is one of the few ninjutsu that doesn't need to be sealed, and Hinata really doesn't want to give up this technique. Uncle Mizuman, do you say I'm too stupid and destined to learn not to fly Thor? Hinata Motoichi sat on the ground, his fingers drawing circles on the ground, and asked Mizuto rather frustratedly. After all, the technique of Flying Thunder God can't even be skillfully performed by the 3 generations of Hokage, who is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. But the technique of Flying Thunder God requires speed. Either you don't need it, or if you want to use it, you have to be able to do it between lightning and flint, otherwise you haven't done it well yet. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Mizuto walked over and gently rubbed Hinatamoto's head. I seriously doubt what you said to Kakashi as well. Hinata said that he was not comforted by this cliché. Watergate showed a rare serious expression and replied seriously. No, that's all I said to you. You, Hinata Yuan, will definitely be able to learn the art of Flying Thunder Gods. Even I'm not sure if I can do it. Why are you so sure? But Mizuto got up without explanation, and changed the topic and said, okay, let's stop here today. Don't you still have an appointment with Tsunade-senpai tonight? Go and get ready. I wish you all the best. Hayagata Yuan quickly got up, said goodbye to Mizuman, and hurried towards Tsunade's house. Today is an important day for Hyuuga to try to conclude the Seal of Baihao. Seal of Baihao, Hinata Yuan has been studying for a full year. Isn't it as simple as storing the chakra in the yin seal and unlocking the seal to call it when needed, but the level of complexity is actually comparable to that of the Flying Thunder God. Let's put it this way, the chakra in the yin seal must be accurately poured into every tiny vein in the hundreds of limbs in order to be accurately invoked in a tense battle. Otherwise, the chakra stored in it becomes a waste product. In order to achieve this step, the optimal solution is to establish a good connection between the Baihao seal and the specific acupuncture points of the body in advance, and do a good job of connecting with the meridians. This is also the reason why the art of Baihao can only be learned by medical ninjas, because only a medical ninja can know their own meridians in this way, and finally manipulate them to establish connections. Although he has been practicing for a year, Hyuuga's grasp this time is still less than 30%. However, he couldn't wait. You must know that Hyuuga, who has lost the supply of chakra from the outside world, has not opened a void eye once in this year. Not for anything else, just because the amount of chakra is insufficient. Seeing that there is less than a year left before the Third Ninja World War, it will be too late for Hinata Yuan to successfully conclude the Seal of Baihao. After all, it takes time to accumulate and store chakras if you succeed, don't you? Come on, Sister Tsunade, I'm ready. At Tsunade's house, Hinata sat on the ground, and Tsunade, Orochimaru, Kushina, and Mizuto were in a circle, staring at the boy in the middle. It can be said that in addition to Jiraiya, who was busy cultivating Nagato, who has the Eye of the Immortal, everything that should come has come. Well, let's get started. The whole process has to be done in one go, and don't be impatient. Once you fail, give up immediately, otherwise it may cause irreversible damage to the meridians. Tsunade said in a deep voice, explaining the precautions one by one. In fact, Watergate Orochimaru and the others were all invited by Tsunade, so that in case of an accident, someone could help them. She felt that Hinata's attempt was still too aggressive. Okay, I've memorized the precautions a long time ago. I'll definitely succeed this time. Hinata smiled confidently, closed his eyes and began to prepare. In fact, Hinata's words have an element of bragging. From 1 to 10,000, everyone knows each number. But there are very few people who can successfully count from 1 to 10,000 at a time without making mistakes, and the meticulousness required to conclude the seal of Baihao is far more rare than counting. In the first step, Hinata planted a seed on his forehead, which was the basis of the seal of Baihao. The second step is to connect the seed with every acupuncture point and every tiny meridian in the body. It's like a famous torturous minigame BAA, as long as you have a hand in the first level. The difficulty of the second level soars, and I can't wait to chop my hand. Hinata patiently controlled the chakra, outlining the pipes that connected the seal of Baihao with the acupuncture points and the meridians. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. It's been almost 4 hours in the blink of an eye, and Hyuga is still continuing. As time went on, Hinata's energy was extremely expended, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Kushina wanted to take out a handkerchief to wipe it for Hinata, but he was pressed by the Watergate on the shoulder, shaking his head to stop the current Hyuga, and he couldn't tolerate the slightest distraction. Even if it's a sweat wipe, it's best not to have it. The last 2 acupuncture points. The last acupuncture point. Finally, Hyuga connected all the acupuncture points and meridians without danger, and the seat of the seal of Baihao was completely connected to Hyuga's body. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief and completed the final step of concluding the seal of Hakuho, which was to temporarily store these connected pipes into the seal on his forehead. In this way, the seed was officially declared to have successfully germinated. Only when the yin seal is unlocked during the battle and the black lines unfold, will these pipes connect with the body again. It's a natural step, and there's almost no chance of failure. Tsunade and the others on the side had completely put their minds at ease, and Kushina was even more excited to celebrate. But on the contrary, when Hinata was carrying out this step, there was a change. At the moment when all the chakra pipes retracted the seal of Baihao, and the diamond-shaped standard was officially completed, Hinata's body opened the void eyes uncontrollably, and the black heart beat unusually violently, making a dong-dong sound like an imperial engine. Before Hinata could react, a pair of blank eyes spontaneously burst out of a dazzling silver glow, and the seal of Baihao that Hinata had worked so hard to forge was swallowed up by the void eye in the light like this. Oh no, it's not so much gone, but rather the seal of 100 heroes and the heart of chakra merging. Hinata still wanted to find out, but found that Chakra's heart suddenly stopped beating, which made Hinata suddenly dizzy due to insufficient blood supply. Fortunately, the heart of Chakra only struck for a few seconds. Soon, the pitch-black heart was beating even more violently. And with this restart, the Chakra pipe, which was previously stored in the seal of Baihao, turned black for some reason, and gushed out with the beating of the heart. These black pipes, which were originally used as connections, rampaged through Hinata's body domineeringly, and merged with Hinata's meridians, dyeing his original meridians pitch black as well. Is this heart playing tricks? What are you going to do? Hinata wailed, lost consciousness at the moment when all the meridians turned black, and fainted to the ground. At this moment, the space that should have been opened up by the seal to store chakra was completely integrated with the space of the void eye, and the heart of chakra became the interface connecting the void eye space with Hinata's body. The huge space, which was originally empty and only had a black bow, suddenly became lively. While the heart of chakra was beating wildly, it was also frantically squeezing Hinata's spiritual energy and physical energy, spontaneously refining chakra and pouring it into the space. However, this space is too large, and the body of the 6-year-old Hinata can squeeze out too little. This kind of crazy squeezing actually made Hinata's body slim down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh no! This is an excessive reaction to the loss of chakra. Tsunade was the first to notice the change in Hinata, raised his hand and pressed Hinata's chest, injecting his own chakra into the boy's body. But that's not enough. Chakra was rapidly draining from Tsunade's body, but it was barely able to maintain Hinata's condition, and there was no sign of saturation. Soon, Tsunade's chakra was about to be emptied. Why can't I feed him with my chakra? Tsunade was secretly frightened, and without hesitation, he unlocked the yin seal. The black mark stretched from Tsunade's forehead to his whole body, and Tsunade once again used his reserves for Hinata. Here, it's the chakra she's been accumulating for nearly a year. Even though Tsunade had exhausted his savings for a year, Hineda's body's demand for chakra had not diminished in the slightest. Seeing that Tsunade's chakra was about to run out, Orochimaru pushed Tsunade away and pressed Hineda's body himself. "Get up, let me come." Although the action was a little rude, Orochimaru's was indeed helping. It stands to reason that all the chakras of the 2-3 ninja level ninjas can fill a boy's body no matter how they say. It is even possible to fill up. But on the contrary, Hyugamoto's body is like a bottomless pit, and after sucking up the chakra of the great snake pill, he is still craving for the chakra. Once the supply is insufficient, it begins to devour the life energy of the hyuuga. Orochimaru, who had been drained, stepped back, and the water gate went up. But the chakra of the water gate is also about to be sucked dry, but Hyuga's body is still like an abyssal mouth, bottomless. Kushina rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. "You get up too, isn't it chakra? I'm so much, old lady." Kushina squeezed open the water gate and stood in front of Hinedamoto, his face full of excitement. Seeing this, Shumon immediately guessed what his wife wanted to do, and asked in a panic, "Jusainai, you don't plan to use that chakra, do you?" And that chakra, hyuga, is not unused. As soon as these words came out, Mizuman was surprised. Can this boy actually control the chakra full of negative emotions of the Nine Tails? How is this possible? However, Watergate was soon fortunate enough to witness this scene, because even Kushina of the Uzumaki clan, her own chakra still failed to feed Hinedamoto. Don't blame me for that. Kushina smiled and summoned the nine-tailed chakra and instilled it into Hyugamoto's body. That's exactly what she was looking forward to. Jusainai, who has been tortured by the Nine Tails dark chakra for a long time, can be regarded as a person who can empathize. "Hey, little fox, don't be so picky. Do you obediently hand over the chakra yourself, or will I take it myself?" As a pure Uzumaki clan, Kushina doesn't have any soft policies with the Nine Tails. Several huge chains poured out of the ceiling space, firmly locking the Nine Tails, and they began to draw chakras ferociously. It's strange that the Nine Tails were so angry when they first met Naruto. Originally, Jusainai was fearless. After all, she has lived for so many years, and she has not seen anyone who can drain the chakra of the Nine Tails. But after a long while, Hineda's body was still devouring the Nine Tails chakra, and Kushina's face began to change. Something is wrong. It's almost like half of the chakra of the Nine Tails. Tsunade, or Orochimaru, who came slowly, also changed from surprise to fear. Although they didn't know exactly how many Nine Tails chakras Hyuga had eaten like Kushina, several people knew how fast Hyuga devoured chakra. At that rate, devouring for so long, that amount of chakra, the three of them couldn't help but feel frightened, even scared. "That's enough. Do you really want to drain me dry? I'll fight you if I continue like this." The Nine Tails in Jusainai's body was also anxious, and roared at Jusainai. Although Jusainai occasionally came to snatch chakras on himself, that amount was a drizzle for the Nine Llamas. Therefore, although the movements were a little rough, the Nine Llamas rarely got angry. After all, the fox was under the eaves and had to bow his head. "But this time, I can't help but stop working hard. It's not an exaggeration, it's really going to drain out." Yes, the chakra of the Nine Tails is not infinite. Naruto used up the chakra of the Nine Tails in the Fourth Shinobi War. But that time, Naruto divided the chakra among the entire ninja coalition. And this time, it was Hyugamoto who swallowed it alone. "Why are you yelling so loudly? Isn't this almost over?" Feeling Hineda's heartbeat gradually become smoother, and the speed of devouring chakra slowly slowed down, Kushina finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nice, she couldn't have imagined that she would one day worry about the lack of chakra. Fortunately, before the Nine Tails completely erupted, Hineda finally stopped devouring chakra and slept peacefully. Kushina let go of his hand and was paralyzed on the spot. Although it was not his own chakra that was devoured later, it was also quite tiring to be an intermediary. Seeing that Hineda was out of danger, whether it was Tsunade or Orochimaru, Mizuman or Kushina, they were all tired and paralyzed in place and didn't want to move. After all, it doesn't taste good to be drained of chakras. Hineda felt like he had a dream. Hineda dreams that he has become a fish and swims in the vast and endless seabed, until a black bow smashed into his face like a streamer. It hurts. Hineda rubbed his face and woke up, only to realize that he had just had a dream. But to be honest, Hineda felt that he had never slept so comfortably before waking up, and his body was full of strength after waking up. "Hey, comfortable. Hey, who did it? Who attacked you? Why are you all lying on the ground?" Hineda Mototo, looking at the four people who had collapsed on the ground, puzzled. Tsunade gave Hineda a blank look, and she suddenly realized that this boy she loved so much seemed to be really as beaten as the legend. Hineda saw the danger in the eyes of the four people, and immediately covered his mouth and didn't dare to skin it again, and obediently helped several people to the sofa to rest. After all this, Hineda had time to observe his own situation. Himself, is this the failure of the seal of Baihao? Hinata Yuen recalled the situation before he fell unconscious, and probed his consciousness to his chakra heart. I don't know if I don't look at it, I'm shocked when I see it. Hinata's consciousness actually entered the space of the void eye from the heart, and this place, which was originally empty, has now become a sea of chakra, full of no gaps. Belch. I seem to know who caused the 4 collapses. The black bow was like a fish, swimming merrily in the chakra ocean. Seeing Hinata's arrival, it hurriedly swam to Hinata's side, swaying its bow slightly, apologizing at all that it had just bumped into its master. But Hinata didn't have time to take care of it, carefully examining the space. The chakra currents in the space are constantly surging. It's tyrannical, it's warm, it's cold, and so on. The tyrannical is the 9 tails, and the warm is the Watergate. It seems that I haven't let go of the chakra of the 4 of them. However, it's not okay to be so distinct, let me fuse together. Hyuuga Yuen deliberately stirred in this chakra ocean, and finally formed a huge chakra whirlpool, and the 5 distinctive chakras also continued to merge in the stirring. Alright, let's give this space a name. Well, let's call it spiritual space. Hinata suddenly remembered the black cat he had seen in the anime in his previous life, and said the name with a slight smile. Spiritual space, this can be regarded as a kind of tribute to it. Withdrawing his consciousness from the spiritual space, Hinata Yuen looked at the few people whose faces on the sofa were about to soften, and his heart was both grateful and guilty. Maybe he's really an unlucky star, and it's a bit of a surprise to go anywhere. It's good that it's not like a detective, where you go, you die, otherwise it would be too scary. In order to thank a few people for their help, Hinata Yuen beat their backs and legs, and beckoned to serve tea and pour water, and they were busy for a while. Tsunade rolled his eyes for a long time before he took it back. It's rare to get together. The 5 of them went out for a meal together, and the one who paid for it must be Hyuuga, the young head of the Hyuuga family, who is not short of money. After eating and drinking, before the group dispersed, Kushina patted Hinata Yuen mysteriously and told him to go to the number 5 exercise site early tomorrow morning to meet, saying that there was something important to announce. But Hinata, who was cheated several times by this nervous woman, had no good reaction. Early the next morning, Hinata arrived at the training ground on time, only to find that Mate Kai and Uchiha Shisui were already waiting there. Akai, stop the water, good morning. Hinata Yuen waved his hand. Akai and Zishui also responded. Looking at his 2 teammates, Hinata Yuen sighed with emotion in his heart. Don't be too strong, and go directly to the band position. Due to the vigorous use of the pupil technique just after the awakening kaleidoscope riding wheel a year ago, the damage is so great that the CD has not cooled down so far. Because of Hinata's entrustment, Shisui had a kaleidoscope and failed to keep the secret, but the special ability of Don't Celestial was hidden. Except for Hinata Yuen and Shisui himself, no one knew that Shisui had this ability. Akai has also made rapid progress in this year. In addition to the necessary rest, he is doing tasks and exercising, which can be described as the king of volumes, which makes Hinata Yuen admire. It is worth mentioning that Hinata often spars with Akai. But despite facing Akai with the greatest patience, Akai's high enthusiasm still made him a little unbearable. How can this work? All the time is spent practicing with you, rough guy. Where else do I have time to flirt with Zeome? Ah no, it's to cultivate pure feelings, ahem. So, Hinata Yuen persuaded himself with the name of respecting the original and accepted Akai to Kakashi Heiji. Since then, this pair of best friends who were deeply bound in the original book have also become affectionate in this time and space. Akai has expressed his gratitude to Hinata Yuen more than once and introduced him to a friend who has such a good taste. Kakashi has also said more than once that he wants to kill Hinata Gen and then quickly. Well, what about the morning meeting? It's almost noon, why hasn't Kushina-sama come yet? What a waste of youth. Akai grumbled as he threw the pebbles in boredom. Hinata Yuen is okay, as the first person in Konoha to fish, he can't wait to be idle all day to be comfortable. Zishui smiled and asked Hinata Yuen, Yuan-jun, I heard that you tried to condense the seal of Baihao yesterday, did you succeed? Of course it didn't work, you see that he doesn't have anything on his forehead. He often takes himself to the hospital as a practitioner of the gang fist technique, so he has more contact with the medical ninja Tsunade, but he knows better than the water. Oh, I'm sorry, Shisui smiled apologetically. Hey, who said I failed? It's not a good deal to make a move today. Hinata Yuen joked and quipped, Akai, who told you that the seal of Baihao must be engraved on your forehead? I can't put it in any other place? Then where did you put it? This. Hinata Yuen pointed to his chest. Unexpectedly, Akai actually showed a sudden expression of realization when he saw this, and his eyes lit up and praised again and again, yes. It's a good position to engrave here. Engraved on the forehead, it obviously looks like a sissy. Engraved on Mimi, no one can find it if you don't pay attention to it. Hinata Yuen, you are really a genius. Hinata Yuen, degree turned a degree? Stop the water. Poof, ha 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 ha. I'm sorry. I'm already serious and smiling. I'm a professional ninja, I don't usually laugh, unless I can't help it. Hineda's anger value was full in an instant, and the two fists clenched loudly. Akai, I heard that you've improved a lot of your physical skills lately. It just so happens that my chakra deficiency problem is almost solved. Come on, let's practice. Even if Akai was stupid, he saw the killing intent on Hineda's body, and immediately shook his head like a rattle and bleated wildly. This is not because Akai suddenly opened his mind to look at the situation, but because Hyuga Yuen's body lit up with silver light. Sparring is sparring. What do you mean by opening and hanging? Hinata Moto, you are calm. Although it is really embarrassing to be engraved in that place and I guess it, my mouth is very strict, and I will never say it. The mouth of the dead is the strictest. Less nonsense, take your life. Hinata Yuen slashed down one palm after another, and when the palm fell, a big pit had to be blasted out. Akai fled frantically, and in order to save his life, 5 of the 8 dungeons were opened. But even so, Akai still couldn't escape from the palm of Hinata's hand, which was hanging, and was about to be caught. I can't escape. I can't escape. Akai was heartbroken, and under tremendous pressure, he actually forcibly opened the 6th gate, Jingmen, which he had never succeeded in before. Kanaha Gale. Akai turned around and kicked back, trying to catch Hyugamoto's terrifying palm. There was a burst of smoke and dust, but Akai and Hinata Yuen did not make contact. It turned out that Uzumaki Kushina had arrived. Okay. Very energetic. Kushina took one hand and pressed his leg with the other, appearing between Hinata Yuen and Akai. However, you two can stop the meeting for a while and use this spirit for other purposes. As soon as Kushina threw it away, the two boys were left on either side. Seeing that Hinata Yuen was secretly frightened. Although he didn't plan to really kill him, he had also opened the void armament, so he didn't want to capture himself so easily. I don't want to lose face, huh? Didn't you say that you would gather in the morning? It's almost noon. Seeing Jusainai's arrival, the smiling Zishui hurriedly walked over and complained. I'm sorry. I'm lost. Kushina smiled apologetically and scratched her head, as if the domineering leak just now was not her. Guess I believe it or not? Your perfunctory excuse is exactly the same as Kakashi's perfunctory use of your son in the future. Hinata put away the plug-in, and she didn't bother to take care of it with a blank look. Then he was knocked on the head by Kushina. Ahem. Calling you here today is indeed a great event to announce. Kushina asked the 3 of them to stand in a row, with their hands behind their backs, and said with rare seriousness, it's not a secret, recently, the middle ninja exam is about to start, and I have decided to recommend 2 of the 3 of you to take this exam. Well, do you recommend only 2? How do you decide which 2, and what about the remaining one? Akai asked, raising his hand. And this is the problem that Kushina is waiting for. She smiled mysteriously, took out 2 bells from her pocket, and tied them around her waist in front of the 3 of them. I have 2 bells here, only you can grab them, only those who grab the bells are eligible to take the Zongnin exam. If you can't grab the one, you can only endure it obediently. Jusainai fiddled with his hand, making the 2 bells sound crisply. To be honest, I don't think you need to worry about 2 bells running out. Because, I don't think you can grab any of you. Come on, with the belief of killing me, go all out to compete for the chance to be promoted to Zongnin. But none of the 3 Hinata Yuen moved, which made Kushina a little embarrassed. Hinata Motoya raised his hand and asked, Kushina-sensei, you said go all out. Are you sure? Hinata Yuen meant something. After all, this is not the same as it used to be. Draining out 4 powerhouses plus a 9-tailed chakra, Hinata Gen can now be described as quite inflated. If you go all out, it's going to be a big fuss. Kushina also heard Hinata's words, but she nodded in the affirmative. This surprised Hinatamoto. Seeing what the boy wanted to say, Jusainai waved his hand to interrupt, looked at the 3 boys and smiled confidently. I repeat, you must go all out. No matter what strange state you have, what kaleidoscope and 1,000 flowers, what 5, 6, 7 or 8 doors, give me all my strength. I know you're all self-proclaimed geniuses, aren't you? You don't think you 3 little kids can really threaten me, do you? Said Kushina smiled confidently and shook the bell on her waist again. It's not a secret, not only this 5th exercise ground, but also the adjacent 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th exercise fields have also been cleared, so you can rest assured that you can make a fuss. The time limit is before the sun sets. If you can't grab the bell, just give me patience obediently. The classic bell grabbing project? Isn't this a reserved item for the 7th class? What kind of excitement is our 9th class? However, since you can really do your best, it will be interesting. 8 gates Dungia, Jingmen, open. Akai was the first to let go. Teacher Kushina, this is the 6th gate I just opened, and I haven't tried the power of this gate yet. In his opinion, there are more monks and less porridge, and the first strike is stronger. Hey, Akai, why are you in a hurry? Hinata Yuen still wanted to pull the 2 to discuss the strategy, but looking at Akai's strength like a wild dog, I was afraid that he couldn't pull it. Forget it, let him go. Hinata and Shisui looked at each other and smiled. Shall we still cooperate? Asked Zishui. Forget it, you haven't done your best for a long time, have you? Hinata replied. Zishui nodded, closed his eyes and took a half step back. When I opened my eyes again, the unique four-edged kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes appeared in the deep eye sockets of the water, and they rotated slightly. I'll go first. The instantaneous technique was activated, and when Hinata heard this, the figure of stopping the water had long disappeared in place. Ha ha. Although I haven't won the name of instantaneous water stopping, this body method has already begun to take shape. Hinata shook his head and closed his eyes with a smile. My teammates are so motivated, I can't fall behind. The pitch-black chakra's heart beat steadily, and the abundant chakra flowed out of the heart, passing through the transformed jet-black meridians and supplying the limbs and bones of Hyuga. And the advantage of this is that for the first time, Hyuga unlocked the complete body form of the Void Eye. In addition to the flickering silver light, Hinata's body was attached to the more powerful chakra robe, just like Madara of the 6 Naruto and the 10 Tails Pillar Force. That's right. Before, I was just dressed in a layer of silver light, and I was embarrassed to call it armed, so I changed my outfit. Hinata nodded, very satisfied with his current self. Because, this is not only a change in appearance, but also a qualitative leap in his strength. Come on, let's go and join in the fun. Bow on. With Hinata summoning, the black bow in the spiritual space came out in response and appeared in Hinata's palm. After so many days of being nourished by a large amount of chakra, the brilliance of this black bow has become more dazzling, faintly revealing a vague ferocity. Good bow. Hinata stroked the increasingly domineering longbow, and suddenly remembered the mythical story of his previous life, and remembered the mobile game that made him love and hate, and couldn't help but sigh. It's been so long, and I haven't given you a name. I'll just call you. Penguins can't come into the world to sue me for infringement. Black Bow trembled slightly, seemingly pleased with the name. Hinata laughed and floated. Aim at Kushina, build a bow, shoot an arrow. Kushina-sensei, be careful. Silver arrow sped over, and Kushina, who was wrestling with Akai, snorted disdainfully, and casually exploded Hinata's attack. At this moment, the dark red chakra cloak of the 9 tails had tightly wrapped Jusainai. Even, in the face of the tentative attack of stopping the water, Jusainai, who was at ease, didn't even bother to move, and let Kuwu throw it on him. That's it, Jusainai smiled contemptuously. Hinata was secretly frightened. Good guy, wasn't the chakra of the 9 tails drained by me yesterday? It recovered today? Co-authoring the 9 tails power bank not only has a large capacity, but also has such a fast charging speed, which is unreasonable. However, it's too early to start getting complacent, right? It's just a tentative blow myself. Hinata, who couldn't hit it again, didn't make another move, but slowly landed and sat cross-legged to rest. Akai, stop the water, you hold the teacher for a while, and wait for me to harvest. Don't worry, I don't want the bell, I'll give it to you. Hinata shouted into the battlefield, but he closed his eyes. Okay, yes. Then let's settle it, Teacher Jusainai, I'm sorry. Towards the peacock. Akai took a step back excitedly, and struck a full punch continuously and at high speed towards Jusainai's position. The flames generated by the violent friction of the air were as bright as the peacock opening screen, but they contained extremely terrifying lethality. Towards the peacock, this is a powerful physical technique that can only be performed by opening the 6th gate of the 8 Dunjia gates, the Jing Gate. Maidkai had been practicing this move for a long time, but due to the progress of the 8-gate Dunjia, this was the first time he had actually used it. Therefore, Maidkai's face was hard to hide the excitement. A brilliant fist of fire like a peacock feather shot out, and in the face of this powerful move, Jusainai turned into countless arms with the chakra clothes of the 9 tails, which was quite the power of turning into a Buddha. Palm to fist, Joshina took Maidkai's attack hard. Maidkai's fire fist was completely negated, and Kushina's 9 tails chakra cloak was depleted. Ha ha ha, cool, Jusainai beckoned proudly and said with a smile, come, old lady, teacher, I don't have to bully you with ninjutsu, just come and fight hard. Stop the water, while playing, don't delay me and Xiao Kai alone. Said that, a chain stretched out from behind Kushina, locking the Uchiha stop water that had been wandering around the edge looking for an opportunity. Zishui smiled bitterly, and when he saw that teacher Jusainai was playing, he turned off the pupil technique and obediently stayed in place to watch the show. And Akai also put away the smile on his face, and his expression became serious. Although my strongest move, Asahi Peacock, was easily defused by the teacher's chakra coat was also consumed. As long as I attack in close quarters, I may not have no chance. Come on, Konoha arrogant blue beast. Use your proudest physical skills to win a chance for yourself to be promoted to the middle ninja. Maidkai said in his heart, his chest burning with a fierce fighting spirit. With a blue chakra attached to his feet, Maidkai kicked towards Kushina. And Kushina only raised his arm lightly to resist. Teacher Jusainai, carelessness is not a good habit. Akai shouted and kicked down, causing a cloud of smoke and dust. When the smoke cleared, although the entire ground around him sank a lot, Jusainai, who was standing in it, was unscathed. Kushina actually caught Matekai's kick with one hand. You've just made at least 2 mistakes. First, who told you that I'm not good at physical arts? Second, who told you that I'm running out of chakra? Akai looked at it in shock, only to find that there was a membrane between the leg that he was attacking and the arm that Kushina used to block. A red, chakra film from the 9 tails. At this moment, the blood-red chakra cloak stretched from his arm, once again covering Kushina's entire body. If that's the case, you won't be able to snatch my bell, said Kushina, smiled and shook Matekai away with a wave of his arm. Come again. At this time, Akai's expression was already very solemn. Even if it is the 6th gate, leaving it open for a long time will cause a great load on his body. But in the face of the opportunity to be promoted to Zongnin, Akai had to go all out. Since the high-speed boxing Asahi Peacock could only barely break through the defense of teacher Jusainai. Then, go further. Awaken. Fire Phoenix. After accumulating strength for a moment, Akai suddenly jumped high and rubbed flames with the air again with high-speed continuous kicks, attacking towards Jusainai. In the face of such a fierce offensive, Jusainai still seemed unhurried. The power in the legs is often greater than in the hands, so the power is also greater. The peacock's promotion to a phoenix is reasonable. But it's not enough. The bright red chakra coat swelled, and Jusainai aimed at Matekai, her mouth wide open. A black orb slowly appeared in front of Kushina's lips, and it grew larger and larger. The trembling chakra fluctuations shocked even Hinata Yuen, who was hiding aside and making the seeking Dao Jade with peace of mind, and opened his eyes in surprise. Islet, and even the tailed beast Jade will come out, isn't it? Teacher, are you really playing? Hinata exclaimed. That's right, what was on Jusainai's lips was the tailed beast Jade, which was as lethal as a missile. Boom! The tailed beast Jade flew out, easily blasting away Matekai's Fire Phoenix, and continued to attack Matekai with undiminished power. And Matekai, who had nowhere to borrow his strength in midair, had nowhere to hide but to watch as the black orb smashed into his head. This is fatal. Even if Hinata Zhandang interrupted the production of the Seeking Dao Jade, he got up and was about to save Matekai. But he stopped again, and continued to accumulate the Seeking Dao Jade with peace of mind. Because Hinata Yuen saw it, Kushina set off. I saw that Jusainai moved at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to capture with ordinary eyesight, and instantly appeared in front of Matekai. One hand held the unbalanced Matekai, and the other hand covering the 9-tailed chakra held the flying Dao Jade. Jusainai landed safely and said with a smile, I'm sorry, Xiao Kai, you're out. Seeing that Matekai still wanted to argue about something, Jusainai casually threw out the tailed beast Jade. Bang! Tailed beast Jade blasted out a terrifying pit. Do you want to say anything? You're already dead. Juzina let go of Matekai, clapped his hands and said, It's not good for your health to open the 8 gates Dungia for a long time, Xiao Kai, you have reached the limit, don't hold on. Hearing this, Matekai couldn't help but bow his head in a deflated manner, and closed the 8 doors Dungia. That's right, I've already lost. Alright, stop the water, it's up to you. Kushina let go of the chains that controlled the water and rubbed her fists. The battle with Xiao Kai just now was very enjoyable, don't let me down. Unexpectedly, contrary to the scrappy Jusainai, Ji Shui raised his hands quite simply and said, I'm sorry, teacher Jusainai, I abstain. Jusainai, how can you do this? Don't you want to be promoted to Zongren? These eyes didn't give me any powerful lethal pupil skills, and in a sense, my direct attack power was weaker than Akai's. Akai hasn't been able to break through your defenses, let alone me. Also, I don't think it's wise to fight you right now. Kushina frowned, and asked rhetorically, It's not wise now, when is it wise? After you fought him. Shisui smiled and pointed at hyuuga. That's right, thanks to Akai's delay for a long enough time, Hinata Yuen has already condensed 6 Dao Seeking Jades. Although the chakra is still enough, Hinata Yuen has no plans to make a 7th one. Because the Dao Jade is not something that can be discarded after it is manufactured, it requires energy to maintain. Every time a Dao Seeking Jade is maintained, Hinata's spiritual burden is 1 point heavier. 6 Seeking Dao Jades is already the most that Hyuuga Yuen can maintain without affecting the battle. Kushina looked at Hinata Moto, who stood up and showed an excited expression. Oh, you're a good boy. What's the matter? You'll accompany me to practice your hands first. 6 Dao Seeking Jades floated behind him, and Hinata Yuen smiled. With that, Hinata raised his hand and raised his bow and arrow. Behind him, a guide jade quickly floated and changed into a pitch-black arrow that was placed on the bow by Hinata Moto. Seeing this, Jusainai's eyes also changed from playfulness to seriousness. She realized that this black bow and arrow was not the kind of goods that could be sent away with a single tap before. If you don't take it seriously, you'll really die. Kushina-sensei, be careful. Hinata took aim and let go, and the pitch-black arrow shot out. It's not flashy, but it's frighteningly powerful. Jusainai didn't dare to take it hard, and immediately dodged away. And the Uchiha Shisui that she carried in her hand before was unlucky. The deadly bow and arrow slashed in front of Zishui's forehead, and after cutting off a few hairs from Zishui, it flew to the big tree next to it. Bang! There was another loud bang, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. When the dust cleared, not to mention the big trees, the surrounding tens of meters were cut into a big pit. A brush with death. No, it was the water stop that passed by and was not calm in an instant, and yelled at Hinata Yuen, you did it on purpose, didn't you see that I was still here? What if you shoot a little crookedly and shoot at me? I suspect that you are retaliating. Hinata Yuen turned a blind eye to Zishui's roar, walked to his side slowly and patted him on the shoulder, and then explained, ouch, don't you still believe in my technique? How can you shoot crookedly? Besides, you actually want me to be a thug. How can you do it without paying a price? Hinata Moto's face was full of warm smiles, but the words he said made Shisui feel extremely cold. Humph. When you said before that Akai and I would help you drag it, why didn't you say that you wanted to take advantage of the fishermen? That's right, under the pollution of Hyuga, Shisui became the only person in the entire Hokage world who would raise the middle finger to express respect. Ahem. Hinata Yuen's face turned red, and he didn't talk nonsense. Because, the Kushina on the opposite side has obviously changed. Kushina, who flashed to the side, looked at Hinata Moto, and his eyes were full of excitement. That black ball behind you, it looks very powerful. It just so happens that I have a black ball too. Let's compare, whose black ball is more powerful. Jusainai opened his mouth wide again, condensing a tailed beast jade. And this time, the person who chooses to stand in place and be tough, not even hide, and does the ultimate thing of pretending to be forced is Hinata Moto. Of course, the water stop has already run away in a row. He didn't want to stand next to Hinata Yuen and be implicated. Boom! The pitch-black tailed beast jade struck at a rapid pace. The corner of Hinata's eyes picked. This tailed beast jade is obviously bigger than Bangakai's. Teacher Jusainai, you want a bowl of water to be flat. You can't treat it differently. Hinata Yuen complained frantically in his heart, but he still couldn't move. It's just that a seeker jade behind him began to stretch and deform, gradually changing into a hollow egg, wrapping Hinata Yuen in it. After a loud bang, a violent explosion, Kushina looked at Hinata Yuen with a little nervousness. Kushina faintly regretted a little, she was afraid of accidentally hurting or even killing Hinata by mistake. But it didn't take long for Kushina to know that her worries were unnecessary. Because, Hyuga Yuen, who was protected by the black dome and the smoke and dust, was unscathed. Isn't it? Better than me? Ah, no. More elegant than me? I really don't believe in this evil. Looking at the arrogant face that Hinata Yuen deliberately showed from the black dome, Kushina's anger came up at once, and he immediately opened his mouth again. This time, it's not as simple as a tailed beast jade. Instead, one after another, 5 tailed beast jades were bombarded to the same position with precision under the control of Jusainai. Jusainai was very sure that even if it was a 5-layer Rashomon with extremely terrifying and powerful defense, the set he had just now was enough to shatter it. But the smoke and dust dissipated, and the black giant egg that protected Hinata Yuen was still unscathed. Not to mention the cracks, not even a scratch. What's going on? Kushina wondered. Ha. Don't waste your efforts, Teacher Kushina, you can't break through my defenses. Alas, as a teacher, you can't even break through the students' defenses. It's a shame. If it is spread out, how can our famous teacher Jusainai still mess around in Konoha? Otherwise, Teacher Jusainai, if you give me those 2 bells, I will promise to help you keep them secret. How? Think about it. The defense formed by the Seeking Dao Jade cannot be affected by ordinary ninjutsu, and only immortal and physical techniques can break it. Immortal arts? Jusainai doesn't know that. Therefore, Hinata Moto, who felt that he was at ease, made the old mistake again, and began to float, and his mouth was open. But the next moment, Hinata Yuen heard the life of snap, and there was a crack in the defense built by the Seeking Dao. You're floating, Hinata Moto. Kushina's red hair flew and she clenched her fists and sneered. Kushina punched Hinata's defenses one after another, and the eggshell that the Dao had turned into gradually shattered like a real eggshell. Hinata Yuen feels that at this moment, he is like the heroine in The Shining who hides behind the door and can only watch the evil spirit break the door. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. No, this will die. Hinata Yuen quietly broke a hole behind the eggshell and crept out. Little ghost, where are you going? However, Hinata's movements did not escape Kushina's eyes. But Jusainai did not choose to pursue it the first time, but leaned sideways and smashed the eggshell with a punch. Boom! With the sound of shattering, the defense that Hinata Yuen had built with the Dao Jade was broken by Uzumaki Kushina with brute force. Hinata couldn't help but swallow. In the original book, it seems that the only person who can use brute force to break through the defenses of the Dao Seeking Jade is Emperor Kai, right? At that time, how many doors did he open? Although the quality of his Seeking Dao Jade was a little worse than that of Jimadara, it wouldn't be so easy to be hammered open, right? Jusainai had learned strange powers from Tsunade? I hadn't heard of it. Jusainai was satisfied and stepped over the black remnants of the Seeking Dao jade that had been hammered to pieces, rubbed his fists and walked in front of Hinata Yuen. Were you brave just now? Come, drag one to show me. Hinata Yuen twisted his neck and replied unconvinced, is it illegal to drag? Which law says that people can't be dragged by dragging? Isn't it? Then there shouldn't be any legal provisions. The captain can't teach his subordinates a lesson, right? Let the old lady and I educate you well. What does it mean to respect the teacher? Jusainai took a deep breath and slammed his fist towards Hinata Yuen. Hinata Yuen shouted as he fled, this is the old master's line, right? It's about stalling for time. Just one attack and one defense, he has already consumed 2 of his Seeking Dao jades. And taking advantage of the kung fu of hiding in the eggshell and the mouth cheap, he added 2 more Seeking jades. With this thing, Hinata Yuen's heart is steady. Teacher Jusainai, don't deceive people too much. I don't want to lose face. This time, Kushina didn't take it hard, but tried to dodge. But Kushina miscalculated this time. The tornado turned by the silver wheel reincarnation explosion is not only getting bigger and bigger, but it can also track and seek enemies under the control of Hyuuga. Kushina couldn't even dodge the tornado, and gradually lost his patience. I didn't want to mess up my hair, but now I have to be told by Watergate when I go home. Boy, you're dead, said Kushina, gritting her teeth, and the chakra cloak on her body became deeper and turned into a tail. And Kushina, who was wrapped in this thick layer of 9-tailed chakra, actually broke straight into the center of the storm like this. Then, he tore the storm open with his hands. Akai and Zishui, who were watching from the sidelines, glanced at each other and swallowed in unison. It's ridiculous, okay. Is it still a human being so fierce? It's hard to say whether it's human or not, because Hinata's feeling at the moment is that he is facing an extremely terrifying beast. That kind of oppressive feeling that comes to his face is known only to Hinata Yuen himself. However, Hinata Yuen did not flinch, and 3 of the remaining 5 Dao Seeking Jades behind him had slowly merged together. Kushina, who had extinguished the storm with brute force, looked at Hinata Yuen and said disdainfully, boy, this attack doesn't seem to work, isn't it powerful enough? Why don't you throw out the golden light that was used to scare your dad that day? Of course, Hinata Yuen knew that Kushina was referring to the golden will reincarnation explosion, but he didn't plan to do it. I almost fell into a misunderstanding. Why do you keep fighting with Jusainai like this? If you have that time, you might as well think about how to divert Jusainai's attention. After all, his goal was those 2 bells, and he didn't have to defeat Kushina. It is a good choice to take advantage of the little emotions of Teacher Jusainai. Teacher Jusainai, I don't think you can take my golden will reincarnation explosion card. After all, it was the strongest move I had ever wielded in the Void Eye. It's not good if it hurts you. Uncle Watergate can't pick my skin when he turns around. Jusainai didn't like to hear this, and frowned on the spot. What's the? You can still hurt me? We haven't been able to train in Class 9 yet, and he interjected. Come on, let me see how many catties and tails your strongest move has. Behind Hinata Yuen, the 3 weapons conjured by the fusion of the Dao Seeking Jade have been completed. However, Hinata Yuen did not rush to use this weapon, but immediately put it into the spiritual space. Putting away the bow of the sun-chasing bow again, Hinata Yuen summoned the only 2 remaining Dao Seeking Jades to his side, and said with a smile, use the trick to get at least 3 Dao Seeking Jades, this is not enough. But you'd better be able to finish it before my patience runs out. Kushina smiled and spat the ground, looking at Hinata with interest. But the sharp-eyed Hinata Yuen found that behind Kushina, the 4th tail on the chakra coat was slowly taking shape. It seems that Kushina's attitude is obvious, and he wants me to wait for you, okay. However, in your time, I'm getting stronger. Are you delaying this time? Really, teacher, you can't let me. Hinata Motoshi shook his head with a smile, concentrating on making the 3rd Seeking Dao Jade. After a lot of hard work, he finally took the lead in creating the Seeking Dao Jade before the formation of Jusainai's 4th tail. The 3 Dao Seeker Jades swirled in front of Hyuuga, and Hyuuga also took advantage of the situation to rush towards Kushina. Teacher, be careful, Hinata Yuen shouted, and the 3 Seeking Jades were thrown out immediately. However, these 3 Dao Seeking Jades did not turn into golden light and slash at him as Jusainai imagined, but turned into 3 chains. 2 chains clasped the left and right hands, and the remaining one was tied around the waist, and Kushina, who was caught off guard, was firmly tied by the 3 chains. Jusainai suddenly became unhappy. You kid doesn't talk about martial arts. I was careless, I didn't flash. However, playing chains with my mother, isn't this equivalent to hitting that guy with your hands than ramen? Kushina snorted coldly, and several golden chains shot out from behind him, binding out towards Hyuuga. This is a secret technique of the Vortex clan that even the 9 tails can trap. Seal, Vedra blockade. How terrible is Kushina's brute strength? The ridiculously strong physical fitness of the Uzumaki clan is reflected in Nagato's body as being able to bear the eye of reincarnation, and in Xiangri's body, it is reflected in being able to recharge others. And in Kushina's body, it is reflected in 100% brute strength. This woman, who is known as Blood Red Pepper, may beat boys with her fists in the ninja school stage. The black chains transformed by Hinata Yuankaya Deyu were pulled and clicked under Kushina's brute force, and there were traces of crumbling at all times. And Hinata Yuen himself is in danger of being sealed by Kushina in turn. Could it be that Hyuuga's tactical intentions were wrong? No, although the situation was very dangerous, it was still under Hyuuga's control. Controlling the Vidra chain, the confident Kushina suddenly lost the trace of Hinata Yuen, and the Vidra chain lost its target. What about people? Jusainai subconsciously looked down, but found that Hinata Yuen had teleported in front of him at some point. Flying Thor, have you learned? Said Kushina, subconsciously remembering her husband's famed stunt. No, Flying Thor is still too difficult. However, as long as I am given enough time, my void eyes can open up a spatial passage by myself. Teacher, you are too careless, you actually sit there and wait for me. Hinata Yuen faced Jusainai, who was temporarily controlled by the Deo Jade chain, and swung a palm towards his waist with all his might, aiming directly at the two bells. Jusainai also panicked, and quickly mobilized the nine-tailed chakra coat on his body to resist. All of the chakra cloak coalesced together and turned into a spear that stabbed Hinata Moto's head. If Hinata Yuen didn't stop and insisted on grabbing the bell, then he would only end up with a headshot. But when it was too late, Hyuuga's blank eyes flashed with silver light, and a huge and thick black shield appeared in front of Hyuuga Moto, steadily blocking Kushina's chakra spear. This shield is the weapon that Hinata Yuen hid before. Teacher Kushina, I predicted your prediction. Hinata Yuen laughed, pulled off the two bells very smoothly, and then quickly took his shield to dodge away. Jingle bells. Hinata Yuen shook the bell in his hand and smiled quite proudly. Teacher Kushina, I successfully won the bell. After the bell was taken away, Kushina kept his head down and remained silent. Belch. Teacher Jusainai, shouldn't he be shut up because he lost face, right? I can't afford to play it like this. Hinata Yuen tilted his head, trying to see Jusainai's expression clearly. A little closer, Hinata Motokei vaguely heard Kushina muttering something, but the volume was too low, and raw as Hinata Yuen was smart and couldn't hear it clearly. What, teacher, what are you talking about? Hinata asked as he moved closer again. Kushina suddenly raised her head, and her voice soared, startling Hinata Motoichi. I said, I didn't make a rule, I can't snatch the bell back. Ninetails, didn't you want to go out and hang out a long time ago? Come, lend me my body to you, help me teach these little kids a good lesson. As she spoke, Kushina's voice became colder and colder, and in the end, it turned out to be like a ghost, completely changing into another person's voice. What's more, Kushina's eyes also changed to vertical as her voice changed. That's the eyes of the nine-tailed nine llamas. He. I can't even clean up a few little kids, it's really embarrassing. It's so embarrassing that I'm actually sealed in a waste body like you. However, since I was given the opportunity to let off steam, then I'll help you teach this group of bear children a lesson. After all, I also hate this guy who drained my chakra. Although his voice and pupils changed, the chakra coat on Kushina's body was also recovered. Instead, it is a chakra coat similar to the Nine Tails mode style after Naruto unlocked the Nine Tails seal in the original book. It's just that unlike Naruto's warm golden yellow, the body of Kushina in high school is still a dark red full of negative emotions. But there is no doubt that the Nine Tails have been released. The power of the Nine Tails is almost unlimited. What is this? Close the door and let go of the Nine Tails? Teacher Jusainai, you can't afford to play. Every hair on Hinata's body stood up, and he shouted in his heart that it was not good. Playing tricks with Jusainai seems to be dangerous, but it is actually a safe batch. After all, although Jusainai's personality is a little noisy, he still does things in a measured manner. But with the Nine Tails, unlucky, bad luck. Hinata Yuen quickly jumped backwards, trying to distance himself from Kushina, but Jusainai caught up after him in just 2 steps. Little guy, where do you want to go? You eat so many chakras from me and you haven't paid yet. Or, just pay it back with your life. Tailed Beast Jade. Almost the distance between the face, the vertical Jusainai towards Hyuuga Yuen is a tailed Beast Jade. This tailed Beast Jade is much more porcelain than the one that hit Akai before. This is the real taste of death. In the face of this fatal blow, Hinata Mototo only had time to resist with a black shield. There was a loud bang, and Hinata Yuen was blasted out 100 meters away, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. I feel like my arm is going to be broken. Hinata Yuen roared in pain and got up. His body was fine, it can be described as a classic smoke without injury. Fortunately, this shield forged from the Seeking Deo Jade still possessed some of the properties of the Seeking Deo Jade. For example, it is unbreakable if it is not immortal. Of course, it is another matter if you make a miracle. Yo, you're not dead. Jusainai was surprised to see that Hinata Yuen could still get up. But soon, as if someone had told it something, it soon showed a look of sudden realization. Only immortal arts and physical arts can work? No wonder the tailed beast Jade is useless. Forget it, then I'll tear him with my own hands. The Erector Jusainai shook his hand and immediately pounced on Hyuga. Burst, Hinata was eager to vomit 3 liters of blood. Isn't it, Mr. Kushina? You just let go of the Nine Tails and share information with him? Isn't this asking for your own life? Hinata, who took a shot of nine-tailed beast Jade, was numb with half of his body, so he could only shout while fleeing someone. Kill someone. Akai and Zishui, if you two are still there to watch the show, our team will lose me forever. Hinatamoto, I'm here. The Erector Kushina glanced at the boy in the green tights behind him, as if he had received some order, and shook his hand impatiently. Your teacher said that your body is overwhelmed, so you should rest honestly. Matekai was farther away than a fan, and the whole person was rigidly embedded in the ground, and he couldn't buckle it. Hyuga. I suspect my teammates are playing me, but I have no proof. Stop the water, help, stop the water. Hinata, who was chased by Jusainai and screamed, saw that Matekai was unreliable, and hurriedly called another teammate for help. However, this teammate is not very reliable. Okay. The Uchiha Shisui, who had just gotten up, was glared back by Kushina. Facing Hinata's resentful eyes, Shisui wanted to help but didn't dare to help, so he scratched his head in embarrassment and responded that, it's not that I don't help you, it's that I think Akai needs help more. That one. I'll go see if Akai is still angry. With that, Zishui ran to the place where Akai landed, trying to pick him up. Hinata wanted to cry without tears. Woo. You can't be relied on as a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. You said that this Juzine is too, and the students will arrest me as a whoa. Don't you know what it means to be wet with rain and dew? Little guy, if you run away again, the old man will not be polite. If you waste any more time, my ashes will be raised for you. Hinata was also angry, turned around and pointed at Jusainai and scolded, I can't beat you and beat it, can't I let you escape? With a sneer, the eyes of the Erector Jusainai narrowed. The half-open vertical light made Hyuga's sense of danger rise exponentially. The next moment, Hinata bowed 90 degrees very spinelessly. Uncle, I was wrong, you can spare me. Jusainai. To tell the truth, Nine Tails has lived for so many years, and there are many people I have seen, and it is the first one who is so skinless and faceless. Don't say that I'm bullying you, old man. I'll suppress my strength, come, let me vent happily, and I'll spare you. This time, Hinata didn't hide. Don't you see that the Nine Tails is having fun? If you run away and sweep away the Nine Tails uncle's interest, then it is called real death. So, you have to be hard-headed. It's a big deal to be ravaged by the Nine Tails uncle, and you should eliminate the disaster with the pain of flesh and skin. However, I always have the feeling that the little eunuch is forced to practice martial arts with the emperor. What's going on? No, the master has to rise up. The master has to fight. Thinking wildly, Hinata also ignited a raging fighting spirit and rushed forward. Boom! Hinata punched his fist with his palm and took a hard blow from Kushina. Hey, don't say it, these Nine Tails haven't lied to anyone, it's really tightened. Otherwise, Hinata wouldn't have to be smashed and flied? Hinata confidence increased greatly, and a standard set of gossip 128 palms greeted Juzine. The Jusainai of the erection is also only used in physical arts, and it is hard to clash with Hinata. The two of them fist to the flesh, the wind under the palm, you come and go, so happy. After trying for a long time, I didn't pick out Akai, so I simply used the water-stopping 3-round Megatama that I watched the play with peace of mind, just so as not to miss the details of this good show. Stimulus Akai, let me tell you, you can't see that it's really a big loss. Zishui didn't know where to move out of the small bench, and leisurely crossed Erlang's legs and knocked melon seeds. Get out. Matekai, who landed on the ground first, couldn't raise his middle finger with all his strength. That's right, it's still the Hyuga sect, here, since the fight against the Nine Tails to suppress the power, the Hyuga has always had the upper hand. Just kidding, you can't fight hard because our Hinata is still too young. If the power is suppressed to the same level, Hyugata who has mastered the full proficiency of the soft fist technique, is enough to suppress Kushina. After all, whether it is the Nine Tails or the Nine Sinai deity, they can only use brute force, and they are not good at physical skills. However, Hinata didn't get complacent for a while, and he was unlucky. Because the rules for suppressing strength are set by others, and the formulators of the rules are often the ones who are most willing to break the rules. Fighting, Hinata clearly felt that Kushina suddenly skyrocketed in both strength and speed. Damn, you're cheating. Before the words were finished, Hinata was smashed by a big BB of Jusainai and crooked his mouth, and the rest of the words could only be swallowed into his stomach with tears. What can you do with me? Kushina confessed to his violation of the agreement, and was very arrogant. What's wrong? Don't slap me in the face. This is Hinata's last stubbornness. The erection of Jusainai smoked for a while, and the resentment of the Nine Tails being sucked dry of chakra was almost vented. The Ninetales, who suddenly felt bored, were about to obediently go back and then live a life controlled by the seal. But it suddenly remembered something. Bell, I almost forgot. Kushina glanced at it with its vertical sling, and then reached out to retrieve the bell on Hinatamoto's body. But at this time, a shadow flashed, and the bell on Hinata's body was actually gone. I'm sorry, I can't give this bell back to you. Zishui sneaked up to the vicinity at some point, and snatched the bell with a teleportation technique. Although he can't beat Mr. Jusainai, he can still run and drop drops. For his own speed, Zishui is still very confident. He. Jusainai glanced at the confident Zishui with a vertical sword. After a while, a pig's head that was beaten to be more swollen than Hinata Yuen appeared in front of everyone. Was originally a handsome young man, but he was beaten so much that even his own mother could be recognized. When it's over, the old man goes back. Jusainai shook the bell in his hand, and the shaft gradually faded. Kushina changed back to Kushina. Seeing the sunset, this exercise was completely over. Ha ha ha. The three of you have been taught such a terrible lesson, tisk tisk. It seems that you are more suitable to be a good person. After digging Meikai out, Jusainai mercilessly mocked his three subordinates. But she didn't feel proud for long, and the bell in her hand suddenly banged and turned into 2 stones. Kushina's smiling face froze on the spot. Hinata Yuen sighed, patted the water stop beside him meaningfully, and said, why did you rush up desperately? Take a fake one to attract attention. I'm afraid only a fool can't see it, right? Said Hinata Moto, taking out 2 stones from his ass pocket. With a bang, the transfiguration was lifted, and the stone turned into a bell. Hearing this, Zishui couldn't hold back on the spot, and tears flowed down. I worked hard and paid the price of being beaten into a pig's head, and in the end it was just for a fake bell. Hinatamoto, did you do it on purpose? Deliberately didn't tell me? You're just taking revenge on me for not helping you, right? Hinata Yuen suddenly changed his expression and pretended to be upright. Hey, that's a bad word. I can't beat teacher Jusainai. This kind of little trick that is not on the stage, it won't work if you say it. Besides, I thought that this kind of small trick would just deceive those who don't have long brains. Who knows that even you will be deceived? Hinata said so on the surface, but anyone with a discerning eye could see the schadenfreude and the way he tried to hold back his smile. What's more, he still has no brains in yin and yang. But Hinata's mistake, his few words of yin and yang, seemed to include Jusainai. Although Hinata Moto's original intention was to say the Ninetales, Kushina didn't care so much. Hina, Xiang, Yuen, I'm going to teach you well today. What does it mean to respect the teacher? Kushina rolled up her sleeves, walked behind the boy, and drilled the boy's temples with 2 fists, making Hinata Yuen scream in pain. Wow, teacher Jusainai, you are running the lines again, it hurts. After being ravaged again, Jusainai let go of his hand with satisfaction. Zishui couldn't stop snickering on the side. No, the happiness is back. Huh? Jusainai glanced over, and Zishui hurriedly held back a smile. Hyuuga's experience tells us that it is easy to overturn too much. Humph. You can float. Jusainai took out another bell from his pocket, and then put it in the palm of his hand and crushed it. Originally, this bell was intended to be given to you at the end. But, old lady, teacher, I'm very unhappy today, so I won't give it. As she spoke, Jusainai leaned over and looked at the embarrassed 3 people with playful eyes. 2 bells, 3 people are not easy to distinguish. Or, the 3 of you will fight. Whoever wins will take the bell? I'll be the referee. Looking at Jusainai, who was playful, with that disrespectful look of being old, Hinata Yuen shook his head frantically. Hinata Yuen got up and patted his buttocks, casually threw the 2 bells to Akai and Zishui, and left in style. You 2 go to the exam, I'm not going to accompany you. It's so late, and if you don't go home, you'll have to complain again. Bye-bye, I'm not going to accompany you. Seeing that Hinata Yuen wanted to leave, Kushina couldn't sit still, so he immediately grabbed one of Hinata's arms and said, don't mind. I promise to recommend all 3 of you to take the exam. You 3 have a fight, I haven't seen it yet. You want to see us fight, don't you? Hinata Yuen said frantically, I'd rather die than obey. Seeing that he couldn't pull out his arm, Hinata Yuen smiled and asked Kushina with bad intentions, if I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't have reported to the village this time when you used the power of the 9 tails, right? He used the power of the 9 tails without authorization, and even lifted part of the seal. If Hokage-sama knows, how many reviews do you say? Hyuga-moto's words made Kushina's scalp tingle, and he immediately put up the teacher's shelf. Hinata-moto, I'm your captain, you have to call me teacher, you can't favor one over the other. It's not appropriate to tell Hokage-sensei about your captain-teacher's secret, right? Hinata Yuen shrugged his shoulders and said with an innocent face, I don't want to either, this big night, I just want to wash and sleep. If someone doesn't let me get a good night's sleep, maybe I leaked my mouth because I didn't have the energy. Kushina immediately let go of the hand holding Hinata Yuen and waved goodbye. Bye-bye, go home and sleep, have a good dream. Even, Jusainai turned back to the remaining two people and shouted at Zishui, Akai, what are you two still standing there stupidly doing? Why don't you hurry home and go to sleep? What time is it? Zishui, Akai, what? About us? But looking at Jusainai becoming more and more fierce as eyes, how dare the two boys say more, and after saying goodbye with a look of grievance, they went back to their respective homes to find their own mothers. Hinata Yuen only felt funny when he saw this scene and said goodbye and hurried home. I haven't seen Terumi for a day, so I'm panicking. No, I'll have to find a reason to let Stygian-chan sleep tonight. Kushina looked at the back of the departing Hinata Yuen, but she was so angry that her teeth itched. Good boy, even I dare to threaten you, don't you? Don't let me get a chance, or I'll have to scold you. However, before Jusainai's revenge plan was launched, he was reprimanded by splitting his head and covering his face. In the Hokuchi's office, Saratobi was smoking a cigarette and looking at the report on the table, even the hand holding the pipe was shaking. According to the report, the 5 exercise venues that Kushina applied for lease yesterday in the name of squat exercises were all seriously damaged, and there were potholes, rubble and broken trees everywhere. Anyway, it can't be put into use without a thorough refinish. Kushina, you explain to you and me, why can you destroy my 5 exercise grounds and 1 exercise in the 9th class? Kushina lowered her head and clasped her fingers. Oops, I went too far yesterday. Subconsciously, Kushina wanted to confess Hinata Yuen and put the blame on him. After all, Hinata Yuen has this strength, and the behavior of sabotage everywhere is also in line with his personality. However, Jusainai hesitated for a moment, but still didn't dare. She was afraid that Hinata Yuen would confess her use of the 9 tails, and when the time came, she would not only have to take responsibility, but also have to write a review. But in fact, Jusainai has to think about it carefully, and make a mess of the 3 exercise grounds. Can you believe that she didn't use the 9 tails village? In the end, under Kushina's sincere admission of mistakes, she was fined more than a year's income of her family as compensation. Watergate, who knew about this, was also crying and laughing, and after honestly paying the fine, the financially embarrassed couple had to postpone their plans to have children. At this time, they didn't know how much turmoil this postponement would bring to the ninja world. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Jusainai's fine made me think about eating, and even with the 9th class, there has been no group activity. If it weren't for the fact that sometimes Watergate would intimately bring more people with him when his team was doing tasks, I am afraid that Shueishui Akai would be unlucky and lose his income. Of course, Hyuuga, the young head of the Hyuuga family, Hyuuga, has no trouble with money. What annoys him is that Terumi is actually addicted to practicing ninjutsu and has no time to take care of himself. But anyway, the middle ninja exam will officially start today.